Cang Ze was born amidst the ethereal beauty of Luofu Xianzhou, growing up alongside Jing Yuan. Under the guidance of his master, Jingliu, he forged friendships with Feng and became acquainted with Baiheng and Yingxing. Burdened with the opulent golden fissures of abundance, he found himself ensnared by the attention of the god of destruction, a high-dimensional visitor. The dichotomy of black and white hair, symbolizing self-preservation, raises the question: is it destruction or protection? The culinary delights born of hunger. Could this be deemed a blessing? Chapter 1. Spores. The universe is vast, yet it is filled with the desolate remnants of light. The mother planet of the winged creators was incinerated by an antimatter legion, turning it into glass, while golden wings remain eternally frozen in the vacuum of space. In the garden of flowing light, each light cone weeps, for they can only document, never save the obliterated future. The denizens of Xianzhou traverse countless miles in pursuit of immortality, yet they are cursed by the shadows of malevolence, transforming their homeland into a coffin and their comrades into mere remains. The envoy of abundance, Shuhua, has engaged in several conflicts with the Xianzhou alliance, suffering defeat time and again. Nevertheless, this self-proclaimed giver of life has not relinquished his aspirations for the alliance. His failures have not extinguished his ambition. Rather, they have tempered his resentment into a more sinister strategy. Shuhua's gaze has fixated upon Luofu Xianzhou, where the dormant root system of the Jianmu serves as the most exquisite breeding ground for his abundant power. After contemplation, he realized that the Xianzhou's vigilance and defenses were formidable. Thus, he concentrated his power, transforming it into a parasitic spore, which he stealthily disseminated, infecting the merchant caravans bound for Luofu, compelling them to carry the spores into the heart of Luofu. Beneath the gilded dome of Xingcha Port, nearly imperceptible golden dust swirled in the currents created by ascending and descending starships. These spores, crystallized from Shuhua's primal power, infiltrated every crevice of Xianzhou like crushed star sand, with a concentration thrice that of other areas near the root. Networks extending to the armory and residences, as these spores penetrated the bodies of the Xianzhou populace, they left behind only a slight sting akin to a mosquito bite, marking the first delicate trace of fate upon the tragic prologue. The story of the Cang couple began with this fatal mosquito bite. Cang Hai, a verification officer in the Cloud Rider Army's armory, and his wife, Yunmi, were engaged in organizing the weapon models he had brought home. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Yunmi's right shoulder, while her 7-month-old fetus stirred with a rhythmic cadence of 3 movements each night at precisely 9:00. This subtle anomaly was soon overshadowed by the excitement of the fetal movements. Today, during my inspection of Xingcha Port, I noticed a new batch of star cotton at the nursery. "I made you a protective belly robe," her husband said, his voice mingling with a distinct scent of weapon maintenance oil from the armory. He gently caressed his wife's rounded abdomen, his palm perfectly cradling a vigorous kick from the fetus. Yumi seized his wrist in response, her fingers tracing the calluses on his gauntlet, formed from years of wielding a long gun. With a smile, she looked at Cang Hai and said, "If our child wields a gun in the future, he might be even more mischievous than you." Her husband chuckled heartily, leaning down to tap her pregnant belly lightly. "If it's a boy, we shall name him Cang Ze, meaning the grace of the heavens. If it's a girl, she shall be called Cang Yu, reflecting the yin in your name." With a raised brow, his wife playfully inquired, "What if they are twins? Wouldn't that be delightful?" He gazed at her softened features, enhanced by her pregnancy, and the tenderness that spilled forth from his throat nearly melted the cold, metallic light of the armory. "Then let us bestow both names and you upon them, for they are indeed my children. Cang Hai, ha ha ha." The warmth of their conversation had not yet dissipated when Yunmi's thoughts drifted back 3 years to the battlefield. At that time, she had served as a stretcher bearer for the medical team, also a member of the Cloud Rider Army. She had been besieged by 3 abundance abominations amidst the wreckage of a shattered starship, when her husband, then a scout of the Cloud Rider Army, emerged from behind a pile of stones, launching a surprise attack with a standard-issue bow, 3 arrows precisely striking the heads of the abominations. She vividly remembered the blood-stained inscription of Cang Hai on his quiver, the battlefield wind swirling with meteorite debris, distorting his voice. "Grab my bowstring and do not let go." Now, that very bow hung on the wall of their living room, the bowstring still bearing the scars inflicted by the claws of the malevolent entity. The physiological changes of her 7-month pregnancy intricately reshaped her perception. A penchant for sour plums ensured a constant supply of pickled plums on her desk, while sporadic leg cramps at night would rouse her from slumber, and the dull ache of the fetus's elbow against her ribs became the sweetest burden. In the stillness of night, she often caressed her abdomen, imagining whether the child would inherit her husband's arched brows or her own almond-shaped eyes. Yet, within this yearning lay a shadow cast by the remnants of war. If he does not wish to join the military, he could open a grocery store selling sweet star dust for children, living a peaceful life. However, the spores had quietly begun to germinate within her veins. When her husband returned from duty and suddenly crushed a celadone bowl at the dinner table, the fetus within her writhed violently, as if sensing an ominous presence. The shard of porcelain sliced through her husband's palm. The blood that flowed was tinged with an eerie crimson-black hue. She recalled her husband's words from 3 days prior. Lately, I keep hearing Jian Mu speaking underground and thought of his increasingly pronounced dark circles in his peculiar craving for raw meat, as well as the long-gone sting on her right shoulder. Yunmi Air's fetal movements suddenly became frantic, each kick resembling a hammer striking her heart, while the spreading crimson in her husband's eyes threatened to pull their dreams of Cang Ze and Cang Yu into an abyss of eternal darkness. Her husband took leave to accompany her to Danding Sea for an examination. The fetus appeared normal, and they seemed to be, without any abnormalities, allowing the couple to breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was merely the anxiety of impending childbirth. After returning home, her husband, reassured that all was well, hurried back to fulfill his military duties, for the cost of formula was undeniably high. As days gradually passed, the spores continued to sprout. The wooden dwellings of Luofu Zhou glowed warmly in the twilight, their window frames adorned with intricate carvings of clouds and star trails. As the projections of star trails outside slowly shifted, the light and shadow wove a flowing river upon the ground. The specially concocted prenatal potion from Danding Sea wafted from the half-open medicinal jar, its bitterness mingling with the sweet fragrance of snow lotus and licorice, enveloping the modest yet cozy room like an invisible veil. Yunmi Air sat at the pearwood dining table, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the surface, where remnants of her husband's earlier cleaning lingered, smooth enough to reflect. The contour of her subtly rounded abdomen, a member of the Xianzhou Alliance's longevity species, she had long grown accustomed to managing life independently, yet the weight of her pregnancy compelled her to lean back. In her chair, her gaze falling upon the meal her husband had prepared. The stir-fried Xianya vegetables glistened with dewdrops, and the tender-boned soup bore a thin layer of oil, accompanied by her favorite candied plums, which her husband had specially detoured to procure from Nanhua Alley. She grasped the jade chopsticks but hesitated to eat, instead gently placing her hand on her abdomen, feeling a faint movement beneath her palm, akin to a little fish bubbling, causing her lips to curve into an involuntary smile, her eyes shimmering with tender ripples. "If it is a son," she whispered to her belly, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid of disturbing the life within. "Let him first go to Danding Sea to study medicine, or perhaps tinker with mechanisms at Cang Ze. In any case," she paused, her fingers pressing firmly into her palm, swallowing back the words, "do not become a cloud rider." She did not wish for her child to face the horrors of war. The dangers of battle were like a thorn, embedded deep within her memory, with every breath tinged with a lingering pain. Chapter 2. Malevolence. Yunmi Air's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that time. She was a newly enlisted soldier in the Cloud Riders, assisting the medical team in carrying stretchers and aiding the wounded. Her silver armor had yet to acquire a sheen, yet her long gun had already broken amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The enemy's blade sliced through the air with a stench of blood, and she could even see the twisted sneer beneath the adversary's helmet, along with her own reflection in the knife's surface, her pupils enlarged by fear. In that fleeting moment, a blue-white shadow pierced through the chaos, heralding her husband's long gun and bow. The sharp sound of the gun's tip slicing through the air still echoed in her ears. She watched in astonishment as the pitch-black spear seemed to come alive, accurately piercing through the gaps in the enemy's armor beneath their armpit, sending the foe soaring through the air. The dull thud of the man colliding with the city wall intertwined with the sharp sound of shattering armor, becoming the most vivid backdrop in her memory. Yunmi collapsed onto the ground, raising her gaze to see Songhai kneeling, his armor splattered with dark red droplets of blood, some of which had already congealed into a deep brown, trickling down the contours of his armor, resembling the star trails projected outside the window. He removed his helmet, revealing his forehead damp with sweat, extending a hand toward her, his voice steady yet breathless. "Can you still stand?" That hand was rough yet warm, its calluses brushing against her wrist, igniting an itch. It was only later that she learned he had just returned from the front lines, having rushed over without even pausing for a meal upon hearing that the new recruits and medical team had come under attack. Their love bore the scars of that war, imbued with the scent of gunpowder, yet through their daily interactions, it blossomed into something tender. Her husband remembered the onset of her monthly discomfort, preparing sweet brown sugar water in advance to alleviate her pain. He would warm her meals in a food container when she returned late from duty. Even during this pregnancy, he anticipated her cravings, crafting a variety of dishes for her daily delight. She lowered her gaze to kiss the back of her hand, where his warmth seemed to linger. "Be good. Daddy will be back soon." She gently caressed the area where the fetus moved most, the skin there so thin that the bluish veins were visible. The unborn child seemed to comprehend her words, delivering a soft kick that, while gentle, melted her heart into a puddle of spring water. Finally, she picked up her jade chopsticks, savoring her meal with small bites, each accompanied by a sigh of contentment. This was perhaps the most stable happiness she could envision. The oil lamp on the table gradually dimmed, the wick forming tiny blossoms that elongated her shadow against the wall, casting her silhouette as a solitary figure. Glancing outside, she noticed that the star trails had transformed from a warm orange to a deep indigo, the distant sound of the clock tower chiming. Dong dong. It was 11 o'clock in the morning. Her husband's duty should have ended at dusk, and even if he were temporarily assigned, someone should have sent word back. She set down her bowl and utensils, walked to the door, and pushed it open halfway. The alley was quiet, with only a few houses still lit. Aunt Zhang from next door emerged, holding a ceramic bowl. Upon seeing her, she paused. "Mir, still awake?" Aunt Zhang, a shorter woman, had a husband who was also a Yunqi. Last year, he nearly perished in combat against the Feng Raogua, and after retiring, he worked as a laborer in the Danding division. "I'm waiting for my husband." She forced a smile. "Aunt Zhang, what brings you out?" "Bringing medicine to the old man." Aunt Zhang sighed, lowering her voice. "Have you heard? Something's amiss over at Baiheng this afternoon. Many Yunqi have been urgently dispatched, they say. They say they found traces of the Mo-ine body." Her heart sank suddenly, her fingertips growing cold. The term Mo-ine body pierced her mind like a poisoned needle, causing her temples to throb. The Changsheng species possesses a long lifespan, yet this longevity can lead to death. Once one falls into the Mo-ine body, they lose their sanity, transforming into a mindless beast driven solely by bloodlust. She forced herself to remain calm. "Surely not? Songhai was fine when he left. Who says otherwise?" Aunt Zhang patted her arm. "Don't worry. Your Songhai is so formidable. He'll surely be fine. But you, being pregnant, should return and rest." After Aunt Zhang departed, the alley fell silent once more. She stood at the door, the evening breeze lifting her hair, bringing a chill eye in the distance. She faintly heard a commotion, seemingly coming from the direction of Baiheng. After a moment's hesitation, she locked the door and headed toward the source of the sound. The further she walked, the more people she encountered. Most were families of Yunqi like herself, all wearing anxious expressions. "Have you heard? The elder brother from Li's family, he was on duty at Baiheng. Someone saw him with red eyes just now. Not just him. Many are acting strangely, attacking people on streets. The Yunqi and Danding personnel have already gone." The chatter surged like a tide, and her pace quickened, her heart racing violently in her chest as if it would leap out. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the crowd. "Look, over there!" Following the direction of their pointing fingers, she spotted a familiar figure standing beneath a certain archway in Baiheng. It was her husband. He wore the uniform of the Yunqi, facing away from her, yet his posture appeared more hunched than usual. As she opened her mouth to call his name, her throat felt obstructed, producing no sound. At that moment, her husband slowly turned to face her. Yin Mir's breath caught in her throat. Her husband's pupils had transformed into a crimson hue, resembling two burning ghostly flames, fixated upon her. Golden patterns emerged beneath his skin, spreading from his neck to his cheeks, reminiscent of the congealed blood on his armor during the Battle of the Cracked Sun, yet imbued. With an eerie luster, a slight smile curled at the corners of his lips, revealing a strange and grotesque grin. Chaos erupted around her. Screams, wails, and the shattering of objects merged into a cacophony, slicing through her nerves like a dull knife. Some individuals had red eyes, launching into frenzied assaults on those nearby. Others had skins splitting open, revealing golden bones beneath. Some rolled on the ground, clutching their heads and emitting inhuman howls. She witnessed Aunt Zhang, who had spoken with her moments ago, being knocked to the ground by a demonic Yunqi, her medicine bowl shattering and its black liquid spilling. Everywhere, the ringing in her ears grew louder, akin to countless bees buzzing in her mind. Her vision began to blur, her husband's face wavering before her, at times clear, at others distorted. She wanted to retreat, but her legs felt as heavy as lead. She wished to cry out husband, yet only a hoarse sound escaped her lips at a sudden. Intense pain surged through her abdomen. The fetus seemed to sense her terror, kicking violently. She staggered back, her back colliding with a vegetable basket. Crash! The basket toppled, scattering vegetables, tofu, and eggs across the ground, the yellow yolk spreading over the bluestone like a pool of congealed blood. Her skirt became soaked with the egg liquid, clinging to her calves, icy and unyielding. Her husband stepped closer, his crimson pupils devoid of warmth. He raised his hand, claws elongating and glimmering ominously. She stared at the hand that had once tenderly held hers, that had cooked for her and bandaged her wounds, now poised to strike. Dizziness washed over her, and she could no longer sustain herself, slowly collapsing to the ground. In her final moments of consciousness, she felt as though she had returned to that war. Her husband extended his hand toward her, voice steady. "Can you still stand?" Yet this time, that hand would never again be warm. Chapter 3. Maternal Love. The spores of the Feng Raogua began to invade Yun Mier's entire being like bamboo shoots after a rain. She awoke from pain. Her husband, now engulfed by the Mo-ine body, did not strike her down. The scorching sensation in her left hand tore through her consciousness. This was no ordinary burn. It was the excruciating pain of her skin cracking open like old tree bark along its natural lines. Golden patterns spread visibly from her fingertips to her wrist, hardening the skin into a texture akin to amber. Her nails grew, breaking through the skin at her knuckles, producing a sound reminiscent of snapping branches. She clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles whitening from the strain, yet she could not halt the transformation. Tender green shoots broke through the skin on the back of her hand, exuding the sweet, earthy scent of plant sap as the leaves unfurled. T 300 years old, the Xianzhou person was in their prime. She realized this was the onset of the Mo-ine body, instigated by someone. Her thoughts only reached this moment before the invasion of the Feng Rao consumed her. The bluestone pavement in the residential alley sparked as her claws scraped against it, the fetus within her suddenly stirring violently. She stumbled, knocking over a stack of crates in the corner, the metallic containers clattering loudly, alerting the patrolling automatons. The crimson glow of the puppet swept across her protruding abdomen, and as the mechanical arm was about to rise, she forcefully pushed it away with her unaltered right hand. That hand still bore the leather scorches of the Yunqi army's standard gloves, yet in this moment, it gently rested upon her pregnant belly, as if soothing the startled child. Within, other than the child, I remember nothing. This thought was like a steel nail driven into her chaotic consciousness. When the sounds of armored shells clashing behind her reached her ears, she instinctively darted into a narrow alley. There, piles of spice crates from Xingcha port filled the space, the rich scent of dragon's blood momentarily suppressing her bloodthirsty urges. Her belly is so large, she is about to give birth. The exclamations of the young Yunqi echoed from the alley's entrance. The squad leader's sharp gaze swept over the bloodstains on the ground. A trail of blood extended from the residential area to the warehouse, the droplets gleaming with an eerie golden hue, deliberately avoiding the crowded thoroughfare. When he led his team to encircle the back door of the warehouse, they stumbled upon her, flanked by two Yunqi, her left shoulder torn and blood spraying like shattered rubies onto the wooden crates, her muscles spasming in agony. Yet, she contorted her body in an ergonomically impossible manner, completely concealing her abdomen in the shadow of the crates. A silent promise echoed at the edge of her consciousness. Endure. Save the child. This thought sustained her as she suddenly crouched down, just as a blade grazed her neck. The claw brushed against her pursuer's neck armor, yet suddenly pulled back, golden liquid seeping from between the fingers, dropping onto the ground and sprouting delicate vines as if taking root. The squad leader's battle knife halted in midair. He noted how each time she was injured, She skillfully avoided vital spots, her escape routes consistently circumventing the densely populated areas of Xingqiaoport. Even during the recent struggle, she had deliberately hurled a rookie into a safer zone. The wounds are healing, but slowly, called a medic from behind the Yunqi. Her vitality is waning, yet it is prioritizing the abdomen. The murderous intent receded like a tide, replaced by a profound confusion. This being, who should have lost all reason, was instinctively enacting some primal form of protection. The towering celestial ships on either side loomed over the alley like silent giants. The ashen stone walls were marred by the scars of battle, and dark red blood pooled in the crevices of the slave floor. In the distance, the low-frequency rumble of starship engines sounded like the drumming of death, compressing this dead end into a battleground of fate. Yunmi leaned against the cold wall, sliding down to a sitting position, her legs instinctively curling into a protective posture. The claws of the demonic shadow sparked against the stone surface, but softened as they touched her abdomen, where her final hope lay in gestation. Child, my child, Captain, she has nowhere to run. Strike now. The sound of a sword being drawn shattered the silence, the blade reflecting the sight of the female, Yunqi's swollen belly. The squad leader abruptly raised his hand to halt the action. He had already sensed something amiss during the pursuit. This demonic warrior consistently avoided civilian areas, even slowing down at corners to avoid colliding with market stalls. Her current posture, back turned, resembled a ritual of desperation. Everyone turn around, he bellowed, gripping the sword hilt tightly. The claws of the demonic shadow had once torn the throats of 3 of his comrades. Yet at this moment, he saw her bloodied fingers trembling protectively over her abdomen. She is giving birth? Captain, are you mad? The young Yunqi's voice trembled with alarm. If she suddenly attacks, that is a life. The squad leader's gaze swept over the still wet bloodstains on the ground. Her own blood, trailing yet harming no one. The life about to be born compelled him to make a decision that defied military discipline. Turn around, until I give a command. The sound of Yunqi armor scraping ceased, leaving only Yunmi's heavy breaths, transformed by the demonic shadow. She bit her lip, the metallic taste of iron flooding her mouth. The rhythm of breathing, honed over 3 centuries of warfare, became a weapon against the demonic shadow. Both mind and body instinctively resisted the spore, that demonic shadow as she exhaled. Her thoughts coalesced in her dantian, where faint golden lines intertwined with the blood-red veins spreading through her limbs. A fierce tug-of-war ensued. Her blood-red pupils suddenly constricted sharply, momentarily returning to pure black. Was it an illusion? Her husband, clad in Yunqi uniform, stood before her, smiling as he wiped the sweat from her forehead. If it's a son, he shall be named Cang Ze, as embracing as the waters of the Kanglan Sea. Yunmi howled, the sound erupting from deep within her throat, the golden lines dimming instantly, her pupils once again consumed by blood red. She bit down hard on her tongue, the pain keeping her consciousness awake. She could not succumb to the darkness. The child had yet to see this world. Her nails dug deep into her palm, blood trickling through her fingers onto the slate floor, merging with the previous bloodstains into a tiny stream. When the first cry of the newborn pierced through the demonic sound, everyone froze. The sound was faint as a flickering candle in the wind, yet it precisely sliced through the hum of the demonic energy. The squad leader turned sharply, witnessing the female, Yunqi, cradling a pale infant in her arms. The baby's skin was almost translucent porcelain white, its fine hair as white as freshly fallen snow, starkly contrasting with her bloodied fingers. With her final ounce of strength, she raised her hand, the bloodied fingertips gently brushing against the baby's cheek, a tenderness incongruous with a warrior afflicted by the demonic shadow. Cang Ze. The fragmented syllables escaped her throat like shattered jade. Live. The Yunqi's long sword rose once more. In the reflection of the blade, the infant suddenly opened its eyes, pure red, devoid of any trace of demonic energy. The hand that held the sword hesitated for an instant, but as Yunmi's red pupils faded into a lifeless dark red, the resolute cold light still fell. The squad leader stepped forward swiftly, cradling the infant before it could be stained with blood. The little one in the swaddling suddenly reached out, gripping the copper clasp on his armor tightly, the strength sending a tremor through the seasoned veteran's heart. Chapter 4. Safety. The initial form of consciousness was marked by the sharp, jarring sound of metal scraping against metal and warm sensations. 3-year-old Cang Ze curled up on a hard wooden bed, his left hand unconsciously clutching the fabric of his chest, his mind replaying two fragmented scenes. One was a blinding white light, accompanied by the screech of tires grinding against the ground. He remembered pushing open the metal door embossed with the number 18, when suddenly an out-of-control truck barreled into his line of sight. "I am on the 18th floor." This unfinished sentence lodged in his throat, akin to a frozen icicle. The other scene was of a soft embrace, the mingled scent of armor and sweat enveloping him. A blurry figure was wiping his cheek with rough fingers, the metallic taste of a bottle's rim spreading across his tongue, a temperature more real than the light of the truck. He reached up to touch his hair, the texture resembling sun-dried beans, glimmering with a silvery gray sheen in the morning light filtering through the curtain. Glancing at his wrist, he noticed golden cracks faintly glowing with each breath, starting from the back of his neck. Lines branched out like the roots of a towering tree, 3 paths descending along his neck and his collar, for circling around his collarbone, extending to his left wrist, the thinnest one curling slightly at the base of his thumb. Cang Ze traced the newly added golden ends of the cracks with his fingertips, as if counting the rings of his quietly growing years. Yet, when he looked into the wooden basin's reflection, those pupils always reminded him of the ice stalactites hanging from winter eaves. They were not the dark red of the demonic shadow, glowing faintly, but a blood red so dark it seemed poisoned, akin to a gem tainted with venom. He was uncertain of his whereabouts, but acutely aware of his circumstances. At the beginning of his memories, the makeshift dwelling beside the training ground was perpetually adorned with the blue and white banners of the Yunqi army, fluttering in the wind with a sharp sound. The squad leader would always hold him in his arms after drills, sitting on the threshold, turning a rattle made of beast bone with his calloused hands. "Ah, my little companion suggested that I purchase this, and I never anticipated that such a modest rattle would cost 30 sunding. Oh, you like it, little one?" The man spoke, his Adam's apple rolling as he did. Cang Ze could not comprehend what sunding meant, but he found the sound of the rattle far more melodious than the bugle of the military camp. In the corner of their dwelling lay the captain's armor, sunlight glinting off the plates, casting dancing reflections upon the wall. He always delighted in chasing those light spots, until the captain scooped him up and placed him upon his knee. "Cang Ze, say Cang. Cang," he mumbled, his finger in his mouth. "It's Cang, as in the azure sky." The captain patiently pinched his cheek, Ze, as in marsh. "Cang, Cang." That day the man laughed heartily, the sound resonating in Cang Ze's ears. Later, he would learn that this was the first name he could claim as his own after traversing into this world. On the eve of the expedition, the captain was carving something beneath the lamp's glow. Cang Ze lay beside him, with shavings falling upon his white hair like a sprinkle of snow. Suddenly, the man thrust something into his arms, a palm-sized wooden horse, with 2 crooked characters inscribed at the tail, Ping En, meaning peace. "Wait for me to return." The captain's voice was soft, imbued with a trembling resonance akin to metal clashing. "Behave and wait for me at the orphanage. I will come to fetch you." He did not understand what the captain meant by orphanage, as he could not comprehend the words. All he knew was that when he awoke the next day, the curtains still billowed, but the rattle and armor had vanished. Cang Ze stood before an unfamiliar stone gate. Clutching the wooden horse, he suddenly recalled the tales he had read prior to his crossing, where protagonists received tasks from a system, guided by an old man in their minds. Yet he waited for 3 days, and aside from the whistling wind through the cracks in the door, he heard nothing. His body and memories from his past life informed him of his location. The orphanage. The stone walls of the orphanage were colder than the captain's armor. The first to shove him was a boy half a head taller, who snatched the last piece of his meager cornbread. "Monster!" the boy shouted, throwing the cornbread into the mud and trampling it. "Did your mother get eaten by a demon?" Cang Ze lunged at him, biting his arm, only to be harshly thrown into the corner, his head striking the stone steps, fireworks exploding in his vision. "You rebellious little demon." The caretaker yanked Cang Ze up by his collar, spitting words laced with the sourness of cheap beer. "These eyes, these arms, you are truly a harbinger of doom." Her nails dug into the golden cracks on his arms, causing him to tremble in pain, yet he bit his lip to stifle his tears. The captain had said that a man should not cry frivolously. That night, he curled up in a corner of the firewood room, hiding the wooden horse in his embrace, repeatedly tracing the carvings of the words "ping" and with his fingers. The moonlight streamed through a broken window, illuminating the cracks on his left wrist, 7 golden lines slithering in the shadows like living serpents. "In my past life, I was in an orphanage. In this life, still in an orphanage. Transmigration? Are you jesting with me?" He internally vented his frustration into the air, his voice barely a whisper. The exhilaration of his crossing had not waned long before reality delivered a resounding slap. Cang Ze possessed no golden finger, no guiding elder, and even his sole reliance had vanished on the battlefield. Such days persisted for 3 years, like the 6 years old. Cang Ze had learned to observe the wind direction before scrambling for food, to seek refuge in the firewood room amidst the caretaker's tirades, and to silently count the lengths of the cracks while curled up on the ground after being beaten. He no longer fantasized about being the protagonist. Those notions of transmigrators bearing a halo had long been digested by the acid of countless hungry nights. While other children wept over toys, he understood the need to secretly stash foraged wild vegetables in the crevices of bricks. He learned to tuck the wooden horse into his clothes during winter, as it was his only connection to the past. The news of the captain's demise came on a snowy day. The director stood in the yard, holding a piece of paper sealed with a red mark, the wind scattering his words. The 3rd squad of the Yunqi army has been completely wiped. The compensation has been transferred. Cang Ze was squatting in a corner, counting the cracks when he heard 3rd squad, and his fingers froze. The end of the crack on his left arm had, unbeknownst to him, extended to his palm, glistening coldly in the snow's light. That night, he did not count the cracks. He gripped the wooden horse too tightly, the splinters digging into his palm, blood oozing and mingling with the golden cracks, resembling a melting sunset. For the first time in the orphanage, he cried out, not from pain, nor from hunger, but because that man who shook the rattle with such fervor and taught him to say Cang Ze would never return to fetch him, his last fragment of hope shattered. He suddenly understood that this world would not grant him special treatment merely because he was a transmigrator. Survival had never relied upon fantasy, but rather on the wild vegetables hidden in the brick crevices, on the patience learned while counting cracks, on the pain of the wound inflicted by the splinter, which kept him alert. He tucked the wooden horse back into his embrace, pressing it against his chest, feeling the woods chill against the warmth of his heartbeat. Chapter 5, Reality. The wax seal of the Alliance's secret order glimmered coldly under the candlelight, the crimson insignia of the Dan Ding division overlapping with that of the Yunqi army on the pristine paper. Number 522, infant, possessing bountiful genetic sequences, danger level, extreme. The Guardian Squad must report vital signs daily. Should any signs of demonization appear, immediate execution is permitted. The captain gripped the circulated document, his knuckles whitened from the force. Outside the tent, Cang Ze's charcoal scratching as he drew the horse could be heard, the child concealing his left hand behind his back, the golden cracks faintly visible beneath. The black cloth, he uttered the words no abnormalities into the communicator. The captain's Adam's apple bobbed 3 times, as if he were swallowing more than just the report. He was swallowing the wild fruits Cang Ze had offered him over the past 3 years. The child's mumbling goodnight, captain before sleep, and the smooth piece of black cloth hidden in his sleeve at that moment. Wait for me to return, and I will take you away to... As he bandaged Cang Ze's arm, he heard his own voice quiver, the pressure of the black cloth tightening unconsciously, resulting in a stifled gasp from the child. The reason for choosing the remote orphanage was simple yet cruel. The farther they were from the site of the demonization incident at Xingqiao Port, the fewer children there would be who had lost their parents due to the war. Thus, Cang Ze's arm's cracks would become increasingly difficult to be construed as evidence of a bountiful offspring. However, fate's malice always weaves its net in shadows. When the captain, clad in faded military armor, turned to rush to the battlefield, he was unaware that this chosen safe haven had already taken an iron head, one of the surviving orphans from the past demonization chaos. This boy, with a rag covering his left eye and a grotesque scar running from his brow to his chin and the right side of his face, bore the mark of a healed wound. At this moment, Ironhead was directing 3 other children, poking at Cang Ze huddled in the corner with wooden sticks. Exterminate the bountiful offspring. The stick pierced the black cloth on Cang Ze's left arm, snagging the thread and revealing the sinuous golden crack beneath, writhing as if alive. Cang Ze's resistance was ultimately futile. He lunged to bite Ironhead's forearm, only to have his hair seized and slammed into the ground. In the instant his forehead struck the stone steps, he tasted blood and heard Ironhead's roar. You wretched spawn dare to bite. As more fists and feet rained down upon him, he curled up just as he had when bullied in the orphanage of his past life. It was only when his assailants grew weary that he crawled away, dragging his bleeding knee to hide among the firewood, listening to his heavy breaths in the darkness, the splinters digging into his palm without a sound. Cang Ze was very hungry, very cold, and devoid of strength. His resistance was like that of a soft lamb, utterly incapable of offense. Cang Ze had once found a mirror in the abandoned warehouse of the orphanage, subsequently practicing lines before it. At that time, he had just arrived 6 months prior, secretly using charcoal to draw golden lines on the mirror, mimicking the scene in his memory where the protagonist awakened. Their power. Just wait, for I am the transmigrator destined to change the world. The boy in the mirror possessed eyes that shone brilliantly, as if he could summon a system or gain supernatural abilities at any moment. The tender age of 8, Cang Ze shattered the mirror in the same corner. His coarse cloth garments, unchanged for 3 years, bore holes at the elbows, revealing skin smeared with firewood ash, while the collar gleamed with a dark sheen. He gazed at the shards of glass strewn across the floor, each fragment reflecting a gaunt silhouette, and suddenly scoffed, "The identity of a transmigrator is nothing but a farce." Memories of being robbed of food in the orphanage crashed into his mind. Half a bowl of watery gruel, moldy biscuits, and being pinned to the ground while a caregiver uttered, "Weakness is the original sin." These recollections intertwined with the harsh words of the iron-headed, who derided him as a bountiful abomination. He finally comprehended that, regardless of the world he inhabited, hunger and violence were the most authentic forms of communication. The minutiae of survival relentlessly sliced away at the remnants of Cang Ze's dignity, akin to a dull blade. Each morning, he received a meager half-bowl of thin porridge and a slightly moldy wheat cake, the sole sustenance he could claim. The grains in the porridge were countable, and he had to scrape off the green mold from the biscuit before daring to consume it. He always hid behind a pile of firewood, hastily swallowing his food, fearful of it being snatched away. For 3 years, the outfit gifted by the squad leader had long ceased to fit him, hanging above his knees. When the cold wind seeped into his pant legs, he would clutch the wooden horse carved from battlefield scraps by the squad leader, its head smoothed by countless touches. Lying at night on a mattress made of burlap, the draft felt like countless fine needles piercing his bones. He could only press the wooden horse to his chest, imagining it to be the warm embrace he once knew, one that would brush against his cheek with stubble 3 years prior. Yet, when the first rays of dawn filtered through the window, illuminating the cracks in his arms, the golden lines shimmering amidst the dust shattered that fleeting illusion into the stark chill of reality. Cang Ze, designated as number 522, was a child forsaken by the world, a so-called bountiful abomination whose supposed privileges as a transmigrator never existed in this universe. Constantly crushed by abundance and destruction that in the 5th winter at the orphanage, Cang Ze had grown so emaciated that he was half a head shorter than his peers. Beneath his thin cotton coat, his wrists resembled dried twigs in winter, and his ribs jutted out beneath loose skin, outlining a skeletal form. Each morning, he awoke to a stomach that cramped painfully. When his vision darkened, he could only curl up in a pile of straw, listening to the laughter of other children outside, as if it were the cacophony of another world. Those taller than him relished in pushing him into the muddy pit of the backyard. As the cold sludge filled his nostrils, the sensation of suffocation blurred his vision. His hair was roughly yanked, crashing against the wall, dull pain radiating from the back of his head to his eyes, until one day he suddenly managed to force a smile. That smile was as rigid as a mask. The corners of his mouth mechanically lifted, yet his eyes were hollow enough to reflect the murkiness of the Is he foolish? The leader of the group kicked his back, their malicious intent morphing into confusion. Boring, let's go. As their footsteps faded, Cang Ze lay in the mud, finally allowing his lips to droop, tasting the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. He would later realize that this body, labeled a bountiful abomination, had an uncanny resilience even in pain. On the day he was beaten to the point of bleeding from the nose, he glimpsed a caregiver passing with a lantern and instinctively raised the corners of his mouth, the crooked arc, prompting the caregiver to furrow their brow and look away, not scolding him as they usually did from that day forth. The mirror became his secret tutor. Each morning, he would peer into the icy water of the copper basin in the orphanage's restroom, adjusting the corners of his mouth. A fraction higher on the left, a slight tuck on the right, until his smile appeared normal, like a sticker affixed to his face. He devised a breathing technique, counting maintain the smile for 10 breaths, holding the curve while inhaling and tightening his jaw while exhaling until his cheeks ached. This way, I might earn a bit more food. He sneered at his frail reflection, internally screaming, "Transmigrate? How absurd!" In his past life, he was an orphan, and even after transmigrating, he remained a worthless being, perpetually hungry and inadequately clothed, yearning to resist but bereft of the strength to do so. Despair washed over him one fateful night. He hid in the firewood room, repeatedly scraping his wrist with a sharpened stone. Yet, as soon as the cracks appeared, they glimmered faintly, the skin healing as if sewn together by invisible threads. He climbed to the highest brick wall of the orphanage, the wind pouring through his thin clothing, the snow-covered ground glaring white beneath him. If I jump, I will break my legs, won't I? He stared at the stones at the wall's base, envisioning the agony of fractured bones piercing his skin. Then I wouldn't even have the strength to endure bullying. It would be even worse. He slid down, crouching in the snow, pounding the ground with his frozen hands, consumed by one thought. I cannot even die. I am truly worthless. Chapter 6. Cruelty. Other orphans occasionally extended kindness. One afternoon, a girl with braided pigtails placed a half piece of hard, dry flatbread at his feet. But upon noticing the scar on his left arm, she began to retreat. Cang Ze remained silent. In a fit of rage, he kicked the bread, sending it rolling into the muddy water, causing the girl to flee in fright. He gazed at the soiled dough, abruptly reminded of the first piece of candy he had received in the welfare institution in a past life. Yet now his heart was enveloped in a frozen wasteland. Each night, he sat alone by the wall, where golden cracks shimmered faintly under the moonlight, resembling an ominous brand. He never spoke to anyone, merely staring at the moon, perplexed by the circumstances that had cast him into such a life. As winter snow fell heavily, he drew a smiley face in the open space with a stick. The branch traced arcs in the snow, with eyes rendered as two circles, while the mouth could not curve upwards, ultimately transforming into a shape that appeared to weep. Snowflakes settled upon the drawing, quickly obscuring the distorted expression, much like the smile he wore daily, which, with the slightest touch, would shatter into cold despair. He began to accept the title of abundant fruitless, yet he never truly resigned himself to fate. Each day, as he practiced smiling before the water's surface, he would count his breaths internally, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. By the end, he could no longer discern whether that smile was a disguise or had become a scar embedded in his flesh. 5 years of cruel time slipped by swiftly, and Cang Ze was still alive, now 13 years old. The autumn moonlight glimmered like silver foil tempered with ice, casting a slanted glow upon the orphanage's mottled stone walls. Cang Ze, at 13, curled up in the shadows at the base of the wall, his right palm repeatedly rubbing against the rough stone. This wall, which had imprisoned him for a decade, would tonight become his final barrier to freedom. He was as thin as a dehydrated reed, and beneath the washed-out coarse prison garb, the outline of his ribs stood starkly clear under the moonlight, resembling a stone carving. When the clock tower struck midnight 12 times, he took a deep breath, forcing his numb fingers into the crevice of the wall. His left foot pushed against the wild grass roots growing in the brick seam, and he propelled his right leg upward with a sudden force. The sound of his palms scraping against the stone was particularly jarring in the stillness of the night. The worn skin oozed tiny beads of blood, mingling with the wall dust to form dark crimson scabs, yet he felt no pain. The old wounds inflicted by the headmaster's wrought-tan whip, the bruises left by companions during food fights, and the deep-seated agony of chronic hunger were all eclipsed by a more intense impulse. When his fingertips finally grasped the wall's top, he curled his body like a startled cat, his abdomen pressed against the cold stone as he turned over. Upon landing, a sharp pain shot through his left ankle, causing him to stagger and kneel on the ground, his palms scraping against the gravel. Yet he smiled. A silent shout erupted within his chest. I am free. This cry reverberated painfully against his eardrums, making him forget the sprained ankle, compelling him to run wildly. The night breeze rushed into his collar, carrying the sense of dry grass and earth, a fragrance of freedom he had never encountered. He glanced back at the orphanage's shadowy outline, that gray prison which had consumed his childhood for 10 years, retreating into the distance. The moonlight cast a long shadow behind him, akin to a hound that had finally broken free from its chains. What Cang Ze did not know was that this ecstatic escape led to another, far more brutal confinement. 3 days later, on the outskirts of Xingqiao Port, Cang Ze sat in a corner of a collapsed shed, leaning against a moldy wooden board. His prison garb had been torn by barbed wire during his flight, his bare feet caked in mud, and his once snow-white hair tangled into a filthy mat that obscured half of his face. Hunger gripped him like an invisible hand, repeatedly kneading his stomach, each contraction bringing sharp pangs of pain. For the first time, he realized that his stomach could indeed growl, not with a mild rumble, but with the wailing of a beast on the verge of death, rolling forth from deep within his chest. Cang Ze began to beg at the street corner. His broken bowl held only a few rusty coins. Most passers-by tossed him a coin, though they were few and far between. Those dressed in coarse, short garments would walk around him, while occasionally a homemaker with a basket of vegetables would toss leaves or leftover rice soup at his feet. On the evening of the third day, a drunken man kicked over his bowl, sending the coins rolling into the mud. He lunged to retrieve them, only to have his hand pinned down by the man. "You little beggar, get lost." The searing pain from the shoe pressing down on him blurred his vision. Yet he clutched the muddy coin tightly until the man cursed and walked away. That night, Cang Ze utterly relinquished his dignity. At the heart of Xingchao Port lay the only steamed bun shop at the alley's entrance, owned by a burly man with a face full of flesh. A cleaver tucked at his waist, Cang Ze hid behind a pile of garbage across the street. Observing for an entire afternoon, the proprietor turned to the stove every 15 minutes to add wood, the only blind spot. As the setting sun elongated the owner-esque shadow, Cang Ze's palms began to sweat, not from fear, but from an overwhelming desire. Like a poised cheetah, he dashed forth the moment the owner turned, swiftly snatching the smallest bun from the steamer and bolting away. His heartbeat echoed loudly in his ears as he fled, the owner's furious shouts and footsteps pursuing him. He darted into a narrow alley, weaving between shanties, only daring to stop when the sounds of pursuit faded. Leaning against the frigid earthen wall, he trembled as he peeled back the bun skin. The warm aroma of wheat mingled with minced meat wafted toward him, nearly bringing him to tears. Yet, he took only a small bite, carefully wrapping the bun in a tattered cloth and hiding it in the warmest place within his clothing. From that day forth, stealing became his ritual of survival. He only stole food, and each time, just one bun, steamed bread, or half a piece of dry flatbread. If caught, he would receive a beating, fists landing on his back, his waist, sometimes drawing blood from the corners of his mouth. Yet as long as the food remained in his possession, he would grit his teeth and rise again. Once, after being beaten into unconsciousness, he awoke to find the bun in his arms stained with blood. He wiped it clean with his sleeve and continued to eat it piece by piece. Cang Ze's food management system was as precise as that of a watchmaker. A bun the size of his fist would be divided into 10 portions. The first day, he would take a piece the size of a fingernail, holding it in his mouth to dissolve slowly, savoring the slightly sweet taste of starch breaking down into sugar in his saliva. By the second day, the bun had hardened. He would nibble away at it slowly, swallowing the morsels mixed with his saliva. By the third day, green mold would appear on the bun's surface. He would carefully peel off the moldy parts, continuing to allocate the remaining portions according to his daily quota. Even in the direst hunger, he would not hasten, as if the food was not meant to fill his stomach, but rather to measure the passage of time. When his fingertips brushed against the hardened dough, he would close his eyes, picturing the waves of wheat rolling in the fields, imagining the white mist rising when the steamer lid was lifted, envisioning those normal meals he had never possessed. Chapter 7. Little Jing Yuan. When Cang Ze was pushed to the brink of hunger, hallucinations would come uninvited. He once crouched by the roadside, fixating on the grass blades at the wall's base for half an hour, until he imagined the serrated leaves transformed into his mother. He had no memory of his mother, merely fantasizing about her cooking for him again. On another occasion, he even scooped up a handful of dirt and stuffed it into his mouth, the dry grit scraping painfully against his throat, yet he stubbornly chewed, as if he could extract a morsel of nourishment from it. On the fifth night, the temperature plummeted. Cang Ze curled up inside an abandoned wooden crate, clutching a small, moldy piece of bun. The cold wind seeped through the cracks in the wood, causing his teeth to chatter, and the emptiness in his stomach transformed into a burning pain. He extracted the last small piece of baozi, its green mold having permeated to the core, exuding a faintly sour and rotten odor. After a moment's hesitation, he placed it in his mouth. Cang Ze gripped his throat tightly, fearful that his stomach would reject the food, just as tears were about to fall. His stomach finally accepted the moldy baozi. Cang Ze began to gasp for air. As he swallowed, his stomach writhed in turmoil, as if protesting. "What on earth have you fed me? Is this fit for human consumption?" A faint chuckle escaped Cang Ze's lips as he mused that it was time for bed. For tomorrow he must continue to survive. At that moment, He heard footsteps approaching. Due to his experiences in the orphanage, Cang Ze was acutely attuned to his surroundings. Any slight noise nearby would prompt him to make swift judgments. A small figure, Jing Yuan, hid behind a withered tree, the hem of his moon-white cloud-patterned robe stained with mud. He paid it no mind, for he had been following Cang Ze for quite some time, and today he had ventured close enough, even skipping class, although he was already knowledgeable. Initially, he had come to the Xingcha Sea Central to seek delectable treats, but he had overheard discussions about a thief who had been stealing food, not money, just one small item at a time. Jing Yuan's curiosity piqued. What kind of thief would behave thus? He began to observe quietly. Finally, today, he witnessed this thief, who appeared to be around his age, standing on a stone bridge, intently watching. The boy has striking white hair, stood out like snowflakes against the mud. Jing Yuan watched as the boy stepped barefoot across the icy puddles, begged with a tattered bowl, and shielded a few coins from a drunken man's kick. The following afternoon, he saw the boy steal Baozi in its entirety. His timing was impeccable, and his movements were swift, yet after successfully obtaining it, there was no trace of joy. Only a numbed caution that made Jing Yuan's grip tighten. The surrounding shops had even grown accustomed to it. After all, he only stole one Baozi, and once he did, he would vanish for many days. Then came the shock. Jing Yuan began to follow the boy, too wary to approach. Whenever anyone neared Cang Ze, he would flee, forcing Jing Yuan to observe from a concealed vantage point. He saw the boy divide the stolen Baozi into small pieces, saw him staring vacantly at the blades of grass, and witnessed his instinctive reaction of curling up and protecting his head when caught. What astounded him most was the boy's daily ritual of consuming but a single bite. He stretched one Baozi's consumption over 3 days, while he himself could devour many in one sitting. That night, when Jing Yuan saw the boy pull out the moldy Baozi from his bosom, an unfamiliar emotion surged within him, mingled with an indescribable pang of pain. The cold wind swept past, prompting him to wrap the tattered cloth tightly around himself, clutching a wooden horse for comfort, while his exposed ankles turned a deep red from the chill. Jing Yuan had seen the destitute, witnessed wounded soldiers on the battlefield, but he had never encountered such restrained hunger. The boy resembled a wild grass growing in a crevice of stone, pouring all his vitality into mere survival, yet exhibiting a subtle, almost dignified resilience. Jing Yuan's gaze fell upon the boy's dirt-streaked white hair, then to the empty, tattered cloth bag in his arms. He instinctively touched the jade pendant at his waist, feeling its smooth warmth starkly contrast with the boy's icy, filthy, and sour-smelling existence. He watched as the boy finished the last bite of Baozi, curling up in a wooden box like a wounded creature, eyes fluttering shut. As Jing Yuan stepped out from behind the tree, Cang Ze immediately became alert. Noticing his tension, Jing Yuan took a deep breath and prepared to approach. Cang Ze remained silent, assessing his escape options. In his eyes, Jing Yuan resembled a wealthy young master encountering a small beggar, ready to scold him. "Do not be afraid, I am Jing Yuan," he began, but before he could finish, Cang Ze fled, his frozen, crimson feet leaving trails of blood, seemingly oblivious to the pain. Cang Ze ran swiftly, leaving Jing Yuan standing there in shock. He wanted to say he would not harm him, but Cang Ze interpreted his words of reassurance as mere empty promises. Without a moment's hesitation, he squeezed into a narrow crevice in the wall, a passage too tight for most, but Cang Ze's emaciated frame allowed him to slip through. Jing Yuan followed, attempting to squeeze into the same gap, but found himself unable to fit. With a sigh, he started homeward, contemplating his failure that day. He surmised that the boy would likely hide away in another place. He could not fathom why, despite his careful approach, he had still failed to lower the boy's guard. Upon returning home, Jing Yuan found his father gazing sternly at him, while his mother sat at the dining table, watching intently. Realizing he had lost track of time, he mentally chided himself for having followed the boy for so long that he had forgotten mealtime. His parents had been waiting for him to eat, yet his thoughts lingered on the boy who consumed moldy Baozi. Where has he gone? Why hasn't he returned? If he doesn't come back soon, I shall have to report to Yunqi. Jing Yuan's father exclaimed, somewhat irked. His normally obedient son had been acting strangely of late. Jing Yuan, sit down and eat, his mother interjected, wishing to avoid a reprimand before dinner, believing it better to scold him afterward. Jing Yuan quietly approached the table and sat down, staring at the dishes before him, hesitating to pick up his chopsticks. His parents noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired, What is it, Jing Yuan? Is the food unappetizing to you? After a moment of silence, he finally asked, Moldy food is inedible, isn't it? His parents exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback. Their son, who consistently excelled academically, was asking such a foolish question. Jing Yuan's father reached out to touch his forehead, murmuring, You don't have a fever, do you? Jing Yuan shrugged off his father's hand, fixing a serious gaze upon him. Father, do you believe a child my age could survive on just one baozi for 3 days? They're only the size of fist, and yet I can still eat one that has gone moldy. His parents exchanged worried looks, realizing they needed to reassess their understanding of him, particularly his claim of surviving on a single baozi over 3 days when he could easily consume a plateful in one meal. Chapter 8. Survival. As the cold wave swept through the streets of Luofu Qianhua, Cang Ze's tattered sackcloth bedding emanated a musty odor. He felt compelled to seek out work, to find someone in need of his assistance. Having burned bridges at the Xingcha Sea Central, he ventured to Jiren Alley, where restaurants abounded and dark corners were plentiful. With fingers rendered stiff from the cold, he stood outside a restaurant's back kitchen, observing the burly owner with a scruffy beard wiping his hands on a greasy apron. So shiny it could reflect a silhouette, mingled with the aromas of soy sauce and meat broth. Hey kid, the owner rasped, his voice like sandpaper. I need help moving some goods. Can you manage it? Cang Ze remained silent, merely nudging his frail shoulders forward. The owner scrutinized his wrapped left hand, ultimately retrieving a few coins from his waist pouch. The jingling coins echoed softly in his palm as he offered, Here, go buy yourself some clothes. Cang Ze immediately knelt, pressing his forehead against the cobblestones with a dull thud. He did not utter a word of thanks, but as he rose, his eyes were tinged with a crimson hue, the reality of survival weighing heavily upon him. In truth, Cang Ze felt as though he might freeze to death. Even in sleep, he could feel the cold gnawing at him. Beneath the canvas shelter in the market's second-hand section, he gazed longingly at a pile of patched-up old garments, hesitating for what felt like an eternity. His fingers repeatedly brushing against a piece of dark gray fabric that could shield the lines of hunger that crept up his neck. The 3 items he possessed were as silent as a mosquito's hum. When the vendor expressed dissatisfaction with the meager offerings, he willingly handed over the remaining 2 coins. As he donned the fabric, its texture brushed against his skin. Although somewhat worn, it provided warmth. This was the first time in 2 months he felt the comforting embrace of heat. That night, Cang Ze lay on a burlap sack, clad in his new attire. While he could still sense the chill in the air, it was no longer as oppressive as before. His body heat warmed the clothes, the wooden horse, and even melted the ice and snow surrounding the sack. As days passed, he endeavored to avoid offending the stall owners, proactively assisting in cleaning tables and sweeping the ground. The vendors, though exasperated, complied with his requests, expecting nothing more than a mouthful of leftover food. Even a single bite would suffice. After a fortnight, the hunchback proprietor of a wonton stall in the southern part of the city took him in. While helping to prepare ingredients, Cang Ze kept his head lowered. His left hand lacked dexterity, feeling as if it did not belong to him. The blade occasionally grazed his knuckles, and blood droplets emerged, which he pressed with a dirty cloth. The proprietor never acknowledged his injuries. Instead, he discreetly slipped him a warm bun after closing. Eat quickly, lest the missus see you, he urged. Cang Ze accepted it with trembling fingers. While delivering meals, he perpetually kept his head bowed, the wooden tray nearly brushing against his chest. Hastily setting it down and departing without making eye contact with customers, he wrapped black cloth around his left hand up to his forearm, encircling his neck thrice. Even in sleep, he dared not remove it, fearing exposure. Should anyone see, he would be branded as a product of abundance. On an afternoon 2.5 months later, an unexpected turn of events occurred. While navigating through the crowd with a steaming bowl of noodle soup, a drunken man collided with him. Instinctively, Cang Ze recoiled, causing the scalding soup to arc through the air, splattering most of it onto the back of his hand. My apologies. My apologies. The inebriated man exclaimed, attempting to lift the black cloth. Cang Ze pressed down firmly, his nails digging into his palm. Please, just open it and see if it's burnt, shouted a bystander, inciting a commotion. Seizing the moment of distraction, the drunken man yanked the cloth away. As the black cloth fell, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. Sunlight cast its rays upon Cang Ze's left hand and neck, revealing golden fissures that resembled living vines. Glimmering with a metallic sheen beneath his skin, His blood-red pupils constricted to pinpoints, and his right hand clenched his left arm tightly, knuckles turning pale. It is indeed a product of abundance. Someone screamed. The cavalry soon arrived, inspecting Cang Ze's body and subsequently explaining to the onlookers, this is not a product of abundance. Perhaps merely an old injury. The proprietor squatted in front of the stall, sighing, holding a leftover meat bun. Child, it is not my intention to drive you away. Though his words trailed off, Cang Ze noticed patrons at neighboring tables hastily packing up and leaving. The proprietor had a family to support. Cang Ze bowed deeply to the proprietor who had sheltered him, for it was this individual who had enabled him to survive for 2.5 months, allowing him to eat his fill, even if it was just buns. Trembling slightly, he expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the kindness extended to him. As he gathered his belongings, the proprietor suddenly handed him half a bag of brown rice before turning away. Cang Ze carefully placed it into his tattered burlap sack, feeling the warmth of the rice against his palm. He glanced back at the wonton stall's smoke rising into the air, then ventured deep into the alley, the black cloth billowing in the wind like a tattered flag. As time passed, Cang Ze managed to endure the winter solely on that bag of rice. The melted snow water still dripped from his tattered clothing, yet he caught a whiff of earthy fragrance. The old locust tree at the alley's entrance burst forth with tender green, resembling a newly sewn garment. The sunlight glimmered on the street, radiating warmth as he savored the sweet syrup melting on his tongue, watching the fractured ice drift away, signaling the end of winter. Spring was due for payment. As the rice dwindled, he returned to the central hub of Xingxia, continuing his life in the same manner. Work was scarce. Restaurants turned him away for being dirty, and he had previously offended stall owners. Yet, with spring's arrival, the cold no longer tormented him. The rancid odor of sour water infiltrated his nostrils as Cang Ze nestled himself into the shadows of the alley, for a white figure, reminiscent of shattered moonlight, flickered past the alley entrance. It was Jing Yuan, the one who had once wished to draw near him. He remembered this name, for it marked the true recognition of another's existence. Jing Yuan's white hair shimmered with a cold light in the setting sun, each step resonating like a taut string in Cang Ze's nerves. He approached the very alley where Cang Ze hid. Cang Ze pressed his mouth shut, his nails digging into his palm, stifling the breath that threatened to escape. Why white? Like the white coat of the orphanage's headmistress, akin to the white shoes of those children who poured salt into his wounds. White was the color of pain. He detested his own white hair just as much. In the dark recesses of the alley, there were no gaps for escape. Cang Ze had no choice but to flee, acting on impulse as he sprinted towards Jing Yuan, the wooden horse bouncing against his chest. Jing Yuan froze, having searched the alley for him daily since he had run away, never expecting to see him charging towards him. In that moment of surprise, Cang Ze dashed past him. Cang Ze, wait for me, Jing Yuan called out, his voice filled with urgency. Yet, Cang Ze translated that call into a different tongue. Don't run. Catch him. The echo of his past tormentors' voices reverberated in his ears. After asking a few foolish questions, Jing Yuan's father began to investigate, uncovering the boy's true identity. His father was Cang Hai, an inspector at the armory, and his mother was Yun Mier. Both were members of the Yunqi army, yet the minor chaos of demonic shadows had left them burdened with sin, and due to his limited authority, Jing Yuan's father could only uncover so much. He sensed that something vital was missing. Meanwhile, the chase transformed into a protracted nightmare. Cang Ze scurried like a frightened mouse through the alleys of Xingxia, leaping over a garbage bin emitting a foul odor and squeezing through narrow gaps filled with discarded parts. Jing Yuan's white form trailed closely behind, hovering like a sword above him, neither too far nor too close. The market's clamor gradually faded into the distinctive quiet of residential areas, leaving only Cang Ze's heavy breathing and Jing Yuan's increasingly urgent calls. Wait for me. I promise I won't harm you. Your clothes are torn. I have band-aids. Cang Ze scoffed at the irony. Band-aids? When he had his knee torn open by a rusted nail, who offered him a band-aid? Those wounds had festered, and he had cleaned them with filthy water and bandaged them with rags. Eventually, he found himself in an alley that once had cracks and gaps, now repaired. Panic surged within him as he realized he was cornered by Jing Yuan, who would undoubtedly take out his frustrations on him. Let him strike me, Cang Ze thought. He lacked the strength to run any longer. Cang Ze pressed himself against the cold wall of the alley, feeling the heat radiating from his wrapped left arm. the serpentine fissures pulsing as if alive, reminding him that he was a being that should not exist. With vigilance, he observed Jing Yuan standing at the alley's mouth, his back straight, clad in a pristine uniform, and eyes as bright as stars. But what use were stars? They merely coldly observed his suffering, like the sky beyond the orphanage's iron bars, forever silent. Jing Yuan panted slightly, having run too fast, glancing down at his ill-fitting shoes. Cang Ze, I mean you no harm. Please believe me. His voice was low, as if fearing to startle a wounded bird. What do you want? To bully me? Or to vent your anger by beating me? Cang Ze's voice rasped like sandpaper, each word tinged with the taste of blood. Jing Yuan was momentarily stunned. Then his expression shifted to one of confusion. I want to be friends with you. Friends? Cang Ze's mind went blank. He had heard that word countless times. The children at the orphanage would hold hands and declare, "We are friends," only to turn around and snatch away the half-piece of bread he had hidden. The director would pat his head and say everyone is friends, only to lock him in the small dark room. Was friendship merely a guise for betrayal and harm? He suddenly laughed, a dry and unpleasant sound. I have no friends, nor do I need any. Jing Yuan's face paled, yet he did not retreat. Have you misunderstood something? I will let you go. Cang Ze abruptly stood up, brandishing a wooden stick. Do not follow me, or I will not hold back. His arm trembled, not from rage, but from fear that he might truly hurt this one person who had dared to call him a friend, and even more so, fear that the other would reveal disgust upon discovering the secret etched upon his arm. Jing Yuan's gaze darkened, yet he persisted. I will not leave. The confrontation ended with Cang Ze collapsing from exhaustion. When he awoke, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, a soft sofa, a tidy space, and the afternoon sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains, casting golden threads upon the floor. The black fabric binding his right arm had been replaced with fresh gauze, a cool sensation emanating from the wound. All of this care came from Jing Yuan and his family. He caught sight of the golden cracks on Cang Ze's arm, and there was no fear in Jing Yuan's family. A middle-aged woman sat by the bed, dressed in a simple yet elegant dress, gently peeling an apple with a tenderness that seemed almost ethereal. You're awake? The woman lifted her head, her smile reminiscent of a spring breeze gracing the lake's surface. Are you hungry? I have made meat soup. Cang Ze sat up abruptly, retreating warily. Who are you? Where is Jing Yuan? I am his mother. You may call me Sui. The woman cut the apple into small pieces and pushed the plate towards him. Jing Yuan has gone to buy some toiletries for you, as he thought you might not like using someone else's belongings. Her gaze fell upon Cang Ze's left arm. There was no shock, no revulsion, only a faint heartache. For that child had always held on to those he deemed important with a stubbornness that would not let go. Cang Ze did not accept the apple. Instead, he averted his eyes, clenching his fists. He knows I am Cang Ze. He wanted to confess his identity as a flawed being, but was interrupted by Sui. I know you have endured much suffering. She spoke softly, interrupting him. Jing Yuan stood before the mirror for a long time, asking us if he looked frightening. She could not help but smile, warmth radiating from the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. I told him, how could a child from the Jing family be frightening? Perhaps it is because you have not been treated well that you perceive kindness as malice. Cang Ze's heart felt as if it had been struck by something. Had he not been treated well? Indeed, from the moment he could remember, he had been a flawed being, a monster, regarded as a discarded remnant of the blessings of abundance. The director had declared his birth a mistake. Taitu had said his existence polluted the orphanage's air, and even the birds in the sky were reluctant to alight near him. Sui took his hand, her palm warm and dry. Jing Yuan wishes to bring you home for dinner. Although our family is not affluent, we can manage an extra pair of chopsticks, if you are willing. I am unwilling. Cang Ze jerked his hand back, throwing off the blanket and attempting to rise from the sofa, only to be blocked by a figure at the door. Jing Yuan stood there, holding a plastic bag containing a toothbrush, a towel, and a new set of t-shirt and shorts. Upon seeing Cang Ze about to leave, he hurriedly stepped forward. Where are you going? Cang Ze wanted to say that he was filthy and did not wish to stain their kindness, but the words caught in his throat. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to bypass Jin, only to have his wrist gently grasped. A warmth radiating from that touch, like a current surging through him. Please don't go. Jing Yuan's voice bore a pleading tone. Mama's been simmering the meat soup for 3 hours. Cang Ze looked at his reddened eyes, suddenly reminded of a small dog he had seen in the orphanage. drenched in rain, trembling in fear, yet stubbornly rubbing against his pant leg. He inexplicably halted. That bowl of meat soup was the warmest meal Cang Ze had ever tasted. Su Ai and Jing Shu did not inquire about his background. They merely kept serving him dishes, while Jing Yuan chattered away about amusing incidents at school, laughing heartily at the funny parts. Cang Ze ate in silence, tears falling into his bowl of congee, hastily lowering his head to feign that the steam had affected his eyes. In the Jing family, in the bathroom, Jing Yuan was currently wearing large shorts, accompanying Cang Ze as he bathed. When Cang Ze was brought back by Jing Yuan, he was filthy, covered in scars and bloodstains, especially on the soles of his feet, embedded with shards of glass and stones. Su Ai and Jing Yuan had taken the opportunity to clean and bandage him while he slept, during which they had glimpsed the arm hidden beneath the black bandages. I could do it myself, Cang Ze murmured shyly, genuinely feeling bashful, for Jing Yuan was currently using a washcloth to scrub his own back. Cang Ze had already cleaned himself elsewhere. But Jing Yuan's sudden intrusion meant he was now intent on scrubbing Cang Ze's back. Cang Ze, you definitely cannot reach your back. Let me help you. Jing Yuan did not disdain Cang Ze. He carefully scrubbed the bruises and scars on his back, having heard his father speak of Cang Ze's background. Yet both father and son believed there was more to the story than met the eye. After the bath, Cang Ze appeared clean, his snow-white hair captivating Jing Yuan, who was momentarily mesmerized. Cang Ze's bangs were pulled back, having grown long due to neglect, and his long hair served as a makeshift cover for his back against the cold. His facial features were exquisite, reminiscent of a girl, with ruby-like eyes blinking innocently, were it not for the shared peculiarities between them. Jing Yuan might have thought that the cleansed Cang Ze was a beautiful girl. Soon, Cang Ze emerged wearing the short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts purchased by Jing Yuan's father. The sight startled everyone. Su Ai exchanged glances with Jing Yuan's father, for they were all white-haired. Jing Yuan, too, shared that trait. Had it not been for the ability to ascertain Cang Ze's identity, Su Ai would have found herself embroiled in an explanation with Jing Yuan's father. Cang Ze began to feel self-conscious under their scrutiny, lowering his head, unable to meet the gaze of those willing to welcome him into their home. Ha ha, Cang Ze, don't look down. You are truly handsome. Jing Yuan draped an arm around Cang Ze's shoulders, encouraging him to relax. The couple from the Jing family shared the sentiment that Cang Ze looked like a girl now that he was clean, and Su Ai even contemplated buying him girls' clothing. Ahem. It is late. Jing Yuan, please take Cang Ze back to your room. We will prepare the empty room for Cang Ze to stay in. Jing Yuan's father felt somewhat uneasy under his wife's gaze, and hastily devised a reason for Jing Yuan to take Cang Ze back to rest. Cang Ze, let us return to the room, Jing Yuan said, taking Cang Ze's hand as they walked toward his room. Once the door was closed, Cang Ze cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Jing Yuan's room was cozy, a blend of ancient and modern styles, resembling the world he had glimpsed when he saw the swift vessels at the Zinca High. Jing Yuan climbed onto the bed, lying down, while Cang Ze rested at the edge. The bed was soft, reminiscent of one he had laid upon before, though the little captain never returned. Jing Yuan gazed at the ceiling and said to Cang Ze, I will not go to school tomorrow. I've already learned everything I need to know for now. My father will handle your enrollment tomorrow, and then we can attend school together. Cang Ze was unsure how to respond. Did he have the right? Jing Yuan suddenly turned towards Cang Ze, grasping his hand and gently pulling him inward, warning that lying at the edge might cause him a fall. Cang Ze did not resist, shifting closer to the center of the bed. Hey, Cang Ze, do you want to learn martial arts? Jing Yuan exclaimed, his excitement evident as he envisioned himself as a knight in shining armor, a glorious image indeed. Cang Ze remained silent, yet a flicker of emotion stirred within him. However, he felt incapable of making decisions, aware that the adage wealth in literature, strength in arms would render him a burden to them. Jing Yuan, I do not wish to become your burden, Cang Ze finally uttered, for he truly dreaded being abandoned once more. Jing Yuan fell silent, but did not relent. He resolved that when the time came for him to ride with the Yunqi, he would ensure to bring Cang Ze along. Cang Ze wore shoes 3 sizes too large, suffered from hunger and cold, and his feet bore numerous wounds and scars. Despite this, he outran Jing Yuan, and had it not been for being cornered in an alley, Jing Yuan might not have been able to keep up with him. All right, Cang Ze, time to sleep. Tomorrow, I will take you out. We will be family from now on. Jing Yuan closed his eyes and swiftly drifted into slumber. Upon hearing those words, Cang Ze gazed silently at the ceiling. Family? Typically, he would not be sleeping at this hour due to the cold. He could not sleep from the pain, nor from hunger. In this warm room, with its soft bedding and thick, cozy blankets, Cang Ze feared this might be a dream before death, akin to the little match girl experiencing a beautiful dream before her demise. Tears streamed down his face as he closed his eyes, desperately restraining his tears, afraid that his soiled tears would stain the pristine bed. If this were a dream, it was not so bad, for at least he felt warmth now. Cang Ze fell into a deep sleep, seemingly dreaming of his parents, who had accompanied him through his growth until now. At that moment, Jing Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the motionless Cang Ze. If not for the faint sound of his breathing, Jing Yuan might have mistaken him for a corpse, a rather macabre jest. From initial curiosity to witnessing Cang Ze's plight firsthand, he could hardly fathom how he would survive if he were in Cang Ze's position. When he had carried the unconscious Cang Ze on his back, it felt like merely a heavier backpack. Upon returning home and helping his mother remove Cang Ze's shoes, clothes, and pants, he was struck by the multitude of bruises and scars adorning Cang Ze's body. Was this truly the condition of a 14-year-old child? The evident frostbite on his ankles caused Jing Yuan to wince as he applied ointment, bubbles forming at the touch. The soles of Cang Ze's feet were a sight of shattered stones and glass shards. It appeared as if he felt no pain at all. Jing Yuan, lost in thought, gradually succumbed to sleep. Cang Ze lay completely still, as if his brain had issued a command to his limbs. No movement tonight, or dire consequences await. The next morning, Jing Yuan awoke groggily, stretching as he prepared to sit up when Cang Ze suddenly opened his eyes. Sorry, Jing Yuan said, stretching and chuckling at Cang Ze, only to realize that Cang Ze remained utterly still. It's all right, Cang Ze replied, having enjoyed a restful night, akin to his first truly good sleep in a lifetime. Although he typically wouldn't awaken at this hour, for when the sun rose it brought warmth that allowed him to sleep soundly. It seemed this was not merely a dream before death. Cang Ze rose alongside Jing Yuan, and they stepped outside to find Aunt Sue preparing breakfast. Jing Yuan, Cang Ze, hurry and wash up. Then come for breakfast, Aunt Sue called with a smile, observing how much Cang Ze resembled a daughter to her, albeit a boy. Cang Ze was about to bow in gratitude when Jing Yuan pulled him toward the bathroom to wash up. Inside, Jing Yuan handed him a pink rabbit toothbrush, revealing a rather feminine side to his character. The two washed up together, and Cang Ze even forgot how he had done this in the past, learning by imitation. Memory lingered, and he quickly picked up the routine, having simply forgotten how to do so without guidance. After completing their morning rituals, they emerged from the bathroom, the morning sunlight painting their faces a rosy hue. Cang Ze lowered his head, akin to snow melting in spring. Please sit down and eat. Aunt Sue and Uncle Jing were already seated at the dining table, awaiting the two boys. Cang Ze took a seat and gazed at the rice porridge, boiled egg, shredded potatoes, and pickles placed before him, all conveniently within reach. Uncle Jing, watching Cang Ze hesitate with his chopsticks, gently encouraged, "Little Cang Ze, please eat and taste Aunt Sue's cooking. Afterward, Jing Yuan will take you to buy some new clothes." Cang Ze glanced at Uncle Jing and softly replied, Jing Yuan commenced eating first, observing that if no one else moved, Cang Ze would remain still. Once everyone began, Cang Ze followed suit, though he ate carefully, making no sound while chewing. "Oh, by the way, little Cang Ze, you have a wooden horse." Auntie placed it in Jing Yuan's room, Aunt Sue mentioned. Cang Ze suddenly realized and thanked Aunt Sue. "Thank you, Aunt Sue. That means a lot to me. Thank you, Uncle Jing. And thank you, Jing Yuan. Just eat, little Cang Ze. After breakfast, Jing Yuan will fetch it for you," Aunt Sue replied. Cang Ze managed only a small bowl of porridge and one egg before feeling full, having endured years of hunger that had shrunk his stomach, requiring time to recover. Once back in their room, Jing Yuan retrieved the wooden horse from the drawer. He glanced at it, noting the word Ping and engraved upon it, before handing it to Cang Ze. Cang Ze accepted it, carefully caressing it with reverence. Observing Cang Ze's tenderness, Jing Yuan suspected the wooden horse held a story. "Cang Ze, what is the story behind this wooden horse?" Jing Yuan inquired, knowing Cang Ze would share when ready. "In my childhood memories, or rather when I was 3, there was a captain of the Yunqi who took me in. He bought me a rattle drum and personally carved this wooden horse. However, after he sent me to the orphanage, he went off to war and never returned," Cang Ze recounted, his fingers tracing the engraved words as if lost in reminiscence, speaking not to Jing Yuan, but to the wooden horse instead. Jing Yuan embraced Cang Ze, raising his thumb in affirmation. Then let this wooden horse continue to accompany you, just as I will. Cang Ze nodded softly and placed the wooden horse on the desk, feeling a sense of peace. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze stepped outside, ready to explore and allow Cang Ze to bask in the sunlight rather than remain in the shadows. They arrived at the Xingcha Sea Central, returning once more, but this time Cang Ze did so as a normal person. Isn't that little Jing Yuan? A boutique owner recognized Jing Yuan, whose white hair stood out. The owner looked at the other white-haired boy, struggling to place him, before asking, "Is this your sister?" It was no wonder the owner mistook Cang Ze for a girl, given his slender frame and long hair. Jing Yuan was momentarily taken aback, while Cang Ze dared not meet the owner's gaze, fearing recognition as the beggar he once was. "Uncle Boss, this is Cang Ze, my brother," Jing Yuan explained, anxious that as they grew older, people might continue to mistake Cang Ze for a girl. Malasia Purugias. I'm just a bit slow on the uptake. Please come in and browse." The owner warmly invited them into the shop. The establishment blended modern and traditional styles, and Cang Ze surveyed the surroundings, indifferent to what he would wear. Soon, a female shop assistant approached, her excitement palpable upon seeing Cang Ze, presenting him with 2 dresses. "Jing Yuan, Cang Ze, these are new styles. Come see if they fit," she urged. Cang Ze, feeling the need to clarify, responded, "Miss, I'm a boy," not wanting Jing Yuan to explain on his behalf. The shop assistant paused, then replied, "Boys can wear them too. After all, you look so delicate." Cang Ze glanced at Jing Yuan, who met his gaze, contemplating, perhaps I should cut my hair. Ultimately, Jing Yuan chose 2 long-sleeve shirts, 2 pairs of black straight pants, and 2 pairs of high-top black boots, all reflecting his own style. Cang Ze admired these garments, finding joy even in the simplest of shoes. As the female shop assistant wore an expression of regret, Jing Yuan and Cang Ze departed, leaving everyone perplexed about the source of her lament. Even the boss was somewhat bewildered. The 2 youngsters, carrying their garments, made their way to a restaurant. On the way, the owner of a restaurant recognized Cang Ze, recalling his distinctive build and white hair. He was certain that this was the same little thief who frequented his establishment. Cang Ze immediately bowed and apologized, expressing his remorse. "I am truly sorry. I will repay you with my earnings in the future." Jing Yuan also bowed to the restaurant owner. "Well, have I ever blamed you? Whenever you took something, I turned a blind eye. I simply did not wish for such a young life to fade away." The restaurant owner was moved. He remembered the first time Cang Ze had stolen from him. Initially, he had been angry, but upon overhearing the kitchen staff discussing how this child could survive on a single bun for days, his heart softened. "Take what you need," he thought. "I apologize." Cang Ze continued, genuinely remorseful for his past transgressions. "It's all right, child. Given the current situation, all is in the past. Tell me, do you find our buns to your liking?" The restaurant owner noted that this young beggar had been taken in, and life seemed to be treating him well, prompting him to jest. "Yes, they are delicious. I savor them slowly. Your buns are truly wonderful." Indeed, the buns were delectable, although at that time, any food tasted good to him, even stale buns. "Haha, indeed. Enough of the jesting. You 2 children go and enjoy yourselves. Do remember to visit us again." "Thank you, boss." Following this, Jing Yuan led Cang Ze away from Xingcha, Heizongshu, and they began to wander about. Sometimes they paused on a bridge to count the Xingcha, and at other times they sat at a stall listening to a storyteller recount tales of the Di Gongxi Ming. As noon approached, Jing Yuan still had no intention of heading home, and instead guided Cang Ze towards the outskirts of Xingcha, Heizongshu. However, with each step, Cang Ze grew increasingly fearful, for this path was reminiscent of his escape from the orphanage, leading directly to the nightmare he wished to forget. Gangsha halted, prompting Jing Yuan to look back in confusion at his sudden stop, as he intended to turn towards Chong Lutian. Cang Ze wanted to ask, "Do you intend to return me to the orphanage?" but was interrupted by a terrifying voice. "Oh, isn't that the little beggar from Feng Rao?" Tai Tu, accompanied by his minions, had coincidentally encountered the runaway Feng Rao. Jing Yuan frowned at the imposing figure before him, incredulous at the mention of Feng Rao. "Gangsha, what kind of joke is this?" Chapter 12 on the Luofu Xianzhou. The afternoon breeze carried a chill of spring, failing to dissipate the troubles that sought him. "Weren't you quite capable when you fled? Have you found a new protector?" His gaze swept over Jing Yuan. Noticing he too had white hair, though not red eyes. Boy, I advise you not to meddle. Tai Tu threatened Jing Yuan. With a cold smile, Jing Yuan positioned himself protectively in front of Cang Ze, declaring, "He is my brother. Does he deserve such loyalty?" Merely a wretched Feng Rao, Tai Tu mocked. "Surely you've encountered something like him before, or perhaps this white-haired boy has also mutated." Tai Tu's derisive words chilled Cang Ze's heart, but he quickly regained his composure, recalling how Aunt Su and Jing Yuan had tended to his wounds without fear, reinforcing the fact that he could never be a Feng Rao. Cang Ze stood firm, having resisted countless times before. Though he may not have the strength to overpower Tai Tu's bulk, he was determined to inflict some pain. "Tai Tu, I will not forget what you did to me in the orphanage. You may insult me as you please, but Jing Yuan is a true citizen of Xianzhou." Jing Yuan did not turn to acknowledge Cang Ze's boldness, his focus unwavering on the imposing Tai Tu. "Brother, why waste words? We've just finished our meal, and it's the perfect opportunity to deal with the Feng Rao, as we usually do." The two minions behind him were eager, having not had an outlet for their frustrations since the orphanage contained only Cang Ze as the anomaly. Cang Ze and Jing Yuan shifted into a defensive stance. Tai Tu, considering the suggestion, realized he had a chance to stretch his muscles in a while and charged at Cang Ze, only to be intercepted by Jing Yuan's outstretched leg, causing him to fall. His minions rushed forward to attack Jing Yuan, while Tai Tu, undeterred by his fall, seized Cang Ze's ankle. With a sneer, Tai Tu remarked that Cang Ze remained as frail as ever and yanked him down. Cang Ze was no longer the weak child from the orphanage. He had learned to survive on the streets and acquired skills from sheer instinct. Most importantly, he was well-fed and possessed strength. Just before falling, Cang Ze had raised his leg, gathering force, and delivered a powerful kick to Tai Tu's face, breaking his nose. Tai Tu yelped in pain, never having sustained such an injury. Furious, he scrambled up and swung his fist at Cang Ze, who deftly rolled away. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan was fending off two attackers, holding his ground, but struggling to dispatch them swiftly. A clever bird observed their scuffle and flew off to summon help. Jing Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. After all, Tai Tu's size and the inherent strength of Xianzhou people meant that a single blow could easily break Cang Ze's bones. Though Cang Ze was also a citizen of Xianzhou, there was a significant disparity in their physical prowess. "You little white-haired boy, don't just stand there." Cang Ze is bound to get thoroughly beaten by Tai Tu, just like before one of Tai Tu's minions taunted, recounting how Cang Ze had once been left groveling in the mud. Seizing the opportunity during the minion's taunts, Jing Yuan unleashed a fierce left hook, knocking out two of his teeth. The other minion, seeing this, charged at Jing Yuan, who ducked low and executed a sweeping kick, sending him tumbling. "Gangsha, let us see how you escape now." Tai Tu had lost his composure, unable to reach Cang Ze while the latter inflicted damage. He drew a dagger and lunged at Cang Ze. Cang Ze dodged swiftly, yet his clothing was still slashed. Anger surged within him. This was the outfit Jing Yuan had bought for him. Tai Tu relentlessly swung his dagger, but Cang Ze, in good condition, was not an easy target. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan was losing his calm. Tai Tu was intent on inflicting serious harm. He quickly took advantage of the terrain, sending one of Tai Tu's minions crashing to the ground, knocking him unconscious. The remaining minion, witnessing Tai Tu brandishing a dagger, drew his own and charged at Jing Yuan. This minion's dagger was slightly longer. "This is troublesome," Jing Yuan thought as he began to evade. His clothing was nicked, but he remained agile, as this minion lacked combat skills and merely flailed his weapon. Jing Yuan patiently awaited an opening, but trouble brewed for Cang Ze. Cang Ze found himself pinned beneath Tai Tu's bulk, his neck grasped tightly, while he struggled to fend off the dagger aimed at him. As his breath grew shallow, Cang Ze prepared to fight back with all his might. Gathering his strength, he redirected the dagger's trajectory toward his chest and released his grip, spreading his arms wide. The dagger pierced flesh, eliciting a pained cry from Jing Yuan. Tai Tu was consumed by madness, unable to land a blow on Cang Ze, who had inflicted considerable damage. He drew his dagger again, aiming for Cang Ze. Cang Ze, seeing this, swiftly evaded, but his garment bore a fresh tear, stoking his fury further. This was a gift from Jing Yuan. Tai Tu continued to swing his dagger, but the resilient Cang Ze was unscathed. On the other side, Jing Yuan could no longer remain composed. Tai Tu was intent on murder. He quickly maneuvered, using the terrain to his advantage, and dispatched one minion, rendering him unconscious. The last minion, seeing Tai Tu draw a dagger, followed suit, brandishing his own and rushing toward Jing Yuan, whose dagger was slightly longer. This is bad, Jing Yuan thought as he began to dodge, his clothing suffering yet another cut. Yet he remained nimble, aware that this minion was no skilled combatant, merely swinging wildly. He bided his time, awaiting the right moment, but calamity struck for Cang Ze. Cang Ze was pinned beneath Tai Tu, who squeezed his throat. With both hands, Cang Ze pushed against the dagger aimed at him, but his airway was constricted and he felt himself fading. Determined, Cang Ze resolved to make a final stand, channeling all his strength into a desperate maneuver, forcing the dagger's point toward his chest. He released his grip and spread his arms wide. The sound of the dagger piercing flesh echoed painfully. "Gangsha!" Jing Yuan shouted anxiously. Tai Tu's mind was engulfed in chaos. He felt numb, his ears ringing, his vision blurring. Seizing the opportunity, Cang Ze struck with all his might. He thrust his right hand, fingers aligned, straight for Tai Tu's throat, delivering a blow that rendered Tai Tu unconscious. Jing Yuan swiftly dealt with the last minion and rushed at Cang Ze's side. At that moment, Cang Ze's lips were stained with blood, and his speech was labored. Jing Yuan first removed a lengthy piece of cloth, then carefully extracted the dagger. Thanks to the resilience of Xianzhou people, Cang Ze's recovery would be swift, and Jing Yuan wrapped the cloth securely around Cang Ze's chest. The Yunqi army has finally arrived, but the battle here has already concluded. Jing Yuan explained the sequence of events to the Yunqi army, and soon the group was taken away. Cang Ze, having been healed of his injuries by the Danding division, recovered more swiftly than the average Xianzhou individual due to his inherent abundance of vitality. Aunt Su and Uncle Jing also rushed over. Aunt Su embraced Cang Ze and began to weep, causing Cang Ze's eyes to flicker as he gently returned the embrace. Subsequently, the Yunqi army received a complete account of the events from Tai Tu, corroborating what Jing Yuan had said. Tai Tu was then taken away by the Yunqi, and they now faced the laws of Xianzhou. The burden weighing on Cang Ze's heart was finally lifted as he moved the metaphorical stone aside. Upon returning home, the attire of both boys was tattered and unpresentable, riddled with rips. Cang Ze and Jing Yuan took a bath and donned clean garments. The members of the Jing family gathered at the dining table, with Uncle Jing regarding the two boys with equal scrutiny, realizing their misdeeds. Both Jing Yuan and Cang Ze lowered their heads. "You've grown quite capable, Jing Yuan. With such prowess, why not become a general? And you, little Cang Ze, should you not have known better? How could you step forward in such danger? Did you forget to run away?" Uncle Jing unleashed a torrent of admonishments upon the two. He continued lecturing them, even pausing to sip tea mid-rant. Exchanging glances, Jing Yuan and Cang Ze stifled their laughter, recognizing that Uncle Jing's reprimands stemmed from concern rather than mere scolding. Eventually, under Aunt Su's persuasion, Uncle Jing's temper subsided. As the two boys retreated to their room, they continued to gaze at each other in silence until they erupted into laughter. Their mirth was not a reaction to Uncle Jing's lecture, nor was it a celebration of their victory over others. It was a testament to their friendship. However, Uncle Jing perceived the laughter differently. Hearing the sounds emanating from the room, he chuckled initially, then retrieved his 7 wolves and muttered, "I'll teach you two to laugh." Soon after, cries of "Dad" erupted from the room, followed by "Wait, we are," and Uncle Jing, "Jing Yuan and I weren't laughing at you. Not listening. We'll deal with you both," came the retort. Chapter 13. The Academy at the Luofu Academy. Under the shimmering stars, as the morning bell tolled, students arrived in garments that billowed like sails. The venerable teacher imparted the Xingcha calculation, and with a flick of his pen, the Milky Way sprang forth from the paper. Young girls fashioned boats from osmanthus leaves, carrying a vessel of fireflies into the depths of ink fragrance. Outside, ancient trees grew inverted, their roots entwined with the moon, while fallen leaves transformed into luminescent butterflies, fluttering into the sleeves of youth, concealing unfinished verses. 2 silver-haired boys strolled along the street. They were Jing Yuan and Cang Ze, walking side by side. Cang Ze's enrollment had been arranged by Uncle Jing. In the days leading up to school, Jing Yuan and Uncle Jing fervently inundated Cang Ze with knowledge. Cang Ze was remarkably intelligent, grasping concepts with ease, yet ultimately, he commanded his mind to issue a fatal decree. Failure to learn meant a return to that narrow alleyway. Under the threat of Cang Ze, His brain acquiesced, yet there were indeed some subjects he struggled with like mathematics, which proved too demanding under pressure. Why are you staring at this nonsense? Cang Ze's brain protested. Never mind, he replied. At this moment, Cang Ze's long hair cascaded down his back, reaching the spine, while the tips that used to cover his nose had been trimmed by Aunt Sue in pursuit of a feminine hairstyle. With Cang Ze's delicate features, he could easily be mistaken for a girl if he remained silent, making Jing Yuan feel as though he were accompanying a girlfriend. Passers-by, particularly male classmates, cast glances at Cang Ze, some even entranced by his beauty, though Jing Yuan remained oblivious as they discussed their future. Cang Ze, once we graduate, let us join the Yunqi. Jing Yuan expressed his enthusiasm for enlisting, eager to have Cang Ze accompany him. Cang Ze glanced at Jing Yuan, saying resignedly, Jing Yuan, we are still children. Graduating and joining the Yunqi? Are our bodies strong enough to withstand the trials? It was no wonder Cang Ze voiced such concerns. One stood at 1.5 meters, the other at 1.4 meters, with Jing Yuan being slightly taller. Even after graduation, they would barely reach 1.6 meters. In contrast, the Yunqi brothers towered at around 1.8 meters, making Cang Ze feel as though their sword were taller than he was. We're just going to join the Yunqi for training. Who knows? We might end up as wandering sea rangers, exploring the universe, Jing Yuan said, throwing an arm around Cang Ze. He was not keen on a monotonous job. Adventures and military life appealed to him greatly. All right, I promise you, but do not complain about my lack of strength later. Rest assured, I will protect you. As they entered the classroom, a hush fell over the students. The boys gazed at Cang Ze, while the girls flitted their eyes between Jing Yuan and Cang Ze. Is she the girlfriend of the academic genius? Wow, she's stunning. Cough, cough. Allow me to introduce our new classmate, Cang Ze. Cang Ze, please sit with Jing Yuan, the male teacher said. Casting a glance at Cang Ze, had he not known that this child was male, he might have been led to confusion. MHM, Cang Ze murmured softly, his voice adorably sweet, leaving everyone uncertain of his gender. The male classmates felt their hearts flutter. This is too cute. Jing Yuan, puzzled, wondered why everyone was staring at them. Is it because of the white hair? But you all have colorful hair too. Jing Yuan grasped Cang Ze's wrist, leading him to their seats. The hearts of the boys shattered. Yet not entirely, for there remained hope. Some boys matched Jing Yuan's attractiveness. Class commenced, and the teacher spoke as if running a computer program, while Cang Ze merely rubbed his eyes. Wait, why are all these knowledge points filled out? Cang Ze thought, bewildered. He glanced at Jing Yuan beside him, who had already drifted into slumber. Cang Ze understood that Jing Yuan could graduate effortlessly, but he chose to accompany him in school. Cang Ze sighed. His mind was a battlefield. The letters of his past life clashing with the characters of Xianzhou. I can hardly distinguish them. The character for Qin in my past life. Why does it appear so differently in Luofu? I'm truly losing my grasp. When class ended, Cang Ze appeared disheartened, his eyes vacant as if they had been toyed with. He stared blankly at the blackboard, his notes a chaotic blend of past and present scripts. Cursed muscle memory. Jing Yuan remained asleep, and that night, Uncle Jing had not spared Jing Yuan from a few swats for his behavior. A timid boy approached Cang Ze, his cheeks flushed, alternating glances between Cang Ze and the floor. Are you Jing Yuan's girlfriend? He finally mustered the courage to ask. Cang Ze shook his head, and the boy sighed in relief. His mission accomplished. This boy had been bribed by a self-proclaimed handsome lad. The handsome lad had traded 5 coins for this vital information. Do not underestimate 5 coins. It could purchase a plethora of snacks at the corner store. While Jing Yuan was still asleep, Cang Ze began reviewing Jing Yuan's notes, needing to catch up on his studies. Failing to pass would disappoint Uncle Jing, Aunt Sue, and Jing Yuan. During the break, he quietly studied, while Jing Yuan likely changed positions due to a numb arm and continued to sleep. The lesson proceeded as usual, and when Jing Yuan awoke, he found Cang Ze's hollow gaze amusing, reminiscent of when he and his father tutored Cang Ze, as if a battle raged in Cang Ze's mind. Jing Yuan mused that Cang Ze was better suited for martial arts. Time trickled by, much like the moments we can never reclaim. Jing Yuan occasionally assisted Cang Ze, who listened intently as Jing Yuan shared his learning strategies and methodologies. After hearing Jing Yuan's insights, Cang Ze thought to himself, Jing Yuan, you must be a genius. Are you destined to become a prodigy in the club? Cang Ze also glanced at the textbook, filled with terms like star gods and destiny, piquing his curiosity about this world, realizing the universe was closer than he had ever imagined. After school, a handsome boy approached Cang Ze, blocking his and Jing Yuan's path. "Excuse me, would you like to join me for a meal?" Upon hearing this, Jing Yuan lowered his head, his body trembling slightly, whether from anger or the urge to laugh was unclear. Cang Ze cast a glance at Jing Yuan, exclaiming, "You rascal." Xiao Shu had been utterly enchanted by the beauty of the white-haired, red-eyed girl. She was simply stunning, albeit a bit fierce. However, that was inconsequential. There would be opportunities in the future. "I am a man." Cang Ze gritted his teeth and declared this statement. Today, he would transform his long hair into a stylish crop cut. The skies seemed to collapse around him, yet it felt as if something within him was awakening. Jing Yuan's tremors grew more pronounced. "It's all right, Cang Ze. I still wish to invite you to dinner." The awakening of Xiao Shu instilled a sense of dread in Cang Ze. Jing Yuan, aware of the gravity of the situation, grabbed Cang Ze and hurried away. Xiao Shu's hand lingered in the air, gazing at Cang Ze's flowing locks, an inexplicable discomfort beginning to stir within him. Once outside the school gates, Jing Yuan could hardly contain himself, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, Cang Ze, ha 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 miss," he guffawed, even as the wind filled his mouth. "Jing Yuan, I am cutting my hair right now." Chapter 14. Your mother? Ultimately, Cang Ze did not get his way. Aunt Su and Jing Yuan forbade him from cutting his hair. In the end, Aunt Su styled Cang Ze's hair into a high ponytail, leaving strands on either side of his forehead. Cang Ze looked at his reflection, thinking, "Now I look even more feminine." Has my demeanor shifted from quiet to that of a valiant female general? Jing Yuan reassured him, saying that he would grow into his appearance. Even if he cut his hair now, he still looked like a girl. Cang Ze pondered this, realizing that at his young age, such things were not easily discerned. Perhaps with time, it would improve. The days at school continued as usual, and class breaks remained the same. Cang Ze still wore that hollow gaze that seemed to have been toyed with. Once the class learned that Cang Ze was a boy, many felt a pang of disappointment, though the girls were not disheartened. Female classmates began to take an interest, some bringing Cang Ze lunch, while others attempted to curry favor with Jing Yuan, hoping he would relinquish his seat. However, Jing Yuan, ever astute, addressed each request, deftly resolving the situation. "Where's Jingliu gone? Why is she still not here?" A girl with blue and white hair and fox ears, wearing a matching dress, bounced around the Xingcha nexus, having arranged to go shopping with Jingliu. Meanwhile, the two children from the Jing family also roamed the nexus, taking advantage of their weekend break from studies, as weekends did not require such haste. The fox-eared girl, seemingly locked on to Cang Ze, exclaimed, "Heavens! Jingliu, is this your child?" She dashed over to find Jingliu, who, just as she was about to greet her, watched her run off and followed suit. "Jing Yuan, I'm holding the Yuzhao," Cang Ze remarked. This was essentially a mobile device from Xianzhou. He wanted to express how impressive it was, but it was quite expensive. Uncle Jing had instructed Jing Yuan to take him to purchase one. Jing Yuan embraced Cang Ze, patting his chest as he said, "Don't worry, Cang Ze. This is a gift for you. You can use Yuzhao for your studies. It contains more information than textbooks." "Thank you," Cang Ze replied, feeling as if he had acquired a treasure. "Now we're good brothers. Once we reach Yunqi, we will have each other's backs. There is no need for thanks." Jing Yuan aimed to help Cang Ze reclaim his spirit. During the months they lived together, Cang Ze remained shy, though he was gradually growing accustomed to a familial life. He was still very cautious and never made mistakes. "What is your name, little brother?" A sweet voice interrupted them. They turned to see a beautiful fox girl with sparkling eyes, blue and white hair, fox ears, and a tail, exuding a delightful fragrance. Cang Ze did not respond, while Jing Yuan pointed to himself, saying me. Jingliu approached, astonished to how much they resembled each other. Baiheng, noticing Jingliu, walked over and draped an arm around her shoulder. Beginning to gossip, "I never expected you." "I'm not," Jingliu retorted, fully aware that Baiheng was likely hinting at a connection to her. Jing Yuan quickly pieced it together, glancing between Cang Ze and Jingliu, and blurted, "Your mother?" Jing Yuan was genuinely perplexed, as from his research. Cang Ze's parents had fallen to darkness and were no longer alive. Yet, this girl bore an uncanny resemblance to a grown Cang Ze. Cang Ze, annoyed, smacked the back of Jing Yuan's head and clarified, "No, just look at her attitude. It's the same as yours." Baiheng was now somewhat confused. Jingliu, however, was sure she could discern reality. This child was definitely not a relative or her offspring. Baiheng bent down to pinch Cang Ze's cheek. When Jingliu attempted to stop her, Baiheng simply pinched Jingliu instead, as her hands were quite nimble. Would you two like to join your sister for a meal? Baiheng began luring the children. Jing Yuan stepped in front of Cang Ze, saying, Sister, perhaps dining isn't necessary. We have matters to attend to. Right, Cang Ze? Cang Ze nodded, but Baiheng was relentless. Oh dear, I've just returned from traveling across the universe, visiting the Zhu Ming Xianzhou and encountering many adventures. Besides, I am a sword master. Baiheng continued to entice the two children, presenting numerous enticing offers, eager to see this little male version of herself. Jing Yuan was tempted, glancing at Cang Ze. If Cang Ze did not wish to go, he would not go either. I will listen to Jing Yuan, Cang Ze said, feeling indecisive, primarily because the two did not seem malicious. Although he thought, the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she can be. Haha, it seems young Jing Yuan is in agreement. Come on, sister will take you to eat. Baiheng eagerly took Cang Ze's hand, while Jingliu quietly observed, not stopping them, as she too wanted to meet this little male version of herself. Soon, the four arrived at a restaurant in Jinan Alley. Baiheng asked numerous questions, but Jing Yuan answered them all, leaving Cang Ze merely following along with quiet affirmations. This rendered Baiheng unable to interject. Inside the restaurant, Baiheng ordered an array of dishes. Cang Ze glanced at them. Although they appeared exquisite, they did not compare to Aunt Sue's culinary skills. Little Cang Ze, do try this, Baiheng urged, sitting close to him and making it impossible for him to escape her grasp. She continued to pinch him playfully. Cang Ze finally exclaimed, Sister Bai, you have pinched me repeatedly. Aha, my apologies. Baiheng clasped her hands together in contrition. She then began recounting some of her own adventurous tales, presenting Jing Yuan with a book she had written titled Yahai, Xingcha Shengwan. Jing Yuan was thrilled, as it contained many intriguing stories, all personally experienced by Baiheng. Cang Ze, however, exhibited no interest in the book, instead dreading the thick stack of unfinished texts awaiting him. The thought of them sent shivers down his spine. He was determined to accompany Jing Yuan to Yunxi after graduation. Throughout the meal, Jingliu remained silent, quietly eating and sipping tea, occasionally glancing at Cang Ze. She had considered asking him whether he wished to learn swordsmanship, but refrained, understanding that children needed their joyful moments, while training was arduous and exhausting. To be honest, if Jingliu had posed a question, Cang Ze would have immediately knelt before her, even dragging Jing Yuan down with him. He truly did not wish to study. Baiheng concluded her stories, but noticed that while Cang Ze was engaged in listening, his eyes turned vacant whenever she presented her book. Eventually, after finishing their meal, the four parted ways, with Cang Ze and Jing Yuan laughing as they returned home, while Baiheng and Jingliu watched them disappear into the distance. Jingliu, are you not considering taking on disciples? Jingliu rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. She indeed had aspirations to take on disciples, but many did not meet her standards. Thus the matter had been shelved. They were still young. Should they join Yunxi in the future, she would reconsider. Chapter 15. Yunxi. In the years since Cang Ze enrolled in the academy, Jing Yuan had memorized everything, while Cang Ze struggled to stabilize his Yuzhao engraving. In the stillness of the night, he locked himself in his room, the flickering flame transforming into amber, his eyes hollow like a hollowed-out moon. Osmanthus leaves scattered across the desk. He folded them into a small boat, navigating through the night contained within the teapot. On the day of the results, Cang Ze's name was placed at the end of the list. He looked up and saw Jing Yuan smiling at him, saying, You have passed. In that moment, he understood that those who chase the light will eventually become the light. Aunt Sue and Uncle Jing hoped that Cang Ze and Jing Yuan would join the Daihengsi for their studies, as they themselves worked there. However, Jing Yuan vehemently refused, disliking the predictability of such a career, and Cang Ze expressed his reluctance to continue studying, having nearly exhausted himself during his year in the academy. Uncle Jing and his wife were also troubled, not wishing for the two youngsters to join the Yunxi due to its high casualty rates. They were concerned for their safety. Despite Uncle Jing's stern attitude, he could not dissuade Jing Yuan. The Yunxi Military Recruitment Office, also known as the Yunxi Military Enlistment Center, was where Cang Ze and Jing Yuan began from the bottom. Although Uncle Jing could leverage his connections to assist the two, they declined his help. Inside the recruitment hall, a bearded man with a rugged face, adorned in the standard Yunxi armor but without a helmet, stared intently at Jing Yuan and Cang Ze, attempting to intimidate the two youngsters with his imposing presence. Youngsters, what are your names? He inquired. I am Jing Yuan, and this is Cang Ze. We are here to enlist in the Yunqi military. The two were undeterred by his demeanor, perceiving it merely as an aura he exuded. Do you know what the Yunqi military is? The recruitment officer, unwilling to let them off easily, was aware that a battle was imminent and did not want these two to meet an untimely end. Guardians of the immortal vessels, slayers of the unworthy. Though death may be our fate, when the war drums sound, the starships will soar. The vast galaxy shall be our battlefield, and countless lights will signify our homeland. What could the recruitment officer say in response? He wished to refuse them, but the white-haired youth seemed resolute in his desire to join. Very well. Let me ask the other one, what about you? The officer turned his gaze to Cang Ze, whose delicate features resembled that of a young girl. Ultimately, both youngsters successfully enlisted in the Yunqi military. Upon learning this, Uncle Jing was furious and delivered a stern lecture, but he had no recourse. All he could do was pray for their safety. Clad in Yunqi armor, the two boys, though not particularly tall, had Jing Yuan standing over 7 meters at 16, while Cang Ze, nearing 16, also stood more than 7 meters, albeit always a few centimeters shorter than Jing Yuan. Cang Ze's left hand and neck were still wrapped in bandages. Despite the medical examination showing no concern, he preferred to avoid complications. New recruits in the Yunqi were required to undergo 3 years of rigorous training to ensure they possessed sufficient combat skills and self-defense capabilities, alongside the painful burden of knowledge. Again, knowledge. Again, textbooks. Topics such as spaceship maintenance, starship repair, weapon upkeep, and armor care overwhelmed Cang Ze. The military curriculum was mandatory, leaving Cang Ze no escape. Thus, he had to endure both training and the burdens of academic learning. Jing Yuan empathized with Cang Ze, recognizing him as a martial arts prodigy yet a novice in academics. Consequently, he sought to learn swiftly to eventually teach Cang Ze, while Cang Ze, in turn, assisted Jing Yuan in perfecting his techniques. Thus, the two complemented each other, gradually integrating into the Yunqi military. Cang Ze, still unable to escape his fate, with his white hair and red eyes tied in a ponytail, was often mistaken for a girl, particularly since he preferred to converse only with Jing Yuan. As a result, the other soldiers perceived him as a female warrior. One day, a newcomer approached, seemingly older than Jing Yuan and Cang Ze, also a recent recruit. At that moment, Jing Yuan and Cang Ze were seated on a bench in the rest area. Jing Yuan cross-legged while Cang Ze sat upright, discussing weaponry. Cang Ze was contemplating a weapon of choice as he wished to avoid using a long-bladed sword. As he pondered, the new recruit approached and addressed him directly. Miss Cang Ze. Jing Yuan paused, then burst into laughter. Ha! Another Miss Cang Ze. Ha ha ha! Having lived together for so long, Jing Yuan and Cang Ze shared a close bond. Even though Cang Ze had his own room, he seldom returned to sleep there, spending late nights in conversation with Jing Yuan. The Jing family had no objections. Aunt Sue genuinely believed Cang Ze was a girl. The new recruit was bewildered by Jing Yuan's laughter. Bro, I'm a boy. Cang Ze had repeatedly explained this. At school, in restaurants, and even in public baths, he had to clarify his gender. When he first entered the men's bathhouse, it had startled the owner. The new recruit exclaimed, Huh, I really didn't expect you to be a boy. Let me take a look. Cang Ze replied, Apologies. It seems I misjudged. The recruit awkwardly laughed and departed, feeling embarrassed under Cang Ze's exasperated gaze. Cang Ze, observing Jing Yuan doubled over in laughter, said, All right. How many times has this happened? I'm used to it now. Ha ha ha. It's not just about being used to it. I truly didn't expect to find someone questioning your gender in a male military camp. Ha ha ha, Miss Cang Ze. Cang Ze's forehead displayed a prominent frown as he delivered a light chop to Jing Yuan's head before returning to training. Jing Yuan followed suit and resumed training, noticing that Cang Ze seemed limitless. While he struggled to complete 20 laps, Cang Ze merely breathed lightly, glistening with sweat, as if he could run another 20. The night held not only tranquility, but also Cang Ze's exhausted kneeling form. Beside him, Jing Yuan diligently explaining concepts. Living together in the barracks, they continued to share a room. Cang Ze gazed at Jing Yuan, whose incessant chatter seemed unstoppable. You, my friend, are already on the path of intellectual enlightenment, he thought, as Jing Yuan elaborated on starship repairs and military vessel maintenance. Despite their age difference, there were many similarities in their discussions. At that moment, Jing Yuan, noticing Cang Ze's growing frustration, said, Cang Ze, take a break. You will surely excel in the martial arts exam. He sought to comfort Cang Ze, realizing that even with the general's direct instruction, Cang Ze might still struggle. You're right, as long as I pass the martial arts, everything else will be manageable. Cang Ze reignited his determination, excelling in training and sparring. Among the recruits, no one could match his prowess, whether through underhanded tactics or fair combat. As time passed, the moment for the new recruit assessment arrived. While others took their exams separately, Jing Yuan and Cang Ze remained unaware that a general was observing the proceedings, including the renowned Luofu. Is this truly not your kin? It was understandable why Tang Xiao questioned. Anyone familiar with Jingliu would inquire, for even a child of Jingliu could not resemble him so closely. After a moment of silence, Jingliu replied, General, this person is unrelated to me. In the vast population of the Xianzhou Alliance, it is only natural to encounter similar-looking individuals. Tang Xiao regarded Jingliu skeptically, questioning whether he believed his own words. Jingliu is well known among the higher-ups, and among the few celestial vessels, a male version of Jingliu has emerged. Alas, that lad struggles with academic subjects, but he is undoubtedly a prodigy in martial arts. Jingliu, have you considered him? Tang Xiao holds all the information about Cang Ze, his background, family, and incidents that have transpired. Everything is meticulously detailed. There is also a confidential document. The information released by the higher-ups only reveals the identities of his biological father and mother, while everything else remains undisclosed. Cang Ze barely managed to scrape by in his academic courses at school, yet according to military reports, he appears to be a martial arts genius. General, let's observe the contest first, Tang Xiao suggested. Jingliu maintained her usual aloof demeanor, yet she eagerly awaited the performances of Cang Ze and Jing Yuan. If she were to accept only Cang Ze, it would certainly not sit well with him. After the academic tests concluded, Cang Ze exited the examination hall with a despondent expression. Jing Yuan, recognizing his demeanor, approached him and offered words of consolation. All right, Cang Ze, you must put forth your best effort in the upcoming martial arts competition. Cang Ze nodded slightly and was then led to the arena by Jing Yuan, who had his arm around him. At that moment, Tang Xiao examined the exam papers of Jing Yuan and Cang Ze, a satisfied smile forming as he looked at Jing Yuan's paper, which was perfect and even exceeded expectations. However, upon glancing at Cang Ze's paper, Tang Xiao's expression shifted to one of disbelief. What is this nonsense about now? 42 concrete in the naval system's operating procedures? He decided to abandon any further inspection of Cang Ze's exam paper, for it was indeed an eyesore. In the arena, Cang Ze was the first to face off against Jing Yuan. His proficiency in both physical conditioning and weaponry was evident. His movements flowed like water. When it came to the combat segment, he had to withstand the examiner's attacks. All were wielding real blades. And even if one were to sustain injuries or have an arm severed, personnel from Danding Si were present to provide treatment. The competition begins. Cang Ze lunged forward with a thrust so swift that the examiner barely had time to react. He was playing tricks. Cang Ze had already gathered his strength before the call to begin, and upon hearing the signal, he surged towards the examiner like an arrow. The examiner responded promptly, deflecting the thrust with a long-handled saber, then swiftly aimed a downward strike at Cang Ze's face. Cang Ze quickly leaned back, using the momentum of his body to execute an upward slash that severed the examiner's arm. The match was decided in mere 3 exchanges. Instead of expressing outrage, the examiner regarded the new recruit with admiration, picking up his severed arm and remarking, "Kid, quite decisive." Cang Ze's technique of harnessing power was indeed risky. Had the examiner reacted swiftly enough to continue his relentless assault, Cang Ze would have faced injury or needed to evade. "Thank you. Please attend to your injury promptly," Cang Ze said, not feeling remorse for severing the examiner's arm, understanding that even if the examiner's head had been severed, Danding Si would have been able to reattach it. The examiner wasted no time in seeking treatment from Danding Si, as further participation in the competition was still required of him. Impressive technique, decisive actions, and clever manipulation of the rules, Tang Xiao commented on Cang Ze. From the moment Cang Ze stepped onto the stage and grasped his sword, he had already primed himself, skillfully concealing his intentions from the examiner. As for the decisive strike that severed the arm, one could say Cang Ze still had room for growth. Had Cang Ze attempted to sever the examiner's arm, he would have faced significant consequences, as he would not have been able to accomplish it. Though he may be somewhat inexperienced, Cang Ze possesses immense potential for development. He could even become the next sword chief. Tung Xiao hesitated at the thought of Cang Ze becoming a general. It filled him with trepidation. At the generals' meetings, if Cang Ze were to declare, "This pasta must be stirred with number 42 concrete," how would the marshal respond? Tung Xiao shuddered at the mere thought. Jingliu, on the other hand, had already resolved to take Cang Ze as her disciple. He would not escape her grasp, even if he were to refuse her. She would insist on claiming him. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan had been cleverly learning from Cang Ze. Cang Ze had taught him various techniques, pressure points, deceptive moves, the nuances of body mechanics, and Sun Tzu's art of war, all of which Jing Yuan found immensely beneficial. Now, he exclaimed, "SP Jing Yuan." Although Jing Yuan's performance in the competition was not as swift as Cang Ze's, he still left the examiner feeling utterly defeated. Even when struck, he managed to use the force of the attack against himself to counterattack. Was there still a semblance of law? As Jing Yuan descended from the stage, Cang Ze applauded him, and soon others joined in, for Cang Ze's match had concluded in a flash, leaving no time for spectators to react. Jing Yuan's counter technique had captivated the new recruits, who were eager to learn his method. Although it appeared simple, it required precise timing and the skillful application of leverage, embodying a remarkable defensive technique against blades. Jing Yuan was no slouch either. He was well-versed in both academics and martial arts. Tung Xiao began to take a keen interest in Jing Yuan, eager to observe him further as they were on the brink of deployment. As for Cang Ze, he would simply remain as the sword chief. Jingliu and Tung Xiao had each set their sights on one, marking them as the next generation of Luofu generals and sword chiefs. Unbeknownst to Jing Yuan and Cang Ze, they had already been labeled, while the two of them were currently enjoying hot pot and singing together in their quarters. Although Cang Ze was still somewhat anxious about his results, the presence of Jing Yuan alleviated his tension, allowing him to indulge in food and drink. The hot pot was a staple in Luofu, although it lacked the comforting familiarity of home. Nevertheless, it had been well received by the soldiers in the camp, requiring only water and a base ingredient, with the rest of the ingredients added as per preference. The two young men sat across from each other, sipping drinks, albeit only a few modest glasses, for they were both capable drinkers. Cang Ze, how did you come to know so many techniques? Jing Yuan inquired, munching on a meat roll. Cang Ze pondered for a moment, knowing he couldn't reveal the secrets of his former life, and instead explained, "Well, sometimes when I was beaten, I thought of them." That was all Cang Ze could say. He had indeed been bullied, and in moments of vulnerability, he would envision various techniques while protecting his head. Jing Yuan felt an urge to slap himself, but he refrained from apologizing, for Cang Ze did not require an apology. That was all in the past. Oh, has it truly passed? Chapter 17. The unexpected departure of the training for the new recruits concluded, and the two had spent a year in the military camp. During this time, they had transformed from naive youngsters into determined young men. Their training had inspired the new recruits, and the entire new recruit camp recognized them as a martial arts prodigy and an academic genius, destined for greatness. "Are you nervous?" Jing Yuan asked Cang Ze, who was currently drinking water with his shirt off. Cang Ze had regained his physique. He was neither overly muscular nor excessively lean, but rather had a well-proportioned body with defined chest and abdominal muscles. Jing Yuan inquired about Cang Ze's nerves because they were about to deploy, a situation where they could face death on the battlefield or perhaps return alive. "Do not worry, I will protect you," Cang Ze confidently stated as he began to dry himself off. Finally, no one referred to him as Miss Cang Ze anymore. Being a member of the Yunqi army was simply delightful. "Ha ha ha, I am not that weak. Rather, I fear you might get lost once you charge ahead." Gang Ze retorted. This fellow could understand small maps, but large battle maps bewildered him, requiring someone to guide him. Jing Yuan managed to expose his weakness, leaving Cang Ze momentarily speechless. Following the end of the last examination, the new recruits commenced small-scale combat drills, resulting in Cang Ze unintentionally wandering off the battlefield and right into the faces of enemy officers, which promptly concluded that drill. Let's write letters home, otherwise the old man will worry," Jing Yuan suggested, and the two decided to leave letters for their families, which also served as a form of testament. Jing Yuan wrote to his parents, urging them to take care of their health, assuring them he would look after Cang Ze. Cang Ze penned that he would protect Jing Yuan and advise his uncle and aunt to take care of themselves. The thrill of departure was exhilarating. Yet once they arrived on the battlefield, despair enveloped them. An overwhelming tide of enemy forces loomed, and countless artillery shells rained down upon them. It is only human to feel fear. Even when armed to the teeth, one cannot suppress the terror of war. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze have been assigned to the same squad aboard a warship en route to the battlefield. Within the confines of the ship, Cang Ze, silent, rests his hand upon the hilt of his sword. His hair, as white as snow, and clad in black armor, trousers, and boots, he resembles a peerless swordsman. However, the reality is far grimmer. He has received reports from the front lines indicating total annihilation. His side has been completely wiped out. The entire 1st Vanguard Army has perished. Reminiscent of the time he heard of the demise of that squad leader who used to amuse him with a clattering tambourine. In that moment, emotions of destruction and vengeance surged within Cang Ze. Jing Yuan, seated beside Cang Ze, also absorbed the devastating news, a sentiment shared amongst all the new recruits of the Yunqi army. They belonged to the 3rd Army Squad, tasked with providing support and rescue operations. General Luofu Tang Xiao, upon reviewing the frontline reports, was incensed to learn that the 1st Army had not even received support before being utterly decimated by the Feng creatures. In a fit of rage, he slammed the report onto the table and ordered the immediate deployment of the 2nd and 3rd Armies, insisting they hold the line until his arrival. He vowed retribution against those vile creatures. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan and Cang Ze found themselves under attack from a beast ship, desperately evading its grasp in the cosmos. The beast ship relentlessly pursued their warship, employing long-range attacks without engaging in close combat. The commander of the warship, left with no choice, communicated their precarious situation to the flagship and sought assistance, ultimately making a jump to a nearby oceanic planet. The Yunqi soldiers swiftly began repairs on the ship, aware that any delay could lead to disaster. Unbeknownst to them, this oceanic planet was long established as a breeding ground for the Feng creatures, which are a new breed of parasitic cephalopods capable of possessing humans. They can assume human forms indistinguishable from the real thing and could assimilate the warship, transforming it into their stronghold. Jing Yuan participated in the repairs while Cang Ze led a team of 20 to guard them. Both Jing Yuan, engaged in repairs, and Cang Ze, on patrol, sensed an ominous presence, an oppressive darkness that enveloped them as if they were being watched. "Gather," Cang Ze shouted, sensing something amiss. Upon surveying his team, he discovered a troubling anomaly. 4 additional individuals had joined their ranks, all exuding the aura of the Xianzhou. Jing Yuan, upon hearing the call, rushed over and noted the discrepancy. Cang Ze had initially brought only 20, yet now there were 24. They exchanged glances, and Jing Yuan whispered, "The beans are burning the beanstalks." Cang Ze immediately responded, "The beans weep in the cauldron," then patted Jing Yuan on the shoulder and subtly touched his ear. This was their secret signal. The shoulder confirmed identity, and the ear touch conveyed urgency, forming a complete code. Cang Ze retreated 100 paces to observe everyone, while Jing Yuan gathered the troops, even commanding the officer to heed his orders. The commander, perceptive to the anomaly, recognized that the number of Yunqi had inexplicably increased, and with no time to waste, they could only trust Jing Yuan and Cang Ze to discern the truth. Cang Ze, regarding the additional 24 individuals, inquired of Jing Yuan how to proceed, sensing they were indeed human. Jing Yuan contemplated the situation. The beast ship had pursued them, but ceased once they landed, indicating this was likely a Feng stronghold. The sudden appearance of the 20-plus individuals must be a manifestation of the Feng abilities, perhaps shape-shifting or possessing capabilities. Not only had they encountered this, but Tang Xiao was facing a similar predicament, realizing how the 1st Army had fallen, betrayed by their own. The battlefield was shrouded in a strange silence, fraught with enemies lurking everywhere. Tang Xiao ordered his troops to disperse and report their numbers, though names were unnecessary in their haste. A quick tally revealed an alarming increase of over 50,000. A scenario fraught with peril should these infiltrators breach Luofu. Jing Yuan smiled at Cang Ze, devising a clever plan that required Cang Ze's execution while he would provide support. Cang Ze was indifferent, content that there was a strategy in place. Who has had a crush on Miss Cang Ze? Jing Yuan's playful remark caused the new recruits to shyly avert their gaze. Indeed, Cang Ze had been the darling of the new recruits, beloved by all, yet he remained unfazed, realizing that the 20-odd Yunqi were unaware of Jing Yuan's jest. None among the new soldiers could claim ignorance of Cang Ze's reputation. In a swift motion, Cang Ze drew his sword, dispatching several foes in quick succession. Those remaining, witnessing the onslaught, began to incite chaos. Jing Yuan charged toward the remaining adversaries, and soon, the immediate threat was neutralized. Their method had proven effective, though it remained uncertain if a similar approach would work for Tang Xiao. Jing Yuan promptly directed the repairs to the warship, preparing to return to the battlefront. Chapter 18. The puppet cephalopod Jing Yuan's group had returned to the warpath, making a leap toward the main battleground, fervently rehearsing maneuvers with the main fleet. Tang Xiao received a signal from the Third Side Army's warship and quickly established communication. The news of Jing Yuan's team being pursued by a beast ship and forced to jump sent a jolt through him. He had intended to groom Jing Yuan as a future general of Luofu. "Hello, this is Tang Xiao. What is your current situation?" Tang Xiao shouted as he connected to the warship's communication system. The commander of the Third Side Army hastily replied, "General, the crisis has been averted. We encountered a species capable of transforming into allies. They mimic the Xianzhou Yunqi flawlessly. Please be cautious, General." Tang Xiao felt a surge of relief upon hearing they were unharmed, and even more so at their success in dealing with the puppet cephalopods. Eagerly, he inquired, "How did you resolve it?" The commander hesitated. "I really don't want to say." "Speak up," Tang Xiao pressed, growing anxious as he feared the Third Side Army might have been compromised by the puppet cephalopods. Jing Yuan took over the communication, explaining to General Tang Xiao how they had handled the situation. As Tang Xiao absorbed the details, a profound silence enveloped the room. Far away in the warpath, Cang Ze coughed. "Jing Yuan, think again. What other options do we have? We now have an extra 50,000 individuals, and the Feng Rao continue to harass us without launching an attack. They likely intend to coordinate with the puppet cephalopods to annihilate us." Tang Xiao placed his hopes on Jing Yuan, confident that he would devise a solution. "Understood, General. Please hold on while I ponder." Jing Yuan began to formulate a plan. 50,000 extra individuals suggested that the general must have conducted a code test. The puppet cephalopods likely acquired their intelligence from the First Army. Otherwise, Tang Xiao would have unleashed a massacre. It was evident that the 50,000 puppet cephalopods had infiltrated the Second and Third Armies, creating a dire situation. Time was of the essence, with internal traitors and external Feng Rao closing in. Turning to Cang Ze, Jing Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, fearing he might be the next target of Jing Yuan's wit. "General, may we involve the sword projection?" An idea struck Jing Yuan, and disregarding any potential risks, he surmised that any plan capable of saving the army was worth pursuing. "Excellent. Jing Tian, please come forth," he summoned. Soon, Jing Tian's projection appeared in the Third Side Army's ranks. Jing Yuan then beckoned Cang Ze to join him, positioning them together, with Cang Ze standing slightly taller than Jing Tian, a perfect alignment. "General, we are nearing the battlefield. Hold on, I will meet with Cang Ze first." The Third Side Army must remain airborne to prevent the puppet cephalopods from infiltrating. "All right, Jing Yuan, what are you planning?" Cang Ze asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice, realizing the gravity of their situation before the great Luofu army. Jing Yuan could only manage a wry smile. The situation was far from optimistic, and the only option left was to employ a surprising tactic. "Ah, Cang Ze, I indeed have a plan, but it will inevitably lead to casualties and mistakes. Only by deploying a surprise force can we achieve the best results." Cang Ze reluctantly agreed, believing that after this battle, while Jing Yuan might not gain fame, he himself would be recognized. As time progressed, Jing Yuan and Cang Ze boarded the starship and made their way to the main ship, subsequently heading to the conference room, where they encountered General Luofu and Tang Xiao. "Jing Yuan, what is your plan?" Tang Xiao inquired anxiously, as the current ambiguity regarding friend and foe was particularly vexing. Moreover, all strategies on their side had been exhausted, and the creatures from the puppet octopus had already drawn strength from the First Army. Jing Yuan gestured towards Jingliu and said, "Lord Jianshou, could you please swap outfits with Cang Ze? Help him to dress like you." Tang Xiao, realizing Jing Yuan's intentions, understood that he aimed to utilize the army's emotions to distinguish friend from foe. However, the Luofu army was already familiar with Jingliu. "Oh, we also need to coordinate with the Taibu and Danding divisions to calculate whether the emotions exhibited are genuine surprise rather than mere imitation. Then, the Danding division can identify who is a puppet octopus. Jingliu, surprised, opened her mouth to look at Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan, having made up his mind, felt no qualms about offending the Jian show, knowing Cang Ze would back him up. I appreciate your help, Jingliu replied, and Teng Xiao understood without further explanation. Jingliu was now contemplating how to eliminate Jing Yuan. After all, they had exchanged garments. You better become my disciple, Jingliu declared, although her demeanor was fierce. Her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment at the thought of Cang Ze wearing her clothes, absorbing her warmth and scent. Cang Ze let out a soft HM, feeling shy as well, nearly losing his grip on his weapon due to the proximity of their body temperatures. Dressed in Cang Ze's attire, Jingliu's face remained cold, yet it had turned red. Cang Ze, too, was astonished. He had indeed donned women's clothing. Jingliu remained silent, gritting her teeth as she approached Cang Ze to fix his hairstyle, while she herself styled her hair into a high ponytail reminiscent of Cang Ze's. They exchanged glances, and Cang Ze nearly faltered again, hastily averting his gaze. While Jingliu shot him an angry glare, "You little rascal, are you still trying to charge at me?" Finally, they emerged, with Cang Ze's left arm and neck bandaged. Teng Xiao was momentarily dazzled, while Jing Yuan stared intently at Cang Ze. My goodness, this is merely a change of hairstyle and clothing, and yet it resembles Jingliu so closely. Even that little expression is spot on. Quickly, seize the jade talisman and capture this moment. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Move now. Not only Teng Xiao and Jing Yuan were stunned. Everyone else was equally taken aback. Nevertheless, Teng Xiao organized a plan to temporarily divide the army into 4 formations, ensuring that they could not overhear each other's battle strategies. The Danding and Taibu divisions understood the general's plan and hurried to prepare. Cang Ze adjusted quickly, mastering the attire with ease. They first arrived at the first formation, where the Yunqi soldiers were puzzled by the general's actions but complied nonetheless, spacing themselves an arm's length apart. The Taibu and Danding divisions began to envelop the formation. Teng Xiao awkwardly initiated the conversation. Jingliu, reveal your identity. Cang Ze stepped forward, surveying the troops, hesitated for a moment, then boldly declared, I am a man. The formation reacted with astonishment, whispers rippling through the ranks. Wait, Jingliu is a man. The sky is falling. This is unbelievable. Lord Jianshou. The feigned emotions were quickly identified by the Taibu and Danding divisions, as those individuals began to glow green. Teng Xiao, suppressing a surge of anger, charged forward with fervor, while Jingliu's murderous intent surged, incited by her own declaration of I am a man, which had ignited her fury to its peak. Jing Yuan stood beside Cang Ze. Having captured the moment of Cang Ze in women's clothing, he felt a sense of fulfillment, laughing heartily, while Cang Ze remained unaware of Jing Yuan's actions, busying himself with arranging the padding for the next formation. The Yunqi soldiers quickly caught on, assisting the general in eliminating the green glowing soldiers. Those with discernment began to grasp the general strategy. In the ensuing chaos, the remaining 3 formations adopted Jing Yuan's method. Teng Xiao prompted Jingliu's identity again, leading to a collective shattering of morale as the soldiers echoed, I am a man. The green light rapidly locked onto the targets. And before the chaos of Jingliu's revelation and Cang Ze's attire could settle, the insidious puppet octopus was finally eradicated. Subsequently, the Danding, Taibu, and Gongzhou divisions developed corresponding devices to counter the puppet octopus's effects, emitting green light upon proximity, bringing relief to Jingliu and Cang Ze. Cang Ze, feeling awkward in his master's clothing, remarked that the shoes and padding were quite uncomfortable. Jingliu shot him a glare before coldly commanding, wear it. We shall slay the enemy. I want you to take down 1,000 of those abundant creatures. Jing Yuan's face flushed crimson as he stood beside Teng Xiao, gripping his hands tightly, the veins visibly straining as he trembled with barely contained laughter. Teng Xiao, having resolved the puppet octopus crisis, also relaxed, stifling laughter as the upcoming battles would be simpler. He merely needed to charge forward with his divine chariot. What more could Cang Ze say? He could only weakly affirm, then retrieved the chest padding. The shoes could be adjusted, but the chest padding was truly unmanageable. In the following combat, General Teng Xiao aggressively advanced with his divine chariot, mowing down the abundant creatures as if they were mere weeds. sweeping through the battlefield with a single stroke. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze began to systematically eliminate their foes. While the 1,000 creatures Jingliu had mentioned depended on Teng Xiao's fury to leave any for them. With their backs to one another, they commenced their slaughter. Cang Ze fixated on reaching the 1,000 mark, ruthlessly reaping their foes. Cang Ze's diverse martial techniques, combined with swordplay, exuded a sense of grandeur, executing high kicks, lateral strikes, and other expansive movements that nearly shattered Jingliu's composure. Yet, Cang Ze's talent was undeniable. His combat style radiated elegance. Jing Yuan, on the other hand, infused each strike with a blend of masculinity and cunning, both having learned from one another, feigning defeat by kneeling on one knee, smearing the blood of the abundant creatures on his lips to mislead the enemy into believing he was injured, seizing the chance for a counterattack. Teng Xiao, reveling in battle, wielded his golden divine chariot, his blade cleaving through foes as the battlefield reverberated with his boisterous taunts directed at the families of the abundant creatures. In a matter of 2 days, the battle came to an end. Cang Ze calculated that he had indeed reached 1,000, while Jing Yuan, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, gazing skyward, feeling exhilarated by the slaughter. Yet, he dared not glance at Cang Ze, who appeared somewhat disheveled and flushed from fatigue. Jing Yuan refrained from looking, for Cang Ze bore an uncanny resemblance to Jingliu, nearly prompting him to exclaim, "Brother, you smell delightful." Moreover, he had accepted her as his disciple. But there was no hierarchy between them. They were merely 2 disciples. Jingliu approached, observing the disheveled Cang Ze, who sat cross-legged on the ground, indifferent to his attire. Shooting him a glare, Cang Ze, perceiving her gaze, promptly reclined, presenting his report to Master Jingliu. "Master, I have slain enough." Jingliu responded succinctly. Her attention focused on Cang Ze and Jing Yuan. Cang Ze exhibited considerable talent, yet Jing Yuan required rigorous practice. From a distance, Teng Xiao shouted, "The war is over. A great victory! A great victory! A great victory!" As the multitude returned to their respective warships, Jing Yuan and Cang Ze found themselves detained by Teng Xiao. This time, these 2 youngsters had undeniably made a name for themselves through their valiant efforts. Suddenly, Teng Xiao was struck by a quandary regarding how to report the battle outcomes. Yet he recognized it as the most prudent course of action. Resolutely, he submitted the comprehensive battle report to the marshal. Upon receiving the report, the marshal summoned Teng Xiao for a projection meeting. Cang Ze, having changed in his standard Yunqi attire, while Jing Lu remained clad in Cang Ze's black armor, was determined to return the female garments to his master after they were washed. Cang Ze was confident that his master would approve. Teng Xiao emerged from the meeting room with a hearty laugh, glancing at Jing Yuan and Cang Ze. Following the meeting, Jing Yuan was promoted to Yunqi Xiaowei, while Cang Ze began his studies under Jing Lu, preparing to aspire towards the role of swordmaster. Teng Xiao could not help but chuckle at the promising future of Luofu, filled with talented individuals. "Jing Yuan, you are now my Yunqi Xiaowei, so make sure to diligently learn swordsmanship from Jing Lu. And you, Cang Ze, will be the future sword master of Luofu." Jing Yuan and Cang Ze exchanged delighted glances, realizing that with their newfound strength, their aspirations of traveling the world would become more attainable. Ultimately, the Luofu fleet commenced its return to Luofu, with Teng Xiao issuing orders to inform the Yunqi that the strategies devised to combat the puppet octopuses had restored Jing Lu and Cang Ze's reputations. The accolades for this campaign largely belonged to the duo, as they had narrowly escaped notoriety. Upon returning to Luofu, Jing Yuan and Cang Ze faced their arduous days ahead, with Jing Lu intensifying their training as if they were sworn enemies. Jing Yuan, grip tightly. As a Yunqi, you must not let your weapon slip. Focus your energy. Another 1,000 sword swings. Yes, master. Jing Yuan was drenched in sweat, nearly unable to maintain his grip on the sword due to the fatigue in his arms. And you, Gangsha, 3,000 more repetitions. Jing Lu's ire stemmed from recalling Cang Ze's flushed face when he donned her clothing. Master, I bear you no grudge. Gangsha exclaimed. Yes. After the training session, the two supported each other as they staggered to a nearby bench, unable to rise. Jing Yuan purchased a bottle of ice water, pouring it over his head to alleviate the exhaustion. Cang Ze, I can't go on. Master is far too relentless. Even after training, we must practice together. Jing Yuan gazed up at the sky, feeling drowsy. Cang Ze mirrored his actions, staring at the heavens, equally fatigued. Yet this grueling routine ignited a sense of purpose within him. Jing Yuan, do not give up. We are merely at the beginning. Slowly, Jing Yuan extended his hand towards Cang Ze. Indeed, just the beginning. Let us head home. I'm starving. All right. Gang Shi Gresh Ying Yuan Eshant. And they continued to support each other on their way home. Upon arriving home, they encountered their stern Uncle Jing and Aunt Sue, who was serving dinner. Uncle Jing's stern demeanor stemmed from their previous perilous expedition. Had the commander hesitated even a moment longer, the fleet from the third flank would have been sunk. Enough. Don't be angry. We wouldn't want to frighten the children. Aunt Sue comforted Uncle Jing, signaling him to temper his anger. For their path had been chosen by the boys, and as long as they returned safely, that was all that mattered. Oof. Uncle Jing grumbled as he began to eat, lamenting that he should have been more assertive initially. Even if they had chosen another path instead of the Dihong division, it would have been preferable. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze ate cautiously, fearful that any misstep might provoke a reprimand. They had grown, and being chastised at home would be far more embarrassing than any shame from wearing female attire. Chapter 20. Mastery of Swordsmanship and Blade Techniques, Cang Ze. Additional training. A voice rang in Cang Ze's ear, prompting him to sit up abruptly, groggily responding yes. Master, I'll be there shortly. Realizing he was at home, Cang Ze shot a glare at Jing Yuan, who had taken over the study that used to be Cang Ze's room. Jing Yuan's room now contained 2 beds, one against the wall and the other by the window, with Cang Ze sitting on the bed against the wall. Jing Yuan, you rascal. Cang Ze promptly hurled a pillow at him, which Jing Yuan blocked and retaliated, smacking Cang Ze in the face with it. Quickly wash up. Dinner will be ready soon. Aunt Sue's voice echoed from outside. Yes, they responded in unison, as if receiving military orders. Aunt Sue chuckled, realizing these 2 children had truly become soldiers now. Uncle Jing merely grunted, returning to his newspaper, having relinquished control, acknowledging that the children had matured. After the family of 4 finished their meal, Jing Yuan and Cang Ze changed into their training attire and made their way to the Yunqi training grounds. To be frank, had it not been for their unwavering determination, they would have preferred to avoid encountering that white-haired demon. Upon arriving at the training field, they spotted Jing Lu standing in the center, clearly having arrived first, prompting Jing Yuan and Cang Ze to gulp nervously. Oh no, we seem to be late. Indeed, they were tardy by 3 minutes, and, as a consequence, they were subjected to an additional 3,000 sword swings. Despite the smiles on their faces, they felt the weight of their predicament. What should we do? Just swing. They drenched themselves in sweat during the grueling exercise, and after a brief respite, they began sparring. Cang Ze engaged, fell but rose again, this time resisting the urge to collapse, transforming his swordplay into a blade technique, attacking with fervor, which drew a frown from Jing Lu. Is this swordplay, Cang Ze? She inquired. In a swift motion, Jing Lu severed Cang Ze's sword, yet he did not relent in his assault. Instead, he switched to hand-to-hand combat, only to be swiftly dispatched by Jing Lu's practiced kick, leaving Cang Ze sprawled on the ground. Jing Yuan noted Jing Lu's evident frustration, but remained unaware of the cause, as he was next to spar with her. Gangsha, why is her breath so erratic? Jing Lu scrutinized the recovering Cang Ze. Master, I feel as though my ribs have been fractured, Cang Ze gasped, wincing in pain. He turned to Jing Yuan, giving him a thumbs up, as if to say, good luck, brother. It's your turn. Jing Yuan approached the stage, glancing at the thumbs up and then at his irate master. Ah, so your anger stems from Cang Ze's antics. Now, I must weather the storm as well. Jing Yuan stepped up, only to be sent flying by Jing Lu, landing beside Cang Ze, trembling as he gave Cang Ze the finger. Yet, knowing they had to continue sparring, and with the healing potions available in the training arena, Jing Yuan handed his sword to Cang Ze, who accepted it and turned to face Jing Lu. Jing Lu assumed her stance, not waiting for Cang Ze to initiate. Kanzas kramba to evade. But Jing Lu swung her sword horizontally, which Cang Ze managed to block, creating a shower of sparks as their swords clashed. Cang Ze then entered his rhythm, intent on impressing Jing Lu this day. He maneuvered with his waist as the pivot, feet as the foundation, shoulders as the axis, and hands as the edge, relentlessly attacking Jing Lu with his blade. Jingliu discerned that Cang Ze was not employing traditional sword techniques and inquired while countering. Cang Ze, why do you wield your sword this way? A sword bears two edges, returning with every strike, while a blade is singular, advancing without retreat. In this life and death contest, every moment counts, not half measures. Although I wield a sword, it does not hinder my execution of blade techniques. Jingliu fell silent, recognizing that Cang Ze was charting his own course, reminiscent of her own past inquiries to her master regarding why she chose the sword above all other weapons. Jingliu refrained from responding, respecting Cang Ze's choice and wishing him to surpass her. Cang Ze was correct. The blade was swifter, more decisive. Eventually, Cang Ze succumbed, collapsing on the ground, utterly spent. Jingliu turned her attention to Jing Yuan, who seized the opportunity to pose a question. Master, why do you choose the sword above all weapons? This caught Jingliu off guard, realizing that the brothers were equally rebellious. She tossed the sword to Jing Yuan and imparted her wisdom. Grasp this sword firmly and remember well. Only when a Yunshi personally wields the sword on the battlefield does it constitute humanity's own struggle. We shall prove to those inhuman abominations that we will triumph through our own flesh and blood, our own skills, and not let cunning devices act in our stead. Jing Yuan fell into silence. Yet a single phrase from Jing Lu nearly shattered his composure. Gangsha, Jing Yuan, practice an additional 10,000 strokes. It was the master's command. The reason for Jing Lu's insistence on intensifying their training stemmed from the imminent expedition of Luofu. She did not wish for their lives to be cut short due to insufficient practice. Moreover, the UK Xianzhou had informed Luofu Xianzhou of the divination regarding the Bu Li Rin fleet. Should UK falter against the Bu Li Rin fleet, General Teng Xiao signaled for Jing Lu to escort Jing Yuan and Cang Ze to safety. Jing Lu sat by, observing the two as they wielded their swords. 10,000 strokes, not one less. In truth, Jing Lu found watching them practice quite entertaining, as it reminded her of their earlier days. They were indeed in for a rigorous session. 10,000 strokes, though not excessive, required considerable strength, and without a moment's respite, they were immediately subjected to further drills. Jing Yuan shot a glare at Cang Ze, who responded with an eye roll. Their little exchanges did not escape Jing Lu's notice. By the time they finished their practice and took a break, it was already afternoon. The two then went to wash up before returning to the training ground to partake in a meal. As Jing Yuan devoured his food, he inquired of Cang Ze, why have you also abandoned the master's sword techniques? I believe I lack the talent for swordsmanship and am merely learning skills, but you are different. You possess a natural aptitude in this regard. Cang Ze, chewing slowly, replied, I have not forsaken the master's sword techniques. I merely wish to convey to him that both blades and swords symbolize unwavering resolve in my hands, whether wielding a knife or a sword. The moment one strikes embodies a determination to confront death in pursuit of life. Cang Ze's perspective on swords was somewhat tepid. The dual-edged nature of swords necessitated a two-handed grip for defense. In contrast, with a knife, he could brace the blade with one hand, seizing the opportunity to have a tang dao crafted by a blacksmith. Ideally, one that melds modern and ancient styles and is on the heavier side. Jing Lu approached the table and took a seat beside Cang Ze. As Jing Yuan chewed his food, he glanced back and forth between the two. Noticing Jing Lu's unwavering gaze upon Cang Ze, an idea struck him. This was rather peculiar. Jing Yuan sensed a resemblance between the two, and while Cang Ze's happiness was paramount, he did not wish to address their potential partnership as Shigong. The thought of calling his good friend Shigong in the future was utterly absurd. Chapter 21. Dan Feng, why do you favor knives over swords? Jing Lu rested her chin on her hand, observing Cang Ze. At that moment, he resembled a small squirrel. His cheeks puffed out. She felt an urge to poke him. No wonder Baiheng often teased her. It seemed she was indeed quite amusing. She did not blame Cang Ze for his preference for knives. If he desired one, he could entrust Baiheng to have one forged for him at Juming. Master, knives are simply cooler. Cang Ze chuckled, swallowing his food as he explained to Jing Lu. Cool. Jing Lu fell silent. She had never anticipated such a reason. It seemed that both of her disciples eschewed swords, which left her feeling a bit exasperated. However, Cang Ze indeed had the potential to inherit her legacy. He was fully capable. Once he became the sword master, who would care whether it was a knife or a sword? After Jing Lu departed, the two relaxed, and their afternoon training proceeded as usual. Ultimately, they assisted each other in leaving, both in high spirits, for the next day promised a holiday, a perfect opportunity to explore. The following morning, the two young gentlemen ventured out. After rigorous training and the passage of time, they had both grown considerably. Jing Yuan now stood at 6 feet tall, while Cang Ze reached 5 feet 9 inches. Jing Yuan donned a gray traditional outfit, complete with round-frame sunglasses, and carried a folding fan. Cang Ze wore a black traditional attire, sporting square-frame sunglasses and lugging a box. As they strolled down the street, they attracted numerous curious glances. What were these two up to? Naturally, they were heading to Lin Yuanjing to admire the sea and fish. Time was limited, and they intended to savor every moment. Cang Ze produced a small stool, a sunshade, a grill, seasonings, and 2 fishing rods. He couldn't help but marvel at the spatial efficiency of the Xianzhou's dimensional technology. Such a small box could hold so much. Soon, they reclined on beach chairs, casting their lines. Fortune smiled upon them, as they caught fish one after another. Shortly thereafter, Jing Lu arrived, still clad in her blue dress. Upon seeing the reclining chairs prepared for her, she promptly settled in. After all, it was a holiday, and she intended to enjoy it. Cang Ze offered her a fishing rod, saying, "Master, join us. Enjoy a bit of leisure instead of constantly practicing swordplay. It isn't good for your health." Jing Lu stared at the fishing rod in surprise. This was indeed a novel experience. She accepted the rod and began to fish, only to suddenly recall that Lin Yuanjing was a sealed domain exclusive to the Qi Ming tribe, located within the Dragon Lord's quarters. In the shadows of that room, Dan Feng coldly scrutinized the reports brought forth by his clansmen. A sword master, a cloud-riding cavalryman, and a future sword master were fishing in Lin Yuanjing. Dan Feng's anger began to simmer. Ever since he had used his authority to suppress the elders, they had relegated all matters to him, a double-edged sword. While it was convenient, this incident was unnecessary to report. Fishing at the entrance of a sealed domain indeed. Dan Feng stormed out, intent on confronting the trio. "Ah, Cang Ze, your cooking skills are impressive. You've even removed the bones. How delightful," Jing Yuan exclaimed, holding a grilled squid in one hand and a grilled fish in the other. Cang Ze had expertly filleted the fish, making it ready for immediate consumption. "Master, this is for you. Enjoy it while it's hot." Cang Ze offered 2 squids and a grilled fish to Jing Lu. Jing Lu accepted the food from the smiling Cang Ze, experiencing a curious sensation as she took a small bite. It was indeed delicious. Cang Ze's culinary talents could easily rival those of a restaurant chef. Meanwhile, Dan Feng observed the trio from a distance, his expression unreadable. "Oh, they're even enjoying a meal?" The aroma is wafting over. The Dragon Lord, Dan Feng, approached arms crossed, coolly addressing the 3 gentlemen. "Did no one inform you that this is a sealed domain belonging to the Qi Ming tribe?" Jing Lu suddenly realized her oversight. How could she have forgotten such an important detail? Now, they were indeed at fault. "In Yujun, I will send compensation to the Qi Ming territory," she replied, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Expressionless versus expressionless. "I, the sword master, am affluent. It's merely a few fish. I'll compensate you." Cang Ze and Jing Yuan stood up, with Jing Yuan still lacking any admiration for Dan Feng, having long been led astray by Cang Ze. Master, it's just a few fish. Does it really warrant such a fuss?" Jing Yuan, focused solely on sword practice, had little time for administrative affairs. Nor did he see the need to delve into them now. Dan Feng glanced at the 3 white-haired individuals. Indeed, a few fish hardly warranted alarm. However, the report indicated that they were fierce and intimidating, potentially threatening the seal. Only the Dragon Lord could resolve the matter. Cang Ze observed Dan Feng and the others in silence, while Jing Lu and Jing Yuan regarded the situation as merely a few fish. Dan Feng, however, pondered that the sword master had merely brought his 2 disciples out for fishing. What was there to address? As Dan Feng contemplated his next move, ready to chastise the elders, Cang Ze uttered a magical phrase. Dan Feng involuntarily halted, realizing he needed to understand the external surveillance beyond Qi Ming. Yet, why did this phrase hold such power, compelling him a pause? "Well then, since we're here, it's just a few fish. Let us chalk it up to my account." Jing Yuan noted that the Dragon Lord had stopped, stepping forward to offer the freshly grilled fish. Jingliu observed Ying thinking that a few fish hardly warranted the Dragon Lord's personal intervention. A simple notification from the Qiming tribe would suffice to send them on their way. She was uncertain why the Dragon Lord had chosen to come himself. Dan Feng watched as Jing Yuan presented the grilled fish, the aroma already tantalizing his senses. To speak candidly, although Longzuan indulges in exquisite delicacies, the expensive does not invariably equate to delectable. To prevent the cohort of Longsher from nitpicking, he has abstained from such sumptuous feasts for an extended period. Dan Feng, with a stoic demeanor, yearned to partake, but felt compelled to uphold the dignity of Longzuan. Jing Yuan discerned this, suspecting he was not one to accept food without merit. And thus, he returned the grilled fish to the rack, intending to consume it himself. Jing Yuan tossed a fishing rod to Dan Feng, who, momentarily taken aback, received it. Jing Yuan then remarked, I understand. You hold a noble stature and do not partake in unearned sustenance. Catch a fish, and Cang Ze will prepare it for you. Subsequently, under the bewildered gaze of Dan Feng, Jing Yuan guided him to a beach chair and began instructing him on the use of the fishing rod. Jingliu, relieved, settled into her seat, awaiting Cang Ze to provide her with nourishment. She had grown accustomed to Cang Ze's inquiries post-training and his thoughtful gestures during meals, albeit minor, which she had gradually embraced. Dan Feng commenced fishing in silence, secretly relishing the experience. Having always been solitary, the effort he exerted alone had silenced the elders recently. The onlookers observed Longzuan fishing quietly, which posed no issue. Jing Yuan took Cang Ze's position and began casting his line, while Cang Ze stood nearby, preparing the grilled fish. Jingliu simply closed her eyes, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Before long, Dan Feng's face flushed red with frustration. He was a member of the Air Force. What a jest. They were all anticipating his catch. Yet, he reassured himself that fishing is an art form, independent of outcomes. After uttering these words, Cang Ze presented a plate containing a squid and a grilled fish, both of which Jing Yuan had caught. Dan Feng wished to decline, but recognized the truth in Cang Ze's assertion. Fishing was merely about the experience. Perhaps the fish sensed his identity as Longzuan, thus evading capture. Indeed, that must be the reason. Reluctantly, Dan Feng accepted the offering, appreciating Cang Ze's meticulousness, as he had sliced the squid and fish into small pieces for his elegant enjoyment, far preferable to the hasty manner in which Cang Ze and Jing Yuan consumed their meals, at least comparable to the treatment afforded to the swordmaster. Cang Ze admired the exquisite attire of the Ying, noting the fabric's superior quality, which he deemed beyond his means. As time flowed, the four sat together under the golden sun, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Longzuan Dan Feng and his master Jingliu maintained their frigid expressions, yet this did not hinder Jing Yuan's lively banter with Cang Ze. Why not abandon our roles as cloud riders and open a restaurant together? With our combined efforts, we could create a culinary masterpiece. This statement from Jing Yuan undoubtedly danced upon the precipice of Jingliu's temper. Unbeknownst to him, Jing Yuan's future was likely to entail rigorous training. Cang Ze shot him a sidelong glance, urging him to observe their master, whose gaze could almost kill. Nevertheless, Jing Yuan paid no heed to Cang Ze's warning, relentlessly pursuing topics for conversation. Cang Ze, why are your arms and neck wrapped in bandages? If you bear scars, I can offer my healing skills. Dan Feng regarded Cang Ze, whose left arm and neck were ensconced in black bandages. His own medical expertise was unparalleled. Such minor scars could easily be treated, a fitting recompense for the grilled fish. Jingliu also took note, realizing that Cang Ze had never removed the bandages, even during their clothing exchange. It was a lapse on her part as a mentor, having assumed Cang Ze's bandaged appearance was merely a matter of style, failing to consider the scars beneath. A pang of guilt washed over her. Cang Ze fell silent, unable to provide an explanation. Jing Yuan stepped forward, jovially addressing Dan Feng. My lord Longzuan, Cang Ze simply finds this look appealing. He is in good health, right, Cang Ze? Indeed, Cang Ze acquiesced, compelled to accept Jing Yuan's diversion, as he had no justification to clarify. Had his scars warranted treatment, Longzuan Yingxing could have readily assisted him. But his hand bore the marks of the rich harvest of life. Dan Feng remained taciturn, his stoic facade intact. If he did not require treatment, then so be it. There would be ample time to inquire about Cang Ze's situation later. Jingliu resolved to clarify Cang Ze's condition upon their return. She had perused Cang Ze's records, save for the confidential files reserved for generals. Over the years, the higher echelons of the alliance had regarded Cang Ze as an ordinary citizen. And, as the future sword master of Luofu, even the general's files had become forgotten. As Jing Yuan and Cang Ze began to tidy the area, mindful that Ling Yuan realm was a sacred domain of the Ming, Feng, having completed his duty, departed first, lacking a compelling reason to retain the three. Today was, after all, a rare day of respite for him. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze, devoid of sunglasses as dusk approached, made their way toward the city center. During their journey, Jingliu halted and inquired, "Cang Ze, tell me the truth about your arm." This question sent a wave of unease through Cang Ze. Should his true identity as a rich harvest be revealed to his master? He fell silent, clutching his left arm, while Jing Yuan carried the box they had brought, having initially been borne by Cang Ze. "Master, the truth is..." Cang Ze was an orphan as a child and sustained burns, Jing Yuan recounted. What would he do? Cang Ze had never feared his arm in the presence of his parents. Since the day he had brought Cang Ze home and glimpsed him once, he had never seen him without the bandages, as if they had become a part of him. Jingliu, upon hearing Jing Yuan's words, hesitated to press further. To inquire further would be to unearth painful memories. She refrained from questioning why Longzuan wished to treat Cang Ze as scars, only to be met with refusal. Her emotional intelligence spared her from such folly. Jingliu then parted ways with the two, while Jing Yuan and Cang Ze strolled leisurely homeward. With Cang Ze remaining pensive, he pondered whether his master's inquiry had crossed a line, but perhaps it was best to remain silent about his status as a rich harvest. Observing Cang Ze's demeanor, Jing Yuan understood how others perceive his arm. He recalled a time when his father and co-workers dined in Jingliu and overheard a discussion about a beggar with a rich harvestess arm, marked by golden cracks. "Isn't that our Cang Ze?" he mused. Approaching the speaker, he asked, "Excuse me, I am from the Gaheng division. Could you elaborate on the crack you mentioned?" Upon learning that he was an official, the man shared, "I heard that a white-haired beggar worked in Jingliu years ago, seeking a morsel each day. He was taken in by a vendor until one day, his bandaged hand was revealed. Lo and behold, it was a rich harvest arm, adorned with golden cracks and crimson eyes. And then, the Cloud Riders." As Jing Yuan listened, his smile faded, realizing the gravity of the situation. They were labeling Cang Ze with the term rich harvest with no regard for his humanity. In exasperation, he stormed away. Upon returning home, Jing Yuan seized the opportunity to question Cang Ze while he bathed. "Cang Ze, have you ever been to Jingliu?" Cang Ze replied, "I don't recall ever going there. I think I wanted to visit once, but I felt unwell and returned home." Jing Yuan understood that Cang Ze harbored a fear of that place. Years had passed, yet the past still haunted discussions, while in the central hub of the Xingxia Sea, no one spoke of Cang Ze anymore. Yet in Jingliu, the gossip persisted, with no end to their prattle. Noticing his father's troubled expression, Jing Yuan inquired about the matter. Jing Yuan's father recounted the events, and Jing Yuan's brow furrowed as he grasped why Cang Ze was so adamant about keeping the bandages on. "Don't worry, I'm here for you," Jing Yuan reassured Cang Ze. He offered no elaborate words, simply affirming, "I will not abandon you." Cang Ze nodded, knowing Jing Yuan's character, and together they entered their home, shoulders intertwined. Jing Yuan's exuberant words in Ling Yuan eventually returned to him and Cang Ze like a boomerang, leading them to engage in frantic training. "Jing Yuan, this is all your fault," Cang Ze exclaimed, sword in hand, casting a fierce glare at Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan, however, offered no rebuttal, fully aware that it was indeed he who had danced perilously on the edge of his master's life. A Yunqi warrior burst in, but Cang Ze and Jing Yuan did not cease their swordplay. Instead, they perked up their ears, sensing something was amiss. "Lord Jianshou, an evil spirit has appeared at the western port, and the Yunqi and the Ten Kings are unable to withstand it. We request your assistance." Jingliu exchanged a glance with Cang Ze and Jing Yuan, and the trio boarded the starship, hastening towards the western port. The scene was engulfed in a fierce blaze, reminiscent of a fireworks factory explosion, with thick plumes of black smoke ascending to the heavens. As the three descended from the starship into the inferno, Jing Yuan wielded a standard long-handled knife, while Cang Ze brandished his sword. They soon encountered a Yunqi warrior clad in armor, branches sprouting from his shoulders, his eyes glowing a blood-red hue. "Master, he no longer recognizes us," Jing Yuan remarked, gazing at the fallen warrior, a former comrade, feeling a pang of reluctance to strike. "Cang Ze, 2. Hesitated, for this was his own reflection, the blood-red gaze and golden cracks adorning his neck. Jingliu observed their reactions before drawing her sword with a chilling demeanor. This is the fate of those who succumb to the evil spirit. The evil spirit soldier immediately lunged with a blade, only to be dispatched in an instant by Jingliu's sword. She turned to the two, noting Jing Yuan's readiness and Cang Ze's fearful expression. To fall into the evil spirit is the destiny of the Chongqing species. Should I ever succumb, you two must show no mercy. Jing Yuan studied his master's resolute countenance, not wanting to see her fall into darkness, sadness etching his features as he slowly replied, "Yes, master." Cang Ze remained silent, his heart unwilling to accept the possibility of his master succumbing to the evil spirit. Chapter 23. The prodigy Bei, the prodigious craftsman from Zhuming Xianzhou, was a young genius with long crimson-black hair tied in a ponytail and sharp features. He had been dispatched to Luofu on a mission from his master. Yet under the pretext of forging swords, he found himself entrenched at the forefront of the Xingxia Sea's hub. "Yingxing, hurry up!" A lively and melodious voice called out to Yingxing. He merely smiled faintly, hailing from Zhuming Xianzhou as a disciple of General Huaiyan, having achieved the highest qualification as a craftsman at a young age. Bei, a fox-person aviator from the Yaoying Xianzhou, had come as part of an envoy to visit Zhuming, and Huaiyan had appointed Yingxing to lead the engineering team, responsible for welcoming and showcasing Zhuming's mechanical skills. They had now arrived at the Yunqi military training grounds, where Jing Yuan was laboriously practicing his swordplay alone, while his master and Cang Ze engaged in conversation. The reason for this was that Cang Ze had already mastered his swordplay, leaving only sparring for him. "Woo, brother, you've abandoned me," Jing Yuan internally lamented, though he bore no resentment towards Cang Ze, instead feeling happy for him. At this moment, Cang Ze and Jingliu sat together, with Jingliu smiling at Cang Ze, realizing he surpassed her in talent, now only requiring refinement of his sword skills. Master, I heard that Bei from Zhuming has arrived. Could you procure a sword for me?" A straight long sword, as upright as a blade, with a thick back and a thin edge, and a round grip that can be held with one hand. Cang Ze eagerly described the weapon he envisioned. Jingliu instinctively pinched Cang Ze's cheek. The three of them, Jing Yuan, observing his master's playful gesture towards Cang Ze, struck out with his sword, unleashing a gust of wind. "Let me call for Shigong." Jingliu was momentarily taken aback, charmed by Cang Ze's smile, reminiscent of her own, and unconsciously squeezed his cheek. Just as she intended to withdraw her hand, Cang Ze grasped it firmly. "Jingliu." "Jing Yuan." "Master, if you wish to pinch, just do so," Cang Ze thought innocently, wanting his master to smile more often. After all, they had pinched more than once. Jingliu withdrew her hand, recalling a past incident involving a change of clothes, her ears reddening. But she quickly noticed Jing Yuan's progress and stepped onto the demonstration stage, standing opposite him. "Very well, let us commence our sparring," Jingliu declared, determined to suppress her blush through combat. Jing Yuan, witnessing her earnest demeanor, realized he was about to bear the brunt of Cang Ze's negligence. Jing Yuan lamented inwardly, "Master, are you serious? Stop. It hurts, it hurts." At that moment, the gates of the training ground swung open, admitting two figures. The trio turned to see a girl with blue and white hair and fox ears leading the way, followed by a stoic Yingxing, arms crossed. "Jingliu, I've come to find you," the fox-eared girl exclaimed, rushing to embrace Jingliu, who reciprocated with a gentle smile, delighted to reunite after a long separation. Jing Yuan took the opportunity to sit beside Cang Ze, both of them avoiding the affectionate display, instead focusing on the aloof figure of the man with black and red gradient hair. Dressed in traditional attire, Yingxing, feeling the scrutiny of the two, found himself at a loss for words. Yet he could not remain stationary while the others continued their affectionate reunion. He too sat down beside Jing Yuan and Cang Ze, though he positioned himself at the edge, maintaining his cold demeanor. "Jingliu, we come to Luofu to showcase Zhu Ming's mechanical arts. This is Zhu Ming's Bei, the prodigious craftsman I mentioned," Jingliu introduced, directing her gaze towards the stoic figure. Bei, as Jingliu had described, was a short-lived being, and while he had heard that Jingliu did not look down upon those of shorter lifespans, he exuded an air of arrogance. The two women descended from the stage and took their seats, with Yingxing seated beside Bei, and Jingliu next to Cang Ze and Jing Yuan. "Hey, little Cang Ze and little Jing Yuan," Allow me to introduce you to Zhu Ming's Bei, a skilled craftsman, Bei said, noting how much Cang Ze had grown into a man while also acknowledging Jing Yuan. This is Cang Ze. Despite his resemblance to Jingliu, he is male and not related to her. He is Jingliu's disciple. Yingxing glanced at the two, his mind questioning whether there could truly be two identical individuals in the world. This is Jing Yuan, also Jingliu's disciple. He is a valiant Yinchi warrior, akin to family with Cang Ze. Hello, Bei. My name is Jing Yuan. He greeted with a smile, but Yingxing merely nodded in a composed manner. Jing Yuan chuckled, scratching his head, feeling a bit awkward at the craftsman's distinct personality. The group began conversing, though it soon devolved into a private discussion between Bei and Jingliu, rendering the rest as mere background figures. Yingxing remained stoic with arms crossed, while Jing Yuan and Cang Ze exchanged glances, engaging in a playful game with a spinning disc. Jing Yuan propped his chin on his right hand, flicking the disc towards Cang Ze, who returned the gesture with his left hand, both resembling two goalkeepers in a spirited match, attempting to score against one another. The rapid pace sent the disc flying towards Yingxing. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze. Yingxing. Yingxing regarded the two, questioning their maturity. He flicked the disc back towards Jing Yuan, who misinterpreted it as a challenge and sent it back. Yingxing took a deep breath and returned the disc to Cang Ze. Would Cang Ze allow him to score? Yingxing decided to conclude the game, expressionless as he flicked the disc with precision, landing it in Jing Yuan's embrace. Could Jing Yuan let it slide? He focused intently and flicked it back, successfully scoring. Yingxing felt provoked, unable to endure the affront, and retrieved another disc from his pocket, preparing to retaliate. Thus began a spirited game of flicking discs among the trio, under the bemused gazes of Bei and Jingliu. Could the camaraderie of men truly be this uncomplicated? The three individuals were so engrossed in their play that they completely overlooked that Baiheng and Jingliu had already ceased their conversation. Each was engaged in their own endeavors, utilizing a single Sun Diao to launch attacks against one another. Yingxing appeared to have entered a focused state. His left arm, which had been crossed over his chest, was now lowered, and he retaliated with precision using his right hand. Suddenly, a Sun Diao soared into the arena, prompting the trio to halt. Yingxing immediately resumed his cold demeanor, crossing his arms as if these events held no relevance to him. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan and Cang Ze retrieved the Sun Diao, beginning to scrutinize both the ceiling and the floor. Jing and Cang remarked on the floor's remarkable resemblance to the ceiling. Laughing heartily, "You three truly resemble children. Let us dine together this evening, my treat." Baiheng issued a command without seeking the consensus of those present. "Hooray!" Jing Yuan exclaimed, leaping to his feet in jubilation. "Does this mean we can forego our afternoon training?" Jingliu cast a glance at the exuberant Jing Yuan. "Well, since he has unleashed his vigor, it is time to set aside the sword practice. However, we must not neglect our sparring. A good thrashing is still in order." Chapter 24. The gathering by Baiheng commanded everyone to dine together, to which Cang Ze and Jing Yuan readily agreed. Yingxing, with his typically stoic expression, let out a profound HM, clearly signifying his consent. Jingliu, of course, required no further persuasion and readily concurred. However, while dining was assured, sparring could not be overlooked. Jing Yuan stood, addressing Jingliu, "Master, since we shall be dining out tonight, Cang Ze and I shall engage in an offensive together. This will expedite matters. And we must also change our attire." Jingliu nodded in agreement with Jing Yuan's proposal, and the three then ascended the martial arts platform. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze exchanged a glance. Jing Yuan grasped the long-handled Yunk standard weapon, while Cang Ze opted to wield a sword, preparing to utilize it as a blade. Cang Ze, being the most agile, charged first, swinging his sword towards Jingliu. Jingliu chose evasion over defense, as Jing Yuan had already launched an attack against her. She successfully parried Jing Yuan's assault, deftly redirecting his long-handled weapon and countering with a strike towards Cang Ze. Thus, the trio became embroiled in a fierce exchange, the arena illuminated by gleaming blades and surging energies. Yingxing observed from the sidelines, captivated. This was no mere practice. It was a battle to the death. Jingliu prioritized neutralizing the weaker Jing Yuan, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Jing Yuan, however, managed to embed his weapon into the ground, mitigating the impact. Cang Ze proved to be a more formidable opponent. Were it a true life-and-death struggle, Jingliu would swiftly overcome him. Yet, in this practice, Cang Ze's strikes were swifter and more ferocious than usual, his movements perfectly synchronized, making it challenging for Jing Lu to subdue him. Jing Yuan rose to rejoin the fray, this time merely supporting Cang Ze by disrupting Jing Lu's attacks. This practice session extended over 2 hours, culminating in Jing Yuan being the first to falter, while Jing Lu, employing the power of fate, managed to subdue Cang Ze. Pure skill alone would not suffice to conquer Cang Ze. Only with greater strength could one prevail. At this moment, Jing Lu comprehended why Cang Ze favored blades. His inclination was to reduce foes to mere fragments. What was he suppressing? Ha! Ha! Cang Ze gasped, panting heavily. Master's strength is indeed formidable. But I have absorbed your techniques. In due time, I too shall embark on the path of destiny, and I will not be inferior to you. Jing Yuan, disheveled, managed to rise. Haha! Let us go, Cang Ze. We need to clean up and change clothes. This time, we must indulge ourselves. We cannot let this training session be in vain. Cang Ze smiled, placing his sword on the weapon rack, and the two made their way to the restroom, both bearing the marks of their master's strikes. You should go too. You are injured, Baiheng pointed out, indicating a wound on Jing Lu's arm. Jing Lu nodded, then proceeded to her own changing room to change, shower, and tend to her injury. At this moment, the arena was left with only Yingxing and Baiheng, who sat in the waiting area, anticipating the others' return. The bathing facilities in the military training ground were partitioned, akin to a communal bathing area. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze each occupied a separate cubicle, bathing without any prying eyes. Hi, Cang Ze. What do you think about inviting Dan Feng to join us for dinner? Since parting ways with the Dragon Sovereign, Jing Yuan had researched more about him and held a great admiration for the current Dragon Sovereign. Didn't you add him on Yu Zhao? Why not ask him? I doubt Baiheng and Jing Lu would refuse. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, Yingxing and Baiheng discussed the recent battle and various matters concerning Luofu, piquing Yingxing's interest. Baiheng also shared tidbits with Yingxing about Jing Yuan and Cang Ze, although her knowledge was limited to their initial expedition and their first encounter. Baiheng fervently recounted how adorable little Cang Ze had been back then, a miniature version of Jing Lu down to the feel of his hand. Yingxing crossed his arms, observing Baiheng's infatuated recounting of Cang Ze. He acknowledged that Cang Ze's appearance was remarkably handsome, strikingly similar to Jing Lu, but that Cang Ze who had just battled was anything but delicate. The first to emerge was Jing Lu, adorned in her dress. Following her were Jing Yuan and Cang Ze, one clad in black and the other in white. Cang Ze continued to favor black, his left hand wrapped in fresh bandages, revealing only his fingers, while his neck was also bound in gauze. This time, Jing Yuan managed to catch a glimpse of Cang Ze as he skillfully re-wrapped his bandages, his technique seemingly innate, swift, and flawless, prompting Jing Yuan to wish to learn the same. Let's depart. To Jing Ren Alley, Baiheng joyfully announced to the group. Jing Yuan glanced at the downcast Cang Ze and laughed. Let us choose a different place, Baiheng. We went there not long ago. Not all, Jing Yuan. Cang Ze interjected, not wanting Baiheng to change her plans due to him. Clearly, she had her heart set on Jing Ren Alley for a reason. Jing Lu and the others noticed Cang Ze's demeanor, yet he merely smiled at them. It's fine. Jing Yuan and I visited not long ago, and the snacks there are delicious. Hooray! Since little Cang Ze endorses it, let us go. Let's set off. Baiheng, noticing Cang Ze's enthusiasm, initially assumed it was due to Jing Yuan's previous experience that he claimed the food was unpalatable. However, with Cang Ze's affirmation of the delicacies, they decided to proceed. Yingxing observed Baiheng's buoyant spirit, letting out a resigned sigh. As a craftsman, he placed great emphasis on detail, and it was evident that Cang Ze was somewhat apprehensive. Yet, Yingxing could not fathom what it was that someone as strong as Cang Ze could fear. The group exited the arena and made their way towards Jing Ren Alley, with Jing Yuan trailing closely behind Cang Ze. Jing Lu had inquired about Cang Ze's well-being, to which Cang Ze smiled and reassured his master that he and Jing Yuan had found the snacks delightful, although they had yet to dine at any restaurants there. Skillfully evading further inquiry, the Dragon Sovereign received Jing Yuan's message and was preparing himself to head to Jing Ren Alley. Initially surprised by the invitation, he had not anticipated being included, especially alongside Bai Yi and the Flying Scholar. As the five made their way through Jing Ren Alley, they encountered throngs of people, with numerous street vendors lining the sides and restaurants bustling with patrons. Just as they passed one vendor, Cang Ze overheard, "Hey, do tell, what became of that wretched child?" Instantly, Cang Ze was thrust back into the fears of his past. He was that wretched child. Quick, summon the Yin Qi army. Yet, he suppressed his dread and continued onward with Jing Yuan. Cang Ze could hear Jing Yuan's response, and he clenched his fists, silently urging Cang Ze to move forward. The others, oblivious to Cang Ze's distress, assumed the street merchants were merely discussing matters of the battlefield. Ultimately, the group entered a large restaurant and requested a private room for 6. Jing Yuan naturally informed Baiheng that he had invited Luofu, the dragon sovereign, and Yin Jun to join them. Baiheng expressed surprise and inquired how Jing Yuan had come to know him, leading Jing Yuan to recount the fishing incident. Chapter 25. The prototype Luofu, the dragon sovereign, approached the restaurant Jing Yuan had mentioned, his hands clasped behind his back as he ascended to the second floor. The patrons of the establishment turned to gaze at the dragon sovereign, some women captivated by Dan Feng's striking features. Upon entering the private room, Dan Feng was greeted by 4 individuals with white hair, with the exception of one who was not, which unexpectedly eased his tension. He sat beside Yingxing, next to Jing Yuan, followed by Cang Ze, Jingliu, and Baiheng, forming a closed loop among the 6 of them. Dan Feng also crossed his arms, observing the group, while Jing Yuan, noticing him, poured a cup of tea to help him relax. Dan Feng, expressionless, drank the tea, which was slightly bitter. Likely ordinary tea provided by the restaurant, but he paid it no mind. What mattered to him was being part of their gathering. Cang Ze had regained his composure, smiling gently at everyone, while a moment of silence enveloped the group until the jovial Baiheng broke the atmosphere. Today we gather a fateful encounter. Gome, I shall offer a toast with tea, he declared, finishing his cup. The others followed suit, raising their cups in response to Baiheng, and soon after, dishes began to arrive. Baiheng had ordered in abundance, around 12 dishes, accompanied by 3 bottles of fine wine. Everyone present was able to drink, though the white-furred fox might struggle, so no one declined the drinks. Why do you all look so serious? Can't you learn from Jing Yuan and Cang Ze? Don't you realize a stern face makes one seem older? Baiheng playfully chastised Dan Feng, Yingxing, and Jingliu. Of course, it was not an actual rebuke, merely a comment on their serious demeanor during what was a joyful occasion. Jing Yuan scratched his head, laughing awkwardly, as the 3 serious-faced individuals turned to look at him. Cang Ze, however, continued to smile without responding to Baiheng. Baiheng, are you planning to leave Luofu after showcasing the zooming mechanism skills? Jingliu interjected, steering the conversation toward her curiosity, as she hoped for Baiheng to remain in Luofu. Ah, indeed, but if you wish for me to stay, I shall consider it, Baiheng acknowledged, understanding Jingliu's intentions. After all, Jingliu was older and needed companionship. Despite having 2 disciples, some matters required personal attendance. Unless one of her disciples were to prove exceptional. Jing Yuan perceived the sentiment, thinking it would be wonderful for Baiheng to stay, as it would lessen their master's singular focus on him and Cang Ze. Yingxing glanced at Baiheng, contemplating what excuse he might use if she chose to remain. Dan Feng silently sipped his drink, his mind preoccupied with breaking free from the control of Long Shi. These individuals might be crucial, yet he lacked a compelling opportunity. Cang Ze remained quiet, pondering that if they were to leave, it would need to be soon, for Luofu had recently locked onto the Bu Liren fleet, preparing for battle, making escape increasingly difficult. The group lapsed into silence, which left Baiheng feeling exasperated. Why is everyone so quiet? You all seem like monks in deep meditation. She turned her attention toward Cang Ze, posing the question directly to him. Little Cang Ze, do you wish for me to stay? Cang Ze was taken aback, wondering why the focus had shifted to him, especially with Baiheng and Yingxing both looking his way. What can I do? I can only be the mouthpiece for my master, he replied. I hope you stay, he added, echoing Jing Yuan's sentiment. Apologies, Jing Yuan, but letting Xing's gaze be fixed upon you, Baiheng teased. Jing Yuan exchanged glances with his close friend, sensing Yingxing's attention directed at him. Reluctantly, he stated, Baiheng, I too hope you can remain in Luofu to spend more time with our master. She truly misses you, doesn't she, master? He passed the topic to Jingliu, who merely nodded in acknowledgement without concern. Then I shall contemplate how to stay. Baiheng was touched by their sincerity, but it left Yingxing in a quandary. Family, How should I remain? He pondered aloud. Luofu is about to embark on an expedition against the Bu Liren fleet. You could join as a flying envoy, Jingliu proposed, offering the best rationale, albeit fraught with peril. Yet she was unafraid, confident that Cang Ze and Jing Yuan could adequately protect Baiheng. After considering the suggestion, Baiheng stood and began to circle around the group, passing behind each individual. The others, uncertain of her intentions, paused their activities, awaiting her words. While Yingxing and Feng crossed their arms, Jing Yuan also followed the thoughts of his master and Baiheng, realizing that everyone present was quite compatible. He stood up, catching Cang Ze and the others off guard. Jing Yuan, what are you doing? Jing Yuan exchanged a glance with Baiheng. You should speak. You are the smartest here, Baiheng quipped, lightly rebuking everyone, yet acknowledging that Jing Yuan had devised a brilliant strategy during that battle, successfully securing the marionette octopus without bloodshed. Despite the unconventional method, it was undeniably effective. The group turned their attention to Jing Yuan, as Baiheng took her seat, leaving the stage to him. Master and Cang Ze can serve as the main forces on the battlefield. One can charge ahead while the other protects the rear. Jing Yuan articulated confidently. He then pointed toward Feng. Lord Longzuan can provide extensive water manipulation and dragon transformation support. Approaching Yingxing, he continued, Yingxing, a top artisan of the Baiye clan, can forge divine weapons tailored to our needs, complementing frontline combat. Baiheng will be responsible for reconnaissance, assaults, and boosting morale. He added, shyly indicating himself, I can also safeguard the rear, but I am more adept in strategy and command. Listening to Jing Yuan, the group acknowledged the synergy among the six of them. If Jingliu led the charge, Cang Ze would protect Yingxing and Baiheng, and vice versa. Feng and Yingxing would provide support, one through dragon transformation and water magic, the other through golden constructs, while Baiheng, as the flying envoy, could scout ahead, ensuring safety with Cang Ze or Jingliu provided cover. Jing Yuan, as the rear commander, would ensure their safety, and, given his capabilities, there was little cause for concern. Great, great. Yingxing, let us stay. Baiheng exclaimed, shaking his shoulders enthusiastically, much to his discomfort. Baiheng, I'm trying to appear cool. You're going to break my facade. All right. Yingxing relented, realizing that whether in Zhu Ming or Luofu, as long as they pursued abundance, he would go wherever needed. Feng simply nodded, a smile breaking on his lips. Jingliu offered no verbal response, merely smiling, as the connection solidified. As long as she and Cang Ze performed well, they would remain unscathed. Cang Ze raised his cup with a smile, and everyone understood, lifting their cups in unison. They clinked glasses and drank, marking a moment of inception, a moment of acquaintance, a moment of connection. Yingxing, you should smile too. Even Lord Longzuan is smiling. Yet you still wear a grim face, Baiheng teased, shaking Yingxing's clothing again. What could Yingxing say? He merely smirked slightly, which prompted Baiheng to finally release him. Hee, let the war refine us. Little Cang Ze, you must protect me. Cheers. Chapter 26. Assembly. The six of them lingered in the restaurant late into the night, engaging in lively conversation until a certain white-furred fox, having indulged too much, vomited all over Cang Ze, prompting them to disperse. At that moment, Baiheng, intoxicated, clung to Cang Ze and exclaimed, Jingliu, look at him. Your smile is delightful. With a loud retch, Baiheng vomited on Cang Ze, leading Jing Yuan to promptly summon a bucket. Feng, covering his face, helplessly utilized his Yun technique to clean the scene, rinsing Cang Ze's clothes in the process. Baiheng, having purged her stomach, fell asleep, prompting Jingliu to carry her on her back. The bill had been settled by Baiheng, and the two departed, leaving the remaining four exchanging glances. They had not drunk excessively, but could no longer indulge. I'll be on my way, Feng announced before flying out the window, returning to the territory of the Jiming clan. And you? Yingxing replied, not coldly, yet maintaining an expressionless demeanor. I shall return to the Gongzhou Sea. With that, he too descended the stairs. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze exited the restaurant as well, taking a route contrary to Yingxing's path toward the Gongzhou Sea. Cang Ze gazed at the empty Jin Renxiang, where only the restaurant remained illuminated, the stalls having long since closed, leaving the street devoid of people, which brought him a sense of tranquility. We should head home too. Cang Ze agreed with Jing Yuan, as the two strolled leisurely toward their abode. The following morning, Cang Ze was the first to rise. Having washed his clothes from the previous night, He gazed at the slumbering Jing Yuan without disturbing him, opting instead to step out and assist Aunt Su in preparing breakfast. Ah, Cang Ze, you're up so early. Aunt Su acknowledged his presence, well aware of his intention to help. Cang Ze was an excellent cook, though breakfast was typically prepared by Aunt Su herself, reserving dinner for when Cang Ze would take over. Just, Aunt Su. I'm here to lend a hand. Cang Ze responded with a genuine smile, one that was devoid of the mask he had previously worn. As Aunt Su rinsed the rice, she inquired, "Did you drink so much last night with your master?" "Indeed, and with Zhu Ming, Bai Yi, and the Fei Xing sure as well," Cang Ze replied. "I suspected as much. The Gong Zao Si has been quite busy lately," Aunt Su remarked. The two exchanged a few more words, with Cang Ze chopping vegetables while Aunt Su stirred the wok. At that moment, Jing Shu also rose, and Cang Ze exchanged morning greetings with him. As breakfast neared completion, a drowsy Jing Yuan emerged from his room. "Ah, Cang Ze, you're up so early. Hurry and freshen up." Aunt Su shot a disapproving glance at Jing Yuan's messy hair. After finishing their meal, the two stepped out of the house. Jing Yuan donned a traditional white attire adorned with armor-like embellishments linking to a flowing cape. His right shoulder bore a beastly shoulder guard, while two black and gold capes trailed behind him. His arms were protected by gauntlets, and he wore red trousers paired with dark brown boots, his hair styled in a high ponytail, secured with a red ribbon. Cang Ze, observing Jing Yuan, who stood a few centimeters taller, thought he resembled a celestial general. This was Jing Yuan's first time wearing such an ensemble, and feeling somewhat self-conscious under Cang Ze's scrutiny. He wondered if his attire was unattractive. As Jing Yuan assessed Cang Ze, he noted his friend was clad entirely in black traditional garments, belt, wrist guards, bandages, boots, and trousers, all accented with faint golden lines, giving an overall impression of black and gold. "Jing Yuan, you're not planning to become a general in the future, are you?" Cang Ze blurted out, unable to shake the resemblance he perceived. Jing Yuan, upon hearing this, quickly retorted, "Cang Ze, we've agreed to travel the world together in the future. So no talk of generals. Right, let us go. Master is waiting for us, and will surely face his wrath if we're late." Quickly, the two hurried to the training ground, only to find Yingxing, Feng, Baiheng, and Jingliu already present, alongside General Tingxiao. "Well, look at these two handsome fellows," Baiheng teased, oblivious to the fact that she had vomited all over Cang Ze the previous night. "Baiheng, you too." Jing Yuan scratched his head in response, noticing both Master and the General casting glances their way. "Why is everyone gathered here today?" Jing Yuan pondered, confused by the sudden congregation, which he initially attributed to their extended stay together. "Jing Yuan, the fleet of Buliran from the Yuchia side has been located close to Luofu, so we will be deploying," General Tingxiao announced, glancing at Baiheng and Yingxing, appreciating the decision to keep them around, thankful to General Zhu Yuan for sending reinforcements. "Jing Yuan, you will lead a contingent to assist the main forces. I am aware of your circumstances, so you will be in charge of the side army. You arrange the details." This was suggested by Jingliu, who had approached General Tingxiao to advocate for Baiheng's inclusion, and how could the general refuse? With General Zhu Yuan sending assistance, Tingxiao had no choice but to accept. "Yingxing, make sure to become Luofu's bay." "Yes, General." At first taken aback, Jing Yuan quickly realized it was likely something Master had mentioned, and promptly agreed. "All right, I have military affairs to attend to, so you all discuss amongst yourselves." With that, Tingxiao departed, burdened with matters concerning the expedition and the organization of Jing Yuan's side army. Yingxing and Feng stood apart, arms crossed, while Baiheng linked arms with Jingliu, and Jing Yuan slung his arm over Cang Ze's shoulder. The six of them exchanged glances. "So, as we previously discussed, Cang Ze will take the lead, Baiheng will scout ahead. Jingliu will protect Baiheng and the rear, while Feng and Yingxing will provide support. I will oversee the side army from a command position." Jing Yuan arranged for his good friend Cang Ze to take the forefront for two reasons. First, to earn military merit, as Cang Ze desired a sword, which would undoubtedly be costly. Even if Bei forged it for free, the rare minerals required would still be expensive. Second, it was an opportunity for Cang Ze to showcase his abilities. In Jing Yuan's eyes, he was a sharp blade. "Jing Yuan, wouldn't it be dangerous for Cang Ze to be at the forefront?" Baiheng's concern echoed the sentiments of others. "Don't worry, Baiheng. Cang Ze is quicker at dispatching foes than Master. Besides, he has support, and I will keep a close watch. Rest assured, Baiheng, while I may lead, I will remain safe. You all must prioritize your safety as well." Cang Ze reassured them, emphasizing his ability to strike swiftly and avoid close encounters. Well, since Cang Ze is so confident, make sure to protect yourself. Jingliu, you too? Keep a close eye on Cang Ze. Jingliu nodded, knowing that as the successor to her master's teachings, she could not allow anything to happen to him. Do you need a sword? Yingxing inquired, not wanting anyone to suffer from a weapon malfunction. Cang Ze's eyes lit up at the prospect, thinking Yingxing intended to forge a blade for him. Yingxing, are you going to forge a sword for me? A sword? Aren't you meant to be the sword master in the future? Yingxing felt somewhat uncomfortable under Cang Ze's eager gaze, especially since he was mentioning a sword. Jingliu interjected to clarify. Cang Ze excels with blades, having mastered my sword techniques and forged his own path. Upon hearing Jingliu's words, Dan Feng became intrigued by Cang Ze's journey, wondering how far he could go. After pondering, Yingxing asked, "What kind of blade do you envision?" With expertise in all forms of weaponry, he felt confident he could forge anything with the right specifications. A straight, elongated blade that stands upright like a sword, with a thick spine and a thin edge. The grip should be oval, easily wielded with one hand, entirely black. And the hilt should be hollow and circular. As for the engravings, I'll leave that to your discretion. Cang Ze shyly articulated his requests, realizing that the opportunity for a blade was finally at hand. Time is of the essence. I'll craft a preliminary version for you to test. And upon your return from the expedition, I'll forge a more refined one. Due to time constraints, Yingxing could only produce a rough draft initially, with plans for a more detailed creation later. No need for payment. Just ensure you slay plenty of the Feng monstrosities. Yingxing interrupted Cang Ze's thoughts about costs, his hatred for these creatures stemming from their destruction of his homeland. Understood, Cang Ze recognized that Yingxing's reference to the Feng monstrosities was not aimed at him, and he found the request straightforward. I'll get started on the forging. With that, Yingxing departed, knowing he needed to work quickly, as although General Teng Xiao hadn't specified the exact day for the expedition, it would likely be within 2 to 3 days. Jing Yuan playfully draped an arm around Cang Ze, teasing. The type of blade you described sounds appealing. A black straight sword. Sounds undeniably cool. If you want one, I'll gladly give it to you, Cang Ze stated earnestly, ready to fulfill Jing Yuan's desire if he genuinely wished for it. You little rascal, are you trying to make me the villain here? Jing Yuan retorted, but seeing Cang Ze's serious expression, he realized he was not joking. Cang Ze's sincerity in his interactions remained unchanged. What is the problem between us? I'll just be having some fun, but I firmly believe that a longer blade is a stronger blade. Dan Feng interjected before announcing he would return to the Chiming clan, needing to relay his plans before joining the expedition. After spending so much time here, it was time to stretch his legs. Back at the Cang Ze OC, Yingxing immediately commenced forging. Following Cang Ze's specifications, he ensured the blade would be entirely black, with a hollow, circular hilt, leaving the design of the engravings to his discretion. Considering Cang Ze's fighting style, characterized by furious slashing, he decided the blade, hilt, and grip should be crafted as a single unit, layered for aesthetic appeal. Cang Ze's demands are modest. He merely requires the weight to be approximately 2 or 3 times heavier than the standard Yinchi sword, with the possibility of further negotiations regarding the weight later. This is the first weapon crafted by Yingxing among the 6, and despite having endured a battle, he will not permit Cang Ze to be disappointed. The overall design includes a black straight blade, slightly smaller than a sword, about the width of a thumb, a black round hollow hilt, and a black oval grip wrapped in she cloth for added grip. Yingxing decided to incorporate Hei Mushi at the outset, as this stone melds seamlessly with any mineral and remains eternally vibrant, even in the face of scratches, which merely become part of its dark allure. The remaining materials were not forged from the highest quality, as there simply wasn't enough time. Merely melting those top-grade ores would take several days. Ultimately, the finished product would be significantly superior to the Yunchi army's standard, entirely sufficient for the upcoming battle, assuming they do not encounter any formidable opponents, in which case it would be akin to cutting through vegetables. The next day, Jing Yuan and Cang Ze completed their sparring with Jingliu at the training ground. Jingliu held back, considering she had arrived in new attire and could not return marred with sword marks. As Cang Ze gazed at the twilight sky, watching the clouds assume various postures, he pondered whether Yingxing had forgotten to eat and consequently inquired of Baiheng. Sister Baiheng, shall we check on Yingxing? I have some culinary skills. I could bring him something to eat. Oh, little Cang Ze can cook. Let me taste your creations first, she replied. The four then ventured to the Luofu market, purchasing some meat, fruits, and vegetables, before returning to the training grounds kitchen to prepare a meal. Cang Ze transformed, donning an apron and a chef's hat, and began cooking braised fish, tofu with vegetables, meat soup, and even a few servings of fruit salad. Baiheng watched in awe as Cang Ze moved gracefully in the kitchen, then glanced at the tall Jing Yuan, seemingly questioning his remarkable proficiency. Cang Ze had cooked alongside his mother since childhood, eventually mastering numerous delectable dishes, though he preferred to prepare meals only at home. Jing Yuan explained to Baiheng that Cang Ze had always been favored by his parents since his first foray into cooking. Yet he had no desire to be a chef. However, he would oblige if the family desired a meal. Cang Ze soon presented 3 small servings of fruit salad to the others, urging them to sample it. Jingliu tasted it first, finding it refreshingly cool and pleasantly sweet and sour, the fruit harmonizing splendidly with the milk. Baiheng and Jing Yuan also savored it, genuinely impressed. Jing Yuan began to suspect that Cang Ze had concocted this as a ploy to please the master, glancing at the master, whose typically icy demeanor was softened by a smile as he relished the dish. Wow, Cang Ze, how did you come up with this? It's absolutely delicious. May I have another serving? Baiheng playfully implored, clearly eager for more. Cang Ze, let us go eat with Yingxing. These small portions are merely to whet your appetites, he replied, packing the meals for everyone as they prepared to find Yingxing in the Gongzhou department. Baiheng skipped ahead, playfully clinging to Jingliu, her fox ears and tail swaying adorably. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze followed, carrying the meal boxes, sharing smiles as they observed Baiheng's lively disposition, seemingly untouched by worries. Upon entering the Gongzhou department, they inquired about Yingxing's forge from a passerby, who kindly pointed them in the right direction. Arriving at the door, however, none dared to knock. Jingliu, Cang Ze, and Jing Yuan exchanged glances with Baiheng, who was the only one familiar enough with Yingxing, yet even she hesitated to disturb him while he worked. Yingxing, Baiheng called softly, attempting to alert him. Inside, Yingxing, engrossed in crafting intricate patterns, paused, momentarily bewildered. Had he imagined it? Just then, he heard a faint call. Yingxing. A smile crept across his face. Baiheng was still employing this method. He dressed quickly and opened the door to find Baiheng beaming at him. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze raised their meal boxes in silent greeting, while Jingliu remained quietly observant. Come in, Yingxing invited, and the group stepped into the workshop, filled with the scent of fire. At the back stood a massive circular iron furnace, occasionally releasing bursts of heat. Although warm, the room retained a refreshing ambience. Cang Ze handed Yingxing his meal box, causing him to momentarily falter before accepting it. The blade is nearly complete. Only the hilt remains. You may take a look, Yingxing said, approaching the dining table as Baiheng and Jing Yuan opened their meal boxes. The aroma of the food tantalized Yingxing's senses, stirring his appetite. Baiheng eagerly handed him utensils, urging him to taste. Hurry, Yingxing, this is Cang Ze's cooking. You must try it. After savoring a bite of the braised fish, Yingxing exclaimed, delicious, and there are no bones. Not dry or fishy at all. With that, everyone began to eat together, as they had come to share a meal with Yingxing, who was quite hungry. Jing Yuan called out, Cang Ze, come eat. Cang Ze, seemingly oblivious, remained captivated by his unfinished black dagger, lost in thought. Yingxing, you're like a worm in my stomach, he mused, admiring the straight black blade. Although the hilt's pattern was incomplete, to him, it already represented flawless craftsmanship. The others observed Cang Ze, who was absorbed in his treasure, and Jing Yuan, with a hint of exasperation, gently tapped Cang Ze on the shoulder, urging him to eat first, promising he could continue his work afterward. Cang Ze snapped back to reality and joined the table, where Yingxing was clearly famished, eating rather quickly after a day of engrossed forging. Cang Ze had prepared an ample array of dishes enough to satisfy everyone. Try this. It's also made by Cang Ze, Baiheng encouraged, eyeing the dessert eagerly. Yingxing took the transparent container and sampled it, finding it pleasantly sweet, icy, and appetizing. Baiheng consumed her portion sparingly, but she insisted on finishing her small meal before turning her attention to the fruit salad. Jingliu mirrored Baiheng's approach. However, Jing Yuan and Cang Ze were not so restrained. They devoured their meals with fervor, as if in a battlefield. Once finished, the pair began tidying up the table, which required minimal effort. The fish had no bones, and everything else had been consumed, leaving only some broth and the empty containers. After a brief cleanup, they concluded their meal. Cang Ze, Do you think I will gain weight with your delicious cooking? Jing Yuan leaned back in his chair, rubbing his stomach, though he showed no signs of excess. Then how about a spar with me afterward? Jingliu interjected, prompting a shiver to run through Jing Yuan. Ha ha! Today's training is over, he declared, rushing over to Cang Ze, who was still admiring his blade. Yingxing joined as well, and before he could speak, Cang Ze began to extol his craftsmanship. Yingxing, you are simply a genius, unparalleled and unprecedented. This blade is like a dream weapon for me. Cang Ze wanted to express how impressive it was, but restrained himself, while Jing Yuan understood his sentiment. Yingxing, flattered by such praise, felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. This was merely a creation to sustain him through the battle, after which he would dedicate himself to forging a blade for Cang Ze. As long as it meets your expectations, Yingxing replied coolly, though he could not suppress his pleased expression. Being praised by the future sword master filled him with pride. Jing Yuan examined the blade in Cang Ze's hands. It exuded a striking matte finish, imparting a sense of heft. While the blade was only slightly smaller than the Yingxi sword, intricate patterns adorned the blade, perfectly complementing its design. Yet, Jing Yuan still believed that the Yunqi's long-handle design was more impressive, particularly since his stature did not suit a straight blade. Otherwise, he would have sought a blade akin to Cang Ze's. Jingliu and Baiheng approached, and Jingliu noted Cang Ze's almost affectionate demeanor towards the blade, shaking her head in bemusement. What a magnificent sword! Baiheng exclaimed, praising Yingxing's craftsmanship. Yingxing, now utterly captivated, declared, behold, this is me. This is Bei Yingxing. In terms of quality and aesthetics, I excel in both. However, Yingxing suppressed his joyful emotions and addressed Cang Ze, saying, please wait a moment while I finish engraving the hilt. Cang Ze placed the dagger on the table, and everyone stepped back to watch Yingxing showcase his craftsmanship. Once in the zone, Yingxing was intensely focused, as if the group of people in the room were mere objects and not capable of disturbing him. Naturally, Cang Ze and the others dared not interrupt Bei Yingxing. Before long, Yingxing completed his work. Cang Ze took the black dagger, glancing at the intricately hollowed patterns on the hilt, which were designed with straight lines to avoid the resistance of thrusts and withdrawals. The sheath had already been prepared, crafted from black sandalwood and precious metals, fireproof and explosion-proof, predominantly in a deep black with golden lines, inspired by Cang Ze's attire. It was evident that Yingxing was indeed a master craftsman, his attention to detail unparalleled. At that moment, Cang Ze was filled with joy. He found himself not wanting the weapon that Yingxing would forge later, as this one had struck directly at his heart. Unconsciously, he exclaimed, Yingxing, in the realm of forging, you are nothing short of a deity. These words sent Yingxing into a frenzy of excitement, exclaiming, stop praising me. I might just burst into laughter. As long as you like it, Yingxing replied with a smile, although it was evident he was restraining something. Master, I feel so strong right now. Cang Ze challenged Jingliu, saying, you have always had the upper hand over me. Today, I shall bring you down. Jingliu smiled at Cang Ze's exuberance, having never seen him this way before, and accepted the challenge. They soon moved to the training ground, where Jing Yuan and others observed Cang Ze, gripping the sheath with his left hand, exuding an impressive aura, as if two swordsmen were engaged in a duel. Jingliu, noticing Cang Ze's intensified presence, also grew serious. Baiheng took on the role of referee, counting down 3, 2, 1. Clash. The sounds of their swords colliding echoed. The speed of the two was so swift that the onlookers could barely follow. As the two engaged, the clashing sounds of their blades filled the air. At this moment, they relied solely on their sword techniques. Jing Yuan led the others back to the entrance, sensing that the two were about to enter the second phase of their duel, fearing that getting too close might expose them to the sword's light. The two continued to clash without uttering a word, both utterly serious. Jingliu dared not relax for a moment, knowing that if she did not fully defend herself, Cang Ze would seize the opportunity to strike her down. Jingliu began to harness the power of fate, and as Cang Ze wielded his sword, he seemed to transform into a different person, with Jingliu conjuring an ice sword. She temporarily suppressed Cang Ze, whose previous sword had nearly been reduced to scrap. Utilizing the power of fate proved futile, as Jingliu could not find any flaws in Cang Ze's technique. Determined to strike with lethal intent, Jingliu aimed to cut Cang Ze down, realizing that her master was truly serious. With a clash, Jingliu thrust upward, deflecting the black dagger and delivering a swift kick that sent Cang Ze crashing into the wall. However, the wall immediately erupted with flying debris, shattered by Jingliu's sword energy. As Jingliu saw Cang Ze charging towards her, she swung her ice sword at him, but Cang Ze countered the sword energy, leaping high and forcefully stomping down, lifting a massive section of flooring, which he then hurled toward Jingliu. She narrowly dodged, but the heavy floorboard crashed into the wall of the training ground, causing the ground to shudder. Baiheng, hiding behind Jing Yuan and Yingxing, looked on anxiously at the two combatants, clearly aware that they had ignited a serious battle. Jing Yuan, make them stop. This could end badly, Baiheng exclaimed. It seems they have no intention of stopping until there is a victor, Jing Yuan noted, realizing both were equally determined to emerge triumphant. Chapter 29. Has someone breached Luofu? At this moment, Tang Xiao was perusing military reports when he suddenly felt the ground tremble. He immediately stood up, alarmed. What is happening? Has someone breached Luofu? How was I not informed? He ordered Yunxi to investigate the situation immediately. Yes. Meanwhile, the two combatants in the training ground seemed unwilling to be subdued by one another, and the ground had become inadequate for their combat, forcing them to take their duel to the air. At that moment, Feng arrived at the training ground, witnessing the two zealots engaged in a genuine battle. He invoked the Yunin technique to shield Jing Yuan and the others, preparing to intervene, but was pushed back by two sword lights. Feng observed Cang Ze, whose clothing was tattered and covered in sword marks, though he defended his left arm. Jingliu appeared slightly better off but bore her own wounds. Both were merely sparring. Yet Cang Ze was determined to surpass his master, while Jingliu was intent on not allowing her disciple to triumph over her. The two exchanged no words as the training ground was utterly destroyed. The ceiling, the walls, and the stone pillars all collapsed. Clang! The sounds of their blades clashing echoed once more. Jingliu withdrew momentarily, unleashing a wave of powerful sword energy. Cang Ze sliced through one with a single stroke, and Jingliu followed closely behind with her sword energy. Cang Ze smirked, using his left shoulder to absorb the incoming strike, then retaliating with a kick that sent Jingliu flying. Bang! Jingliu crashed against the wall, quickly recovering to meet the onslaught of Cang Ze's blade. Unlike Jingliu's sword energy, which could be perceived, Cang Ze's blade shimmered in a transparent black, making it all too easy for an unwary opponent to be struck down. General Tang Xiao arrived at the training ground, his eyes widening at the sight, which resembled a battlefield after devastation. He prepared to intervene with his divine weapon, but was interrupted by a blue sword energy that zipped past his feet. Glancing over, he noted that Jingliu seemed to hold the advantage, so he quietly observed the unfolding battle. Jingliu had exerted 3/7 of her power, severely suppressing Cang Ze, whose body began to radiate shards of ice. Cang Ze realized he was on the verge of defeat, and adopting a stance, shouted, "Master." All right. Jingliu sensed that Cang Ze was ready to make a final effort. She leaped into the air, wielding her ice sword, infused with a potent force of fate. In that moment, the world fell silent as a colossal ice sword descended toward Cang Ze, who merely stood his ground, holding his dagger. This sight nearly drove Jing Yuan to despair. Brother, do something. With a single stroke, the ice sword was cleaved in two, and all that could be seen was Cang Ze embracing Jingliu as they fell to the ground, sunlight illuminating both their faces. Cang Ze smiled at his master, his left arm cradling Jingliu while his right plunged the black dagger into the earth, playfully pinching his master's cheek, causing her to blush furiously, exclaiming, "You ungrateful disciple. Master, this counts as a tie, right?" Before they touched down, Baiheng rushed over, her expression one of disbelief as she witnessed the enormous sword being split in half. She simply wanted to confirm their safety, but was taken aback to see Jingliu being cradled by Cang Ze. Baiheng stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend. Is that Jingliu? This cannot be. Who are you? Get off Jingliu. In an instant, Jingliu sprang up, seemingly unfazed, crossing her arms and blushing furiously at her disciple's audacity. Soon, everyone gathered around, relieved to see both unharmed, as any injury to either would be a significant loss for Luofu. Tang Xiao looked on speechlessly at the two, recognizing that the training ground was merely a minor issue. When it came time to report for reimbursement, he would assert that Cang Ze had already surpassed half of Jingliu's strength, and that would surely suffice. Jing Yuan inspected Cang Ze from all angles, noting that aside from some sword wounds, He appeared relatively unscathed, with even his injuries showing signs of healing. Baiheng, still in disbelief, pointed at Jingliu, unable to articulate her thoughts. This only made Jingliu's face redden further, as she exerted her power to release a faint chill to cool herself down. Feng and Yingxing exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what Baiheng and Jingliu were up to. Jing Yuan, however, saw through everything, grasping Cang Ze's shoulders. He felt an urge to cry yet laugh, resulting in an expression that was quite peculiar. Cang Ze glanced at Jing Yuan, confused by his expression, reflecting on how captivating his master had looked just moments ago, prompting him to playfully pinch her cheek. The time has come to investigate for any hidden injuries, as maintenance will soon commence in this area. You may practice at other training grounds in the future. After issuing the command, Tang Xiao departed, startled by the tremors that had genuinely led him to believe an intruder had breached their defenses. As Tang Xiao left with the wind at his heels, his heart swelled with delight. Such talent at Luofu. Baiheng, regaining her composure, cast a disdainful glance at Jingliu, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh dear, it's little Tsang." Yet her words were swiftly muffled by Jingliu's hand. Baiheng understood the importance of her best friend's happiness, but Cang Ze was still too young. Such matters must wait until he matures. Otherwise, it could lead to legal complications. Jingliu, Yingxing, and Feng remained perplexed by the exchange between the two. But upon hearing the mention of Tsang, Jing Yuan felt his heart shatter. "Brother, are you serious? Healing potions, indeed. All right, Baiheng, both Cang Ze and I are injured," Jingliu interjected, genuinely wishing to prevent Baiheng from speaking inappropriately. A mere embrace should not cause any harm, especially since it involved her own disciple. Baiheng, with her mouth covered, could only emit muffled sounds of agreement. Subsequently, the group departed from the ruins of the training ground. Although Jingliu bore a wound, it was not visible on her attire, whereas Cang Ze was quite exposed to the elements, revealing a significant disparity between him and his master. "Yingxing, your forging skills are nothing short of divine." Cang Ze continued to praise Yingxing, marveling that neither he nor his master bore even a scratch, akin to having an indestructible command. "Upon our return from the expedition, I shall refine this blade to perfection." Yingxing beamed with joy, though he merely smiled faintly. This was his inaugural creation, and it must be flawless. "Thank you so much." Yingxing, as they arrived at Danding. The personnel there regarded the two injured individuals with expressions that suggested their wounds would heal if only they had arrived a moment later. They promptly provided external medicine and then showed little concern, remarking that their physiques were as robust as dragons. "Hey, little Cang Ze, are you hungry? Sister will go buy some ingredients. Will you help me prepare?" Baiheng, still tempted by her cravings, began her sisterly charm. Cang Ze naturally acquiesced, for he was indeed quite famished after the battle. "Why not come to my place? Chiming has an abundance of ingredients," Feng interjected. He would not let Cang Ze's culinary skills slip by, had he not been preoccupied with thoughts of settling scores with those old geezers. He would have invited them to visit his clan long ago. Yay! Baiheng remained the lively spirit of the group, instantly uplifting the other five. Yingxing watched her with a smile. Baiheng was of great significance to him, and he would never refuse her wishes. Jingliu, as Baiheng's close confidant, was similarly agreeable, and seeing no objections from the others, Baiheng interpreted this as unanimous consent. "Let us set forth and explore the Chiming clan's territory." The Chiming clan's domain resembled an entirely different city, bustling with shops and restaurants, filled with individuals sporting pointed ears, which captivated Baiheng as she eagerly surveyed her surroundings. The Chiming clan members greeted Feng warmly, creating an inviting atmosphere that made the group feel as if they had entered Feng's own home. Soon, Cang Ze spotted an opulent building, surrounded by a fence. He thought it could be a palace, yet it also resembled an exquisite structure. Upon entering, they were greeted by dragon maidens. "Welcome back, Lord Longzuan." One of the dragon maidens spoke sweetly to Feng. For a moment, Cang Ze felt as if he had been transported to a feudal era and wondered if Feng had numerous consorts. Feng responded curtly, then gestured for the dragon maiden to accompany them. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a harmonious blend of traditional and modern aesthetics, adorned with chiming artwork, creating a soothing ambience. Following Cang Ze's guidance, Feng instructed the dragon maiden to procure the necessary ingredients. Cang Ze, amidst a flurry of requests, asked the dragon maiden, "Let us have some barbecued fish, please." He specified a plethora of ingredients and confirmed the kitchen spices. Upon returning to the courtyard, Dan Feng directed everyone to settle down. As the chiming staff had prepared the grilling racks and utensils, alongside tables and beverages, a testament to Dan Feng's status as the Emperor of Luofu. Soon, the ingredients arrived swiftly, leaving Cang Ze astonished. "So fast? And they were freshly caught? Impressive." With everything set, Cang Ze began seasoning the ingredients, preparing the barbecue sauce, while the others eagerly assisted. Cang Ze had often hosted barbecues at home, where his parents would join him, enjoying a drink as he grilled. Yingxing swiftly skewered the meat, his dexterous hands working rapidly, nearly matching Dan Feng's speed in slicing. Baiheng and Jingliu busied themselves washing vegetables, while Jing Yuan tended to the charcoal fire. Cang Ze prepared the seasonings and set aside a fish for grilling on a hot plate, along with some squid. No one faltered in their tasks, having lived long enough to master such skills. However, a certain Longzuan and a certain Bei were engaged in a friendly competition. Yingxing patiently awaited Dan Feng to carve the meat first, while Dan Feng schemed to keep Yingxing busy. Baiheng and Jingliu quietly washed the vegetables, though they were secretly gossiping. "Jingliu, do tell," Baiheng whispered, but Jingliu only responded that he was merely her disciple, revealing nothing more. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan had successfully ignited the charcoal and assisted Cang Ze with the seasonings. Having learned from him without reservation, he refrained from asking about the dynamics between Cang Ze and Jingliu, as the truth would eventually surface. Ultimately, Dan Feng and Yingxing reached a stalemate, for there was no more meat left for them to play with. Cang Ze donned an apron and commenced grilling, ensuring the flames were steady and the flipping was swift, starting with the oil before applying the seasoning, constantly observing the meat for readiness. Truly a masterful technique. Cang Ze marveled at a contraption resembling a fan, which efficiently drew away smoke. Cang Ze worked swiftly, preparing 100 skewers while Jing Yuan handled 50, and Cang Ze took on an additional 50 along with the hot plate fish. The others sat at the stone table, awaiting the culinary delights. Baiheng was completely enchanted by the aroma, her gaze fixated on the two industrious figures. Initially, she wished to join in, but was playfully dismissed by little Cang Ze, who deemed her skills insufficient. As the others sipped their drinks leisurely, they awaited the two chefs to present their creations. Cang Ze's speed surpassed Jing Yuan's due to his experience, as he organized the dishes in quadrants, ensuring everyone could partake. "Wow, Cang Ze, you'll have to cook for us on future expeditions," Baiheng declared, having unofficially appointed Cang Ze as the cook, despite his role as the vanguard. If time permitted, he would surely prepare meals for his companions. The others gradually began to eat, waiting for Baiheng to start, as they indulged in her whims. The atmosphere lifted, buoyed by Baiheng's exuberance, and even Longzu and Dan Feng set aside his usual stoicism, allowing a slight smile to grace his lips as he joined the merriment, relishing the exquisite food. While Cang Ze had already served himself. "Jing Yuan, don't falter tomorrow," Yingxing advised, observing the duo of Jing Yuan and Cang Ze, who were thoroughly engrossed in their meals. "Fear not. Though it is my first time leading, with all your support, success is assured," Jing Yuan replied earnestly, determined that this battle must not result in defeat or significant casualties. "Relax. Little Jing Yuan, we all believe in you, as long as you don't do anything foolish." Baiheng crossed her arms and gazed at Jing Yuan. She, like everyone else, was aware that Jing Yuan had proposed a strategy for that battle. Dan Feng and the others turned their attention to Jing Yuan. As the incident was well known, Cang Ze in women's attire, which sparked curiosity about how that would unfold. They had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Rest assured, that was a surprise tactic, and everyone knows we handled it perfectly, with no casualties, Jing Yuan replied, scratching his head, perplexed at how this matter resurfaced. "My dear Baiheng, if you cannot drink, then just sip lightly. Hey, little Cang Ze, what did you look like in women's clothing? I bet it was just like Jingliu." Baiheng expressed her curiosity about Cang Ze's appearance. She scrutinized Cang Ze from head to toe, causing Cang Ze to shiver, as she was not the only one watching. "Jing Yuan, haven't you seen it before? And you want to see it again?" "Indeed," Cang Ze begrudgingly admitted. "It was quite similar, although I'm taller than my master now. But if I were to cosplay, it would be a one-to-one match, with the padding being another story." "Hey, can Baijia take a look?" With this question from Baiheng, everyone turned their eyes toward Cang Ze. Dan Feng was drinking from his cup, yet his gaze was fixed on Cang Ze. Yingxing chewed on squid, while also watching her intently. Jingliu had no need to hide her interest, staring directly at Cang Ze, while Jing Yuan was keen to capture another photograph. Having indulged in the exquisite wine from the Qi Ming clan, everyone took advantage of the inebriation to observe Cang Ze. Cang Ze exclaimed, "Bai, absolutely not. Why does everyone want to see it?" She reacted defensively. Yingxing, you need to regain your cool demeanor, and you too, Dan Feng. All right, we'll discuss it later. Baiheng, ever perceptive, recognized that it was not the right time to unveil Cang Ze in women's attire, despite her own anticipation. There would be future opportunities. Cang Ze glanced at the disappointed Jing Yuan and widened her eyes. Jing Yuan, what are you sulking about? Don't be foolish. I am a man. Chapter 31. Drive away and annihilate. Once the feast was over, the guests tidied up and departed, mindful not to inconvenience the dragon lady. Cang Ze and Jing Yuan returned home, while Baiheng went to Jing Lu's residence, and Yingxing headed back to the Gongzhou bureau. They had all moderated their drinking, as the next day marked the commencement of their expedition. Jing Yuan donned his usual crimson and white attire, while Cang Ze retained his customary ensemble of black adorned with golden patterns. Jingliu and Baiheng were clad in their signature blue and white dresses. Yingxing had changed into a suitable ancient-style suit, and Longzun Danfeng was still in his luxurious outfit, as the two were preparing for a fashion show. As they observed the main ship's successful landing, Jing Yuan instructed the side ship to commence boarding. The six of them remained together aboard the same military vessel. The Luofu army was setting out to confront the Buli people, who were the most formidable branch of the fertile people, resembling towering wolves with sharp fangs, upright ears, and claws like blades, their robust physiques exuding a feral strength. In battle, they could regenerate flesh and bone, transforming into monstrous forms with astonishing self-healing abilities. And even if decapitated, their bloodline harbored wolf venom, instilling fear in their enemies. The Buli were dubbed living beast ships, roaming the stars, valuing strength, feasting on bloodshed, destroying civilizations, enslaving fox people, venerating the red moon as sacred, fighting for immortality, and existing solely for battle, making them the sworn enemies of the Xianzhou alliance. The main ship had arrived, and a cloud rider reported to Jing Yuan. He looked at the map without responding, merely nodding. The general's flagship has reached the designated location. It's time for us to take our positions. The map indicated that the general had disembarked from the warship, preparing the troops for an engagement with the Buli, or rather, a drive away. The side army's warship promptly halted in front of the main force, ready to flank. Baiheng led a reconnaissance unit in a circular maneuver, with the commanders supporting the general based on Baiheng's position. Cang Ze, you will serve as the vanguard. Charge ahead. Yingxing, provide rear support. Feng, protect the scouts to ensure their safety. Jingliu, lead a contingent from Cang Ze's right to join the general. The orders were given. The remaining soldiers were to focus on support, advancing cautiously in formation. No one was to charge without explicit orders from the military. Yes, the Cloud Riders responded in unison. Baiheng smiled at the emerging commanding presence of Jing Yuan, while Cang Ze beamed at the sight of him, standing tall and resolute, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Cang Ze couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, teasing Jing Yuan, if the next general isn't you, I would be astonished. The commanders dispersed, and the crew began directing the side army's warship to descend. Cang Ze stood at the hatch, observing the map feedback indicating that the Buli had begun encircling them. She needed to carve a path for the side army. With a loud clang, the warship's hatch opened, releasing a cloud of steam, which was quickly dispersed by the howling wind. Cang Ze gazed at the Buli, who resembled humanoid wolves, dark purple in hue, some wielding sharp claws while others brandished curved blades, charging toward the warship in a dense swarm. Cang Ze stepped forward, gripping the sword sheath with her left hand and the hilt with her right, her feet apart and body slightly bent. The Cloud Riders behind her felt the overwhelming aura of her presence, sensing that a single movement could lead to their demise. With her energy fully charged, Cang Ze surged forward like an imperial arrow, slicing into the enemy ranks and drawing her sword in an instant. The sound of her blade echoed as the once dense formation of Buli was cleaved apart, leaving only scattered remains. Form ranks, Jing Yuan shouted. Xianzhou soars. The Cloud Riders shall prevail. The Cloud Rider troops echoed the battle cry, rushing out of the warship to form their lines. Cang Ze reveled in the chaos. While Yingxing maneuvered her mechanical constructs to support Cang Ze, and Jingliu led her forces from the right flank to rendezvous with the general. Baiheng guided the flying scouts from above, directing the Cloud Riders, while Feng accompanied Jingliu, simultaneously safeguarding the scouts. The others fared well. Yet Yingxing faced mounting pressure. The winds on the battlefield were fierce, and she gritted her teeth, meticulously controlling her flying contraptions to keep pace with Cang Ze, who was advancing too rapidly for her to follow. At that moment, Cang Ze resembled a bulldozer, charging through the ranks, her weapon leaving trails of destruction. Those who stood in her way were either reduced to pulp or severed in two. Cang Ze noticed the flying contraptions above and halted her stride as the frenzied bully lunged at her. A technique unleashed a lightning whip, clearing the surrounding bully, and Cang Ze gave a thumbs up before resuming her advance. Yingxing observed the bully retreating, and the frontline commander, Tung Xiao, was momentarily stunned. Did the bully fear her? Without hesitation, he struck down the retreating foes. Jing Yuan monitored the real-time holographic map, watching Cang Ze charge into the heart of the bully's formation. He covered his face in disbelief. Cang Ze's reckless advance had opened a breach in their defenses. If they could encircle the bully alongside the general, victory was assured. The entire side army followed in Cang Ze's wake. Baiheng's flying scouts quickly led Jingliu to join forces with Cang Ze, while Feng informed General Tung Xiao of their encircling maneuver. "Stop her! Quickly!" Wait, are you really here? With a swift motion, Cang Ze ignored the cries of the bully, sending one to meet their end in a single stroke. Now surrounded, Yingxing finally caught up to Cang Ze, and without hesitation, her contraption's arm unfurled a cylinder, gathering crackling lightning to tear open an escape route for Cang Ze. Cang Ze charged through the opening, unleashing a flurry of slashes, while the flying scouts unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the ground. Guided by Baiheng, Jingliu surged toward Cang Ze. This battle was one they could win however they fought, Tung Xiao declared as he piloted the divine chariot into the fray. The bully's beast ships proving no match for him. Realizing the side army's intentions, he began forming encircling maneuvers as per Feng's guidance. Initially, the objective was to drive away the bully, but as the battle progressed, it transformed into an effort to annihilate them entirely. Tung Xiao pressed forward, while Feng unleashed the cloud chant technique, reaping a whirlwind of victories. Yingxing relinquished his concerns, acknowledging his inability to catch up, and began to assist Cang Ze in managing the pursuers behind them. Jing Yuan, leading the flank troops, steadily and methodically eliminated the remaining bully Ren. "Master!" Cang Ze called out as he spotted Jingliu approaching from distance. Hearing Cang Ze's summons, Jingliu unleashed his full strength to sweep away the surrounding bully Ren. The reunion of the master and disciple signified the imminent completion of their encirclement. "Retreat! Retreat!" The bully Ren commander shouted frantically, realizing that if they did not withdraw, they would all be meeting their demise. The ranks of bully Ren, losing confidence amidst the slaughter, began a chaotic retreat. However, their withdrawal was met with a blockade from Jingliu and his disciple, forcing them to veer sideways, only to be intercepted by the general, with Jing Yuan's flank troops closing in from behind. Ultimately, this skirmish transformed into a complete annihilation, as all the Yun Qi, driven by fervor, obliterated the bully Ren. The reason for their fervor was due to General Tung Xiao, in a fit of enthusiasm, declared that the expulsion had turned into total extermination. "Kill them all. Not a single one shall remain. Double the military merits." The prospect of doubling military merits was a minor concern. When reported, it would be presented before the marshal, who could not dismiss the fact that the expulsion had evolved into a total annihilation, deserving of recognition. Chapter 32. Aftermath. No one present anticipated that the initial expulsion would culminate in total annihilation. Although casualties were significant, the military merits gained were even greater, and the families of the fallen Yun Qi would receive ample compensation. Following this conflict, Cang Ze and Yingxing rose to prominence. Their incursion into the rear of the bully Run caused disarray among the front line, prompting a hasty retreat, which provided Tung Xiao and Jing Yuan the opportunity to encircle them. despite Yingxing's role being primarily supportive. His dexterous maneuvers allowed him to deftly evade incoming attacks while simultaneously clearing the pursuers behind Cang Ze. The performance of Jing Yuan's Xiongwei, who led the flank troops with steady precision, was commendable with minimal casualties. Baiheng, leading the flying soldiers under the protection of Dan Feng's water dragon, guided Jingliu to precise coordinates, completing the master-disciple connection. At that moment, the five were seated within a makeshift camp, one member absent, having gone to prepare a meal. Jing Yuan, while leading the flank troops, had ensured ample provisions were brought aboard the military vessel, and Teng Xiao made no objections to this. Cang Ze, wishing to provide the soldiers with a warm meal, began cooking a large pot of food, enlisting the help of the kitchen staff. "Let us all dine together. No one should envy another," he declared. "If there are not enough spatulas, I shall forge one on site." Although Cang Ze had never served in the military, he had worked in a cafeteria, serving an array of rice dishes. Meanwhile, the main forces under General Teng Xiao could not resist the enticing aroma of the communal meal wafting through the air. As they tidied the battlefield, they formed a line for their meal, while Jing Yuan and his group had already begun eating. Despite the simplicity of the pot meal, the culinary skill was evident. This annihilation battle had lasted 7 or 8 days, and while expulsion would have been swifter, the opportunity for total extermination warranted such efforts. What could General Teng Xiao say? Although it deviated from military discipline, the war had concluded, and the troops were equipped with compressed rations for easy transport, which, though filling, paled in comparison to a hot meal. Cang Ze, wielding the spatula like a sword, tirelessly prepared meals for the entire army, feeling overwhelmed as the main forces and other flank troops joined in the queue. As supplies dwindled, the Yinxi army spontaneously ventured to gather provisions from the planet, their engagement with the Bu-Li Run having been to protect the inhabitants of this world. Cang Ze generously shared his recipes with the kitchen staff, acknowledging that while the celestial ship's cuisine was diverse, preparing large quantities was less straightforward than in his previous life. Dishes like Kung Pao chicken were truly suited for mass cooking. Exhausted, Cang Ze returned to Jing Yuan, who smiled and helped him sit down, having already finished their meal some time ago. "Cang Ze, you truly are a jack of all trades," he remarked, prompting a blush from Jingliu, who had been playfully teased by Baiheng, for the words carried a different connotation upon reflection. "Let Cang Ze finish his meal in peace," Yingxing interjected, observing how Cang Ze, once vigorous in battle, now appeared drained from cooking. Meanwhile, Teng Xiao initiated a projection meeting in a dimly lit room, where a stone table was set, with the marshal seated at the head and other generals flanking him. The celestial ship generals noted the triumphant smile on Teng Xiao's face, indicative of a significant victory. The celestial ship marshal, recognizing Teng Xiao's expression, invited him to speak. Rising, Teng Xiao adjusted his military uniform and distributed the holographic documents, remaining silent while his smile broadened. The other generals and the marshal promptly began reviewing the reports. The battle report was straightforward. The expulsion had evolved into a total annihilation, with the lowest casualties in the history of the celestial ship. It detailed how Cang Ze and Yingxing cooperated to penetrate the rear, with flying soldier Baiheng guiding the swordhead, and Longzun Danfeng protecting both the flying soldiers and the swordhead troops, while Jing Yuan led the forces in a flank encirclement, resulting in the complete destruction of the Bu-Li Ren. The assembly gazed silently at the report, acknowledging the magnitude of this victory. While seemingly simple, breaching the rear of the Bu-Li Run was no easy feat, although generals and swordheads could typically achieve this. Such tactics in conventional warfare could lead to disorder within the Yinxi ranks, ultimately resulting in defeat. General Hua Yin, eyeing Yingxing's report, turned his gaze sharply towards Teng Xiao, exclaiming, "Yingxing is my disciple." General Yao Qing interjected, "The talents of Luofu are exceptional." Cang Ze and Yingxing complement each other, causing the front lines to collapse, an invaluable contribution. Teng Xiao nodded vigorously, "Indeed. My deepest gratitude to General Hua Yin for sending such talents. I can only ensure that Yingxing is appointed as Luofu's Baiyi." Teng Xiao had long sensed General Hua Yin's scrutinizing gaze, but remained unfazed, for Baiheng and Yingxing had chosen to stay. No one could compel them to leave. Teng Xiao would ensure their retention. The marshal contemplated the profiles of the 6 individuals, reflecting on their unique skills: forging, command, reconnaissance, medical assistance, vanguard, and support. The other generals, noticing the marshal's contemplative demeanor, realized that he was considering the potential of these 6 individuals. They examined the profiles, sharing the marshal's inclination to extract these individuals from the military. Upon closer inspection, they were astonished, initially perceiving individual merits. They now recognized the synergy between the 6 during the battle, suggesting a formidable new generation for Luofu. General Yao Qing, envisioning the potential of this lineup, even contemplated recruiting one of them, specifically Cang Ze. We are in need of such units that can infiltrate enemy formations. As for support, we shall assign all the general's guards to Cang Ze. The dossier indicates he wields a sword. Let us appoint him as the foremost sword-head in the celestial ship. General Yao Qing's determination was evident as he turned to Tung Xiao, General Tung Xiao, regarding Cang Ze. Tung Xiao, taken aback, replied, "What do you mean by regarding Cang Ze?" General Yao Qing, recognizing the implications, retreated into silence, yet remained poised to explore opportunities to recruit him. The talent was undeniable, but Cang Ze could not be a general, as the dossier indicated he was suited for mixing pasta with concrete. While the meeting continued, the generals, though envious, understood the necessity of addressing pressing matters. The marshal intended to observe the 6 individuals further. If suitable, she would officially designate them as the Yunshang Lu Xiao. Within the military tent, Cang Ze lay languidly in a recliner, utterly drained even after finishing his meal. Fortunately, he had dispatched the recipes, and he resolved that he would not undertake such tasks again. The reclining chair, brought by Jing Yuan, was designed for the celestial ship. As he had been confident of victory in this battle, the 6 reclined, embodying the essence of weary warriors. The other Yinshi made no effort to disturb them, recognizing their exhaustion from training, only stealing occasional glances. Although it is said that we have achieved victory, the tension still lingers. Baiheng and Jing Lu recline together on a single chair, their bodies nestled closely. Yingxing sits upright, arms crossed, not inclined like the others, for he controls the ingenious machinery and is spared from the battlefield, thus free from fatigue. At this moment, he contemplates the need to forge a faster contraption, ideally multifunctional, capable of keeping pace with Cang Ze. Long Zun, too, has shed some of his burdensome identity, reclining in an armchair, his right hand supporting his head while his left rests on his abdomen. Had it not been for the combined efforts of a few, the Ming army and the Cloud Riders would have suffered even greater losses. Dan Feng muses that they truly complement each other, which brings a smile to his face. Jing Yuan, feeling weary, although he commands, must also be present on the battlefield. This demands not only physical strength, but mental acuity as well. He has been cautiously directing the flanking forces forward, yet casualties still occur. Jing Lu rests her right hand gently on Baiheng's head, offering her support. Surprisingly, she feels less fatigue in this battle than in previous ones. She glances at the nearly slumbering Cang Ze, who appears the most exhausted among them, having both fought and prepared meals for the soldiers. Cang Ze has fallen into a deep sleep, his soft breaths dispersing into the air. Noticing this, Jing Yuan returns to the ship to fetch a cloak and drapes it over him. The others observe Cang Ze's sleeping form, a sight they have never witnessed before, with only his neck and head exposed beneath the cloak. If one only saw his face, they might mistakenly believe Cang Ze to be a woman. Baiheng cannot resist the urge to pinch his cheek, but is stopped by Jing Lu. Due to the battle and cooking, the bandage around Cang Ze's neck has begun to loosen. Only Yingxing notices the golden fissure upon his neck. He looks at Jing Yuan, questioning if Cang Ze has been infected. Jing Yuan glances at Yingxing, realizing that the others are resting with their eyes closed. He gently rewraps the bandage around Cang Ze's neck and covers it with a cloak. As he rises to leave, Yingxing follows closely behind. What is Cang Ze's condition? Yingxing does not entertain the thought that Cang Ze is a product of abundance. He merely considers the possibility of infection. Cang Ze has always been this way since Yingxing first encountered him as a child. Of course, he cannot be a product of abundance, for both his parents were Cloud Riders. Yingxing's own parents took him to the Danding Sea for examination, but they could not discern anything unusual, only suggesting it might be a birthmark. Jing Yuan gazes earnestly at Yingxing, wishing for Cang Ze to be accepted by others. And he certainly does not want him to be judged merely by a fisher. Yingxing remains silent, fully aware that the golden fisher indeed resembles those found on a product of abundance. However, Cang Ze has never exhibited any abnormalities, and having grown up alongside Jing Yuan, Yingxing firmly believes Cang Ze is an ordinary citizen of Xianzhou. The fisher does not signify anything. Seeing Yingxing's silence, Jing Yuan understands that his home was destroyed by a product of abundance. He recounts Cang Ze's childhood experiences to Yingxing, including the happenings in Jin Ren Alley, ultimately pleading for him to keep this information confidential. Yingxing is taken aback, incredulous at the revelation that Cang Ze survived on a bun for 3 days, consuming only morsels the size of fingernails, considering moldy food a delicacy. His body is marred by scars and bruises, his limbs frostbitten, and his feet covered in shards of stone and glass. How could he endure such suffering, and how could he appear so light, like a slightly heavier backpack? To be judged as a product of abundance, simply for a glance at the fisher in Jin Ren Alley, is incomprehensible. I will keep it secret. Yingxing assures Jing Yuan, even without the request, he would have done so. He understands the constitution of the Xianzhou people, but under normal circumstances, survival would be impossible without sufficient nutrition to sustain one's strength. Cang Ze, what have you endured? From the destruction of his home until now. Yingxing reflects that had Cang Ze shared even a fraction of his suffering, he might not have survived. The two return silently to the military tent. Where everyone else has fallen asleep, their safety assured with the Cloud Riders patrolling outside. Yingxing sits quietly in a chair, his mind consumed by thoughts of Cang Ze. Buns, scars, and frostbite, calculating how anyone present could have survived such experiences. Yingxing ponders Jing Yuan's mention of the birthmark, which is quite plausible, especially since Jing Yuan claims it has been present since childhood, and Luofu has always been safe from any products of abundance infiltrating. Clearly, the authorities must be withholding information. Both of Cang Ze's parents were Cloud Riders, but what happened after? Where are the records of his birth? There must be secrets here. As time passes, it is now the 3rd day after the war's conclusion. Yingxing has not slept all night, lost in calculation and contemplation, attempting to analyze the situation. Jing Yuan, on the other hand, has not overthought it. He simply returns and falls asleep, having pondered for many years without resolution. Ultimately, he decides that as long as Cang Ze is well, that is sufficient. Baiheng stretches and lets out an adorable sound, successfully waking everyone present. Cang Ze rubs his eyes, groggily looking at Baiheng, having been roused from a dream by her exclamation. The others awaken as well, immediately turning their attention to Baiheng. Startled, she quickly covers her mouth and sheepishly laughs. Hee. So everyone is awake. No one blames Baiheng, and they all rise. Cang Ze, like a well-timed machine, begins preparing breakfast. This time, he only needs to cook for 6, and Jing Yuan assists him. Yingxing, gazing at the dark circles under his eyes, prompts Baiheng to exclaim, Yingxing, did I wake you last night? It's nothing. I was thinking about forging. So I didn't sleep. Yingxing replies, arms crossed and eyes closed. Cang Ze finishes preparing breakfast, which is quite simple. A bowl of porridge and several plates of stir-fried vegetables. The group eagerly digs in, appreciating the fragrant aromas that Cang Ze has expertly coaxed from the ingredients. Teng Xiao, drawn by the delightful scent, enters the tent, sits beside Jing Yuan, and Cang Ze serves him a bowl of porridge. Ah, Cang Ze's culinary skills are impressive. Why not come to the general's residence? Although Cang Ze hails from Luofu, it does not hinder him from showcasing his talents. General, I'm from Luofu, Cang Ze replies. Teng Xiao swallows his porridge and bursts into laughter. Ha! Yulada caught the eye of General Yao Qing. But you are right. You are indeed from Luofu. Ha! After the meal, Baiheng takes the initiative to clear the dishes. General Teng Xiao mentions their achievements, noting that Jing Yuan is on the verge of becoming a general, and they will have to exchange their merits for rewards. After all, they cannot expect General Teng Xiao to perish so that Jing Yuan can rise to power. The others have their own merits. But General Teng Xiao subtly hints at the need for more expeditions. They understand that the 6 of them must undertake more missions together, achieving victories, after which the marshal will honor them with titles, making them a renowned duo across Xianzhou and beyond. After sharing this, General Teng Xiao leaves joyfully, unable to suppress his excitement at the thought of future battle reports. Will the future Ying you be truly remarkable? I told you, we are destined to be together. Cang Ze, when you return to Luofu, I expect you to bring me some fruit dessert. Baiheng de Colette, taking on a commanding tone as she instructs Cang Ze to prepare delicious treats for her upon his return. All right, what else can I do? Cang Ze can only comply. Cang Ze, when you return, give me that knife. I will forge it to perfection, Yingxing says, eyeing the knife at Cang Ze's waist. After the Annihilation battle, the black blade has developed a crack, which Yingxing cannot tolerate. Since Yingxing has chosen to keep this a secret, he is determined to uphold that promise. Whatever the future holds, they will address it later. For now, they are comrades and friends. Cang Ze's eyes sparkle with excitement as he gazes at Yingxing. Really? Really? Indeed. Yingxing smiles back at Cang Ze, reassuring him, you see Cang Ze, you could never be a product of abundance. Chapter 34. The Celestial Hunt. Why is the signal intermittent? Xianzhou Lianming, regardless of the distance, will lead its troops forth, following the guidance of Di Gong Si Ming Guangshi, to vanquish the bountiful being within the heart of Luo Fu Xing Cha Hai. 6 individuals are presently enjoying tea and listening to a tale. The room is bustling with activity. Some stand while others sit, and a few share seats to partake in the story, as the storyteller recounts the exploits of Di Gong Si Ming and the Celestial Huntsman. Previously, it was mentioned that Di Gong Si Ming descended to the mortal realm. Baiheng, feeling a tad bored, absent-mindedly traced the rim of her teacup with her finger. She observed the expressions of admiration on Cang Ze and Jing Yuan's faces as they listened intently to the narrative, having nearly memorized the tale themselves, thus her boredom. Hey, Jing Yuan, which celestial being do you favor? Baiheng's query was unexpected. We are in Luofu. Can you guess who Jing Yuan would prefer? Jing Yuan set down her teacup, looking incredulously at Baiheng. What sort of question is that? Of course, it must be Di Gong Si Ming. I can't help but think you favor Bo Shizun, Cang Ze teased from the side. The group turned their attention to Jing Yuan. Cang Ze's observation held merit. For intelligent minds often gravitate towards Bo Shizun, the deity of wisdom. Oh, Cang Ze, you know I've always revered Di Gong Si Ming. Besides, I'm not part of the Genius Club. Even if I'm clever, it is only in relation to Xianzhou, Jing Yuan replied with a touch of resignation, recalling how Cang Ze had teased her about being part of the Genius Club since childhood. And what about you, little Cang Ze? Cang Ze pondered for a moment. Celestial beings? Speaking of which, the Lu Guang Tianjun, the deity of memory, resembles a cybernetic Qin Shi Huang. It must be the huntsman. I am undoubtedly a citizen of Xianzhou. Baiheng appeared skeptical, observing Cang Ze's expression as if the celestial beings held little significance for him. So, little Cang Ze, what are your thoughts on the other celestial beings? The group looked at Cang Ze, eager to hear his interpretations, for each individual possesses a unique understanding. Cang Ze's demeanor shifted, and he addressed the group earnestly. Let us begin with Di Gong Si Ming. The huntsman embodies the paradox of a solitary soul measuring obsession by light years. At the moment the arrow is loosed, the huntsman's gaze has already reached the conclusion of vengeance. From the far reaches of the cosmos, the huntsman queries, what fragmented signals do I receive? Let me take a look. The group nodded in agreement, as this perfectly encapsulated the essence of the huntsman. I shall speak of Lu Guang Tianju next. Memory is not merely a recollection. Rather, it resurrects existence from the depths of oblivion. When you engrave everything into your being, memory ignites within your skull an everlasting star map. Upon uttering this, Cang Ze experienced a moment of bewilderment, as if a vision had overtaken him. He found himself amidst the cosmos, staring at the cybernetic Qin Shi Huang, utterly dumbfounded, until he beheld a beam of light. The huntsman exclaimed, Fu Li, release him. Jingliu and the others rose to gaze at the sky, questioning if it was truly Di Gong Si Ming or Lu Guang Tianjun. Subsequently, Cang Ze returned to the tea table, though he had not physically moved. It seemed the cybernetic Qin Shi Huang had bestowed something upon him. A flash of light followed, and he was back. What did you see? Dan Feng inquired first. Sensing the two forces at play, Cang Ze blurted out, the cybernetic Qin Shi Huang and a beam of light. The group was taken aback. It should have been Lu Guang Tianjun, but was intercepted by a beam of light, Jing Yuan exclaimed, her hands animatedly gripping Cang Ze. Really? Is it true? At that moment, I was in the cosmos, and then a blue figure appeared alongside a beam of light, and then it vanished. Jingliu and the others seated themselves, sensing something amiss. Had he not yet embarked on his destined path? Had he been intercepted by the beam? Could have been Di Gong Ximing? Cang Ze, why not elaborate? Baiheng expressed skepticism, questioning if mere words could indeed summon a celestial being. The group looked at Cang Ze, their curiosity piqued, wondering if this phenomenon held genuine merit. Cang Ze swallowed hard and declared, "Who else could I mention? Perhaps Shang Li Xianyun." Jing Yuan suggested as a safer option, believing this deity would not arrive merely due to a profound understanding of destiny. Indeed, one wouldn't come simply because of a spoken word. It has long since arrived. Ha ha ha. Fu Li has intercepted the huntsman. I must go and see that little fellow. This was promptly echoed by the huntsman's light arrow. The Xianzhou Lianmeng erupted in chaos. How could Di Gong Ximing have shot 2 aimless arrows in plain view of the cosmos? How was Xianzhou to interpret such an act? Joy is akin to rendering the universe into an absurd mute play, allowing laughter to explode within the eardrums of deities, transforming into truth. When one willingly becomes their own jester, aha extends from the fissures of the mask, presenting the celestial script. This was Cang Ze's interpretation of the joy embodied in aha. After all, the deeds of aha were rather outrageous. After speaking, Cang Ze pondered, is another wave coming? He gazed upon an entity composed of various expressive masks, feeling a sense of unease. So, it is you, little Cang Ze, destined to become my envoy. Following this was yet another beam of light. Cang Ze returned once more, and the group observed him, refraining from allowing him to continue, as the laughter echoing from the sky nearly shattered their eardrums. Now the higher echelons of Xianzhou were utterly confounded. What on earth was happening? What had transpired? Why had Chang Lu Tianjun arrived? In the universe, aha was driven away, with the huntsman guarding the far reaches of Luofu. Anyone daring to approach would be shot at. Aha was indeed humiliated. Yearning for little Cang Ze to become the envoy. Was not profound sorrow and suffering merely joy? The Luofu Xing Cha Hai had become desolate, with Aha's laughter having caused distress to many, leaving only the 6 of them seated on the bridge. They gazed at Cang Ze. Baiheng wished to speak, but was interrupted by Jingliu, warning that continuing this conversation would lead to trouble. The others silently urged the lively Baiheng to keep quiet. The group fell silent, their eyes fixed on Cang Ze, who felt a surge of anxiety. Would his identity as a traveler be uncovered? But why have you not embarked on your destined path? Baiheng, still herself, shifted topics, expressing her own confusion. Perhaps I was intercepted by Di Gong Ximing? Cang Ze speculated, believing the beam of light might have originated from him. At that moment, Jingliu's jade pendant trembled. She picked it up to examine it, revealing a message from General Teng Xiao. They were to promptly head to the general's estate, as the Xianzhou Lianmeng's ultimate location had been pinpointed to the heart of Luo Fu Xing Cha Hai. Speak up. Which of you celestial beings summoned this? General Teng Xiao sat cross-legged, scrutinizing the 6 individuals. Although Luo Fu had not encountered any calamity, the light arrow was indeed a tangible threat. A mere brush against it could spell disaster for Luo Fu. Cang Ze stepped forward, with the others following suit, as this was not solely his affair. Each bore responsibility. Oh, Cang Ze, you wouldn't happen to be the illegitimate child of a celestial being, would you? General Teng Xiao questioned, observing Cang Ze, who hung his head in acknowledgement. The alliance had declared that those who summoned such beings must be safeguarded, as Di Gong Ximing's actions were deemed protective of his own. This piqued General Teng Xiao's curiosity. What celestial being could compel Di Gong Ximing to launch 2 arrows at a celestial entity? Chapter 35, Nanak, Bluetooth connected. General Teng Xiao rose, examining Cang Ze closely, his intrigue deepening. This is quite remarkable. You truly cannot be the child of Di Gong Ximing, can you? Come with me. General Teng Xiao led the 6 to a conference room, where the marshal and other generals awaited, intensifying Cang Ze's anxiety. The marshal spoke first. There is no need for concern. We simply wish to understand how you accomplished this. At this moment, Jing Yuan could not defend Cang Ze, as this inquiry came directly from a marshal. I merely expressed my understanding of destiny. Cang Ze regained his composure, addressing the marshal. The marshal was taken aback. Is that all? The other generals and General Teng Xiao were equally astonished. Understanding destiny? People engage in this daily, yet none have done so as you have. Jing Yuan stepped forward, bowing slightly to the marshal. Marshal, we were all present while listening to the tale of Di Gong, Si Ming. And then we began discussing the celestial beings. When Cang Ze articulated his understanding, that was when the events transpired. This is the entirety of the matter. Is that truly the case? A general of the Xianzhou questioned, expressing her disbelief unless a demonstration were provided. The other generals exchanged glances, looking to the marshal, who also appeared skeptical, unless Cang Ze was indeed the son of a celestial deity. Can you show us another example? The marshal declared, insisting on witnessing the event firsthand. For there was a possibility that it might have been orchestrated by someone else. Who should I refer to? The marshal pondered, contemplating the gravity of the situation. If true, perhaps summoning the apothecary to let the Di Gong shoot an arrow to release the tension? The generals internally applauded this idea, recognizing the marshal's brilliance. Abundance is not merely a blessing. It represents life's unending borrowing from itself. When one is willing to sacrifice their very essence to revive the barren, allowing even foes to bear fruit, the apothecary silently permits eternal germination with every breath of self-sacrifice, enabling the universe to flourish amidst decay. Cang Ze's words hung in the air. Met with silence, the marshal and the others awaited a response that never came. What about the ruin of ancestors? The marshal offered Cang Ze a condition. Coughing slightly, Cang Ze felt awkward under the scrutiny of so many eyes and then thought of the ruin god Nanak. Ruin is the embers of one's own ending, prompting all realms to reset prematurely in the silence of destruction. When one willingly transforms into a torch, Nanak inscribes the next moment of entropy in your ashes. With that, Nanak, who had been waiting a long time, now understood who had connected to his Wi-Fi and directly handed it over, but it was too late, as the light arrow was already approaching. Go, Cang Ze, let all that causes you pain be obliterated. Cang Ze then saw a man with white hair and dark skin, who handed him a bundle before returning. The marshal remained silent, having truly captured the essence of destruction, and the light arrow from Di Gong was also arriving. Yet Cang Ze was already on the path of ruin. The general Yao Qing Tian stood up excitedly, using his ethereal form to approach Cang Ze. Cang Ze, join us in Yao Qing. You can take any position you desire, aside from being a general. Cang Ze gazed at the beautiful fox general, unsure how to respond, while Jingliu and others quickly positioned themselves protectively beside him. Hey, General Yu, the marshal is still present, and besides, Cang Ze has explicitly stated he is from Luofu. Teng Xiao interjected, instinctively shielding Cang Ze. Although Cang Ze had embarked on the path of ruin, working for the Xuanlia was entirely acceptable. Destinies are destinies, and assignments are assignments. If he were to become a ruin envoy, that would require careful consideration. Cang Ze, do visit Yaoqing more often. Baiheng, you too, remember to return home and bring Cang Ze with you. General Yu persisted, clearly enamored with Cang Ze. She had reviewed all of Cang Ze's records, noting his swift victories upon enlistment. Wasn't he a prime candidate for Yaoqing? Why then was he born in Luofu? Jingliu, protective as ever, stood in front of Cang Ze, vigilantly watching General Yu. Ahem, that's enough, General Yu, the marshal interjected. Although the marshal wished to recruit Cang Ze for training, she ultimately abandoned the thought upon observing Teng Xiao and Jing Lu's protective stance. General Yu returned to her place, genuinely captivated by Cang Ze's youth and extraordinary talent. She had never seen such a remarkable individual. After just a few years, he was already competing closely with Jing Lu, and he had even infiltrated the enemy stronghold on his own. Baiheng found General Yu's interest in Cang Ze amusing, realizing she had taken a liking to the young lad. Jing Lu, too, felt the pressure, as others were also concerned about someone attempting to poach Cang Ze from their newly formed team. General Yu, I will visit Yaoqing when time permits. Cang Ze politely responded to General Yu, acknowledging her interest. Ah, little Cang Ze, do visit other Xianzhou whenever you can. The remaining generals jested, finding Cang Ze's polite response endearing. The events had passed, with only the Tianjun Chang Lu causing a minor disturbance in Luofu. The injured had likely healed by now. The meeting concluded without issuing any commands to Cang Ze, who remained merely a child, and the marshal and other generals could not instruct him further. Jing Yuan slung an arm around Cang Ze as the others walked alongside. Cang Ze, why do you think the ruin of ancestors did not come? Jing Yuan inquired curiously, puzzled that all named celestial beings were present except for the ruin of ancestors. Baiheng playfully tapped Jing Yuan on the back of the head, reminding him, Jing Yuan, have you forgotten? The Xianzhou people were already blessed. Realizing this, Jing Yuan appraised Cang Ze, noting how his good friend had encountered so many celestial beings in a single day. Although he had not become an envoy and walked the path of ruin, this was still monumental news. The marshal ordered the matter to be kept confidential. For the time being, only the generals and the 6 from Luofu were privy to it. Otherwise, companies or other factions would surely come to seek out Cang Ze. This matter has passed, Feng concluded, signaling an end to the day's discussions. A great deal had transpired, and he sought solitude to reflect. For the presence of so many celestial beings was indeed overwhelming. At that moment, Yingxing approached, and Cang Ze understood the unspoken message. Yesterday, upon returning from the expedition, he had not handed over the blade, and today's gathering was for Cang Ze to present the sword to Yingxing. However, they could not leave anyone behind, so he called everyone to join him for tea and stories by the Xingcha Sea to unwind. I will notify you in about 10 days. Yingxing replied as he accepted the black blade and turned to depart, having reached the entrance of the Gongzhou. Now, Yingxing had become Luofu's Baizha, and he had his own subordinates. He not only needed to forge stronger machinery, but also to remold the black blade. His time was limited, for he was of the short-lived variety. He hoped for more moments to spend with Baiheng and Jing Yuan. Chapter 36. Sister Baiheng, this is unacceptable. Many days had passed since Cang Ze embarked on his destined path, and Yingxing had seemingly vanished, immersed in his work at the Gongzhou. Efforts to locate him were thwarted by the Gongzhou personnel, who reported that he was fully absorbed in his forging. At this time, Jing Yuan and Cang Ze found themselves in Jinglu's home, which was neat and simple, devoid of superfluous decorations. In contrast, Baiheng's room was filled with delightful surprises: pink fox pillows, various fox plushies, and portraits of Jinglu among other trinkets. Little Cang Ze, don't touch anything. Baiheng at more neats. Please, just a moment. They won't notice. Baiheng uget. Sister Baiheng, please, I really must. The voices from Baiheng's room were suggestive, prompting Jinglu to push open the door abruptly. She found the two seated together, Baiheng applying makeup on Cang Ze. Jing Yuan peeked in, initially cautious. But upon seeing there was no trouble, he boldly entered. However, upon seeing Cang Ze's transformation, he could hardly contain his astonishment. Cang Ze? Jing Yuan questioned, uncertain if this was indeed Cang Ze. Although he was still clad in black, his face was adorned with exquisite makeup, lipstick and eyeshadow, creating a feminine visage. Jinglu was equally bewildered. Who was this person? Cang Ze had donned the colored contacts Baiheng had purchased, concealing his original red eyes. Jing Yuan, without hesitation, pulled out his jade jiao to capture the moment, his speed astonishing. Jing Yuan, Cang Ze exclaimed, realizing what he was doing and attempting to intervene. Baiheng playfully tapped Cang Ze on the head, insisting, don't move. You're ruining it. Jinglu, unable to resist the temptation, quietly took out her jade jiao as well, deciding to snap a few photos. Cang Ze felt a surge of despair, nearly on the verge of tears. You two leave, come back later, and don't disturb us. Baiheng commanded the intruders. The two complied, quietly stepping outside and closing the door. Jinglu returned to the sofa, while Jing Yuan stood at the window, covering his mouth tightly but still letting out a few chuckles. Laughter is indeed contagious. Jing Yuan struggled to stifle his laughter, while Jinglu, though not as easily amused, wore a subtle smile on the sofa. Yu Zhao had already captured the moment, and Cang Ze knew it was impossible to erase it. Before long, absurd utterances filled the room. Sister Baiheng, this is unacceptable. Little Cang Ze must listen to his sister. Sister Baiheng, I truly must resist. Little Cang Ze is quite strong, but he must still obey his sister. Come on, let me see. Sister Baiheng, I can't take it anymore. Little Cang Ze, do not fear. We shall not go out today. Just stay in my room. Let me have a look. At this moment, Jing Yuan had already collapsed onto the floor, unable to contain his laughter as he imagined the scene unfolding inside. Cang Ze, he was being coerced by Sister Baiheng into wearing women's clothing. Jinglu remained silent, tightly clenching her fists, trying to suppress her amusement. As a master, she could not laugh. At this time, in the Gongzhou division, Yingxing had just completed the forging of the Black Blade, achieving an extraordinary level of perfection. Truly magnificent. He felt this was his magnum opus. As he caressed the blade, its appearance remained unchanged, yet its quality and weight had transformed. He was filled with excitement and intended to deliver it personally rather than sending someone else. After stepping outside, Yingxing inquired and learned that Jing Yuan and Cang Ze had gone to the home of the sword master, so he made his way to Jingliu. In the territory of the Chiming clan, in the room of Dan Feng, he specifically requested the general to provide Cang Ze's information. The general agreed, for Cang Ze had become the future sword master of Luofu, and there was no need for concealment, although some details remained restricted. As Dan Feng examined the documents, he noted that Cang Ze's mother had fallen into the demonic state during pregnancy, evading the Yunqi, ultimately giving birth to Cang Ze in an alley. Dan Feng glanced at the information regarding Cang Ze's mother. At just over 300 years of age, she could not have willingly succumbed to the demonic state. He reviewed the records of the minor disturbances caused by the demonic state at that time, confirmed by both the Danding division and the Taibu division as maliciously incited. Dan Feng looked at a childhood photograph of Cang Ze and understood why his left hand was bandaged. Beneath the bandage lay the golden cracks from the bounteous entity. The events in Jinjixiang were also documented, though the details of the orphanage period were lost. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Cang Ze had already endured much pain. Dan Feng resolved to personally treat Cang Ze's cracks, allowing him to truly live under the sun. Rising from his seat, he flew out of the Chiming territory, heading towards the training ground. Jingliu's eyes widened as she beheld Baiheng in her full attire, while Jing Yuan gaped at Cang Ze. Is this correct? At that moment, Cang Ze had donned fox ears, styled his hair like Baiheng's, and wore her dress and shoes, with makeup concealing the cracks on his neck and arms. His foxtail was also attached, padded extensively to compensate for his stature. Cang Ze was pulled out of the room by Baiheng, who gestured for him to take a few steps, but Cang Ze refused. Baiheng pouted, yet Cang Ze remained steadfast. Jing Yuan disregarded everything. Today, even if Cang Ze were to slay him, he would capture the moment. He began taking pictures right in front of Cang Ze. Jing Yuan, this is not over. Cang Ze dashed forward, attempting to snatch the camera from Yu Zhao. Just then, a loud knocking echoed at the door, nearly startling Cang Ze to death, and he quickly hid in Baiheng's room. Baiheng followed suit. Jingliu approached and opened the door, revealing Yingxing, who held Cang Ze's black blade. Jingliu welcomed Yingxing inside, helped him remove his boots, and inquired, "Where is Cang Ze?" His steady voice pierced through Baiheng's muffled presence, reaching Cang Ze's ears. "Oh no, Sister Baiheng, I need to remove my makeup quickly." Cang Ze whispered urgently to Baiheng, fearing that if Yingxing saw him, his life would be half ruined. Baiheng did not wish for Cang Ze to remove his makeup so soon and replied softly, "Not yet. Let me distract Yingxing for a moment. He listens to me." When one rises in the middle of the night to search for a midnight snack, surprises often await. Just like now, as the stealthy Baiheng tripped over her own fox carpet. Why is there no response? Yingxing observed Jingliu and Jing Yuan, one gazing at the ceiling and the other at the floor. Jing Yuan's body trembled slightly, while Jingliu remained silent, fixated on the ground, fearing that uttering a word would cause her to burst into laughter. With a loud crash, Yingxing recognized Baiheng's voice and rushed to open the door, only to be halted by Jing Yuan's hand covering his mouth. Cang Ze cowered in Baiheng's room, wishing desperately for assistance. "Jing Yuan, help me." He then heard voices from outside. "Yingxing, why are you stopping me? You can't go in, really? Trust me." "Baiheng, are you in there?" Who knows what Baiheng was doing behind closed doors? But it surely provided Yingxing with a reason to enter. Cang Ze nudged Baiheng to get up and open the door, but not to reveal himself. Baiheng, cover her mouth, nodded, her fox ears twitching. Baiheng cautiously opened a crack in the door. Cang Ze was in despair. Can you guess why Yingxing is so meticulous? His attention to detail is sharper than any ruler. "What is wrong, Baiheng?" she whispered, exuding an unusual aura that suggested something was amiss. Yingxing peered through the crack and approached. "Baiheng, are you all right?" His genuine concern for Baiheng compelled him to check on her. Chapter 37. The true and false Baiheng. Yingxing sought to have Baiheng step back while he pushed the door open to ascertain her condition, suspecting that something was amiss given Jing Yuan and Jingliu's secrecy. "Baiheng, let me in." His steady, powerful voice resonated within Cang Ze's heart. The plea to let me in pierced Cang Ze like an arrow from the Imperial Bow Division. Baiheng grew flustered, glancing back at the pallid Cang Ze, only heightened her anxiety. Stammering, she said to Yingxing, I'm fine, just a moment. Step back, Baiheng. Upon hearing her stutter, Yingxing could no longer hold back and gently pushed the door open. Jing Yuan had turned away, gazing out the window. As the door swung open, Baiheng slipped behind it, and Yingxing's first sight was of Cang Ze. Seeing Baiheng in such a state sitting on the bed, he rushed to support her. Cang Ze was devastated, tears welling in his eyes. Just as he was about to explain, Yingxing noticed Baiheng was on the verge of tears. Who bullied you? Was it Jing Yuan? Outside, Jing Yuan exclaimed, Give me peanuts. I demand peanuts. Yingxing hurriedly fetched tissues, carefully wiping Baiheng's tears, while Baiheng stood behind the door, mouth agape, unable to make a sound. The two outside witnessed the scene unfold. 3 voices chimed in. Why don't you let Cang Ze take a turn as Baiheng? Yingxing was oblivious to the fact that this Baiheng was taller and appeared fiercer. He was solely concerned for her. Jing Yuan could scarcely contain his laughter, stifling it with greater difficulty than waging a battle against the wind. Yingxing grasped Baiheng's shoulders and gently patted her head. Baiheng, what is wrong? Speak to me. At that moment, Baiheng stepped forward to pat Yingxing's shoulder, prompting him to turn back. Yingxing's eyes widened in shock as he realized the truth. He quickly retreated, pressing his back against the wall, staring at the 2 Beihengs before him, now aware of which one was the genuine article. Heat flushed his face as he glared at Jing Yuan, who had once again collapsed onto the floor, trembling with laughter. Knocking echoed at the door of the Swordmaster's residence, once more, startling Yingxing. Baiheng instinctively closed the door, and the 3 within fell silent. Yingxing pondered that perhaps Baiheng had intended for Cang Ze to wear the outfit, as she had mentioned it at the dining table. He chided himself for being so easily captivated by Cang Ze's tearful eyes, which had clouded his judgment. He now dares not to look at Cang Ze, for the scale and the identical makeup and face are overwhelming. Sounds emanate from outside. Dun Feng? This is the voice of Jing Lu, filled with confusion. Dan Feng enters the room, changes his shoes, and subsequently speaks. Where is Cang Ze? I need to find him for something. Cang Ze is on the verge of tears, covering his face with his hands, which nearly triggers a reaction from Yingxing. Meanwhile, Baiheng stands beside Cang Ze, comforting him as if to say, It's just this one thing. It's all right. Cang Ze, you've already seen it. Outside, Dan Feng's voice of confusion rings out. Why are you 2 not speaking? Jing Yuan, why are you kneeling on the ground? Where are Baiheng and Cang Ze? At this moment, the 3 outside fall silent, and the 3 inside are even more so. Dan Feng, arms crossed, watches one gazing at the ground and the other at the ceiling, wondering what these 2 are up to. Reluctantly, Dan Feng senses the presence of 3 individuals in the room. Ignoring the 2 outside, he opens Baiheng's door, and Jing Yuan is now trembling violently. Where is Cang Ze? Dan Feng observes the trio. One fox person is sitting on the bed with her face covered. Baiheng is beside her, and Yingxing stand by the wall. He assumes this fox girl is a friend of Baiheng, but cannot ascertain Cang Ze's whereabouts. The 3 inside remain silent, and Yingxing longs to say, Lord Longzuan, perhaps you should take another look? Baiheng? Dan Feng approaches. Why are you all acting like mute? After a moment of contemplation, Dan Feng wonders if this fox girl suffers from a terminal illness, which is why they are so taciturn. He steps in front of the fox girl, and his gaze falters. Why is she dressed so provocatively? He then inquires, Is there an ailment? I am Longzuan Luofu, the Lord of Drinking Moon, skilled in medicine. Cang Ze decides to reveal everything. After all, what is there to hide? He raises his head to look at Dan Feng, who meets his gaze. This lady, please speak. I can offer treatment. Dan Feng, having taken just one glance, dares not look again. How does she resemble Baiheng so closely? Could she be Baiheng's sister? Dan Feng's words utterly break the tension, and outside, Jing Yuan struggles to stifle his laughter. Ah! Ah! Now Dan Feng comprehends the situation, his lips twitching, before he steps out of Baiheng's door and gazes out the window at the scenery. Baiheng, immediately, I want to remove my makeup, and this is what you forced me to paint. With Baiheng having finished removing Cang Ze's makeup, the group sits silently in Jing Lu's living room. Cang Ze bows his head, now back to his previous attire. Dan Feng initially had matters to discuss, but finds it inappropriate to bring them up now, and Yingxing feels similarly, caught in a second awkward moment. Hey, everyone say something. By the way, doesn't Cang Ze's portrayal look striking? Is it not beautiful? Baiheng breaks the silence. But only Jing Yuan's suppressed laughter responds. Jing Yuan. A voice filled with resentment echoes in everyone's ears, causing Jing Yuan to shudder. Cang Ze, it's all right at most. Just the 6 of us will know. It really won't go any further. The sword has been forged. You may take a look. Yingxing attempts to break the deadlock, suggesting Cang Ze examine the sword to ease the tension. Jingliu hands the sword to Cang Ze, who immediately feels invigorated upon receiving it. The weight is substantial, and right upon gripping it, he senses its exceptional quality, exclaiming without thinking, a masterpiece of craftsmanship, a work of divine art. Apart from this phrase, I cannot think of anything else to say. Yingxing's earlier mood shifts as he accepts Cang Ze's praise, but responds nonchalantly, as long as you like it. Dan Feng refrains from mentioning the matter of the golden cracks amidst this gathering, deciding to address it at a later time. Hey, Dun Feng. Did you not come to find Cang Ze for something? Jing Yuan queries Dun Feng. We can discuss it later. There is no rush, Dan Feng replies calmly, unable to shake off the earlier scene from his mind. Baiheng nestles in Jing Liu's embrace, gazing at the photograph on her jade pendant. Dun Feng glances over gently, exclaiming, "Goodness, you all took photos." At this moment, Cang Ze is oblivious to their presence, instead engrossed in examining his black blade, as if about to kiss it at any moment. Yingxing also notices the content on Jing Liu's jade pendant since the other 4 have seen it as well. After grasping the content, Yingxing chooses to stop looking, for another glance might lead to an explosion. Subsequently, he addresses Cang Ze. Why not give it a name? I believe you must have thought of one. Cang Ze sheaths the sword and looks at everyone. Let us call it He Dao and You. Chapter 38. He Dao and You. Upon hearing Cang Ze's chosen name, everyone ponders its implications, while only Baiheng believes that little Cang Ze named it to align with Jing Liu. Baiheng begins to shake Jing Liu, urging her to quickly comprehend Cang Ze's meaning. Jing Liu does not interpret it as a reflection of herself. She simply perceives that Cang Ze's naming is an attempt to appear cool, as she knows him too well. Yingxing comments on the meaning of He Dao and You. He Dao and You, drawn to devour light. Quite remarkable. Ha ha, as expected from Yingxing. Cang Ze did not anticipate that it could be interpreted in such a way. He merely thought that this blade deserved this name. Baiheng, upon hearing Yingxing's explanation, becomes even more excited, exclaiming, "Devouring light! Devouring light! Jing Liu, you are the one without flaws." Jing Liu realizes Baiheng's implication and understands this disciple. The others, too, begin to grasp some flavor of meaning, while Jing Yuan steps forward to grasp Cang Ze's shoulders, shaking him. Nourishing elixir. Nourishing elixir. My good brother. Cang Ze shoots a glare at Jing Yuan, realizing himself that his master is the one without flaws, and he truly does not wish to devour her light. However, the others all believe otherwise. Yingxing rises and addresses the group. Since the matter is settled, I should take my leave. I should return as well. Dan Feng stands. Preparing to leave with Yingxing, Baiheng escorts Yingxing and Dan Feng to the door, waving goodbye. The two do not turn back, but simply wave their hands. Hee, Baiheng reveals her devilish side. This sends a chill down Cang Ze's spine. I will never return. What is it, little Cang Ze? Sister is hungry. Cang Ze breathes a sigh of relief, and then rises to head to the kitchen to prepare a meal, with Jing Yuan following to help, as they are indeed a duo. On the way back to the Gongzhou division, Yingxing glances at Dan Feng, who speaks softly. Lord Longzuan, did you seek me out for the purpose of forging? Dan Feng ponders for a moment, realizing he almost forgot about the forging matter, as he has other concerns. You have noticed, right? Cang Ze is different. Yingxing furrows his brow, looking at Dan Feng, perceiving the seriousness in his expression, and contemplates. Has Dan Feng also noticed? However, just moments ago, Cang Ze did not display any cracks while being painted by Baiheng. What do you mean? Cang Ze is merely a normal Xianzhou person. What is different about him? Yingxing cautiously responds to Dan Feng, keeping his secrets. Dan Feng is taken aback. He just referred to him as Lord Longzuan, and now it has changed to you? It seems Yingxing is also aware, and he straightforwardly states the golden cracks. Cang Ze is simply a normal citizen of Xianzhou. The generals have already confirmed this. Dun Feng, do not cling to this matter. Yingxing begins to react, recalling what Jing Yuan said about Cang Ze's childhood experiences. What are you thinking? I merely wish to treat him, to help him eliminate the golden cracks. Upon hearing Yingxing's tone, Dan Feng realizes he has been misunderstood. Yingxing calms down after hearing Dan Feng's words. Do you have a solution? Dan Feng reflects for a moment before responding to Yingxing. I have not seen it myself. I have only seen a photo of Cang Ze at 3 years old in the materials, and at that time, the cracks were not many. However, based on the current proportion of Cang Ze's bandaging, these cracks are likely to spread. I first observed them while in the military tent. I saw the cracks hidden beneath the skin, yet protruding. The cracks and Cang Ze seem to have merged, presumably intertwining with his meridians. If you make a mistake, Cang Ze might be severely harmed. Yingxing's words are not mere exaggeration. If Dan Feng's hand trembles or he makes a mistake, regardless of whether Cang Ze has the physique of a Xianzhou person, it is highly probable he will end up severely injured. It is best to clarify this with him at an appropriate time to see what the situation truly is. The reason I sought you out is that Jing Yuan grew up alongside him, and he must know. Today, both Jingliu and Baiheng are certainly aware of the events that transpired. Thus I wish to inquire if you possess any knowledge regarding Cang Ze's situation. Yingxing, deep in thought about Jing Yuan's words, speculated that Cang Ze would likely prefer to keep matters under wraps. Perhaps it would be best to consult with Dan Feng at a later time. Subsequently, Yingxing nodded in agreement with Dan Feng's invitation. Well, I shall take my leave now. Upon receiving Yingxing's consent, Dan Feng also took to the skies. At Jing Lu's residence, the four gathered around the dining table. Jing Yuan had informed the household via Yu Zhao that he would not be returning for dinner that evening. At that moment, Jing Lu and Baiheng observed Cang Ze, whose bandages had been removed, revealing golden fissures adorning his left arm and neck, resembling the bifurcation of the Jianmu tree, radiating a faint golden light. Baiheng, taking the initiative, reached out to touch the fissures, discovering that they did not possess the texture of actual cracks, but rather felt like Cang Ze's skin. Curiosity piqued. Jing Lu also prodded at the area, feeling only flesh, which instilled a sense of dread within her. Had the fissures encroached upon his meridians? Gangsha, do you truly feel nothing? Jing Lu asked earnestly, her fear evident. Previously, the unseen bandages had concealed the true nature of his condition, but now, knowing that these fissures could potentially threaten Cang Ze's life at any moment, her apprehension grew. Cang Ze swallowed his food and tugged at the fissures. I feel nothing unusual. Recalling the time when Baiheng had applied makeup for him, he had been quite anxious, but it was Jing Lu and Baiheng who had comforted him, allowing him to finally remove the bandages. The two had not shown any signs of distaste, which relieved Cang Ze considerably. Let us eat, Sister Baiheng. Do not gaze so intently. I am not dying. If you do not eat soon, Jing Yuan will finish your portion. Baiheng, upon hearing this, immediately reacted, Jing Yuan released that piece of meat. After finishing their meal at Jing Lu's home, Cang Ze and Jing Yuan tidied up before strolling down Luofu Street. By now, night had fallen, and the two leaned against the railing at the center of Xing Cha Hai, observing the starships flitting about in the sky. Cang Ze was still wrapped in black bandages, with only his fingers exposed. The black blade, and Yu, was stored within his left-hand ring. The two maintained a contemplative silence, while Jing Yuan, clad in a striking black ensemble, had his crimson cloak billowing in the breeze. Cang Ze, let us consider moving out, Jing Yuan suddenly proposed. Having contemplated this for quite some time, he had long desired to move out, but had refrained from doing so out of consideration for Cang Ze's parents. Cang Ze, taken aback, inquired what prompted this suggestion. Why should we move out? Jing Yuan cast a dismissive glance at Cang Ze, who was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that look? Is this not for your benefit? Of course, I have my own reasons as well. For my benefit? I am perfectly fine. Cang Ze replied, even more perplexed. Jing Yuan then draped an arm over Cang Ze's shoulder. Oh, do you truly want me to articulate it? Gangsha, skeptical, responded, speak. I am listening. Master? Gangsha questioned. What does our moving out have to do with the master? Jing Yuan refrained from elaborating, instead opting for a different approach. Although we will forever remain children in our parents' eyes, we have experienced war. You and I now occupy significant positions, and the master, along with Dan Feng and Yingxing, would likely feel uncomfortable visiting our home. After some contemplation, Cang Ze conceded, recognizing that Jing Shu and Su Yi were not as accommodating as Jing Lu. Very well. Let us discuss this with Jing Shu and Su Yi. Tomorrow, we shall choose a new residence. All right, let us return home. Chapter 39. House Hunting. Oh, are you two really planning to move out? He expressed a hint of reluctance toward the two. Jing Shu, on the other hand, responded with a straightforward, "Good riddance. I find it bothersome to have two great contributors around." The entire Luofu knew about the annihilation of the Buli run. Cang Ze's audacity in infiltrating the enemy's rear had shocked Jing Shu, who was simultaneously angry that they would engage in such reckless behavior. Yet, there was also a sense of worry, resignation, and support, as it was ultimately the path chosen by the children, and their safe return was all that mattered. "Indeed, mother. We have grown up. Tomorrow, Cang Ze and I will go house hunting. We are quite financially stable now." Jing Yuan still relied on his family's opinions, believing it prudent to inform them of his decisions. Throughout the years as a member of the Yunqi army, Cang Ze had never saved money. He had sent everything home without reservation. However, both Su Ae and Jing Shu had refused, stating, "Cang Ze, you are our child." The following day, Jing Yuan contacted the lively Baiheng. With no military affairs at the moment, he and others did not require training. Thus, every day felt like a holiday. Despite sporadic training sessions with the master, Jing Yuan and Cang Ze, adorned with sunglasses, awaited Baiheng and others at Changletian. "Hey, look at these two. Still so full of themselves," Baiheng remarked as she observed the pair. With Jing Yuan dressed entirely in black and Cang Ze in a gray-white traditional outfit paired with black trousers and boots, bandaged on his left hand and neck, resembling models striking a pose. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze noticed Baiheng and Jingliu, accompanied by Yingxing and Dan Feng. Baiheng had invited Yingxing to join in on the house hunting, as he could not continue residing at the Gongzhe OC. And Dan Feng was brought along by Yingxing, hoping to inquire about the fishers. Wearing round glasses reminiscent of a storyteller, Jing Yuan waved at them. Hey, Jing to Mingxing, let me try on your sunglasses." Baiheng extended her hand, eager to wear them. Jing Yuan removed his sunglasses and handed them to her, who then donned them, striking a pose with one hand on her waist and the other pushing the glasses up with her finger, signaling for a photo. Jing Yuan and Yingxing exchanged understanding glances and began capturing images with their Yu Zhao, while Yingxing even recorded a video, his swift hands leaving Dan Feng in awe. Jingliu also took out her Yu Zhao to snap pictures. "Hey, Cang Ze, lend your sunglasses to Jingliu." Jingliu received the sunglasses, standing alongside Baiheng as the four captured a group photo. Since they were looking for a house, there was no need to rush. With their status, they could find any suitable dwelling, as long as one possessed wealth and power. Purchasing a property next to the general's residence would be no trouble at all. Baiheng, still wearing her sunglasses, walked ahead alongside Jingliu, while the four men followed behind, completely unaware of where Baiheng would lead them. Jing Yuan, "Little Cang Ze, what kind of house are you looking for? How about checking out the big house next to Jingliu and me? I recall it has been on the market for quite some time, without any buyers." Baiheng inquired without glancing back. After considering, Jing Yuan replied, "Let's take a look. Cang Ze, and I do not require anything too large. It would be perfect for Yingxing to stay there too, as it is still close to us." Yingxing felt a twinge of excitement, responding with a subdued in agreement. "Haha, then let Baiheng lead the way." The six of them subsequently arrived at the large house, which indeed lay adjacent to Jingliu's residence. This expansive house featured a yard, meaning that should they purchase it, they would only be separated by a single courtyard from Jingliu's home. Baiheng contacted the property owner, who upon hearing the news, exclaimed, "My heavens! Lord Baiyi of Gongzhe OC, the valiant Yinqi, and the future sword master, is looking to buy my house. Oh my goodness! My ancestors are surely smiling upon me." The landlord hurried over at lightning speed, not daring to delay, as these were significant figures. He swiftly handed the keys to Baiheng, allowing the group to enter the house. The first floor lacked any bedrooms, featuring only a kitchen, dining room, large living room, and 2 bathrooms. The second floor boasted 4 rooms, each with its own bathroom, in addition to a large bathroom outside. The third floor was devoid of rooms, resembling a large storage space, while the fourth floor served as a rooftop terrace, complete with waterproofing and other necessary amenities. The overall condition of the house was quite new, and the 4 rooms on the second floor were spacious enough. Jing Yuan began to sweat profusely, contemplating the exorbitant cost. Given its proximity to both the general's residence and the city center, this was undoubtedly a prime location. Not only was Jing Yuan sweating, but Cang Ze was as well, pondering whether he could afford it by selling himself. "Yao Qing, the general, has declared, It is indeed possible. Absolutely possible. You could even reside at the general's residence. The landlord is a prominent businessman, having built this place during the inception of his career, and it has remained unoccupied ever since. Consequently, he intends to sell it, announcing a staggering figure that left Jing Yuan and Cang Ze in a cold sweat, 2 billion. Even if the two were to exchange all their military merits, they could barely muster a little over a billion. Yingxing hesitated as well, unable to contribute much. Dan Feng, perceiving their predicament, realized it was time for him to step in. "I'll take care of the bill," he stated. Upon receiving the invoice, the holder of the account, Longzuan, expressed his dissatisfaction, pondering why only 20 billion was spent. The landlord, beaming with delight, recognized Longzuan's status as a member of the Luofu, where transactions typically began in the hundreds of billions. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze felt as though they had found a savior, even contemplating bowing to Dan Feng in gratitude. Yingxing, meanwhile, considered Dan Feng's future requests for weaponry and resolved to fulfill them. After Dan Feng settled the payment, everyone began to inspect their respective rooms. Ultimately, the two rooms on the left would be assigned to Cang Ze in the north and Jing Yuan in the south. On the right, Yingxing would occupy the northern room, while Dan Feng would take the southern one. "Hooray!" Baiheng exclaimed joyfully. "Now the six of us are together." Dan Feng contemplated calling the dragon maid to tidy up, but Baiheng and Jing Yuan insisted that this was their home and they should handle the cleaning themselves. After a moment of thought, Dan Feng joined in the efforts. Cang Ze and Jingliu tackled the first floor, while Jing Yuan and Dan Feng took care of the second. Yingxing and Baiheng managed the third floor, and they collectively worked on the rooftop. Dan Feng was particularly swift, employing a cloud-cleansing technique to tidy the rooms, then joined in on the first floor. Baiheng directed Jing Yuan and Yingxing to begin organizing the rooftop, as she had a craving for barbecue. "What should we do?" Someone suggested just pamper her. Under Dan Feng's extraordinary cleaning prowess, the task was completed in no time, leading everyone to purchase bedding and other necessities. They first returned to Jing Yuan's home, where Uncle Jing and Aunt Sue were still at work. Jingliu and the others settled in the living room, awaiting Jing Yuan and Cang Ze to finish. The beds would remain, as they intended to return for their stay, taking only a few clothes. Baiheng entered the room where Jing Yuan and Cang Ze had lived together for over a decade, noting the family photograph displayed on the windowsill. Cang Ze had a small wooden horse at his bedside, encased in glass. "Wow!" Jingliu exclaimed, holding up an intimate photo of Jing Yuan and Cang Ze, and rushed out to show everyone. The snapshot featured a young Jing Yuan embracing a bashful, white-haired girl, Cang Ze. This nearly left Yingxing and Dan Feng in disbelief. Who is this little girl? They wondered. As the group examined the photograph, they struggled to reconcile the innocent girl with the formidable Cang Ze they knew from the battlefield. Jing Yuan gathered a few essential garments, while Cang Ze did the same, leaving the wooden horse behind as it belonged to the home that had long welcomed him. Stepping outside, Jing Yuan chuckled at Baiheng, mimicking Cang Ze from their first meeting. "Let us go, Sister Baiheng, we're done here," he said, accepting the photograph from her and storing it away in his ring. The six of them proceeded to shop for clothing and bedding. While selecting outfits, Baiheng had a sudden flash of inspiration, prompting everyone to reach for their wallets. After exiting the suit store, the group donned matching black suits and sunglasses. Dan Feng and Yingxing felt their faces twitch under the scrutiny of passers-by. The staff at the store captured a photo of the group, with Jing Yuan at the forefront, hand raised, sporting sunglasses and a smirk, leaning casually on Cang Ze's shoulder. Cang Ze, also wearing sunglasses, adjusted his tie while smiling at the camera. To Cang Ze's left stood Yingxing, expressionless, arms crossed, followed by Dan Feng, maintaining a stoic demeanor, adjusting his cufflinks. Seated before the four gentlemen were Jingliu and Baiheng. Baiheng, adorned with sunglasses, had her left arm around Jingliu's shoulder, her right hand flashing a peace sign to the camera, while Jingliu remained expressionless, legs crossed and hands resting on her lap. With their suits purchased, they decided to wear them while grocery shopping. Although Jing Yuan and Cang Ze felt indifferent, Yingxing and Dan Feng began to feel a tinge of embarrassment under the gaze of onlookers. "Baiheng, are we really going to wear these outfits to buy groceries?" Yingxing couldn't help but ask, finding the situation absurd. "What is wrong with that?" Baiheng replied innocently, leaving Yingxing taken aback. "Wearing suits while grocery shopping is perfectly acceptable." Dan Feng sighed, exasperated by Yingxing's antics. Ultimately, they proceeded to buy groceries in their suits, acquiring bedding and toiletries. In the words of Lord Longzuan, just send the bill to me. Extravagant. Upon returning home, they ceased to dwell on their attire, merely shedding their jackets to reveal white shirts as they prepared the meal. The routine was familiar. Dan Feng and Yingxing competed in food preparation, while Jing Yuan and Cang Ze handled the spices, and Baiheng and Jingliu washed the vegetables. After a period of bustling activity, they finally sat down to eat as dusk fell. The balcony was illuminated by ground lights, ensuring their privacy from passers-by, unless someone were to gaze down from above. As they enjoyed their meal, Dan Feng broke the silence, inquiring, "Cang Ze, may I see your crack? I would like to examine whether it can be treated." Cang Ze, realizing Dan Feng was aware, complied without resistance. Unwrapping the bandage to reveal the golden fissure, Dan Feng and Yingxing moved their chairs closer to inspect the crack on Cang Ze's arm. Dan Feng retrieved a needle-like syringe, stating, "It might sting, bear with it." He inserted the needle into the fissure, drawing forth nothing. Dan Feng was perplexed. Switching to a different tool revealed only blood, leaving him confused. He then placed his hand on the golden crack, attempting to sense something, yet felt nothing. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, but he first examined Cang Ze's blood, stepping aside to retrieve his own equipment. Yingxing sensed something unusual. The golden crack seemed inherently linked to Cang Ze, as if it were a natural part of him. "Jing Yuan, may I collect a sample of your blood?" Jing Yuan extended his hand, allowing Dan Feng to extract a small amount for comparison. This was not for determining a familial bond, but to analyze the blood of the Xianzhou people. Dan Feng sought to eliminate personal genetic factors, contrasting it against the essence of abundance. He found Cang Ze's blood to be more potent than Jing Yuan's, leading him to ponder the concept of an abundance progeny. However, this was puzzling, as the progeny of abundance should not exceed Cang Ze's richness. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, reflecting on the fact that Cang Ze's mother had been in a demonic state during his birth. In a world populated by countless Xianzhou individuals, it was not unusual for such births to occur, yet those who survived were typically ordinary citizens. Dan Feng felt as though a shroud of darkness obscured his vision, leaving him questioning the truth. He glanced back at Cang Ze, who bore an innocent expression, having spent years alongside Jing Yuan, making it improbable for him to be a harbinger of abundance. If he were, Dan Feng would have recognized it instantly, as would General Tang Xiao. "What's wrong?" Cang Ze inquired, sensing Dan Feng's tension. "You don't feel anything unusual? Did you experience anything out of the ordinary when the golden crack spread?" Dan Feng asked seriously, scrutinizing Cang Ze. The group recognized the gravity of Dan Feng's expression, realizing that the golden crack could potentially threaten Cang Ze's life. Cang Ze directly removed his white shirt, revealing to the crowd a fissure on his left arm that resembled a branching tree, extending towards his neck and back. While the fissure near his neck seemed to have ceased its progression, the golden cracks were alarmingly close to reaching his heart, though there was still some distance. To Dan Feng, this indicated that Cang Ze's time was short. Baiheng had not observed these marks while applying makeup to Cang Ze. She had only seen his neck and arms, as the chest padding and makeup were handled by Cang Ze himself. At the time, she had been prevented from looking, assuming Cang Ze was simply shy. She gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Little Cang Ze, Yu Jingliu and Jing Yuan began to panic, exclaiming, "Is it really spreading this far?" Everyone had believed that the golden fissures were only extending along Cang Ze's left arm and neck. Dan Feng and Yingxing frowned as they gazed upon the golden cracks on his chest, which were preparing to climb toward Cang Ze's heart. After removing his shirt, Cang Ze fell silent, aware that the golden cracks signified the presence of the bounty star god. Yet, seeing his friend's concern for him compelled him to be honest. "Dan Feng, will Cang Ze be all right?" Jingliu asked, clearly anxious that something might happen to him. Dan Feng remained silent, harboring a suspicion. He then approached Cang Ze and instructed, "Cang Ze, summon the black blade and swing it towards the sky with all your might." Heeding Dan Feng's advice, Cang Ze swung the blade clumsily towards the heavens. With a sharp sound, the clouds in the starry sky parted instantly. Dan Feng observed the golden fissures. They had not expanded. He continued, "Now, channel the power of fate." Cang Ze infused the black blade with the power of fate and swung it forcefully. Dan Feng's pupils constricted as he noticed a slight increase in the golden fissures. Barely perceptible to the naked eye, but indeed they had spread. Jingliu had been monitoring the golden cracks from the moment Cang Ze swung the blade. Chapter 41. Coping strategies. Jing Yuan was also attentive, though he had not witnessed any growth, nor had Baiheng. Yingxing remained silent throughout, observing closely. He too saw that the golden fissures were expanding at an almost imperceptible rate. Danfeng, is more needed? Cang Ze asked, bewildered, as Danfeng seemed to be fixated on his chest. No, Gangsha, you must never use the power of fate again. Danfeng looked seriously at Cang Ze, unwilling to gamble on what might occur if the golden fissures reached his heart. Danfeng explained to everyone what had just transpired. Cang Ze, when you did not use the power of fate, the fissures did not grow. However, when you wielded the power of fate, they expanded. This revelation left the group in stunned silence. Yingxing, still contemplative, pondered a limiter that could allow Cang Ze to utilize the power of fate. Understanding that this situation was beyond remedy unless Danfeng was indeed the bounty star god himself, Jing Yuan expressed his concern for Cang Ze, not wishing to lose him, as he regarded him as a brother, not by blood, but by bond. He then inquired, Danfeng, what should we do about Cang Ze? Danfeng looked towards Yingxing, who understood the unspoken communication in Danfeng's gaze, and spoke solemnly. At the current rate, it would be best to abandon treatment. Unless the bounty star god himself intervenes, this statement plunged everyone into despair. Yingxing, not wishing for Cang Ze to face misfortune, suggested, I will work with Danfeng to create a limiter, allowing you to use the power of fate, but until it is completed, Cang Ze, you cannot wield any of that power. This offered a glimmer of hope to everyone. Thank you. Cang Ze rose, intending to bow to the two, only be stopped by Danfeng. This is what we ought to do. If the future sword master cannot even wield his power, then I, as the Dragon Lord, might as well resign. Danfeng smiled, acknowledging that while a complete cure might be beyond his abilities, creating a limiter should be feasible. Yingxing nodded in agreement, adding that if they could not accomplish this task, he would resign from his position. The group's spirits were lifted. As long as they could suppress the issue, none wished for Cang Ze to be in peril. The unity of the six was largely due to Cang Ze's contributions, for his personality harmonized the group splendidly. Little Cang Ze, you must listen, Baiheng said, drawing Cang Ze back to his seat and returning his white shirt. Yes, I will not cause you worry. This was Cang Ze's heartfelt promise. If it came to it, he would live without utilizing the power of fate and still stand a fight. Jing Yuan and Jing Lu felt reassured. Cang Ze was a man of his word, and he would fulfill his promises to his friends. Then it falls to you, Dragon Lord and Bai Yi. Baiheng raised her glass for a toast, encouraging everyone to drink. If Cang Ze served as the unifying agent, then Baiheng was the hand that connected them all. Cang Ze smiled as he raised his glass in camaraderie. Baiheng, you ought to drink less. Last time you made quite the mess. Jing Yuan teased, recalling Baiheng's previous drinking mishap. Baiheng bristled, wanting to retort, but then remembered something, awkwardly rubbing her ears as they twitched, drawing a bemused look from Yingxing. I won't. If I do, I'll throw up on Jingliu, she declared, only to be met with Jingliu's playful threat of freezing her should that happen. The group continued to enjoy their food and drinks, with Cang Ze occasionally warming skewers. As the evening progressed, they did not disperse. Jingliu carried the inebriated Baiheng home, just next door. The remaining 4 men lingered on the rooftop, feeling liberated in the absence of women, with Danfeng and Yingxing lounging comfortably. They were in no rush, knowing they could sleep late without worry. Danfeng had already notified his clan, and ever since meeting these companions, the elders had been rendered speechless. Cang Ze, you almost scared me to death earlier. I nearly thought you, Jing Yuan joked, leaning against Cang Ze's shoulder. Rest assured, even without the power of fate, I can still turn my enemies into mincemeat. Cang Ze replied with a smile, arms crossed. Yingxing raised his glass, taking a sip before adding, indeed, Jing Yuan, back on the battlefield. I used every clever trick to chase after Cang Ze and could not catch him. Danfeng, arms crossed, recalled the moment vividly. He had been soaring through the air, witnessing a shadow that bulldozed through the chaos, while behind it trailed a flying contraption. Should I charge into battle next time while you command the troops? I have comprehended the tactics you gifted me, Jing Yuan suggested. You seem to have forgotten a crucial detail, Danfeng remarked, reminding Jing Yuan of a significant fact. What is it? Jing Yuan asked, puzzled. Using the power of fate, you might not stand a chance against Cang Ze, Danfeng replied. A moment of silence ensued before three of them burst into laughter, leaving the fourth, Jingliu, bemused. Back at home, Jingliu had changed into her pajamas. Listening to the laughter from the rooftop next door, a smile gracing her lips. Baiheng, already in her sleepwear, had succumbed to slumber, mumbling in her dreams. All right, let us refrain from teasing Jing Yuan. He is a strategist, and we will rely on him for future commands, Cang Ze said with a grin, dismantling Jing Yuan's defenses. Jing Yuan nodded. Indeed, indeed. Dan Feng raised his glass, and the three clinked their cups together. After tidying up, the four men returned indoors to rest, while Jing Yuan made his way to Cang Ze's room, laying out a sleeping mat as he found it hard to adapt to Cang Ze's absence. The next day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Jingliu and Baiheng had already entered the house, ascending to the second floor where they found four tightly shut doors. Baiheng placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming, "How late did they drink last night?" Yingxing usually rises early. Dan Feng was the first to open the door, already dressed in his Dragon Lord attire, having carefully stored his suit. "Good morning, Dan Feng," Baiheng greeted him as she sat in the second-floor living room. Dan Feng, momentarily taken aback, thought he was in the Ming clan's residence, but quickly regained composure and nodded in response to Baiheng. The three then took their seats in the living room, with Yingxing being the second to rise, washing up before stepping out to greet Baiheng and the others. Baiheng waited impatiently, feeling that too much time had passed. Subsequently, she knocked on the door, calling out, "Xiao Cang Ze, wake up. I haven't had breakfast yet." Cang Ze opened the door, and Baiheng observed the two, Cang Ze and Jing Yuan, with their disheveled hair resembling that of a chicken coop. "Hurry up and wash up." "Yes," they replied in unison, almost mistaking her for Aunt Sue. After a short wait, the two emerged, now dressed and refreshed, while Cang Ze went to prepare breakfast. It was already noon, and he intended to cook a meal. There were plenty of leftover ingredients from the previous day. They had finished the skewers, having indulged in drinks until the early hours when dawn barely broke. "Ah, how beautiful life is. Every day, I get to savor Cang Ze's cooking," Baiheng exclaimed like a little tyrant as she began to eat, having skipped breakfast in order to wait for Cang Ze and the others to wake up. The group nodded slightly. Once you tasted Cang Ze's cooking, any meal at a restaurant would seem insipid in comparison, and they had all grown accustomed to his culinary skills. Chapter 42. The report from Yaoqing. Cang Ze and Jing Yuan continue their practice with Jingliu as usual, ensuring that their training did not falter. Baiheng accompanied the three in the training field, having nothing specific to do, but occasionally leading them in reckless endeavors. Yingxing and Dan Feng had set off to the Cang Ze OC to begin crafting the suppressors, deep in thought about how to achieve that suppression. Dan Feng confided in Yingxing. "Yingxing, Cang Ze's level of bountiful blessing surpasses that of the Xianzhou people and the bountiful manifestations. Yet does not reach the level of Shiji." Yingxing pondered this information, contemplating how to suppress the golden fissures. Cang Ze was his friend, and he would no longer speculate about his identity. "I need you to create a guiding rail that can conduct the power of destiny. Eventually, I will incorporate some bountiful initiators into the rail, which will cause the golden fissures to perceive the initiators as a guiding force, ultimately leading them toward the rail." Dan Feng provided the overarching outline, leaving it to Yingxing to determine the specifics. Yingxing remained deep in thought, while Dan Feng was not in a hurry. Perhaps he was mulling over the form that the guiding rail should take. "Let us install it in the form of a forearm guard. Since the affliction begins at the arm, it should also conclude there." Yingxing envisioned what the guiding rail should look like, designing it as a stylish forearm guard, knowing well that for Cang Ze, appearance was a lifelong concern. Initially, he had considered a shoulder brace, but that would have made it look like a criminal. "Let us proceed, as you suggested." Dan Feng agreed with Yingxing's proposal, affirming that it should indeed start and end at the arm. The two wasted no time and began their tasks. Dan Feng returned to the Qiming clan to prepare the bountiful initiators while Yingxing commenced forging. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan was summoned by General Teng Xiao, given his position as a Yunqi Xiao Wei. Once Teng Xiao departed, Jing Yuan contemplated slipping away to become a Sea Ranger. "Jing Yuan, take a look at this military report," he was instructed. Jing Yuan respectfully accepted the document handed to him by Teng Xiao. Upon glancing at it, his brow furrowed. The coalition of bountiful manifestations? Their numbers exceed tens of millions? Are they aiming to take down a Xianzhou ship? Last time, the expulsion, full annihilation, of the Buliren only involved a few 100,000, but this time, The bountiful manifestations were approaching with great force. He hoped that Yingxing's side would intensify their efforts. This is a battle report from the Yaoqing Xianzhou. General Yu wishes for your participation in this war. General Yu had specifically named their 6-member unit to lead the charge. Antong Xiao had no choice in the matter, as it was indeed a tough battle, depending on whether these 6 wished to partake. General, I need to consult with them. Is there a deadline? As soon as possible. Please confirm within 3 days. Yaoqing is aggressively pursuing the coalition of bountiful manifestations. Once you decide to go, simply board the warship of the Luofu Third Side Army. Understood. Jing Yuan quickly rushed to the training field, seeking out Cang Ze and the others. At that moment, Cang Ze and Jingliu had just finished their practice and were chatting in the rest area with Baiheng when Jing Yuan hurriedly pushed the door open. What's wrong? Jing Yuan? Cang Ze inquired curiously, sensing urgency in his demeanor. Jing Yuan approached and first showed the document to Jingliu, as she was the sword leader, then proceeded to inform Baiheng and Cang Ze. This is all so sudden. What about the suppressors? Baiheng remarked, surprised by the abruptness of the situation. She then began using Yu Zhao to contact Yingxing, who at that moment had not yet completed the initial design. Upon receiving Baiheng's message, he fell silent, taken aback by the sudden onset of war. Dan Feng, to the training field. We are preparing for deployment. In matters of great significance, both Yingxing and Dan Feng remained remarkably level-headed. If necessary, they could allow Cang Ze to remain by Jing Yuan's side as a backup, while Jingliu engaged the enemy. Cang Ze should not always be the vanguard. Upon hearing Yingxing's reasoning, Dan Feng set aside his work, and the two secured their quarters before heading to the training field. Upon arrival, no one inquired about the suppressors, as time was of the essence. Let us go. Cang Ze, you will cover the rear, Jing Yuan commanded, and Cang Ze complied without protest, allowing his master to take the lead. Jing Yuan departed first, while the remaining 5 prepared their belongings and boarded the warship. Jing Yuan still insisted on bringing food, eager to enjoy Cang Ze's cooking, much to the bemusement of the others. It was of little consequence. No one could reprimand him. Not even the sword leader Jingliu or the dragon's sovereign Dan Feng, and the other 5 tacitly accepted Jing Yuan's actions. General Yu, I am Jing Yuan, the commander of the Luofu Third Side Army. He began, attempting to contact General Yaoqing to ascertain their current position. Due to Yaoqing's abundant military virtue and consistent victories, their location was not fixed, and sometimes even other Xianzhou vessels were unaware of Yaoqing's whereabouts. In response, the reply would often be a simple, "Great victory. Hello. Is this Jing Yuan Xiaowei?" The signal had been interrupted by the coalition of bountiful manifestations, but I have just dealt with them. Your current position is 584-284-545-788-57547. You may transition over. Understood. Jing Yuan ended the communication and promptly instructed the crew to prepare for the transition. Cang Ze had undergone numerous transitions and was accustomed to the sensation of weightlessness. At that moment, the warship of the Third Side Army moved swiftly, its hull becoming increasingly indistinct, then vanishing as if traversing a wormhole. After several transitions, they appeared alongside the main ship of Yaoqing Xianzhou, a feat calculated precisely, allowing Jing Yuan to transition accurately by following the given coordinates. The main ship of Yaoqing and the warship of the Luofu Third Side Army began to connect their docking bays, and the 6 of them traversed the tunnel to meet with General Yu. Guided by the Yun Qi of Yaoqing, they soon found themselves before General Yu, who immediately fixated on Cang Ze, though Jingliu stood protectively in front of her disciple. General Yu assessed both Jingliu and Cang Ze, then chuckled, You all are renowned throughout the Xianzhou alliance, having turned an expulsion battle into a complete annihilation. So, Jing Yuan, do you believe this time we can achieve total annihilation? General Yu posed a formidable challenge to Jing Yuan. Total annihilation? How many of us face? How many of them? However, Jing Yuan could not express that it was utterly impossible. He had to devise a plan. Even if total annihilation was unattainable, a significant victory could still be achieved. General, what is the current intelligence report? Noticing Jing Yuan was now serious, General Yu seized his light-hearted demeanor and replied earnestly, The 4th and 5th armies of Yaoqing have engaged the manifestations, forcing them to land on a desolate planet. Reports from the 4th and 5th armies indicate that the planet is devoid of life, composed entirely of sand and stone, without any water source. This would be a challenging battle. Lacking a water source meant that both sides would have to leverage their resources. Jing Yuan began to contemplate the food reserves of the third side army, realizing that without considering his own provisions, the army supplies could only last for 2 months. With his own supplies, it would only suffice for the 6 of them for about 10 days. General, what are your reserves? Approximately 1 month, but with careful rationing. We could stretch it to just over 2 months, though that is hardly feasible. Jing Yuan knew that food for the troops could not be compromised. Any attempt to economize would not only lower morale, but could even lead to mutiny, a grave taboo in the military, unless one found a scapegoat to take the blame. But such practices were not common in the Xianzhou. Chapter 43. Why are you so cunning? Jing Yuan lowered his gaze to the battle report, while the other 5 awaited his response. With the war upon them, they would not shy away from it. Jing Yuan examined the projected map of the planet, and with a flick of his finger, the projection rapidly delved into the desolate terrain. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a landscape of towering mountains and deep valleys. This battle could be waged, yet it posed challenges as the enemy coalition outnumbered their forces significantly. He pointed to a wide valley floor, ample enough to accommodate the Yunqi or the Zihua army's advance. Dan Feng stepped forward to scrutinize the valley Jing Yuan indicated, questioning whether they intended to engage in a valley battle, acknowledging that the enemy's numbers could easily negate any advantage they might have. General Yu had already advanced to the front lines, charging ahead as the commander of the Yaoqing Xianzhou, leaving Jing Yuan to strategize the overarching plan. In truth, Yu could bulldoze through the enemy lines, but such an approach would result in considerable casualties for the Yunqi. Previously, Teng Xiao had boasted during a meeting, and now she sought to involve the 6 of them in this conflict, aiming to vindicate their reputation. Yet, Yu was still considering the implications of the terrain. Jing Yuan understood that a terrain-based strategy could secure a temporary victory, but once the enemy's main forces withdrew from the assault, it would be an uphill battle, especially with their beast ships and Zihua warships still intact. No, Jing Yuan pondered, recognizing that Yaoqing's combat style favored a straightforward approach. The Yaoqing generals were known for their relentless tactics, with their soldiers chanting, "Great victory! Great victory!" This battle required finesse, given their numerical disadvantage. What if they could devise a potion based on the characteristics of the Zihua? After all, the Zihua must need sustenance and hydration. The other 5 remained silent, observing Jing Yuan, whose face was etched in deep contemplation, as if his mind was meticulously calculating strategies. He was like a blacksmith forging a crucial weapon. No one dared to interrupt him. Looking at the battlefield map, he noted that General Yu was already engaged in a standoff with the Zihua army, with both sides merely probing each other, yet no full-scale confrontation had erupted. Dan Feng, I need you, Jing Yuan stated, maintaining his focus on the valley floor. I require you to develop an agent that enhances the Zihua's inherent characteristics. Can you accomplish this? Dan Feng crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in thought. Suddenly, he turned to Cang Ze. Yes, but I will need a sample of your blood. The others grasped the implication. Recalling the previous evening's revelations, Cang Ze had received a higher degree of the Zihua's blessings than the Xianzhou people, but less than the Zihua emissaries. The blessing within Cang Ze's veins would be akin to divine blood for the Zihua. Baiheng puzzled inquire, but why enhance them? To defeat an enemy, one must first bolster them. To seize victory, one must first offer them a semblance of it. Jing Yuan replied with a smile, quoting Cang Ze, who had articulated the notion beautifully. First elevate them to the pinnacle, then bring them crashing down. Baiheng raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk forming as if to say, Little Jing Yuan, if you keep pretending to be cool, I might just have to teach you a lesson. Ultimately, the Zihua were but mere constructs, lacking the intellect and awareness of the Xianzhou people. Once they were led to believe the valley floor held divine blood, how would they react? From the perspective of the Xianzhou, the presence of such blood could ignite their greed, leading to infighting. We shall place the divine blood at the deepest part of the valley and spread a few rumors. Capture a Zihua, let it sample the blood, and it will return to infect the others. The group fell into contemplation. Jing Yuan, you truly are cunning, one remarked, noting his unexpected shrewdness. What if they become suspicious later? Jing Yuan turned to Jingliu, recalling his master's crucial advice. If they become wary, it will be up to you to instill the illusion that victory lies within their grasp. should they acquire the divine blood. Jingliu understood, in essence, while they sought the divine blood, they could be driven into a trap within the valley. As for the warships and beast ships, without ground cover, they were as vulnerable as paper airplanes. Jing Yuan approached Cang Ze. Promise me, if it becomes necessary, do not utilize your fated powers in this battle. Cang Ze nodded in agreement. Jing Yuan reciprocated the gesture and then contacted General Yu Yu. General Yu Yu, I need you to discreetly withdraw the main forces to the southern side of the valley. I have a plan. Jing Yuan then shared his strategy with General Yu Yu, who, upon hearing it, exclaimed, "This plan is sound. I must say, you Luofu people are quite cunning." General Yu Yu instructed her aides to begin a subtle retreat, while she herself charged into the fray to safeguard her soldiers, gradually pulling them back to create the illusion of a withdrawal, prompting the Zihua to ponder the reasons behind their retreat. Dan Feng procured a vial of Cang Ze's blood, after which Cang Ze was free to attend to his own tasks, with the sole stipulation of refraining from using his fated powers. "Cang Ze, come quickly. Jing Yuan has given us orders." Baiheng called out, waving her hands. Cang Ze approached, noticing Yingxing and Jingliu were also present. "Huh, we are now a reconnaissance and airborne team. Let us board the starship." They made their way to the starship fleet and boarded Baiheng's vessel. Upon entering, Cang Ze noticed the interior bore resemblance to vehicles from a past life, yet imbued with the technological marvels of the Xianzhou, as if he had stepped into a spacecraft. Yingxing and Cang Ze settled into the back seats, while Jingliu secured his safety belt first. Yingxing followed suit, even tugging at his belt to ensure it was snug. "Cang Ze, I advise you to buckle up," Yingxing earnestly cautioned, lest he find himself nauseated during the flight. Cang Ze glanced forward. Baiheng was at the helm. Though she was somewhat unpredictable, she was typically quite composed. Taking Yingxing's advice, he fastened his safety belt. At that moment, Cang Ze leaned forward, and Yingxing placed a hand on his shoulder, intending to say, "Lean back in your seat. Let's take off." Cang Ze suddenly felt a jolt as the vessel propelled him backward, creating a momentary sensation of disorientation, reminiscent of time travel, as the force of the starship's acceleration pushed him against the seat. Inside the starship, there was no wind, yet Cang Ze's hair was swept back, and Yingxing, glancing at the bewildered Cang Ze, shook his head. This time, he should have learned his lesson. He recalled a time in his youth when Baiheng piloted her starship, and the safety belt had failed to secure him properly, nearly tossing him out of his seat when she hit the gas, resulting in a reckless spree through 4 red lights. "Ride the Fox's starship, and you'll find everyone remains silent," he mused. With a fleet of 100,000 starships soaring forth, their mission was to obliterate the enemy's beast ships and warships. Jing Yuan's plan was set in motion, but first, they needed to establish air superiority. Chapter 44. Divine Blood. Now, Cang Ze truly appreciated Baiheng's piloting skills. No wonder Jingliu and Yingxing held tightly to the grips atop the starship. Just moments ago, Baiheng executed a complete 360-degree spin, nearly throwing him out. "Gangsha, hold on tight," Yingxing exclaimed, gripping Cang Ze's arm as he nearly lost his balance again. Now the starship fleet had engaged with the enemy's beast ships and Zihua warships, while the Zihua army advanced towards the valley designed by Jing Yuan. "Hold on, little Cang Ze." Baiheng was fully focused on maneuvering the starship, closing in on the largest enemy vessel, preparing to deploy Jingliu and Cang Ze. Baiheng's starship darted like a streak of light, weaving through the barrage of cannon fire from both sides, epitomizing the adage, gliding through a sea of flowers. Not a petal clings to one's garments. Yet, it nearly sent their breakfast flying. Now, Jingliu and Cang Ze had unbuckled their safety belts and clutched the handrails, ready to exit the ship. "Gangsha, prepare." Jingliu, despite being the sword's tip, felt the strain of Baiheng's piloting, nearly crushing the handrail. Yingxing swung open the door on his side, and a rush of wind flooded the starship, ruffling his hair into an unruly mane. Whoosh! 2 figures instantly soared from the starship, their bodies surging with power. A colossal sword aura, accompanied by a glimmering blade of translucent light, instantaneously cleaved the warship in 2, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The 2 individuals plummeted through the air, their hair whipped upwards by the powerful gusts. Cang Ze, bracing against the pressure, glanced at his master, a look that nearly compelled him to raise his weapon, for he caught sight of his master's skirt. "Jingliu, also noticing Cang Ze's gaze. Swiftly used the momentum to soar beside him, cradling her in a princess carry. "Master, this will suffice," Cang Ze remarked. Jingliu remained silent, lying quietly as she observed the Xingcha approaching them. With a thud, Cang Ze landed atop the ship's deck, gently placing Jingliu down. Baiheng, now securely piloting the Xingcha, ensured stability. The pair then clung to the edges of the ship, making their way inside. "Little Cang Ze, you display quite the heroism," Baiheng chuckled, having witnessed Cang Ze embracing Jingliu mid-air. This comment caused a faint blush to rise on Jingliu's cheeks, though it was merely playful banter. Yingxing's hairstyle had been tidied but still bore signs of disarray. He adjusted the tablet in his hand, calibrating the mechanical contraption he had crafted, resembling both a bird and a dragon. Soon, Cang Ze and Jingliu would descend to compel the legions of the Feng Ziwu into the canyon, while he would serve as their support. "Little Cang Ze, orders have come from Jing Yuan. Soon, it shall be your heroic debut," Cang Ze acknowledged with a nod, fully aware of his plan. He gazed out the window, observing the planet's surface engulfed in yellow sands, riddled with the cacophony of artillery. The ground cracked like parched earth, stained by the blood of the Yunk and the Feng Ziwu. The Ziwu appeared to be in a frenzy, racing from the vast battlefield towards a canyon, seemingly in pursuit of something. A thunderous dragon's roar resonated from the canyon's depths, followed by the emergence of a colossal water dragon soaring skyward before descending towards the battlefield. "Prepare yourselves," Yingxing instructed Cang Ze and Jingliu, this time not requiring to open the door for their descent. Cang Ze, gripping his black blade, and you, unlatched the cargo door of the Xingcha and leaped forth. Yingxing, seeing the door left ajar, sighed and moved to close it, only to have his hairstyle further disheveled. The Feng Ziwu on the plains felt a predatory gaze upon them. They looked up to see an icy blue light hurtling towards them, followed by a black star in the shape of a cross. It was astonishing how the black could shine so brilliantly. In the distance, General Yu, engaged in terrain warfare, observed the two lights, a black cross and an icy blue orb, plummeting into the plains, prompting her to prepare for the reduction of the Feng Ziwu ranks. Cang Ze and Jingliu charged with focused energy, executing their strikes upon landing, capable of swiftly dispatching foes while significantly mitigating their own descent. "Absolute cut," Cang Ze exclaimed, unwittingly naming his technique, feeling that such a magnificent entrance deserved a title, and the declaration imbued him with a sense of grandeur. The moment the icy blue light touched down, it unleashed a vast wave of blue sword energy akin to a blizzard, radiating from Jingliu and obliterating any Feng Ziwu within a kilometer into mere fragments. The black star, upon landing, did not conjure a storm, yet Cang Ze's instantaneous strike was imperceptible, akin to a knife slicing through butter, cleaving the nearby Feng Ziwu in half, followed by the lethal sword energy that rendered them into mere slivers. On board the Xingcha, Baiheng observed in awe, "Wow, these two are quite dashing," to which Yingxing responded with a smile, "I could never replicate that." You will. Let's all appreciate this," Baiheng quipped as he maneuvered the mechanical contraption out of the Xingcha, hoping to keep pace with the master and disciple duo. Jing Yuan commanded the infusion of divine blood into the canyon, prompting the young troops to retreat. The faction of the Feng Ziwu, upon receiving the divine blood, erupted in elation, feeling the blessings surging within them as they began to absorb it. Jing Yuan observed the Feng Ziwu cease their attacks, each one dropping to the ground to seize the divine blood, contemplating, "Enjoy this moment well. Let go. That is mine." The Ziwu clamored, shoving each other, while some greedily resorted to violence against their comrades. Having absorbed the divine blood, the Ziwu twisted their own arms off, only for them to regrow instantaneously, elated by their newfound strength. Yet, in the next moment, they became acutely aware of how delectable their comrades appeared. Each Ziwu shared this sentiment, halting to gaze at one another, an unprecedented terror washing over them as those who had not consumed the divine blood remained oblivious to the bizarre exchange. Now, they understood. The Ziwu who had ingested the divine blood began to merge with their comrades. Panic ensued, and they swung their blades to sever connections. Yet the severed limbs seemed almost sentient, burrowing into the bodies of their companions. The grotesque scene unfolded as pieces began to fuse together like meat, causing the young soldiers above the canyon to recoil in horror, for the sight below resembled a hellish nightmare, repulsive and terrifying. "Help! Help me!" a Ziwu cried, only to be dragged into the mass, disappearing without a trace. The grotesque mass grew larger and larger, and the Feng Ziwu forces within the canyon were thrown into complete disarray. Their commander, the first to consume the divine blood, had vanished, leaving them without guidance as they frantically attempted to escape, while the forces on the plains surged towards the canyon. Both sides shared a singular thought. Those fleeing sought to reunite with their comrades, while those advancing into the canyon had the same intent. Amidst this chaos, Jingliu and Cang Ze continued their relentless harvesting of the Feng Ziwu. Cang Ze lagged behind Jingliu, who unleashed her full power, while he relied solely on his own strength. Longzhu and Dan Feng emulated General Teng Xiao, plowing through the foes, while Yingxing maneuvered the mechanical contraption to support Cang Ze, and Baiheng aided Jingliu. Chapter 45. The giant infant, the grotesque mass within the canyon, had risen to the level of the canyon summit, prompting Jing Yuan and General Yu to order a retreat. It seemed to be spiraling out of control, for this mass did not discriminate, consuming even the ordinary Ziwu, resembling a gluttonous giant infant eternally in search of sustenance. Some young soldiers trembled, repulsed by the mass's eerie, viscous, sanguine aura. The surface was riddled with human faces, their eyes wide, yet devoid of pupils, hollow as they gaped with mouths that echoed silence, while blood spurted forth as tendrils of flesh ensnared those attempting to escape. Dan Feng beheld the colossal infant emerging from the canyon, a fitting description, for the mass was divided into a large and small form, possessing limbs and crawling upon the ground, lacking eyes yet seemingly adorned with myriad gazes. Cang Ze and Jingliu too noticed the infant, yet did not cease their onslaught against the Feng Ziwu. The latter, upon witnessing the infant, perceived it to be the harbinger of divine blood and rushed towards it. However, their Ziwu comrades, charging towards them, shouted warnings to flee. One Ziwu, curious as to why, watched in horror as a tendril erupted from the infant, snatching a nearby comrade and devouring them whole. Trembling, his legs quaked. He felt no fear before the two slayers, yet was paralyzed by terror at the sight of this infant. He heard the wailing emanating from mass. The faces of his comrades contorted in despair. Suddenly, the infant seemed to lock eyes with him, as though greeting him, whispering, "You smell delightful." He turned to run, tripping and falling, only to have a tendril seize his foot. He wept, muffled by his armor, crying out, "No, no, please spare me, I beg you," because he felt the dense sensation on the tentacles, which were the eyes of his companions. He cried out in desperation for mercy. He began to struggle frantically, attempting to break free from the tentacles, but the eyes on them seemed to beckon him, urging him to join them. Fear enveloped him, and he even lost control of his bladder. Just then, with a swift sound, the tentacle was severed, yet appeared to still writhe against his leg. Cang Ze struck down and severed the leg of this abomination. In that instant, the creature felt a semblance of safety, but upon glancing at the figure of the cloaked assassin, his fear intensified. He was now terrified for his life. Thoughts of abundance were meaningless compared to the instinct to survive. Leave. Cang Ze had received a communication from Jing Yuan, who informed him that this flesh could even devour corpses, which led Cang Ze to spare the abomination. The creature knelt, bowing in gratitude, and then regained its legs, flailing and crying as it fled. Similarly, Jingliu and Dan Feng also spared the gluttonous abomination. It could no longer be allowed to consume, for it had begun to absorb the very essence of this planet. If not stopped, it would activate the planet itself. The war had been won, yet now the Yaoqing Xianzhou and the Third Army of Luofu faced a greater dilemma. Either the Imperial Bao Command would destroy the planet with a single arrow, or they would seize the moment to stop this giant infant. Dan Feng and the others regrouped, observing the colossal infant, as Jing Yuan and General Yu arrived, standing side by side. Only high-level combatants could confront this giant, as the Yunqi soldiers were merely there to serve. The giant infant gazed hungrily at them, particularly fixating on the cloaked figure, who appeared exceptionally delectable. Not good. Cang Ze has caught its attention. Jing Yuan, wielding a long-handled knife, eyed the giant infant warily, which appeared to have halted its consumption of the planet and now focused on Cang Ze. With a crackle, Yingxing unleashed the maximum power of his mechanical device, emitting a tremendous surge of electricity. A purple beam instantly pierced the giant infant, creating a cloud of dust behind it. Yet within the blink of an eye, it restored itself, A wave of despair washed over the crowd. Its regenerative ability was formidable, rivaling that of a formidable adversary. Although they had won the battle, a significant threat lingered. General Yu bore no ill will towards Jing Yuan and the others. She had not given up. The battle had been executed beautifully, and eliminating this threat would mark an unprecedented victory. In an instant, thousands of tentacles shot from the giant infant towards the starship piloted by Baiheng. Baiheng began maneuvering the vessel, but it felt as if the tentacles were inexhaustibly long. Jingliu and Cang Ze unleashed their sword lights, severing the tentacles. Yet those that fell began to writhe toward them. Yingxing's device emitted flames, incinerating the tentacles. Master, since it is coming for me, I shall take the lead. Flames can consume the flesh. Jing Yuan, prepare yourself. Cang Ze grasped the hilt of his black blade, and as he stepped forward toward the giant infant. Feng advanced as well, ready to protect the master-student duo. Jingliu remained silent, conjuring an ice sword as she pressed on. General Yu wished to join, but was halted by Jing Yuan. For the Yaoqing army needed her guidance. Yingxing's mechanical flames would not suffice, and they required Yaoqing to deploy the battleship's fuel to create a massive flamethrower. The giant infant, perceiving the delectable feast before it, roared plaintively, as if to say, "Come, merge with me." Cang Ze slightly lowered his body, gripping the hilt of an yew. As a tremendous wave of energy began to surge around him, the giant infant, realizing that its meal was resisting, unleashed its tentacles to attack. Jingliu and Feng worked together to sever the tentacles, buying Cang Ze precious time. Feng conjured a colossal water dragon that ensnared the giant infant, attempting to crush it. He quickly dodged the tentacles, which seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, making it arduous for him. His cutting abilities paled in comparison to those of Cang Ze and Jingliu, leaving him to evade or push through with water currents, but the next moment, a tentacle would come rushing at him. Jingliu surged forward, slicing at the tentacles, but their overwhelming number made her progress difficult. She then infused greater power into her strikes, obliterating the tentacles before using her sword energy in conjunction with Feng to freeze the giant infant. Cang Ze, his eyes flew open, glistening like red jewels, emanating a dark and destructive aura. The energy around him abruptly ceased, and with a swift motion, he drew his sword. The world fell silent. The sounds of wind and gravel against the walls faded into nothingness. The onlookers felt as though a black moon had flashed before them, warping reality itself. Feng and Jingliu recoiled, sensing that the giant infant was on the verge of explosion. The giant infant remained motionless, yet had been cleaved in two. The right half of its body began to sag under its own weight as the left half was swarmed with writhing tentacles, evoking nausea in all who beheld it. Even as it had been divided, the wounds on the giant infant were infused with Cang Ze's deathly sword energy, relentlessly tearing at the flesh. Although the halves could not align, the giant infant seemed to possess intelligence, as the left side began to ensnare the right in an attempt to rejoin. Infuriated, the giant infant let out a deafening cry, nearly breaking Cang Ze's composure. More and larger tentacles surged toward the trio. Feng struggled tremendously, but with Yingxing's support, he managed to hold on. Jingliu and Cang Ze worked in tandem, severing more tentacles. Cang Ze silently cursed under his breath. With a sharp sound, Cang Ze was wounded. He could hardly count the multitude of tentacles, thick and thin, coming at him from all angles. The giant infant, tasting Cang Ze's blood, became even more invigorated, disregarding the others as it focused solely on the dark delicacy. More wounds appeared on Cang Ze's body, and Jingliu grew anxious. Realizing the sheer number of tentacles made it impossible to cut them all down, and she had no opportunity to approach the giant. Baiheng was about to lend support when the starship was ensnared by tentacles. Yingxing's device attempted to assist, but was also ensnared. The tentacles began to slowly infiltrate the starship, with alarm lights flashing frantically in the cockpit. Baiheng stared at the flesh-colored tentacles, drenched in a viscous liquid, causing her to shudder in revulsion. "Get away!" Baiheng drew her bow, ready to shoot the tentacles, but in the next moment, she found herself ensnared. Baiheng, Yingxing too, was bound by tentacles, immobilized as they constricted around him. Jingliu was on the brink of succumbing to her dark side, entangled and unable to sever the tentacles, which regenerated immediately. Cang Ze's situation was equally dire. Dan Feng resolved to confront the danger head-on, declaring, "I will not hide any longer," as he summoned a water blade aimed at the starship. With a splat, the tentacle shattered Dan Feng's water blade. His pupils dilated in disbelief. His full-powered water blade had been dispersed just like that? Cang Ze thought, if it craves to consume, then let it have me first. He seized a tentacle and thrust it into his own body. The tentacles on the starship ceased their movement, releasing Dan Feng, leaving everyone in shock as they stared at Cang Ze. At that moment, a tentacle slithered into Cang Ze, while another pierced his back. Cang Ze! Jingliu rushed forward, but as she approached, tentacles attacked her. Jing Yuan disregarded the chaos, leaping from the cliff and channeling his power into his blade, violently severing the tentacle embedded in Cang Ze's chest. He was then struck by the giant infant's enraged tentacles, which flung him toward Jingliu. Cang Ze pulled out the tentacle, relieved that Jing Yuan had arrived just in time. He felt as though he had nearly been drained dry, more so than from the Holy Grail. Baiheng managed to lower the starship to the ground, knowing that Cang Ze had saved them. Clutching her bow, she gazed at the grotesque mass before her, her attire stained with blood, nearly overwhelming her with disgust. Yingxing has transformed the tablet into a smart sword, equipped by Xianzhou technology with formidable cutting power, capable of withstanding a barrage of tentacle attacks. Cang Ze stood up, promptly shedding his upper garment, as those tentacles had been relentlessly entangled with him, leaving his attire stained with the filthy blood and slime of the tentacles. General Yu discarded his command, allowing them to unleash their full potential, with only one stipulation. They could unleash their firepower as long as the temperature was sufficiently high, preferably turning the planet into glass. Cang Ze cast a glance at his master beside him, who was visibly enraged, recalling how the Yingxing on the starship had nearly been crushed to death. Jingliu, perceiving the fury in his eyes, prepared to join Cang Ze in reducing the gigantic infant to fragments with their swords. He transformed into a black star, hurtling towards the giant with blinding speed, leaving the tentacles unable to keep pace. The power of destiny? It should be utilized when available. General Yu piloted the Fei Huang directly towards the giant infant, while Dan Feng first provided treatment to Yingxing, whose left shoulder had been fractured by the pressure of the tentacles. Cang Ze delivered a powerful strike, cleaving a massive black gash into the giant infant, while Jingliu, with a cold expression, charged at the giant, unleashing torrents of enormous ice-blue sword energy upon it. Dan Feng, Jing Yuan, and Baiheng shielded them from the tentacles. Cang Ze's eyes turned crimson, as if he had entered a state of demonic rage. General Yu observed as his blade strikes became mere afterimages, as if countless Cang Zes were wielding their swords. The collective efforts of the group successfully subdued the giant infant, as Cang Ze's swift strikes prevented it from releasing any tentacles. He resembled a drilling machine, frantically burrowing into the giant's body. Enraged, the giant abandoned its tentacle assaults and began to reinforce its outer layer, as Cang Ze stepped back to observe the giant's surface seemingly growing bone-like structures. It had forsaken the tentacles to counter us with its own body? General Yu watched as the once flesh-colored giant transformed into one encased in bone. Jingliu glanced at the fissure on Cang Ze's chest, seemingly not having grown significantly. Upon their return, Yingxing and the others needed to expedite their extraction, for should conflict arise unexpectedly, it would spell trouble. The giant completed its transformation and unleashed a deafening roar, no longer a whimper, but a monstrous howl, reminiscent of a terrifying voice echoing from the abyss. Clearly, this transformation had exacted a tremendous toll. Dan Feng approached, observing the white substance falling from the giant's body. Recognizing that it had expended considerable energy to convert flesh into white bone, the ensuing battle would likely be a desperate struggle. General Yu received a message from the fleet that the device was ready, but the Yunshi could not transport it. Addressing everyone, he declared, "I will retrieve the device." You all, Jing Yuan encouraged General Yu. "Go ahead, General. We will take care of things here." The others nodded in agreement. "All right, if it becomes untenable, await my arrival. Do not force yourselves." After speaking, Yu piloted the Fei Huang away. The giant infant began to charge, each step reverberating like an earthquake. Initially slow, it quickly adapted and hurtled towards them. Dan Feng used a water dragon to lift Baiheng and Yingxing into the air, while Baiheng readied his bow, focusing the power of destiny into an arrow that shot towards the giant infant. The arrow pierced through the fissures in the giant's white bones, embedding itself deep within its corporeal form. Yingxing skillfully manipulated the machinery, launching a lightning fire assault, attempting to induce an overload and frantically reducing the defenses of its white skeletal structure. Cang Ze and Jing Yuan exchanged glances. Then Cang Ze seized Jing Yuan's hand, propelling him onto the back of the giant infant. In midair, Jing Yuan twisted his body, landing on the giant's back, thrusting his array knife forcefully into its spine to slow it down. "Master, shall we combine our powers this time, as we did in our last duel?" Cang Ze inquired, unperturbed by the approaching giant, eager to execute a combined technique with his master. Jingliu, initially puzzled, soon understood Cang Ze's intent as he slightly angled his blade and gestured for her to block. It became evident that their combined strikes would yield greater impact than individual efforts. Following this encounter, she would certainly request Yingxing to forge her a sword. She was uncertain how many strikes her ice sword could endure before shattering. "Let us warm up then." Agreed. The two of them distanced themselves, then surged forward in a flurry of strikes. "What are you two doing?" Dan Feng exclaimed, astonished. They collided like arrows of light, separating and colliding again, each strike growing more intense, waves of cutting energy rolling forth. As they clashed, they advanced towards the giant infant, each collision causing the planet to tremble, sensing something amiss. The giant began to retreat. Dan Feng above struggled to maintain his position against the fierce winds, while on the water dragon, Baiheng clung tightly to Yingxing, who grasped the dragon's accessible parts with both hands. Jing Yuan, however, remained untroubled as he was shielded from the brunt of the wind, gripping his great sword with both hands, gathering strength for a powerful strike that created a massive fissure. Approaching General Yu pressed forward against the force of the winds, even as sword energy swept past him. Dan Feng maintained the water dragon, flying towards Jing Yuan while Yingxing and Baiheng leaped down. One wielded a sword, gathering power, while the other, bow in hand, prepared to strike at the wound Jing Yuan had inflicted. The giant infant thrashed wildly, the assault on its back having inflicted significant damage, and the black and blue energy was rapidly approaching. "Master, now is the time." At this moment, they had maneuvered to either side of the giant, the black star swiftly charging towards it from the left, while the ice blue star darted towards Cang Ze from the right. Danfen spoon in midair, forcefully directing the water dragon into the giant's head. The black star and ice blue star collided at the giant's head, momentarily stunning it as the world dimmed, enveloping it in a blinding white light. General Yu utilized the Fei Huang to rescue those behind him, then manipulated the device to aim at the giant, unleashing a colossal fire beam. The giant bellowed, "Aminos!" The white and red lights interchanged, coalescing into a pitch-black darkness as in an instant. The desolate planet was wholly consumed by night. Chapter 47, General Teng Xiao, do you not wish to? Sitting atop the Fei Huang, Baiheng gazed down at the ground, which appeared as if it had been erased by an eraser, pristine and white. She gently patted the head of the Fei Huang, wishing to check on Jingliu and Xiao Cang Ze's well-being, but the Fei Huang ignored her, even giving her a dismissive glance. Meanwhile, on the ground, Cang Ze had lost an arm, and Jingliu had shattered her sword. Observing Cang Ze's condition, Jingliu realized that in the final moment, Cang Ze had held back, fearing the ice sword would shatter. Subsequently, Jingliu rushed to his side, noticing his body riddled with sword wounds, the black blade in Yu embedded in the ground, and his right hand completely vanished. "Why are you so foolish?" Jingliu knelt beside Cang Ze, embracing him as tears streamed down her face. Cang Ze, his body filled with sword wounds, could scarcely speak. He reached out with his left hand to wipe away the tears on his master's face, inadvertently smearing blood across her cheek. Cang Ze could only maintain a rather grim smile. Gazing at Jingliu, Dan Feng and the others approached Cang Ze, squatting down to examine his severed arm. It's regenerating." Dan Feng utilized his power to accelerate the growth of Cang Ze's arm, and soon, Cang Ze's arm had returned. However, the internal sword wounds posed a dilemma. Healing them would be detrimental, as any restoration would result in them being shredded anew. General Yu marveled at Cang Ze's regenerative ability, harboring no doubts about his identity. Given a verification from the marshal, Jing Yuan stepped forward to assess Cang Ze's condition, finding that aside from the internal sword wounds, he was nearly all right, which brought him some relief. "Wah, Xiao Cang Ze, please be all right." Baiheng cried, gazing at Cang Ze, who appeared on the verge of collapse. He calmly drew the black blade. And crossed his arms, observing Cang Ze as he responded to Baiheng's inquiry. The wound from the sword would be forced out in due time. There was no need to linger here in the sandstorm. They should return to the warship to recuperate. Yu glanced at the 6 individuals, realizing she needed to promptly relay the battle report, conveniently bringing them back to Yaoqing. Ji Ying carried Cang Ze on his back while Jing Lu held the black blade. Baiheng continued to chatter animatedly about the tentacle incident. Dan Feng and Yingxing crossed their arms, both smiling, recalling how Cang Ze's decisive action had saved the 3 of them. Little Cang Ze, you have no idea. When that tentacle ensnared me, I felt utterly sticky, as if the entire fox was in peril. If you hadn't drawn its attention, I might have considered self-destruction. Baiheng remarked, lightly patting Cang Ze's back as he followed Ji Ying. Just as Cang Ze began to speak, he coughed up blood all over Ji Ying, as the sword energy still lingered within his lungs. Hey, little Cang Ze, no talking. Just focus on recuperating. Cang Ze weakly nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the main ship of Yaoqing, everyone needed to freshen up. Dan Feng and Cang Ze were sent to the treatment department, where Dan Feng would be the attending physician. After forcing out the sword wound, Dan Feng also went to wash up, while Cang Ze had already drifted into slumber. In the conference room, the generals remained present, including the marshal. Tung Xiao could no longer sit still. He fixated on Yu. How many days had it been? Almost a month with no news. General Yu of Yaoqing shared the documents with everyone, while Huaiyan first confirmed the safety of his disciple and his companions. Tung Xiao also checked, but upon seeing the results, he exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, they performed that well." Although they did not achieve total annihilation, they came close. The tactics provided by Ji Ying were commendable, yet if not properly controlled, the planet could become active. Regardless of personal or public matters, Ji Ying's strategy had no faults, merely a miscalculation regarding the potency of the agents. However, that was a minor issue, for the monstrous entity had also been dealt with, ultimately reduced to glass. Yet, the generals still underestimated the synergy of the 6, particularly the collaboration between Cang Ze and Jingliu, whose combined sword techniques caused the very planet to tremble, an impressive feat. It is important to note that they were merely destiny walkers, not envoys, and that planet was a mining world, quite resilient. Ha! Tung Xiao burst into laughter. Realizing they had gained notoriety, the marshal could not escape this time. After reviewing the documents, the marshal set them down and smiled at everyone. Though there are some flaws, under Yu's leadership, these are trivial matters. Most importantly, the casualties were minimal. It was a complete victory. The other generals nodded in agreement with the marshal's remarks. Then, the marshal declared, "Let us bestow upon them the title of the 6 heroes of Yunshang, making them a model for the Yao Riders and the Xianzhou people." Tung Xiao and Yu stood up. Tung Xiao was about to express his gratitude to the marshal when Yu interjected, "Why are you standing up, Tung Xiao?" "Thank you, Marshal. Cang Ze has sustained some injuries and is currently recuperating under my care. The warship will return to Yaoqing to honor their achievements." Yu ignored Tung Xiao's astonished expression and respectfully addressed the marshal. Tung Xiao pointed incredulously at General Yu. "You sly fox." "Ahem, Marshal. The young lad Cang Ze is injured, but with Jun Yu's medical assistance, he should recover swiftly. I request permission to welcome the great contributors from Luofu." Tung Xiao stammered. Commander Tung Xiao, those 6 individuals are also esteemed contributors to Yaoqing. Are you truly denying them a chance to see Yaoqing?" Yu employed her signature strategy, effectively silencing Tung Xiao. Tung Xiao, momentarily at a loss for words, felt as if he had swallowed something unpleasant. "General Yu, you must understand, I certainly intend for them to enjoy their time in Yaoqing. I merely wish to greet them." The other generals erupted in laughter at Tung Xiao's predicament. "All right, Tung Xiao, I will ensure the 6 heroes return to Luofu," the marshal noted, recognizing Tung Xiao's current position. If the 6 heroes left Luofu, the next generation would face a significant gap. "Thank you, Marshal." Yu remained firm yet understanding, aware of Luofu's circumstances while recognizing that Yaoqing needed a decisive sword master like Cang Ze, one who acted resolutely and was unbound by societal constraints. The generals of Yaoqing were the fastest to rotate, as Yaoqing focused on decisive victories, with generals always at the forefront. if Cang Ze were to come. They did not seek him to infiltrate the enemy's rear, but rather to stabilize the troublesome officials of Yaoqing. In the hospital room, the six were gathered, five sitting beside Cang Ze's bed, watching him sleep. With each breath he took, the golden cracks on his body shimmered. Dan Feng opened his medical gown, observing the slightly lengthened fissure, and everyone fell silent. When you wake, I will surely give you a good beating for trying to act cool. Ji Ying glared at Cang Ze, knowing he could have waited for General Yu to arrive to deal with the giant infant together. Jingliu remained quiet, captivated by Cang Ze's spirited demeanor at that time. His words, "Let us warm up first," and his confident expression caused her to momentarily forget everything else. Jingliu subconsciously tightened her grip on her skirt, regretting being so enchanted. Yingxing remained silent. Upon arrival in Yaoqing, he needed to craft swiftly, as materials were abundant, and he did not discriminate. Baiheng felt on the verge of tears, wondering what to do about little Cang Ze. Dun Feng, let us expedite the work upon reaching Yaoqing. Yingxing finally broke the silence. The others realized he was right. There was no need to manufacture suppressors solely in Luofu, which cheered Baiheng once again, proving her to be the team's source of joy. Chapter 48. The six heroes of Yunxiang. Baiheng grasped Yingxing's shoulders, shaking him. Though his face was expressionless, he felt compelled to comply with her adorable antics. I must do it. I will dismantle the Yaoqing warship if necessary to craft for Cang Ze. All right. Yingxing ultimately suppressed the urge to dismantle the warship. Responding coolly, Dan Feng sighed, knowing others could see through the facade. Baiheng was clearly Yingxing's nemesis, no matter how aloof he tried to be. A shake from her would break his defenses. Only Dan Feng noticed this, while Jingliu and Ji Ying observed the sleeping Cang Ze. Ji Ying playfully pinched his cheek, only to be swatted away by Jingliu, who shot her a glare while Ji Ying chuckled sheepishly. At that moment, the hospital room door swung open, and General Yu entered, clad in a fitted female uniform. She resembled a larger version of Baiheng, her fox-like beauty on full display. Ah, you are all here. Perfect timing for a discussion, Yu noted, glancing at the five surrounding Cang Ze and smiling at their camaraderie. General, they all greeted her with a fist salute. I have come on the marshal's orders to bestow upon the six of you the title of the six heroes of Yunxiang, which will be widely disseminated throughout the Xianzhou Alliance and the cosmos. Yu handed the documents to Ji Ying and conveyed the details of the upcoming meetings. Ji Ying glanced at the document, astonished at how much the Xianzhou was investing to promote them, preparing announcements for the cosmos. If funding is required, it can be directly reported. This is akin to what the generals receive. The remaining conditions are standard, with the last stipulation being participation in battles. The last stipulation is no issue. The Xianzhou is investing heavily to broadcast this across the cosmos, so they can hardly avoid battle, Ji Ying affirmed. Wow, we are famous now. Baiheng et Kalim, joyfully sacking Zizing Shao. I told you six of us would make a name for ourselves. Jingliu quickly covered Baiheng's mouth, concerned she might wake Cang Ze. The others felt elated upon hearing the general's words. All right, little Baiheng. The warship will return to Yaoqing, and you will take them on a good tour, Yu said, affectionately patting Baiheng's head, recognizing her as Yaoqing's child. Yes, General. Well then, I must return to handle matters. The Third Army has already returned to Luofu. When you are ready to go back to Luofu, please come to the general's residence. Yu finished speaking and departed, leaving a few individuals exchanging glances. This was a glimmer of hope for us, tethered to Yaoqing. That General Tung Shao had not perished. As the warship sailed, time gradually passed, and Cang Ze awoke. He then noticed his master beside him, seemingly asleep with his head resting on the edge of the bed. He was uncertain of the current hour. Outside the window was a vast expanse of starry cosmos. Cang Ze gently pinched his master's ear, eliciting a response. Cang Ze, you are awake. Jingliu, sensing the movement of his wayward disciple, stirred. Cang Ze sat up, feeling that he had fully recovered. Master, by the way, what time is it? It's just past 2 in the morning. Are you feeling better? Jingliu, not recalling the exact time, noted the absence of a clock in the ward. Much better. I feel just like usual now. Cang Ze got out of bed, clenched his fists, and exerted strength. Master, I will freshen up first, and then I'll prepare a midnight snack for you. With that, Cang Ze entered the bathroom and began to bathe. He was unaware of how long he had slept. Although he had been cleaned up, There were still places that were unreachable by others. Only when he bathed did he realize his clothes were missing. What a disaster. I've lost track of everything. Even my ring. Cang Ze quietly opened a crack in the door, glancing towards Jingliu, who turned his head, pondering what this wayward disciple was up to. Master, do you know where my Dongtian ring is? I have no spare clothes. Wait a moment. Cang Ze's ring should be with Jing Yuan. And so he exited the ward to find Jing Yuan's room. He knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Jing Yuan. Zzz, bang, bang, bang. Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan, still half asleep, donned his clothes and opened the door, only to be met with a pair of eyes gleaming red. He suddenly felt a chill. That gaze resembled the one his master directed at him during training when he was about to be scolded. Ahem, master, what is up? Cang Ze srink. Jing Yuan's mind was still foggy, and then he suddenly exclaimed, Master, are you serious? Cang Ze's Dongtian ring. Upon coming to his senses, Jing Yuan removed the ring from his finger and handed it to his master. When Cang Ze had fallen unconscious, the medic had stripped him down to his underwear, and the ring had been taken off by Jing Yuan. Cang Ze has awakened? Jingliu merely nodded before heading back to the ward. Seeing this, Jing Yuan decided not to sleep any longer, quickly dressed, and followed Jingliu to the ward. Finally, Cang Ze received his ring and changed into clothes. Other than the scars from childhood, he bore no marks from this war. His recovery was remarkably swift. Jing Yuan arrived wearing his customary white and red attire, which Cang Ze felt he had donned for centuries. Jing Yuan inquired about Cang Ze's condition, to which Cang Ze replied that he was completely well, and his right arm was back to normal. Cang Ze felt hungry, and Jing Yuan immediately understood. He retrieved a pot, a stove, and a slab of base material from his ring. These had been crafted during their time as recruits, but they would need to fetch food from the galley. Without hesitation, Jingliu stayed in the ward while heading to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze were known as the kings of dining, and after gathering utensils and ingredients, they swiftly returned to the ward. Jing Yuan, why are you being so cautious? We're not thieves. Cang Ze chuckled at Jing Yuan, who was observing the surroundings. Well, we are on someone else's warship. Jing Yuan sheepishly scratched his head, feeling somewhat restrained on foreign territory. The two arrived at the ward, boiled water, and began cooking. It's truly delightful to have a feast at this hour, Jing Yuan exclaimed, slurping his noodles. Jingliu took small bites, while Cang Ze continuously served her vegetables, urging her to eat quickly lest they be devoured by Jing Yuan and himself. Oh right, General Yu mentioned that the Marshal has granted us the title of the 6 heroes of the Cloud Alliance. Jing Yuan related to Cang Ze the details shared by General Yu, ensuring he was thorough, as he feared Cang Ze might not comprehend, given that this fellow could write a line about the properties of concrete on an exam paper. Haha, I bet Baiheng is overjoyed. Cang Ze recalled how Baiheng had predicted that they would become well known when she had gathered them together. Indeed, this marks the beginning of our story. Jingliu smiled as she addressed the two. The door to the ward swung open with a creak. Well, Jingliu, you're sneaking food behind my back. Baiheng stood at the entrance, hands on her hips, followed by Dan Feng with arms crossed, and Yingxing smiling while leaning against the doorframe. The three, caught in the act of indulging, were startled, exclaiming, "This is not what it looks like." Cang Ze smiled as he produced their bowls from his ring, and the three laughed while accepting them. Chapter 49. The suppressor Yaoqing warship, upon discovering the enemy, opens fire first. Thus, every battle must commence with an assault. Before the enemy's blood spills, they dissolve into dust. General Yu is adept at wielding thunder arrows, capable of sniping the flagship's core from across star domains. The populace quakes in awe, for Yaoqing embodies the lightning and fangs of the Cloud Alliance, leaving only scorched bones and thunderous echoes in its wake. As General Yu and the others disembarked from the warship, the surrounding citizens of Yaoqing erupted in jubilant cheers, more fervent than ever before. Many Cloud Riders had returned, and those riders were the pillars of their families. A child with black hair pointed at Cang Ze and the others, exclaiming, "It's the 6 heroes of the Cloud. Wow, he is so handsome. I want to be like him when I grow up." Cang Ze smiled at the black-haired child, wishing that the children of the Cloud Alliance would not endure the same sufferings he had. They should remain romantic and innocent, their hearts brimming with hope for the future. The 6 heroes of the Cloud followed General Yu, and at that moment, Jing Yuan revealed his eyes, greeting the surrounding crowd. As he waved, countless girls screamed in excitement. Dan Feng stood with arms crossed, her long black hair flowing behind her, while Yingxing casually placed a hand in his pocket, smiling as he accepted the adoration of the people. Baiheng, well acquainted with many, raised her hands in a gesture of "look at me. Everyone look here," bouncing around and waving her arms. Jingliu, observing Baiheng's lively demeanor, smiled back at her. The group arrived at the residence of General Yu Yu and began to explore. Yingxing and Dan Feng headed to the construction department, where they needed to expedite their tasks. In the days that followed, the six had been wandering the streets of Yaoqing, with Baiheng taking the lead in introductions. Today, while the others visited the ancient observatory, Cang Ze was kept behind by General Yu Yu. "Cang Ze, I know you want to stay on the Yaoqing warship, but I hope to exchange knife techniques with you." General Yu had taken a liking to Cang Ze's swordsmanship, particularly after witnessing the injuries inflicted during the recent battle with the colossal infant, which could disrupt regeneration. Cang Ze was taken aback. "Is that all?" He then replied, "No need for an exchange. Since it is the general's request, I shall gladly oblige." Cang Ze believed that although his knife techniques were derived from his master's swordplay, they demanded a practitioner's innate talent, with the blade's glimmer infused with the lethal energy of the death sword, as demonstrated in the Black Blade's special exhibition. "Oh, come on, Cang Ze. You should ask for something in return." General Yu Yu, surprised by Cang Ze's straightforwardness, suggested they should exchange something, for nothing given freely is often the most costly. "General, there is no need for that. The knife techniques are not extraordinary, but every practitioner requires talent. Some are suited for swords, while others for long poles. Speaking of which, that applies to you, tall Jing Yuan. The general must not let knife techniques mislead others." While speaking, Cang Ze meticulously documented the essentials of his knife techniques, as he was quite astute regarding martial arts, provided it did not involve testing his knowledge of starship flight theories. Otherwise, he would stuff concrete in their mouths. General Yu Yu ceased to press the matter. With Cang Ze's attitude, there was no further argument. Nevertheless, Cang Ze was correct. While the general coveted Cang Ze's knife techniques, it was paramount not to mislead others. "Very well. From now on, Yaoqing shall be your second home. You're always welcome to visit." Cang Ze sat at the general's desk, diligently writing down the knife techniques, while General Yu Yu watched him intently, examining Cang Ze closely. The bandages around his neck and arms concealed the golden fissures. This child has truly endured much. Reaching this point requires both talent and effort. Before long, Cang Ze completed his documentation of the knife techniques and handed the file to General Yu Yu, who began to review it. Cang Ze had written meticulously, detailing movements of the waist, legs, how to wield the blade, the inertia of the arms, and the friction of the air. She comprehended the earlier sections, but as she delved deeper into the complexities of the techniques, particularly the concept of wielding the blade with the power of fate to create sword light, she found herself increasingly perplexed. The entire work comprises 3 volumes. The first is deceptively simple, yet profoundly challenging, serving as a foundation that overwhelms with its rigorous training regimen. Notably, Cang Ze meticulously delineated the distance for each strike, insisting that training must adhere to these specifications. The content subsequently escalates in difficulty, introducing advanced techniques. Initially, one is to unleash the blade's wind, followed by compressing this wind into sword light. While you can grasp this concept, the notion of the phantom sword dance, which demands 200 strikes per second, is akin to deciphering an ancient text. What is this cursed death sword chi? Isn't this a blade technique? The absolute cut is understandable, representing a wide-reaching sword energy infused with the cursed death aspect. Yu Yu felt overwhelmed by the contents of the 3 volumes. She closed the document and rubbed her eyes, recognizing that Cang Ze's sword techniques, while fundamentally straightforward, began with basic attacks to solidify one's physical familiarity with the sword. The second volume focused on skills, and the third encompassed passive techniques. Choosing to abandon the study, she resolved to leave the challenge for others, contemplating seeking Cang Ze's guidance in Luofu if necessary. At that moment, the resonant sound of Cang Ze's jade token echoed, prompting him to check and discover a letter from Jing Yuan, advising him to return to the hotel once he completed his tasks. "You go ahead. I wish you a delightful time in Yaoqing," Cang Ze said, offering a fist salute to Yu Yu before departing. After Cang Ze left, Yu retrieved her accumulated documents from this expedition and began the arduous task of organizing them. Despite the challenges, she reminded herself that it would eventually be her responsibility. Subsequently, Cang Ze, having received Jing Yuan's message, quickened his pace. Upon entering the room, he noticed the occasionally absent Yingxing and Dan Feng were present. Cang Ze, come try this. It's sure to please you, Yingxing jested, tossing him a left arm guard. As their camaraderie deepened, they grew more relaxed with one another. Cang Ze accepted the golden arm guard, realizing it perfectly matched his taste. Yingxing, you are truly magnificent, he exclaimed. Oh, and what about me? I also contributed to its creation. I added the bountiful essence within, ensuring you can confidently harness the power of fate. Dan Feng chimed in, reclining on the sofa, eager to hear Cang Ze's praises. Dun Feng, you both have quite literally pulled my life back from the precipice of fate. With your dragon's sovereign's presence, my blade dares not even glance at death. Yingxing crafted the sharp edge, while you provided the assurance of immortality, Cang Ze expressed, pouring forth his heartfelt gratitude. Huh. I truly wonder whether you learned this from Jing Yuan or he from you. Dan Feng chuckled, pleased with the exchange. Little Cang Ze, do put it on and have a look, Baiheng remarked, admiring the black and gold armguard that suited Cang Ze's aura perfectly. Cang Ze donned the armguard, feeling as if it served as a conduit, and with a flicker of his left-hand ring, he summoned the black blade. And just as he was about to unsheath it, Baiheng rushed forward to stop him, fearing the hotel might collapse under such an action, jeopardizing their military achievements in the upcoming battle. Oh, my apologies. I got a bit too excited and almost forgot, Cang Ze stammered. Since wearing the guard, his earlier worries dissipated, and he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Within a few days, the six of them boarded a small military vessel to return. As what Yao Qing possessed, Luofu also had. But what Yao Qing lacked was Cang Ze's home, a sanctuary shared by the six of them, as well as Uncle Jing and Aunt Sue, which Yao Qing could never replicate. Upon their arrival in Luofu, they first reported to General Teng Xiao, who had been eagerly inquiring about their experiences, wondering whether they enjoyed themselves as much as in Luofu and urging the military vessel to hasten its pace. After reporting to General Teng Xiao, Dan Feng returned to the Qi Ming clan, as trouble had arisen once again among the Dragon Masters during his absence, resulting in factionalism. The remaining 5 returned home, settling into the residence that Dan Feng had purchased for them. Yingxing ascended to the 3rd floor, which had become a semi-research space for him and Dan Feng. In the aftermath of the great battle, Jing Lu wished for Cang Ze to unleash his full potential and had requested Yingxing to forge a sword for him, to which Yingxing readily agreed, eager to avoid any stipulations. Baiheng and Jing Lu occupied the 2nd floor living room, while Jing Yuan and Cang Ze ventured out to procure groceries. By the time they returned home in the afternoon, they planned to visit Uncle Jing and Aunt Sue. The day concluded under Uncle Jing's playful reprimands, as 2 of the renowned 6 heroes of the universe were playfully chastised, with Aunt Sue ensuring the doors and curtains were drawn to keep their antics private. The following morning, Jing Yuan awoke early, instinctively glancing at the wall beside his bed and chuckling, realizing that over a decade of habit was not easily shed. After getting dressed and ready, he opened the door, stretching lazily. Last night, he and Cang Ze had enjoyed a long conversation with their parents. Upon entering the common area, he noticed everyone had gathered, and Dan Feng's displeasure hinted at trouble from the Dragon Masters. After exchanging greetings, he retrieved a bottle of coffee from the fridge. Breakfast is ready, Cang Ze called from downstairs, prompting everyone to rise and descend in unison, as if accustomed to such coordination. Baiheng donned a pure white dress adorned with a charming fox motif, and Yingxing provided her with a disposable apron. Let us eat, Baiheng exclaimed, fastening her apron in preparation. Cang Ze brought the final dish to the table, and as everyone began to eat, Dan Feng's mood seemed to lift with the aroma of the meal. Little Cang Ze, could you perhaps whip up some desserts? Baiheng asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Previously, during their visit to Yao Qing's famed dessert shop, she had spotted a translucent fox-shaped cake and inquired if Cang Ze could replicate it. Cang Ze nodded, turning to Jing Yuan. Let us buy some tools after our training. Jing Yuan, already eagerly consuming his meal, nodded in agreement, having fully embraced Cang Ze's influence. Gangsha, Did General Yu have something specific to discuss with you? Yingxing asked, recalling how General Yu had summoned Cang Ze just before their departure from Yaoqing, leaving them unaware of the reasons behind it. The general requested my sword techniques. Sword technique? You mean your wild slashing? Yingxing was taken aback, thinking such skills were within reach of any martial artist, believing he could also achieve it with some effort. Jingliu shot a disapproving glance at Yingxing, who do not practice martial arts, cannot possibly comprehend Cang Ze's swordsmanship. Each of his strikes carries more weight than the last, and now the ice sword can no longer withstand it. Cang Ze's techniques may appear chaotic, yet they are executed with precision in movement, structure, rhythm, and distance. Dun Feng elucidated. He observed that while Jingliu could sever with a single strike, Cang Ze could exploit an enemy's flaw and deliver multiple lethal cuts in a single second, showcasing a stark contrast between his gentle demeanor and his lethal efficiency. Indeed, during the giant baby battle, their descent was undeniably impressive. Yingxing mused, imagining how grand it would be if he could also descend from above. Gangsha, noticing Yingxing's desire to impress, offered, if you wish to learn, I can teach you. Anyone who wishes to learn can be taught, he added. Yingxing pondered his limitations, recognizing that his hands required crafting and that martial training might hinder his finesse. Martial arts are not suited for me, he concluded. The others understood his sentiment. As a master craftsman, he needed to preserve the sensitivity of his hands. Fear not, I shall protect you all, Baiheng reassured, affectionately patting Cang Ze's head. And we will protect you as well, the others nodded in agreement. After everyone finished their meal, Jing Yuan and Cang Ze proceeded to the training ground, while Jingliu remained behind. This was because the two had already embarked on their journey. Jing Yuan, a disciple of practicality, utilized whatever was effective, while Cang Ze, a master who reversed the teachings, had switched from a sword to a saber. Jingliu and Baiheng stayed on the third floor, accompanying Yingxing in crafting weapons. They refrained from interrupting Yingxing, as it was now the phase of drawing and confirming materials. Suddenly, Yingxing spoke up, Jingliu, what color should the sword be? Jingliu pondered momentarily, contemplating a white hue, and then resolutely addressed Yingxing, let be white. Baiheng, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed that Jingliu had indeed chosen white, while little Cang Ze opted for black. Baiheng then gazed intently at Jingliu, causing Jingliu's cheeks to flush. Yingxing, however, did not dwell on this, as Cang Ze was the first to request colors and patterns for his saber, while Jingliu remained silent, relying solely on his artistic instincts. Alas, if only everyone were as uncomplicated as Cang Ze. Dan Feng sat in the second-floor living room, sipping tea and reviewing the reports from the Jiming clan. The Yunshang 6 heroes had made their announcements, and the Dragon Masters had settled down, alleviating the pressure on his side. In the training arena, the collapsed training ground had been fully repaired, and Jing Yuan and Cang Ze were diligently training, as if it had become ingrained in their daily routine. Neither wished for the other to practice less, which might jeopardize their lives. Jing Yuan, are you capable? Cang Ze remarked, observing Jing Yuan, who was currently embedding his saber into the ground, now acting as Jing Yuan's stern mentor. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuan could hardly tolerate such words. What man could endure being spoken to in such a manner? He swiftly seized his long-handled saber and lunged at Cang Ze. Jing Yuan had learned well, opting not to engage in close combat, but rather to utilize his saber to create distance. He remained vigilant against Cang Ze's approach. Although his saber was of similar length to his sword, his attack range was slightly shorter than his master's, necessitating a strategy of pulling and maneuvering to avoid being cornered, where he would only be able to defend. Cang Ze blocked Jing Yuan's strike with his black saber, smoothly maneuvering his weapon close to Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan immediately retracted his weapon, pressing down to counter Cang Ze's advance, but Cang Ze would not grant him that opportunity. He relinquished his weapon to grasp Jing Yuan's long-handled grip and delivered a powerful kick. Seeing this, Jing Yuan also abandoned his weapon to defend, having fallen victim to such tactics numerous times, but still, he was sent flying to the edge of the arena. Oh dear, how am I supposed to fight? Getting close to you only leads to being beaten. Jing Yuan stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, despite having suffered numerous defeats at Cang Ze's hands, who employed both fists and feet. The last time, he had been tripped. This time, he was outright kicked away. Ha, it's all right, Jing Yuan. As long as you execute it perfectly, you can anticipate my next move. Cang Ze retrieved his black saber and stored it away, then approached Jing Yuan and patted his shoulder. Jing Yuan shot him a glare, recalling similar words from previous encounters. "Let us go. We need to purchase some tools. We should make more desserts to soothe my wounded heart." Cang Ze placed his arm on his shoulder, and the two departed the training ground, laughing. Chapter 51. Participation in the Xingtian martial arts ceremony. Joyful days are akin to the exquisite sweetness of cake, a gentle celebration upon the tongue. With a soft sponge reminiscent of clouds and cream delicately draping like the morning light, a hint of sweetness wafting into the nostrils. The moisture upon entry is just right, with layers of egg, milk, and caramel unfolding, sweetness dancing like a dainty sprite upon the palate. While strawberries provide a dash of tartness and chocolate sprinkles evoke the softness of a snowy night, with nuts occasionally crunching like rhythmic beats to the melody. In the home of the six, they were in the kitchen, together crafting cakes, each person adorned with traces of cream upon their faces. This time, the task of cake making was divided among them. The five gathered around Yingxing, who was meticulously carving the six of them. No one dared to interrupt his concentration. On the table lay 6 small cakes and 1 large cake. Each small cake bore the Q version of each person in a standing pose. Little Cang Ze's was a black cake, with the adorable Q version of Cang Ze sitting atop it, cradling a black moon, while Jingliu mirrored the pose, embracing a white moon. The Q version of Jing Yuan sat on his cake, seemingly lost in contemplation, with a few sparrows perched upon him. The Q version of Baiheng lay atop his cake, resting his chin on his hands, surrounded by smaller Q versions of himself. Danfeng's Q version sat on his cake, hugging his dragon tail, and Yingxing's own Q version sat with closed eyes, accompanied by Q version Foxhead. The grand cake featured Yingxing carving the pose of the 6 in suits, with 4 standing behind striking poses, while Baiheng and Jingliu sat in front. Baiheng squatted at the table's edge, hands propped on it, peeking out a fox head with only his twinkling eyes visible. Yingxing noticed this and was charmed, almost causing him to tremble as he completed his work, thanks to Baiheng's gaze. Each cake bore the unique touch of Yingxing's craftsmanship, for he was the most skilled among them. Cang Ze could cook, but his carving skills were lacking, as were the others, each of them trained in martial arts. As Yingxing completed the final stroke, Baiheng leaned forward, swiftly retrieving a jade tablet and gathering the 6 for a photograph. First, they each held their cakes for an individual shot. Finally, Baiheng and Jingliu posed together with their cakes while the 4 stood behind for a group photo, none bothering to wipe the cream from their faces, all smiling at the camera. Yingxing, your carving is so beautiful. I can hardly bear to eat it, Baiheng remarked, gazing at the cakes on the table, finding the little figures Yingxing had carved upon Cang Ze's request simply too adorable to consume. Weren't you the one insisting on eating? Don't worry, I'll carve you another next time, Yingxing replied, equally reluctant to take a bite. Baiheng's ears perked up, capturing everyone's attention. Let us exchange bites. You can have mine, he teased, intending to have Yingxing eat his cake. Upon hearing this, Yingxing found himself in a dilemma. He truly could not bring himself to eat Baiheng's Q version figure. In the end, Yingxing and Danfeng swapped cakes, both taking a bite of each other's figures first. Adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind, Baiheng and Jingliu exchanged cakes as well, but they saved the figures for last. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze, however, had no such reservations, with Jing Yuan promptly devouring Cang Ze's figure. In the general's mansion of the Luofu immortal vessel, Tang Xiao examined the documents in his hand, noting the commencement time of the Xingtian martial arts ceremony, which was to take place in Luofu. He contemplated the participants, realizing that only Cang Ze and Jing Yuan would be eligible to compete, while Baiheng and Yingxing, being less adept in martial arts, would certainly not participate. The sword master Jingliu and Danfeng's involvement seemed merely a matter of bullying, yet the inclusion of Cang Ze and Jing Yuan was no different. Well, it's settled. Let them compete. After their meal, everyone returned to their own tasks, for delightful moments are always fleeting, much like how things change for us over time. Why did it all transform? Jing Yuan and Cang Ze lounged on the sofa in the second-floor living room like 2 lazy fish, the most leisurely of the group. Baiheng at least enjoyed taking strolls with Jingliu, piloting the starship and running red lights. Who knows how many fines Baiheng had accumulated. Danfeng had clan matters to attend to, while Yingxing was busy forging the sword for Jingliu at the crafting bureau. Buzzing, Jing Yuan lazily retrieved the jade tablet, noticing it was a message from the general, prompting him to sit up abruptly. He had anticipated military news, only to discover it was the list of participants for the Xingtian martial arts ceremony. With him and Cang Ze representing Luofu. Is something amiss? Cang Ze observed Jing Yuan's intense focus on the jade tablet, assuming it signified another deployment. Jing Yuan, in his usual slow manner, reclined beside Cang Ze again before passing the tablet to him. Upon reading it, Cang Ze noted their participation in the martial arts competition, alongside other competitors from various immortal vessels and the Huanyu Corporation, as well as participants from other star systems. Cang Ze found this prospect intriguing. He had never held himself in high regard, aware that there must be others far superior outside. He looked forward to the upcoming competition. Yes, let's participate together. Perhaps the competitors will be formidable. Jing Yuan observed the excitement radiating from Cang Ze, which ignited his own competitive spirit. "Umph. I will not hold back when we face off," he declared. Cang Ze responded with a smirk. "Rest assured, I too shall not show any mercy." Jing Yuan replied, "I was merely attempting to lighten the mood. Why take it so seriously?" Clearing his throat, he awkwardly explained the rules, well aware that Cang Ze had not read them. Thankfully, he served as Cang Ze's external brain. "Let us intensify our training tomorrow. I shall have the master help you enhance your skills, so you do not suffer defeat." Jing Yuan insisted. As a strict mentor, Cang Ze had to ensure he pushed Jing Yuan to his limits. "Ah, the bitter medicine," Jing Yuan lamented, expressing his despair with a dramatic flair. Jingliu and the others returned, typically only going home to sleep, spending the rest of their time in the house they had purchased. Feng had expanded the courtyard to include Jingliu's residence, resulting in a shared space, a testament to being the most affluent among the six. As Baiheng entered, her ears perked up at the sound of Jing Yuan's woeful protests. Rushing upstairs, she found the two sprawled on the sofa like discarded fish. She shot them a disapproving glance. "What happened to you, Jing Yuan? What has Cang Ze done to elicit such sorrowful sounds?" Ignoring her unruly disciples, Jingliu took a seat on the opposite sofa. "Master, please assist Jing Yuan with extra training tomorrow. We have received a directive from the general to participate in the upcoming Star Sky martial arts ceremony." Upon hearing this, Jing Yuan felt a rush of anxiety. Jingliu glanced at Jing Yuan, who seemed to be avoiding her gaze, before responding, "Very well, we shall train together." Jing Yuan, clutching a lion plush toy, covered his face, internally lamenting the loss of his leisurely holiday. The next chapter, The Budding New Sprout, depicted Jing Yuan in a dismal state in the rest area, akin to Cang Ze during his cultural exams, drained of color. Recently, he had endured rigorous training at the hands of Cang Ze and the master. Had his skills not improved, he would have surely been humiliated by their combined efforts. Baiheng handed him a bottle of ice water. "Hey, little Jing Yuan, you look just like Cang Ze now," she remarked, a comparison stemming from her past experiences. General Teng Xiao had subjected the six to examinations for their future development, some political, others cultural. Since physical prowess was not a requirement, Cang Ze had sat there, devoid of vitality. Taking a sip from the water Baiheng offered, Jing Yuan recognized the kinship in their struggles, one excelling in intellect but lacking martial skill, the other proficient in combat, yet struggling with academics. The additional training over the days nearly transported him back to his initial sword training days, where his life revolved solely around practice and sleep. Tomorrow marked the final day of training, yielding some progress. While he might not be a prodigy, he had absorbed techniques from both Cang Ze and Jingliu, adapting them into his own style. He looked forward to a day of respite before the Star Sky martial arts ceremony commenced the following day. As he observed the two engaged in their vigorous sparring, he shook his head in resignation. Both reveled in the thrill of battle. Yingxing was still busy with work, hoping to complete the fragmented sword in time for the ceremony. Meanwhile, Feng was also making preparations for the event, with members of the Qiming clan participating as well. General Teng Xiao surveyed the expansive venue with satisfaction, contemplating whether it would suffice to withstand Cang Ze's onslaught. The arena had been meticulously designed, with gaps in the stands fitted with defensive mechanisms, fearing Cang Ze's blade might endanger the audience. After his last encounter with Jingliu, every strike had sent blades of light flying. Cang Ze had become a notorious destroyer of venues. Their usual training grounds had been fortified, equipped with protective arrays, as Cang Ze had previously unleashed his blade light beyond the arena, nearly injuring an unsuspecting bystander. Suddenly, a series of cannon blasts echoed from outside. Cang Ze and Jing Yuan were in the resting area, analyzing their opponents' profiles alongside Baiheng and others, who were assisting Jing Yuan in strategizing. They simply hoped their adversaries would not perish in the process. Cang Ze, capable of wielding the power of fate, was not an opponent Jingliu could easily defeat. At least, they would need Dan Feng's assistance, as the two would need to unleash their full might to overcome him, albeit at a steep cost. On Luofu Street, various stalls lined the bustling thoroughfare, with the Yunqi army, standing tall, becoming a part of the scenery. No one dared to cause trouble in Luofu, as the legendary Yunqi Six had gained an almost mythical reputation following their decisive victories in recent conflicts, including a near-total annihilation of their foes with minimal casualties. Initially, Cang Ze was known among the soldiers of Yaoqing as Blackblade, Dark Moon. During the battle against the Colossus, they had witnessed his descent from the heavens, an image that had left the Yaoqing cavalry in awe. Over time, the tale spread, further fueled by General Yu, and now both Yaoqing and other celestial vessels referred to him as Blackblade, Dark Moon, a title akin to Jingliu's flawless flying light. Cooking lady? Cang Ze blurted out upon seeing a woman with purple hair. Although he had heard of the character from various sources, he had never engaged with it. Who? Jingliu inquired, her tone growing cold as an icy chill settled in the resting area. Cang Ze, sensing the tension, watched as others discreetly stepped back, leaving the battlefield to him and Jingliu, who were, after all, entangled in their own complexities. No worries, master. I must have misseen, Cang Ze stammered, which only heightened Jingliu's unease. She scrutinized him intently, attempting to decipher the truth. However, she recalled that Cang Ze had never voluntarily left Luofu and had remained by her side since becoming her disciple, dismissing the notion that he could have truly made a mistake. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all the spectators and participants from various star systems. Iam Siku, a member of the Fox people from Yaoqing, and I will be your commentator for the Star Sky martial arts ceremony. Si Chu stood upon a high platform, microphone in hand, introducing the competitors. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze would only participate in the later rounds, as they were not permitted to bully their opponents. The two made their way to the audience area to watch the matches. The initial elimination rounds featured ordinary participants, but one red-haired contestant captured their attention. Each punch he threw seemed to bear the weight of the world. His name was Igor, hailing from Luo. After each victory, he would address the audience, hoping to raise awareness of the Antimatter Legion and save his homeland, which piqued the interest of General Teng Xiao and the Yunqi Six. Over the course of several days, Igor had fought his way through, ultimately standing before Jing Yuan. Fate often played cruel tricks, as Igor gazed at the white-haired man before him. Having heard tales of the Yunqi Six and admiring their exploits, Jing Yuan extended the utmost respect to Igor, ready to meet him with fists as well. Noticing Jing Yuan's weapon planted firmly into the ground, Igor recognized his intent to engage in a fair fight and smiled as he assumed a fighting stance. Their duel lacked dazzling effects and fierce blade lights. It was a pure contest of physical prowess. Jing Yuan set aside the secret techniques taught by Cang Ze, engaging Igor with straightforward, honest strikes. The two battled fervently, and despite the absence of special effects, their martial skills and counterattacks elicited cheers from the audience. Baiheng waved her glow stick, cheering for Jing Yuan. You are formidable. Jing Yuan, champion. Igor stepped back, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, as a unique bond of mutual respect formed between them. Igor, you're no slouch either. I hope to see you face off against Cang Ze. Jing Yuan replied with a smile, acknowledging that in a fair fight, he could not withstand Cang Ze's prowess. I too wish to witness that black blade, Dark Moon. But let this match conclude for now, Igor remarked before turning to leave. Jing Yuan was taken aback and called out, hey, but Igor simply waved his hand in farewell. General Teng Xiao summoned the Cloud Rider Igor, proposing that if circumstances permitted, Luofu could dispatch troops to assist his homeland. However, fate took a contrary turn as the Yaorin Xianzhou signaled a beacon of war, foretelling an imminent clash between the Xianzhou and the fertile populace, thus rendering the Xianzhou alliance incapable of providing aid. After hearing General Teng Xiao's explanation, Igor realized that the peril facing their homeland paled in comparison to the calamity confronting the Xianzhou, which was far more dire. After the competition, Jing Yuan approached Igor, accompanied by a few others, all of whom were resigned to the necessity of heeding the call to arms. Brother Jing Yuan, do not worry about me. I have learned from General Teng Xiao about the war between the Xianzhou and the fertile adversaries. Your courage in the face of such formidable foes inspires me. I too shall not falter. Igor advanced, placing his arm around Jing Yuan's shoulder in camaraderie. Jing Yuan did not reject Igor's gesture, for their next meeting would herald an eternal separation, as they belonged to the Chongqing species. Cang Ze, perceiving Jing Yuan's emotions, stepped forward, gathering power in his left hand, leaving the onlookers bewildered by his intentions. Soon, Cang Ze manifested a black blade, forged from pure destiny's essence, infusing it with the sword energy of death and a keen edge. Though we must fight for the Xianzhou, a modicum of assistance is still feasible. The Black Blade, and you, can aid you in shattering the Antimatter Legion. Igor regarded the Black Blade with solemnity, sensing the destructive force emanating from it. From the ashes of destruction, I shall rise anew. Should I be consumed in flames once, I shall emerge from the scorched earth. And one day, this tender shoot of mine shall burgeon into a forest, extinguishing the very flames that once devoured me. Igor stepped forward, accepting the Black Blade with both hands, responding earnestly to Cang Ze. You speak the truth. I will carry your will back to my homeland and impart it there. While a person may perish, their spirit shall never fade. Cang Ze nodded gravely, vowing to offer aid to Yililuo should the opportunity arise. Baiheng also approached, camera in hand, intending to capture a group photograph as a memento for both parties. Thus, Igor smiled, placing his hands on the shoulders of Jing Yuan and Cang Ze. With a click, the photograph of the three was taken, and as for what the future held, let it unfold in due course. Chapter 53. The Potent Cook. Ultimately, Igor departed. Having accepted the Black Blade and you gifted by Cang Ze, his resolve firmly established. The Cloud Riders watched as Igor's ship leaped into the void, while Jing Yuan and Cang Ze remained silently observant. The competition was to continue, with Jing Yuan now pitted against the cook, known as Huang Quan, who had inadvertently stumbled upon the Luofu Xianzhou during the Starry Sky martial arts ceremony. She had chosen to compete, for the Cloud Riders were renowned throughout the universe. Jing Yuan felt a daunting presence as he faced this cook described by Cang Ze, who stood seemingly full of vulnerabilities, yet also exuded an aura of formidable strength. Akin to Cang Ze himself, Teng Xiao had already noticed Huang Quan. When he approached her, she was merely buying peaches, stating her intent to participate. Teng Xiao found it absurd, thinking to himself, isn't your participation a form of bullying? Nevertheless, he consented to Huang Qiuan's entry, cautioning her not to overexert herself or unleash her true powers, for Cang Ze should be able to contend with her. Regaining his composure, Jing Yuan adjusted his stance, lifting the hilt of his weapon, and with a swift motion, lunged at Huang Quan. She, expressionless, parried his strike with the sheath of her blade, effortlessly pushing him back. Jing Yuan pressed his attack, aware that Cang Ze had appeared on the fighting stage to protect him, emboldening him to unleash his full potential. As he wielded his long-handled blade, the air crackled with energy. Yet Huang Quan merely defended, showing no intent to counterattack, as she noted the presence of the white-haired man in black, who merely stood there with his sheath in hand. Jing Yuan unleashed his full might, determined to shatter her defense. I will not allow you to block. Huang Quan deftly evaded his strike, yet Jing Yuan's move was merely a feint. He kicked the hilt of his blade, leveraging its momentum to slightly loosen his grip before gripping the end of the hilt and bringing it down with great force towards Huang Quan. As she beheld the strike, she recognized it as Jing Yuan's full power, the blade crackling with purple lightning. Still, she blocked it, thwarting his attack. Is this my limit? Jing Yuan retreated, silently wishing for a replacement. Cang Ze stepped forward, becoming the final guardian of the arena. Victory would crown him as champion, while defeat would bestow the title upon Huang Quan. The audience erupted in cheers as the Black Blade and Yu took the stage, voices rising not only from the Xianzhou, but also from other star systems. Captivated by the striking appearance of the white-haired, red-eyed warrior, though the blade remained sheathed, its potential was palpable. Huang Quan acknowledged Cang Ze, recognizing that, like herself, he stood ready to unleash a lethal strike. Huang Quan drew her great sword, her demeanor serious. She would not resort to overwhelming power, but instead engage Cang Ze in a test of swordsmanship. Without hesitation, Cang Ze unsheathed his blade, instantly appearing behind her. The clash of their swords produced a shower of sparks, leaving the audience in awe. Was this truly a contest of swordplay? They seemed to transcend into celestial bodies in motion. Tang Xiao had already activated the defensive array, hoping to withstand the intensity of their duel. As their forms flickered like meteors, Cang Ze resembled a black cross, while Huang Quan appeared as a crimson star, both colliding fiercely in the arena. The transparent black blade and the crimson sword energy sliced through the ground, evoking exhilaration among the spectators who felt their tickets were well worth the price. Baiheng and others rose to witness the contest, while Jing Yuan returned to the audience, joining his companions. The sound of colliding blades echoed. Though Huang Yuan's strikes were not as swift as Cang Ze's were not as forceful as hers. Realizing that Huang Quan was committed solely to a contest of swordsmanship, Cang Ze refrained from employing any underhanded tactics. As their blades clashed, they engaged in a fervent exchange, as if competing to determine whose blade was superior. Cang Ze's rapid strikes forced Huang Quan into a defensive position, allowing her only to counterattack. As half an hour passed, the arena was utterly devastated, with spectators fleeing from one side to another, having narrowly avoided injury. Suddenly, Huang Quan was struck by Cang Ze's blade. She felt a searing pain in her shoulder, as if the wound were relentlessly gnawing at her. Despite her efforts to expel the residual pain, it remained. As her eyes turned red, Cang Ze paused, momentarily taken aback. Is she transforming? Huang Quan, unfazed by his surprise, retaliated with a strike of her own, one that nearly severed Cang Ze. He swiftly distanced himself, seeking to recover from his wounds, but Huang Quan pressed the attack, leaving him no respite to heal. 3 hours later, the audience had entirely congregated in the southern seating area, their shoulders pressed together, for the other sections had been dismantled. The southern audience was under the protection of a general, granting them peace of mind. Baiheng and others observed from an elevated platform, while the commentator was nearly cut down by the flashing blades, only to be saved by Jingliu. He ceased commentary, joining the 5 remaining Cloud Riders in silent observation of the duel. The footage had long since been rendered useless, either halved or damaged by debris. Cang Ze, demonstrating respect for Huang Quan, refrained from shredding her garments, opting instead to strike her arms, as both seemed unable to determine a victor. Let us unleash our full potential, Cang Ze declared, positioning his right hand horizontally before him, while his left hand caressed the blade of Inu. Huang Quan remained silent, her hair turning white as she shed blood and tears. Drawing her sword, she assumed a stance for a decisive strike. A tremendous force erupted between the two individuals, as black and red energies clashed violently, causing a fissure to form in the defensive formation of the southern viewing platform. General Tang Xiao, alarmed, prioritized the safety of the audience, promptly summoning the deity and brandishing his weapon before the crowd. Simultaneously, the two drew their swords, and in an instant, the world transformed into a hollow abyss of blackness, with a colossal red sword energy surging towards Cang Ze. Instead of using the light of his sword to fend off the attack, Cang Ze grasped the black blade, and determined to sever the red energy. He charged forward like a star glimmering against the darkness. The clash of blades resounded, but the victor of this duel seemed already apparent. You have won, Huang Quan said quietly, retracting her sword. She had personally severed her own sword energy, allowing it to reach her. Although she possessed the power to forcefully claim victory, she was not that kind of person. Once such a thought crossed her mind, her blade would lose its purity. Miss Huang Quan, you are stronger than I, Cang Ze acknowledged, unable to accept the reality of defeat, knowing that Huang Quan had not exerted her full strength. Huang Quan gazed deeply at Cang Ze, seemingly wanting to memorize his appearance. As Cang Ze began to feel a bit shy, Huang Quan turned to leave, not responding to his words. For their paths would cross again in the future. When Huang Quan lingered too long in her observation of Cang Ze, she sensed a cold aura locking onto her. It must be the white-haired woman from the high platform, prompting her to swiftly depart to avoid trouble. Chapter 54. The fragmented white sword. The Tianyin martial arts ceremony concluded flawlessly, with the audience exclaiming that their tickets were worth every penny. However, viewers outside the live stream were left speechless and frantic, as the fierce battle had dismantled the nearby broadcasting facilities, interrupting the signal. As for Cang Ze, he secured the championship but received no tangible reward, for his status was already elevated, and neither the marshal nor General Tang Xiao would consider him for a military position. During the interview segment, Yunshang Lu Xiao was besieged by reporters demanding answers. Mr. Cang Ze, you are to be the future sword master of Luofu. Yet why do you wield a blade? One reporter nearly thrust the microphone into Cang Ze's mouth. Observing the microphone just 2 millimeters from his lips, Cang Ze's eye twitched slightly before he gently pushed it aside. Is the distinction between sword and blade truly that significant? The title of sword master is never about the weapon itself, but rather the act of protection, be it with a sword or a blade. A journalist clad in gold approached, inquiring, Mr. Cang Ze, I have heard your dagger is named Heidao on Yue, and the people of Xianzhou refer to you as such. Do you accept this title? Cang Ze drew forth the Heidao, prompting a flurry of photographs from the assembled reporters. He then caressed the blade and explained, Heidao on Yue was crafted by a dear friend of mine. When I first received the blade, he expressed his hope that I would wield it to vanquish evil. In that moment, the dagger gained its significance, as I shall carry his will into battle. This armguard was also made by him, and I shall forever remember these bonds. As for the title, it is a recognition for my compatriots, and I wholeheartedly accept it. An elder reporter, drenched in sweat and oblivious to his glasses nearly slipping off, managed to push through the crowd, quickly interjecting as another journalist began to speak. Mr. Cang Ze, may I ask if you're married? Do you have someone you hold dear? Ears perked up as the attentive Jingliu listened intently for Cang Ze's response, while the noise from the other reporters gradually diminished, all eager to hear his answer. Cang Ze was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming internally, Jingliu, as well as Baiheng, Jia, Jing Yuan, Yingxing, Dan Feng, General Yu, General Tang Xiao, Aunt Su, and my fellow compatriots are all cherished by me. Although his face remained calm, his heart raced, and he unconsciously mentioned his master, Jingliu, before resigning himself to the situation and including everyone present. I apologize, everyone, but I have sustained an injury and must seek treatment. Ignoring the reporter's reactions, Cang Ze swiftly departed with the others, leaving the aftermath to General Tang Xiao. Cang Ze and the others hastily exited the scene, entrusting the remaining matters to General Tang Xiao. Jingliu, having overheard Cang Ze's response, felt her ears flush red as she seemed to grasp the intention behind his inclusion of everyone to obfuscate the matter. Clever Jing Yuan, however, was not oblivious to Cang Ze's moment of hesitation. He had grown accustomed to it. Ignoring Cang Ze's previous answer, Jing Yuan leaned closer to his ear, wary of being overheard by any sword master, and whispered, Cang Ze, you might not realize, but when Huang Quan was watching you, the cold aura emanating from Master intensified. Cang Ze glanced back at Jing Yuan, noticing Master was indeed engaged in conversation with Baiheng Jia. Jing Yuan, Master is merely concerned for my safety. The moment Jing Yuan caught the look in Cang Ze's eyes, he felt a shiver run down his spine and turned to see Baiheng Jia animatedly chatting away. A sigh of relief escaped Jing Yuan. He had feared Master was about to increase his training regimen. Dan Feng and Yingxing paid little mind to the exchange. As they understood there were complexities between Cang Ze and Jingliu, they chose not to involve themselves unless cooperation was required. Baiheng draped an arm over Jingliu's shoulders, teasing her about her flushed ears. Oh, so he's merely your disciple? How amusing. Are you two playing this game together? Upon returning home, the group celebrated Cang Ze's victory. Although General Tang Xiao offered no rewards, they intended to honor Cang Ze in their own way. Cang Ze would prepare the evening's meal while they readied the drinks. Cheers! Echoed throughout the room as they raised their glasses. Baiheng, her cheeks tinged with crimson, stood atop her seat, wielding the black blade. Adorned with the arm guard, all items stripped from Cang Ze. She gazed dreamily at the Heidao Anya, proclaiming, this blade was crafted by a dear friend of mine. She caressed the arm guard, remembering it was also a gift from them, vowing to hold them dear in her heart. Imitating Cang Ze's earlier interview mannerisms, she playfully engaged with the group. Yingxing steadied her seat, while Cang Ze, observing Baiheng's mimicry, found his foot unconsciously tapping the floor of the general's residence. She imitated him because the screens along Luofu Street displayed Cang Ze's visage as he spoke of his compatriots and his affection for them. Fearing that the general might receive complaints regarding the absence of such unifying sentiments, Cang Ze felt a twinge of concern. Ultimately, Baiheng fell asleep in their home, occupying the third floor, where Jing Yuan had prepared a resting room for both her and Jingliu. That night, Baiheng consumed an excessive amount, subsequently purging it all. Following the Tianyan martial arts ceremony, the group returned to their mundane lives. Yingxing, akin to a resident of the forge department, tirelessly hammered away at the anvil. They all understood the critical nature of Yingxing's work and refrained from intruding, knowing his second weapon was on the verge of completion, intended for Jingliu. In the aftermath of the battle against the giant infant, Cang Ze had held back to avoid harming his master, knowing that otherwise Jingliu's ice sword would have shattered, injuring her in the process. They were all aware that Cang Ze would rather sacrifice himself than allow anyone to suffer harm. Seated at the entrance to Yingxing's forge, the group perched themselves on stone platforms adorned with greenery, kept clean by regular maintenance, though Feng still cast a cleansing spell. Before long, the door swung open. Yingxing had merely cracked it, signaling for everyone to enter. Inside, the layout remained unchanged, and Cang Ze's gaze fell upon a stunning white longsword on the workbench, perfectly embodying Jingliu's essence. Yingxing sat nearby, his shirt slightly unbuttoned, possibly just having donned it. "Give it a try," Yingxing suggested, sipping his tea, clearly satisfied with the second weapon he had crafted for his friend. Jingliu stepped forward and grasped the white sword, its weight perfectly balanced, and as she ran her fingers along the blade, she noticed patterns reminiscent of Cang Ze's. "Thank you, Yingxing," she smiled, accepting the sword, clearly delighted. Yingxing sipped the tea Baiheng had brought and teased, "You didn't mention any conditions, yet I invested considerable artistic effort into its appearance. This sword is called Zili." "Zili." The mirror stream murmured softly, and she comprehended the meaning behind Yingxing naming it Zili. The term Zili can denote both physical incompleteness and the collapse of order. She hoped to wield this sword to claim many heads and reap bountiful spoils. Yingxing sighed lightly. It was still Cang Ze who truly understood her, who cherished her praises, while for Jingliu, it was perhaps better to remain silent. Chapter 55. The Expedition. The moment Jingliu acquired the sword, she immediately engaged in sparring with Cang Ze. Fortunately, the defensive structures of the training ground, under the direct orders of General Teng Xiao, withstood their exchange, albeit not without sustaining considerable damage. General Teng Xiao, upon reviewing the reports from the training ground, felt resigned. Repairs were once again necessary. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the thought that this was a positive development. Who knows how much he had invested in this endeavor? Although he had received special approval from a marshal, the toll was still significant. However, the next document that crossed his desk made him furrow his brow with concern. The Buli Ren were gathering in large numbers near Luofu. This report had originated from the UK Xianzhou, indicating that another expedition was imminent. The Buli Ren referred to individual tribes as hunting groups, while a coalition of multiple tribes was known as a great hunting group, with its leader determined through combat among the various hunting group leaders, symbolizing strength. It appeared that the Buli Ren were preparing to select a war chief, likely intending to challenge the Xianzhou. Given their proximity to Luofu, it seemed that Luofu would be their primary target. Teng Xiao contemplated the situation. If they sought war, he would set out immediately to confront them. The forces at Luofu were currently robust, invigorated by the 6 Xiao, who inspired the soldiers to charge forward without hesitation. This was indeed the opportune moment. General Teng Xiao promptly convened a meeting to discuss the matter, arranging the time and the troops for the expedition. Meanwhile, the Buli Ren had already decided on their war chief, named Hu Lei, who stood atop a vantage point observing the tribal leaders. The so-called Yunshang Lu Xiao, Wu Xia Fei Guang, and He Dao and Yu. Upon hearing the news relayed by the tribal leaders, Hu Lei felt this was merely a publicity stunt orchestrated by the Xianzhou alliance. A transition from a skirmish to a total annihilation. In that previous conflict, there were only tribal leaders present, not the war chief of the great hunting group. It was merely a contest of strength between two formidable individuals, which was hardly daunting. Observing Hu Lei's confidence, the tribal leaders began to agree with him, dismissing the 6 Xiao as mere hype from the Xianzhou alliance. Thus, they resolved to deliver a dose of fear to the Luofu Xianzhou, chuckling in amusement. Days later, the Xianzhou's Luofu had mobilized its forces for the expedition. The 6 gathered aboard the third side military vessel, with General Teng Xiao leading the primary offensive while Jing Yuan Xiaowei was tasked with lateral support. Should plans falter, General Teng Xiao still had confidence in a straightforward advance, albeit at a higher cost in casualties. Cang Ze, He Dao, and Yu was already secured at his left waist as he surveyed the war route. This time, they had traveled far, having undergone more than 10 jumps to reach the designated path, with the lateral forces responsible for ensuring the main vessel's route was secure. Jing Yuan, relax a bit. That war chief is merely a product of competition among tribal leaders. There is no need for concern. We still have Cang Ze and Jingliu with us. Yingxing reassured Jing Yuan, who had been frowning in deep thought. They had encountered the Bu Li Run on numerous occasions. This time was simply another challenge against a formidable foe. To the onlookers, Cang Ze and Jingliu appeared invincible, instilling a sense of confidence among the troops. Yet, a nagging feeling lingered in Jing Yuan's heart, suggesting that the losses this time would be substantial. He recalled the historical accounts of the Bu Li Run war chiefs, who had inflicted immense damage on the Xianzhou. Though he had a plan, history indicated that the war chiefs of the Bu Li Run could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor Esbao in absolute power, making plans and strategies seem trivial in the face of overwhelming strength. Jing Yuan held great confidence in Cang Ze and his master, knowing they could not possibly be defeated by that war chief. However, this time, all were equal, with over a dozen leaders gathered. Even Jingliu and Cang Ze would struggle to safeguard the safety of their companions. Suddenly, the main cockpit's large screen flickered with red and yellow lights. Then a massive map unfolded before them, depicting the real-time battle map relayed by General Teng Xiao's main forces. The golden dot represented General Teng Xiao. The green dots indicated allies, the red dots signified enemy soldiers, the black dot represented the war chief, and the yellow dots marked the leaders. Is the Yun Qi army retreating? Baiheng observed as some green dots began scattering while others slowly fell back. Dan Feng stepped forward to explain. It's the wolf venom of the Bu Li Run, a pheromone released during combat to trigger fear responses in the enemy. As the black dot advances, our Yun Qi retreats. If this continues, only General Teng Xiao will be left standing. Immediately rush to the main battlefield. Everyone must take the antidote for the wolf venom. Jing Yuan ordered, recognizing the difficulty of this battle, which would prove more challenging than facing that puppet squid. Naturally, Jingliu and Cang Ze would also ingest the antidote. Any reduction in adverse effects was beneficial, even though they were not particularly afraid of the so-called wolf venom. Even though General Teng Xiao was on the offensive, the Yunqi soldiers faltered due to the fear emanating from the war chief, causing some to struggle to steady their weapons. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. I will lead the Yunqi soldiers to rally against them. Yingxing, continue providing support to Cang Ze and Jingliu and Dan Feng. You must protect the flying soldiers. The 5 Xiao nodded in agreement with Jing Yuan's arrangement. General Teng Xiao had transitioned from an offensive stance to a defensive one, attempting to safeguard the Yunqi soldiers. Yet their spirits remained dampened by fear. You little rascals, hurry over here. Teng Xiao confronted the war chief Hu Lei, aware that allowing him to breach their lines would result in the Yunqi soldiers being mercilessly harvested like chives by the Bu Li Ren. Feel the fear. Hu Lei taunted, exuding a dark red aura. The Xianzhou forces were being pushed back, revealing the 6 Xiao to merely be a facade, having yet to arrive after all this time. In truth, their delayed arrival was understandable. The Xianzhou generals led the charge, while they were merely the hunting order's emissaries, unable to allow those who were not emissaries to rush forward. Even the sword chief could not best a hunting order emissary. Jing Yuan, being merely a Xiao Wei, had the duty of assisting and supporting. Should he wish to command the entire army, he would have to wait for Teng Xiao to fall, at which point Teng Xiao would pass the divine legacy onto him, making Jing Yuan the general of Luofu. Suddenly, a thick beam of laser obliterated the Bu Li Ren beast ship. General Teng Xiao recognized that their allies had arrived, and the morale of the main Yunqi forces slightly improved. Wu Baiheng piloted the Xingcha into the battlefield, leading the flying soldiers to retaliate against the beast ships, always providing fire support for the ground troops. Despite having taken the antidote for the wolf venom, fear still caused Baiheng to feel anxious. Yet, she was merely anxious, not afraid. Dan Feng and her companions were right behind her. Don't be nervous. Just steadily guide us above that giant. Cang Ze instructed a fox-human flying soldier, asking her to slow down and also transport him and his master to Hu Lei's side. The fox-human nodded. surprised that Lord Yu and Lord Jianshou wished to stand on her Xing Cha, prompting her to reduce her speed slightly. The Xing Cha, carrying the sword chief and in Yu, slowly entered the battlefield, one wielding a sword and the other a knife. Cang Ze sensed the fear in the air, yet it had no effect on him. It was merely fear, after all. Let us begin, Cang Ze said coolly to Jingliu. Jingliu glanced sideways at her ostentatious disciple, smiling as she nodded in agreement. Chapter 56. Hu Lei the king descended from the heavens, his eyes filled with fury. This was the most resplendent sight Hu Lei had ever witnessed. Two brilliant stars, one a pitch-black cross, radiating a lonely glow, and the other a chilling ice-blue star. The master and disciple did not clear the Bulirin soldiers, but instead descended directly upon Hu Lei. Clang! Thud! Hu Lei parried Cang Ze's powerful strike with his curved blade in his right hand, yet his left, devoid of a weapon, fell prey to Jingliu's swift strike. Hu Lei was not filled with rage, but rather ecstasy, his dark crimson aura intensifying, instantly propelling the two combatants away. General, leave this man to me and Jingliu. Cang Ze halted his steps, shouting towards the general. Teng Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently leading the army into a fierce clash with the Buli people, confident that the chieftains would withstand the assault from Yunqi. So you are Heidao Anyue? Hu Lei turned his massive frame towards the white-haired, black-clad man. The force of his curved blade created a deep gash, nearly dislocating his right arm. Cang Ze observed Hu Lei's figure, momentarily captivated by his imposing presence. Without uttering a word, Cang Ze charged into battle, having witnessed Hu Lei's terrifying regenerative abilities. As Jingliu noticed Cang Ze was engaged, she unleashed a flurry of sword energy and closed in. After parrying Cang Ze's assault, Hu Lei swiftly retreated to evade the sword energy, then swung his blade at Jingliu. Clang! The clash of swords echoed as Cang Ze surged forward, severing Hu Lei's leg in one swift stroke. Not bad. Hu Lei felt the wound on his leg resisting regeneration, but who was he? He was Hu Lei. In an instant, his leg healed. Just as it had been severed, it returned to its original form, and he lunged with his left claw, aiming to pierce Cang Ze. However, this gave Jingliu the opportunity to shatter his claw with a single strike. Cang Ze circled behind him, paused momentarily to position himself, feet apart, hands firmly gripping Heidao Anyue. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 300 frenzied strokes of the blade rained down like phantoms, reducing Hu Lei to a pulpy mass. In a mere moment, Hu Lei completed his regeneration, then wildly swung his curved blade, forcing both combatants back. His eyes, now glowing red, fixed on the duo. They could push him to his limits. He had to be serious. His left hand moved towards his heart, the core of the Buli people, birthed from the bountiful sacred spring. Although he would not perish, he wanted to avoid the experience of being reduced to pulp again. Had he not been strong enough, the pain he just endured could have overwhelmed him. Jingliu charged forward with her sword, realizing that Hu Lei seemed nearly immortal. Hu Lei, enraged by the pain, retorted, "That black blade can do that to you. Can you do the same? Do not underestimate me." Hu Lei entered the state of moon frenzy, his dark crimson aura intensifying further. With claws embedded in the ground, he forcefully tore upward, sending debris and sharp claws flying towards Jingliu, who had no choice but to halt and defend against the incoming onslaught. Cang Ze, utilizing a physical instant step, soared above Hu Lei. In this state of moon frenzy, Hu Lei reacted swiftly, parrying Cang Ze's attack with a swift stroke of his blade. Cang Ze eased his force, using Hu Lei's strength to propel himself into the air, where he unleashed a torrent of blade light towards Hu Lei. Faced with such an overwhelming barrage, Hu Lei could only roll away in haste. Jingliu closed in, landing a blow that nearly cleaved Hu Lei in two. It was then that Hu Lei realized this duo was no mere spectacle. Since their descent, he had been on the defensive, and the moon frenzy seemed ineffective. Cang Ze, hovering in the air, seized the opportunity to sheath his sword and descend, locking his gaze onto Hu Lei. As Hu Lei defended against Jingliu's assault, he felt himself engulfed by a dark moon, sensing that he would be shattered in the next moment. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of that black moon, just a fleeting glance, and before he could react, a blade of light struck him with such swiftness that it obliterated him. Hu Lei once again endured the agony inflicted by the death sword's residual energy, a torment that coursed through his every pore, vein, and blood vessel, resisting the assault. Driven mad by pain, Hulei charged at Cang Ze, intent on striking down that black moon before dispatching the woman. Clang, clang, clang. Hulei abandoned defense, knowing he would not die, recklessly swinging at Cang Ze. Yet every strike was effortlessly blocked. It was peculiar. His blows were powerful enough to cleave mountains. Yet the ground beneath Cang Ze remained unscathed. He glanced at the black blade, a chill running down his spine. Could it be that his own attacks would be returned to him? Cang Ze responded, "You guessed correctly. I shall reward you." With a flourish, a massive blade of light engulfed Hulei, erasing his upper body as if it had been wiped away with an eraser. That familiar pain surged again. Hulei's form quickly restored, yet fear of the black moon began to take root within him. Jingliu encased Hulei in a massive block of ice. But the frenzied Hulei broke free, unleashing a crimson blade of energy towards her. Jingliu sidestepped, finding this attack slower and less ruthless than Cang Ze's, easily evading it. Cang Ze stood to Hulei's left with the black blade, while Jingliu positioned herself behind him on the right. Hulei was already perspiring. Facing two opponents was overwhelming. He acknowledged the prowess of the Yunqi's 6 heroes. Their reputation was well-earned. 2 against 1. This is the Xianzhou alliance? Such a style is truly laughable. Hulei began to mock the duo absurdly. Cang Ze, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Hulei, have you lost your senses? This is a battlefield. Who engages in one-on-one duels?" Jingliu remained silent as she lunged forward to continue her assault on Hulei, while Cang Ze also initiated his attack. Hulei wished to hurl insults at the pair, but could only block one incoming strike, prioritizing defense against the black moon, for its pain was excruciating under such agony. Jingliu's cuts felt considerably less severe. Thus, Jingliu and Cang Ze commenced their relentless assault on Hulei. Elsewhere, the Yunqi army suffered tremendous casualties, despite the absence of their leader. Other chieftains proved formidable, bolstering the Beaulieu with buffs under the moon frenzy. 5 Yunqi warriors were needed to match a single Beaulieu empowered by the moon frenzy. Jing Yuan's tactics had become futile. The Beaulieu surged forward like madmen against the Yunqi forces. Yingxing began to provide battlefield support, while Cang Ze required none from him. On the other side, Feng desperately dealt with the beast's ships, ensuring the safety of Baiheng and other pilots. Should these starship operators come under attack without assistance, their fate would be grim. Baiheng, interpreting Jing Yuan's commands, maneuvered to engage the beast's ships, employing a guerrilla strategy. He would strike, unleash fire, and retreat, only to return again, disregarding them while unleashing firepower upon the ground battle. Back and forth, the beast's ships became increasingly agitated, recklessly pursuing Baiheng and his crew. But traps laid by Jing Yuan awaited them. As they breached the perimeter, they were obliterated. In Chapter 57, Capture the Beaulieu War Chief Alive. Hulei found himself at the mercy of his 2 foes. If not for his strong will, he would have opted to flee, now treated like a mere filling in dumplings. He was revived only to perish again. Damn it! Yet he was no pushover. He was capable of inflicting damage on his adversaries. Notably, he had only targeted Cang Ze. For the pain inflicted by this young man was unbearable. In the cycle of death and revival, Hulei gradually began to find his rhythm, striking Jingliu back, only to be met with a severing blow from Cang Ze. Damn it, this is impossible. After 3 days and nights, Hulei felt he was on the verge of becoming accustomed to the pain inflicted by Cang Ze, yet his body still ached. The Beaulieu forces dwindled, and Hulei's stamina began to wane, with no means of replenishment and constant death. Most crucially, both Cang Ze and Jingliu were immensely powerful, making it exceedingly difficult to withstand their assaults. One wielded a truck, the other a poison blade, both relentlessly striking him. Cang Ze began to admire Hulei, acknowledging that in this battle, he harbored no hope, yet he continued to persevere. "Hulei, I recognize your name as a war chief. If you were the Xianzhou, you would surely gain renown across the universe. However, the Yunqi shall emerge victorious." Cang Ze's cry reverberated across the bloody battlefield, invigorating the Yunqi warriors. Hulei was momentarily taken aback, and in that fleeting instant, he was decapitated by Cang Ze. Once Hulei regained his composure, he stood tall, earnestly gazing at Cang Ze and Jingliu, and declared solemnly, "He Dao and you, and Wu Xia Fei Guang. I, Hulei, acknowledge you both. Truly, you are deserving of being among the 6 heroes of the cloud on the immortal vessel." I yearn to witness the sight of all 6 heroes united. Were you to be Buli Run, we might share a drink and discuss heroes. However, I am the commander of Buli Ren. I shall never surrender. Hu Lei's thunderous cry reverberated across the battlefield, compelling the Buli Run to launch even more reckless assaults against the Yunqi. It seemed that Hu Lei had regained his vigor, his strength surging to new heights as he counterattacked the two. The three engaged in a fierce melee, sparks flying as they clashed, the ground shattering beneath them, strewn with shards of ice and rock. The air was filled with the glint of blades and the shadows of swords, and no creature dared approach within 1,000 meters. Suddenly, Cang Ze and Jing Lu worked in unison to send Hu Lei flying. With his right hand clutching his blade, Hu Lei slowly rose, silently observing the two standing side by side, their aura swelling with intensity. He muttered to himself, "Is it time for the ultimate strike? Are you prepared to utterly shatter me?" "Come!" Hu Lei shouted, as if this were his final ripple. Dark crimson energy emanated from him, surging fiercely, reaching skyward as a colossal gust of wind erupted around him. Hu Lei gripped his curved blade tightly, bracing for the impending clash. "Master, 3 moves to warm up." Jing Lu nodded. In an instant, Jing Lu and Cang Ze distanced themselves and then charged towards each other, a resounding crack echoing through the air. Initially, Hu Lei was perplexed, but as they collided a second time, comprehension dawned upon him. They were accumulating power. The sword energy generated from their first clash felt as though it could slice off a piece of an entire planet. "Old Budiren, retreat immédiatement." Hu Lei commanded with finality. He then channeled every ounce of strength into his being, aware that this battle was already lost, yet he resolved to stand firm in defeat. He cherished his dignity, recalling the acknowledgement from Heidao and Yu, and a faint smile graced his lips. Even if he were to perish here, he would accept it. With the second collision, the earth trembled, winds howled, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and thunder rolled, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. As the light of blades began to carve the ground, the third collision rendered the world colorless. Silence enveloped the air, and time appeared to stand still, as if the place were a flowing ink painting. In this tableau, only the dark crimson figure of Hu Lei, the white stars, and the black stars remained. Having completed their clash, Hu Lei sensed the specter of death approaching, and with a sudden, forceful swing, he released an overwhelming momentum, as if propelling the very planet itself. The impact of Jing Lu and Cang Ze against Hu Lei's curved blade sent tremors through the earth, and a luminous white point suddenly glimmered on the surface of the planet. On the battlefield, the trio's assaults engulfed the entire expanse, the black and white radiance consuming all, including Jing Yuan, General Teng Xiao, the Yunqi, and the Buli Run, plunging the world into silence. Yet in the next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending everyone hurtling through the air. General Teng Xiao, piloting the Divine Monarch, nearly lost control, while the airborne Baiheng was also affected. Rescued just in time by Dan Feng. Though Hu Lei managed to recover, his body lay fragmented, with shards falling with each step he took. He collapsed onto the ground, sensing that the Buli Run had complied with his command to retreat, bringing him a sense of relief. He knew that this battered form would take centuries to mend, and at present he could not even lift his blade. Raising his hand would result in further disintegration. In his final moments, Hu Lei closed his eyes, having etched the images of Cang Ze and Jing Lu deeply into his heart. He then felt the cold chains of fate binding him, resigned to the fact that if given another chance, he would ensure that Cang Ze and Jing Lu would face his wrath. General Teng Xiao entrusted command to Jing Yuan and cast a final glance at the nearly shattered Hu Lei. He couldn't help but marvel at how that attack had nearly matched his own power. Jing Yuan, having completed his tasks, also took note, as did the other 4 heroes, realizing that the recent assault had almost obliterated their allies. Dan Feng transformed into a merciless healing machine, tending to the injuries of the Yunqi caused by the residual effects of Cang Ze and Jing Lu's onslaught, which had left many wounded from sword energy and shockwaves. Thankfully, they were at a safe distance. Had they been within range, even microorganisms would have been reduced to ash. The injured Yunqi suffered no casualties and bore no grievances against Lord Heiyu or Lord Jianshou. The sheer ferocity of that attack exhilarated them. With the 6 heroes of the cloud present, how could the Yunqi possibly falter? They were truly eager to discover. Cang Ze draped his attire over his master, and after the battle, His garments appeared somewhat disheveled. His own outfit bore a few tears, yet it sufficiently concealed his master. The two sat upon a colossal stone beside the warship, observing the Yun Qi tidying the battlefield. Jingliu tightened the fabric around Cang Ze, seemingly savoring the moment. Dan Feng, accompanied by Baiheng and Yingxing, located the master and disciple. Baiheng leaped down from the water dragon, scrutinizing the pair, marveling at how they appeared unscathed after such a formidable attack. Baiheng sighed in relief, then noticed Jingliu clutching Cang Ze's clothing tightly, which elicited a series of teasing glances. Jingliu's ears flushed red, and under Baiheng's gaze, her blush deepened. Yingxing, I shall call you the strongest. Cang Ze retrieved the Heidao, which bore not a single scratch, an astonishing feat. Jingliu also produced the Zhili sword, mirroring Cang Ze, its edge gleaming without a mark. Ha ha ha! Indeed, indeed, Yingxing exclaimed joyfully, though Jingliu said nothing. Her actions mimicking Cang Ze's as she displayed her unblemished Zhili sword, implicitly asserting her status as the strongest. Hee, Yingxing, please forge me a bow as well. I desire one too. Baiheng playfully pleaded, and Yingxing was caught off guard. Dan Feng seized the opportunity to request a gun for himself, while simultaneously praising Yingxing's craftsmanship. Captivated by Baiheng's playful charm and flattered by the dragon sovereign's praise, Yingxing found himself at a loss, exclaiming, "One for each of us." Ha ha ha! Chapter 58. We shall await your arrival. This battle reverberated across the cosmos, instilling fear in the hearts of the Buli Ren towards the Luofu immortal vessel and the 6 heroes of the cloud. The clash ignited fervor among the denizens of the immortal vessel, and the tale soon reached the ears of certain talented clubs. Though the war held little interest for these prodigies, it did not hinder the immortal vessel from promoting their exploits throughout the universe. Now, every product from the immortal vessel bore the emblem of the 6 heroes of the cloud. Some merchants invested vast sums merely to have any one of the 6 endorse their products. Those who sold houses felt particularly fortunate, for it was the very residence that Jingliu had purchased. The simple phrase, "Jingliu once bought my house," propelled their business to unprecedented heights. Formerly middlemen, they began selling merchandise related to the 6 heroes, while the construction industry buzzed with activity spurred by this recent fervor. Countless individuals flocked to various immortal vessel workshops to forge the Heidao and Yu. Though it could not compare to the full might of Yingxing's craftsmanship, it was still a premium weapon. Some sold models, others toys, and some even began reselling clothing inspired by the 6 heroes. In an instant, the streets were awash with attire reflecting the 6 heroes. Well, it seems we are the talk of the town. Some individuals have gone so far as to resemble us quite convincingly. Baiheng reclined on Jingliu's lap, his small feet dangling over the edge of the couch, swaying gently, causing Yingxing's gaze to follow suit. Ha ha! Dan Feng, look at your cosplay, Jing Yuan exclaimed, displaying a jade tablet to Dan Feng, which depicted an admirer of the Dragon Sovereign, who had posted a photo of themselves cosplaying as Dan Feng on a forum. However, the portrayal was of a female Dan Feng, skillfully made up to resemble him. Dan Feng's eye twitched. This was not the first time he had encountered such a sight. Upon returning to his clan, he had seen tribesmen dressed as him. Yingxing's fanbase was also rapidly expanding, particularly among those in the construction industry, who plastered Yingxing's image on their front doors. This served to announce that Yingxing, among the 6 heroes, belonged to the construction industry. A sign stood at the entrance, advertising a limited-time sale on the Heidao and Yu and Zhili sword. Cang Ze had the most cosplayers, as many could easily reach a height of 1 meter and 80 centimeters, with a high white ponytail and black golden attire, complemented by the Heidao and Yu at his waist. He wore a gentle smile. Now, Cang Ze dares not venture out to purchase groceries, as the market is filled with individuals who have taken it upon themselves to procure their own provisions. Notably, this group, while engaging in their culinary pursuits, often brings along Jing Yuan. Jingliu and Baiheng are similarly involved. They now rely on the Yunqi to deliver their sustenance. Initially, General Teng Xiao was pleased, but gradually, a sense of discomfort began to surface. What is this pretense of you all cosplaying as Yunqi? Bring forth your standard issue blades. General Yao Kenjai observed the unfolding situation with urgency, realizing that she should have acted more decisively to retain Cang Ze. She had witnessed the Huolei campaign, where Cang Ze and Jingliu executed a joint maneuver, shattering the seemingly invincible Huolei into shards. Such feats were beyond her capabilities. She could only engage in a war of attrition with him. The other generals shared similar sentiments. Having reviewed the battle reports, they understood the nature of such attacks was unattainable for them. They could only forcefully instill the power of the patrol commanders. The immortal nature of Huolei proved to be the most troublesome, as they were not afraid of formidable foes, but rather those who could not be vanquished and would persist in exhausting their resources. At this moment, the marshal felt a tinge of regret. Had he known, he would have brought Cang Ze in from the start to cultivate him, more talented than even the Jingliu of yesteryears. The Xianzhou Alliance's Yunshang Lu Xiao, hike knife on Yue. A lady adorned with a pointed hat was quietly observing her phone, as the company had taken it upon themselves to promote Xianzhou, seemingly attempting to extend a favor by actively advertising. A woman with silver hair, encircled by black planetary rings, listened to the news from the universe and chuckled softly. A special individual, a unique obliteration. This is what it means to be targeted by the god of negative creation. We shall await your embrace of destruction, on Yue. Her voice was clear and melodious, reminiscent of twinkling stars dancing in the heavens. It appears you are quite intrigued by him, future colleague. Yet his demise may pose an obstacle for us, remarked a man in a hat and suit, his visage ambiguous. Resembling Ati. What an intriguing individual. I wish to sample the flavor of his destruction, mused a woman clad in a black qipao, her features exquisite. Lips painted in dark red, barefoot, with what appeared to be antler-like protrusions at the sides of her head, gazing toward the direction of Xianzhou. Behind these three, perhaps in a realm farther away, or perhaps non-existent, stood a man with brown skin and white hair, bearing scars upon his chest, golden blood flowing from them. He remained silent, seemingly in a state of waiting. Ah, little Cang Ze is famous now. What a pity the patrol interrupted last time. How embarrassing. But I am waiting for you, little Cang Ze, come forth into the embrace of joy. They all appeared to be awaiting him, yet indifferent to his presence. What could he achieve, and how far could his will extend? As the days passed, they unfolded like crumpled candy wrappers, the sweetness concealed within the folds. Quietly chuckling at the time that could not be reclaimed, leaving the best flavors for memories. The fervor surrounding Yunshang Lu Xiao gradually waned, yet persisted. Cang Ze and Jing Yuan's training remained steadfast, unaffected by the heat of the moment, their routine unchanged. Yingxing took on a substantial order from Baiheng and Feng, who presented no specific requirements. When Yingxing inquired, he was met only with, "Just watch and trust us." Yingxing was at a loss for words. Could they not express even a hint of color preference? Why could they not be as straightforward as Cang Ze? It would save time and effort. Baiheng was understandable, as he was aware of Baiheng's favored patterns and styles, but Feng, he had to ensure the spear tip was exceedingly sharp. And then he had to jest that Feng should not injure himself. Jingliu began imparting some techniques to Baiheng. She had become quite adept at manipulating the starship, yet her inherent strength was somewhat lacking. Thus, Jingliu and Cang Ze alternated in teaching Baiheng. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze watched enviously as Jingliu gently guided Baiheng, both rubbing their eyes in disbelief that this was their master. In the past, arriving even a minute late would result in 1,000 additional repetitions, enduring relentless training at the hands of Jingliu. Baiheng, you excel with the bow while I do not. However, I can teach you how to harness your strength, and Cang Ze can instruct you in the application of martial techniques, Jingliu whispered to Baiheng, explaining her reasoning. During their initial meeting, Cang Ze's martial prowess had indeed been astonishing, but he had been somewhat immodest, and Baiheng was also in address. Baiheng's face flushed. Was it truly possible to apply martial techniques in such a manner? She listened intently as Jingliu spoke of Cang Ze's martial skills, the wide-ranging movements that were undoubtedly practical for combat. Jing Yuan, do share your clandestine techniques with Baiheng, Jingliu instructed, still unsure whether Cang Ze learned from Jing Yuan or the reverse. Jing Yuan awkwardly scratched his head. Those techniques were taught by Cang Ze. How did they become my intellectual property? Do you all perceive my moves in such a light? They are not underhanded tactics. They are techniques. They are military strategy. Chapter 59. When Jing Yuan observed Cang Ze's serious demeanor following the battle between Xianzhou and Beaulieu Run, General Teng Xiao was occupied with managing battle reports and the affairs of fallen Yuanqi. Jing Yuan began to engage with governmental matters, not shying away from the responsibility, for those Yunqi were, as Cang Ze stated, their compatriots and comrades. General Teng Xiao was quite pleased with Jing Yuan's handling of the situation. Yunshang Lu Xiao had reached its pinnacle. There was one dragon sovereign, 2 sword masters, a reconnaissance pilot, an aerial commander, a Bei, and a Yunqi Xiaowei. Only Jing Yuan and Baiheng had prospect for promotion. But one could not anticipate the immediate demise of the modern Tianbui division's captain and the general. Therefore, they could only distribute accolades to the fallen Yunqi. And the 6 members of Yunshang, Lu Xiao expressed no objections. Time passed, and once the period of mourning for the fallen Yunqi had concluded, it became a time for celebration following the great victory. General Teng Xiao requested that Yunshang Lu Xiao send representatives to deliver speeches, inspiring all Xianzhou Yunqi and promoting the ethos of inevitable victory. You 5 must maintain a serious demeanor. General Teng Xiao informed Cang Ze and the others backstage before taking the stage to address the audience. This was a speech broadcast across the universe, meant not only to declare military might, but also to instill fear in the decadent beings of abundance. We shattered the enemy into glass. You are free to act accordingly. Yes, General. Cang Ze endeavored to maintain a serious expression, but a glance at Yingxing beside him shattered his resolve. Yingxing wore a similarly serious expression. Yet why was it that he found it so amusing? Cang Ze struggled to suppress a smile, ultimately managing to hold back, but he dared not look at anyone else. He lowered his head. In truth, Yingxing was also influenced by Cang Ze, clenching his fists and furrowing his brow in an effort to stifle laughter. His peripheral vision caught sight of Cang Ze and the stoic Dan Feng. Dan Feng, you only need to maintain a cold demeanor. Why so serious? Do you not realize that whenever I see a serious face, I want to laugh? Dan Feng caught a glimpse of Yingxing, seemingly gritting his teeth, and then glanced at the serious Cang Ze beside him, nearly losing his composure due to Cang Ze's unexpectedly grave expression. Why was it so amusing? He understood why Yingxing was struggling. Did they think they were the only 3 unable to maintain their composure? Baiheng had long been exerting herself, even her tail and ear fur straining to suppress laughter. She was the first to notice Cang Ze's amusing side. Witnessing little Cang Ze trying to appear serious while struggling to hold back laughter was too much for her. Jingliu, confused, scanned the 4 of them. Alas, all 4 were suppressing laughter beneath their serious facades. After a mere glance, she clenched her fists and turned her gaze toward the podium, unwilling to risk a second look, for a second glance would surely lead to an explosion. Standing below were the 4, with reporters and Yunqi behind them. They cannot laugh. They absolutely must not. Teng Xiao, clad in imposing and majestic armor, ascended the stage, observing the 5 individuals below with utmost seriousness. He nodded approvingly. Very well. You all exhibit great spirit. Then, General Teng Xiao commenced his speech. Yunqi warriors, citizens of Xianzhou, esteemed journalists from various races. Today we gather not only to celebrate a victory, but also to declare the resounding dawn of a new era. I, Teng Xiao, armed with the bow of the emperor, command the fleet of Luofu as I tread upon the vast seas, determined to shatter the battle banners of the bounteous and deceitful beneath our feet. The thunder has been bound, not as an endpoint, but as a new beginning. It proclaims to the universe, those who dare to offend the celestial vessel shall be punished. No matter how distant, the sound of cameras clicking resonates throughout the hall. General Teng Xiao clears his throat and continues his address. Comrades, we are never solitary wanderers. The steel of the celestial vessel is forged from the sweat of countless artisans. The blade of the Cloud Riders reflects the gaze of millions of compatriots. Behind us lies the blood of the celestial vessel, its banner, and the undying hearts that yearn for light. Let the starlight of the celestial vessel illuminate every corner of the dark void, causing our enemies to tremble at the mere mention of our name. Cloud Riders, sharpen your blades and ignite your convictions. In our next leap, we shall not merely defend, but charge forth. Luofu of the celestial vessel, we shall conquer. Luofu of the celestial vessel, we shall conquer. Luofu of the celestial vessel, we shall conquer. The Cloud Riders below fervently shout in agreement. The smiles of the 5 seem to fade, yet they applaud, inspired by General Teng Xiao's stirring words. Now, let us welcome Yunshang Lu Xiao to speak. After Teng Xiao finishes, he gestures for Jing Yuan to step forward. Jing Yuan's expression is grave. He wears a white top and red bottoms, with two shoulder capes flowing behind him. As he slowly approaches, he casts a sidelong glance at the five below, struggling to suppress a smile. Oh no, why do they wear such serious faces? It's a prescription. The five below maintain their forced solemnity. At the sight of Jing Yuan's serious demeanor, they are on the verge of breaking. Jing Yuan tries to block out their presence, but the more he avoids them, the more the urge to laugh intensifies. General Tang Xiao has descended the stage and stands with the other five. He observes their solemn expressions and tries to maintain his own seriousness. Yet, he feels something is amiss. There's an oddity about these five. Jing Yuan walks to the podium, unable to hold back any longer, for he must face their direction where the cameras are aimed. Brother, change your expressions. I really can't hold it in. A vein bulges on Jing Yuan's forehead, his hand nearly crushing the microphone. The five below have become statues of solemnity, motionless and staring at the podium, afraid to look at Jing Yuan, lest they truly lose their composure. However, Jing Yuan must look at them. He begins to speak, his tone seemingly filled with gritted teeth, leading reporters and cloud riders to believe he harbors deep resentment towards the bounteous and deceitful. Cang Ze accidentally locks eyes with Jing Yuan. In a moment of weakness, Jing Yuan chuckles, yet he continues to suppress himself, his mouth twitching, but his expression betraying a smile. The five below exchange glances at Jing Yuan, and he can no longer contain himself, his face a mixture of laughter and tears, leaving everyone bewildered. Baiheng grabs Cang Ze's left arm, squeezing it tightly to prevent him from trembling with laughter. She is on the verge of breaking, her tail almost lifting. Tang Xiao observes Jing Yuan's expression, wondering whether he wants to cry or laugh. Yingxing also grips the arms of Dan Feng and Cang Ze, already laughing but trying to keep it restrained. Dan Feng merely trembles slightly. As the Dragon Sovereign, he must not laugh. Yet the more he tries, the more the urge to laugh grows. Jingliu begins to harness his icy aura to suppress his laughter, startling General Tang Xiao. Has an enemy infiltrated? Jing Yuan is losing his mind. He sees the five below are seriously laughing, and he can no longer contain himself. Whatever will be, will be. Ha ha, cough, cough. General Tang Xiao. It's your turn to speak, ha ha. Jing Yuan exclaims mid-sentence, tossing the podium script to General Tang Xiao, who is at his wit's end. Tang Xiao, confused, steps up to the stage, first glancing at Jing Yuan, then surveying the other five. Just as this thought crosses his mind, he bursts into uncontrollable laughter. In Chapter 60, striking the clouds, within the general's mansion of Luofu, General Tang Xiao sits in the main seat, arms crossed, eyes closed in contemplation. Yet veins protrude from his forehead and arms. The six stand before him, heads bowed, seemingly on the verge of laughter, inexplicably compelled to giggle. Jing Yuan exchanges glances with Cang Ze. Why do you wear such expressions? Do you not realize that your serious faces break my composure? You have the audacity to say that. We wanted to laugh the moment we saw your serious face. Cang Ze shoots back with a knowing glance. The others are utterly perplexed by their silent communication. Jing Yuan, speak up. General Tang Xiao opens his eyes, immediately noticing Jing Yuan winking, seemingly signaling to Cang Ze. General, you know me well. I rarely lose my composure unless I absolutely cannot help it. Jing Yuan begins to explain, feeling wronged. General Tang Xiao's gaze shifts to Cang Ze, prompting him to elucidate. General, you know my demeanor. I usually maintain a smile and never lose my composure. Cang Ze calmly clarifies. Yingxing interjects. General, you are aware that I am Bai Yi, and I have an excellent grasp of details. Matters greatly affect me. Tang Xiao's gaze passes over Jingliu, who is the most animated of the group. General, you know I may be lively, but I remain steadfast in matters of great importance. Dan Feng, arms crossed, chooses not to explain, simply accepting the laughter. Fortunately, General Tang Xiao bypasses Dan Feng. Otherwise, he would have added, General, you know me. The general leans on the table to rise. I understand. Each of you possesses extraordinary skills. General Tang Xiao cannot admonish them, for he himself nearly broke into laughter after merely glancing at them. It is best to be candid with the marshal. The six, with grave expressions, exit the general's mansion, then quicken their pace, swiftly finding a secluded alley. Ha ha ha. Cang Ze, you lot. Ha ha, do you know? Jing Yuan leans against the alley wall, pounding it with his fist, bursting into laughter, breathless from the hilarity. Cang Ze and Yingxing can no longer contain themselves. Joining in a laughter, Baiheng clings to Jingliu. Laughing to the point of tears, Feng and Jingliu exchange a knowing look, also breaking into laughter. After a good laugh, the group begins their journey home. Yingxing heads to the Cang Ze Sea for further forging, while Feng follows along to assist. Yingxing requests Feng to accompany him, needing to discuss the details of the gun, while Baiheng remains unhurried regarding her curved bow. Cang Ze returns home to prepare a meal, while Jing Yuan retreats to the second-floor living room, becoming a couch potato. Baiheng and Jingliu chat animatedly, seemingly with endless topics to discuss. Time flows like a river that does not turn back, as I and she wave to each other from opposite banks. Yingxing finally finishes crafting the Jian gun, handing it to Feng, who twirls it expertly, finding it remarkably comfortable to wield. Truly, as Cang Ze remarked, this weapon is unparalleled, a true marvel. Feng caresses the Jian gun, feeling as if it was forged for his very existence. Ha ha, Dragon Sovereign, this gun is exceptionally sharp. Sharp enough to pierce dragon scales, so be cautious not to harm yourself. Yingxing d'Assess dun Feng, recalling how his initial requests led to a bit of hair loss for him. Haha, I understand. Thank you. Yingxing Feng replies cheerfully, oblivious to the teasing, interpreting it merely as a warning to be careful. Yingxing rubs his stomach and prepares to playfully threaten Feng to bring forth fine wine. Feng turns to see Yingxing smiling brightly, left hand on his belly as if massaging it. And Feng realizes this is a subtle request for him to host. Very well, let's go to Lin Yuan Jing for drinks. They can come directly. Haha, I will notify them. Yingxing pulls out a jade talisman to inform Baiheng that they need not bring anything, just their presence. Buzz, Baiheng's talisman rings. However, she is currently napping on Jingliu's lap. Jingliu picks up Baiheng's talisman to check it, discovering it is a message from Yingxing, stating that Feng's Jian gun is complete, inviting them to drink at Lin Yuan Jing. No need to bring anything as Feng will prepare it all. Is there something happening, Master? Jing Yuan reclined on the abdomen of Cang Ze as they lowered the backrest of the sofa. Taking advantage of the pillow, Jing Yuan lazily inquired about Jingliu. Jingliu playfully rubbed Baiheng's ears, seemingly a bit ticklish, letting out a light chuckle before quickly rising. Her cheeks puffed up as she gazed at Jingliu. Feng invited us to the Lin Yuan realm for a drink. Jingliu playfully pinched Baiheng's face, attempting to squeeze the air from her mouth. All right, let us tidy up and head directly to Lin Yuan realm. The four prepared to set off while in the Lin Yuan realm. Yingxing and Feng were already waiting beneath the Dragon Sovereign statue. Ah, how refreshing, Yingxing exclaimed, taking a sip of Feng's treasured wine. Feng crossed his arms, observing Yingxing with a grin. You wine addict, have a taste first. Once they arrive, you could drink your fill. This time, Feng had brought out the long-hidden wine of the former Dragon Sovereign, aged for many years. Ha ha ha, delightful. It's akin to crafting an unparalleled divine weapon. So exhilarating. They mused about the others' tardiness. Shouldn't they be flying? Too slow. They should have taken Baiheng's starship. Yingxing joked, yet refrained from drinking further, waiting for the others to arrive. If you drink too much, you won't even think about taking Baiheng's starship. Upon their arrival, Baiheng, Cang Ze still brought along beach chairs and fishing rods. The Lin Yuan realm was a splendid place where skilled individuals could catch dragon eggs. Baiheng stepped forward, sniffing the scent on Yingxing, then crossed her arms, remarking, Yingxing, you've been drinking secretly. Yingxing sheepishly scratched his head, knowing full well how intoxicating the aroma was when Feng uncorked the bottle, irresistibly prompting him to pour a glass on the spot. What's a drink without the right tools? Come on, Cang Ze, let us get our gear. Jing Yuan rubbed his hands together, eager for a fishing display. Feng did not intervene, as long as Jing Yuan did not catch a dragon egg. Cang Ze smiled, arranging 6 chairs and retrieving several fishing rods, which Baiheng joyfully accepted, eager to fish as well. She recalled how Jingliu had told her about their previous trip to Lin Yuan realm to fish, where they had first met Dragon Sovereign Feng. The wine could wait, as it was still noon. Cang Ze prepared the barbecue grill while Jingliu silently observed Baiheng fishing. Jing Yuan and Yingxing had already caught fish, while Feng sat quietly, hesitant to fish due to his lack of skill. After his initial failure, he had stealthily returned to Lin Yuan realm, only to find that the fish all evaded him. Jing Yuan, a seasoned angler, seemed to attract the fish's favor, reeling them in. Baiheng appeared to enjoy a beginner's luck, while Yingxing caught small fry, which made him feel somewhat impatient. After watching for a while, Jingliu approached to assist in setting up the barbecue grill. Cang Ze, do you need my help? Cang Ze glanced at his master and smiled. Reply, Master, you need only stand by my side. Chapter 61. The Alliance of Hui cheers. Dan Feng put on a smile. Baiheng and the others raised their glasses, and Dan Feng joined in. For they had long been bonded by the trials of battle, sharing a close camaraderie. Yingxing and Dan Feng had already let go of their previous reservations. Dan Feng discreetly observed the strands of white hair that had begun to appear on Yingxing, a testament to the passage of time and the short lifespan of his kind. He suppressed his emotions, realizing some matters were solely his burden. He would rather depart than witness his friends perish before him. The others remained oblivious to Dan Feng's expression as they continued fishing and preparing ingredients. Baiheng grilled fish on the barbecue, but came out charred. Yingxing, using a filter, sampled Baiheng's creation and declared it delicious, knowing she was merely comforting herself, which brought her joy. In the vast cosmos, the Hui, a subfamily of the order primates, belonging to a branch of the prosperous people, stood as a six-limbed species with a robust physique reminiscent of horses, adept at sprinting. Under the influence of the Bewley people, the Hui often served as the vanguard during assaults, clad in biological exoskeleton armor, capable of easily dispatching foes upon collision. Hearing of the formidable strength of the current Xianzhou forces, the Hui felt a pressing threat, especially since the Yunyun's 6 heroes had shattered the indestructible Bewley warlord, who lay into fragments. This realization stirred a sense of urgency. As the Luofu military grew stronger, their previously passive stance was no longer tenable. Now, at the slightest hint of the bounty of the prosperous, Xianzhou would take the initiative, aiming for total annihilation. At this juncture, the leader of a Hui tribe proposed forming an alliance with the Wingmakers. Although the Wingmakers held a lofty view of themselves, they could not withstand the current Xianzhou military onslaught. After deliberation, the assembly found this suggestion favorable. With the formidable aerial supremacy of the Wingmakers combined with the ground assault capability of the Hui, the two would make an ideal alliance. Unbeknownst to Xianzhou, all information relied on the observant eyes of the Yuchia Xianzhou. Coincidentally, those from Yuchia were able to participate in the Union's 6 heroes, with 3 from Luofu, Dan Feng, Jing Yuan, and Cang Ze, 1 from Yaoqing, Baiheng, 1 from Zhuming, Yingxing, and although Sanqing had fallen, Jingliu also represented them. No one from Yuchia or other Xianzhou could take part. The general of Yuchia would often remark, the 6 heroes should rightfully be the 7 heroes. Look, are we missing a diviner? How about you send me over? Taibu, the diviner, wished to avoid the general's pressure and thus diligently sought tasks for the Xianzhou. After relentless effort, he finally divined that someone intended to create trouble for the Xianzhou and reported the Hui tribe's movements to the general, also informing the marshal. Subsequently, the marshal convened a meeting attended by all generals. Many expressed concern about the increasing frequency of such incidents, sensing that a grand conflict was imminent. Look here, the Hui tribe is seeking an alliance with the Wingmakers to resist Xianzhou. The marshal waved his hand, distributing documents to all present. The generals began to peruse the details. The Wingmakers were already formidable opponents, and now, with the addition of a ground assault force, they would possess both aerial and terrestrial dominance. Tactically, this posed a significant challenge, as the Cloud Rider army was outmatched both on land and in the air, and the Wingmakers had superior technology. General Yaoqing spoke first, having previously encountered the Wingmakers. Although it was merely a pursuit, the Yaoqing fleet had lost several ships. The other generals were aware of the Wingmakers' prowess. If they could not defeat them, they would simply flee, and the flying soldiers of the Cloud Rider army found them difficult to contend with. On the ground, the Hui tribe resembled colossal beasts, clad in hard exoskeleton armor. A single charge could decimate numerous Cloud Rider soldiers, and they were also skilled archers. General Yaoqing's gaze shifted to General Teng Xiao, prompting a collective glance from the assembly toward him. General Teng Xiao felt somewhat awkward. If war broke out, the Cloud Riders would suffer significant losses. A viable strategy emerged. Deploy several capable individuals to undermine their alliance, then send troops to eliminate the troublesome Hui tribe. Marshal, I will summon them, General Teng Xiao declared. Bowing respectfully, he faced a dilemma. If he went himself, it would be a direct confrontation, while sending the Yunyun's 6 heroes would stabilize the Wingmakers. The marshal nodded, understanding that if Xianzhou severed their alliance directly, it would be akin to boiling frogs in warm water, inevitably provoking the Wingmakers' resistance. By sending representatives of sufficient stature to thwart the alliance, perhaps the Wingmakers would acquiesce, granting them a moment of respite before settling the score. General Teng Xiao called upon all 6 heroes. General Jing Yuan, sensing the general's seriousness, understood that something was amiss. Without delay, they followed General Teng Xiao to the conference room. The 6 bowed to the generals and the marshal, and then General Teng Xiao explained the situation. The Huekui tribe was likely alarmed due to their capture of the Beauty warlord, Hu Lei, prompting them to consider an alliance with the Wingmakers. Jing Yuan, ever the external brain of the group, immediately grasped the crux of the matter: aerial supremacy combined with terrestrial dominance. The losses incurred in the forthcoming conflict will surpass those of the Hu Lei incident, which was already catastrophic and nearly incapacitated Luofu. Had their alliance been successful, Luofu would have undoubtedly suffered grievous injuries. The general's intent is for our 6 to infiltrate and thwart their alliance, is it not? Jing Yuan voiced his speculation. The other generals nodded in agreement. While initiating warfare is feasible, it would result in significant casualties. The other generals would also deploy troops, as they cannot allow Luofu to bear the burden alone. Otherwise, General Teng Xiao might genuinely become agitated with the others. The 6 fell into a contemplative silence, realizing that only Baiheng and Yingxing were in perilous positions. Both were not adept in martial prowess, yet their participation was essential, compelling them to seek something from the alliance. Jing Yuan reassured, "Do not concern yourselves with me and Yingxing. We shall not hinder your endeavors. Right, Yingxing?" Baiheng perceived that the other 4 seemed reluctant to allow him and Yingxing to partake, which was unacceptable. The 6 of us are a unified entity. Indeed, Jing Yuan, if you dare to abandon me and Baiheng, you may as well relinquish your weapons. Yingxing threatened, arms crossed defiantly. Rest assured, Jing Yuan, I shall safeguard both of them, Jing Lu guaranteed, her strength well trusted by the others. General UK observed the profound bond among the 6 and abandoned his intention to insert the UK diviner into the equation. With Jing Yuan acting as an external brain, divination seemed unnecessary. Jing Yuan nodded, opting not to utter sentimental words. Instead, turning to the marshal, I hope the Xianzhou can provide a small military vessel capable of withstanding a strike from General Teng Xiao, equipped with Dong Tian technology. We need to embark alone, so we shall prepare all necessary supplies and ensure an ample arsenal, preferably including high-caliber weaponry. The marshal nodded, acknowledging these modest requests, as it would require a certain level of defense to withstand an assault from the Sun Liling envoy. Dong Tian technology and supplies are essential for sustenance. The weaponry should be allocated for Baiheng, with additional provisions added later. Upon receiving the marshal's consent, Jing Yuan felt a sense of relief. To endure a strike from General Teng Xiao, even at less than full force, would be exorbitantly costly, particularly for a small vessel accommodating 6, with the rest designated for weaponry and supplies. After the meeting dispersed, General Teng Xiao issued a few final instructions before departing, needing to oversee the preparation for the Yunshang Lu Shao mission, particularly concerning the warship. Jing Yuan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions devoid of anxiety, as it seemed that united, the 6 could accomplish anything. You must not abandon me and Yingxing due to danger. Otherwise, I shall ignore you, Baiheng proclaimed. Her left arm draped over Yingxing's shoulder, her right hand on her hip, exuding a playful threat. Yingxing, buoyed by Baiheng's embrace, elevated his chin with a proud demeanor. Fear not, Sister Baiheng. We will protect you both and will never forsake you. Cang Ze, aware of the sting of abandonment and betrayal, vowed to protect them with his life. Little Cang Ze is the best. We cannot abandon anyone. Baiheng continued to embrace Yingxing, prompting him to beam with joy. Feng, witnessing the scene, could only facepalm in exasperation. The Huiju tribe had yet to locate a wingmaker, granting them time, while their warship was delivered by Yao Qing. After Jing Yuan's requests, General Yao Qing swiftly dispatched the finest military vessel developed by the research team. Small yet spacious enough for 6, it was equipped with laser cannons and jump-level acceleration. General Tang Xiao remained preoccupied with modifying the ship, while General Yao Qing delivered it. His divine summons left mere scratches, indeed, meeting Jing Yuan's specifications. Yet, General Tang Xiao was still harboring feelings for Cang Ze. He quickly dismissed the thought, knowing that should it reach Yu, she might take it seriously. Sister Baiheng, we're not on a vacation, Jing Yuan remarked, observing Baiheng bringing along a pillow. Baiheng disregarded his comment. Instead, turning to Jingliu, look at your disciple, he said. Jingliu glanced over, noting only a pillow, some skincare items, and a few hair care products. Nothing excessive, quite manageable. Yet, it seemed Baiheng genuinely intended to treat this as a holiday. Cang Ze, on the ship, Jing Yuan noted, eyeing Cang Ze, who appeared as if he were running away from home, having even packed his bedding. Acting like a concerned guardian, Jing Yuan urged everyone. He feared General Tang Xiao might misinterpret their intentions, thinking they were off to become sea rogues. General Tang Xiao had already arranged everything necessary aboard the vessel, ensuring that daily essentials were on board. Each individual's room was identical, and they would need to bring their own clothing. A workspace was also provided for Dan Feng and Yingxing, so the six only needed to pack clothing and some personal items, such as Cang Ze's bandages. Upon reaching the warship, labeled as small, it was indeed a colossal craft. This vessel, piloted by elite aviators from Yaoqing, was designed for small-scale assault operations. As the group boarded, they were immediately enveloped by an advanced technological ambience. General Tang Xiao had allocated the rooms, with each door marked by a personal emblem. Cang Ze bore a knife, Jingliu a sword, and Baiheng a white Q-version fox head. Jing Yuan requested fresh produce, and General Tang Xiao, aware of Cang Ze's culinary skills, ensured they had ample Dongtian food, sufficient for half a year. This voyage would take considerable time, and should the Huiju tribe outpace them and discover their alliance, they would promptly return. If not, they would need to persuade the wingmakers. Wu, Baiheng exclaimed, thrilled by the cockpit that perfectly suited her aviator nature. The others swallowed hard, captivated by her excitement. Baiheng, if there's danger, return immediately, General Tang Xiao advised, patting Jing Yuan's shoulder, hoping for their success while harboring concerns for their safety. Jing Yuan and the others merely nodded, and General Tang Xiao smiled at them before exiting the ship. Baiheng silently settled into the cockpit as the others hastily took their seats. The warship had been modified by General Tang Xiao, leaving a seat in the cockpit, prompting everyone to quickly fasten their seatbelts. Yingxing, still in his habit, tugged at his seatbelt to ensure it was secure, while Cang Ze pressed tightly against the seat, fearful of experiencing the weightlessness from the last encounter. Baiheng familiarized herself with the controls before activating the vessel, instantly illuminating the cockpit with vibrant blue lights, exuding a futuristic aura. Here we go, Baiheng exclaimed, abruptly pressing the accelerator to gain speed, while General Tang Xiao observed from a distance. He was aware of Baiheng's piloting skills and had instructed others to maintain a safe distance after disembarking. As expected, the vessel shot forth with remarkable swiftness, far from the gradual pace of a conventional military ship. Following that, it accelerated, as if the Fox People's vessel had no concept of gradual movement. With a single push on the throttle, they were airborne. Cang Ze, Jing Yuan, and the others encircled Baiheng, gripping the armrests tightly, uncertain how weightlessness could manifest aboard the vessel. As the ship traveled further, the sensation of weightlessness gradually diminished, not due to Baiheng decelerating, but because of the ship's adaptive systems. Even at jump speeds, the interior stabilized. Soon after, Yingxing was the first to unbuckle his seatbelt, standing around the cockpit, gazing into the cosmos. He had brought his finest contraptions, ensuring that the six would not encounter that gelatinous creature again. After their last encounter, Baiheng had taken numerous showers. Even the creature's slime had caused some of her tail's fur to shed. Thus, Yingxing had tirelessly crafted a weapon capable of obliterating the gelatinous entity in one shot. One by one, they unfastened their seatbelts, with Jingliu standing beside Baiheng, watching her joyfully pilot the craft, though she seemed to be restraining herself from executing a full 360-degree spin. Baiheng, no fooling around. Behind the cockpit, there was a seat for 6 people, and just then, Cang Ze and Jing Yuan settled into the lounge area. Jing Yuan was brimming with excitement. This marked the beginning of their cosmic adventure. Cang Ze, let's become sea rangers in the future, he said, his fingers tracing the glass as he gazed at the myriad stars outside. He was already envisioning a life as a sea ranger, where each planet would offer thrilling and exhilarating escapades. Cang Ze, with his arms crossed and a gentle smile on his face, replied, "Sea rangers, is it? There will surely be opportunities ahead. General Teng Xiao cannot possibly hold us back forever." Baiheng was still joyfully piloting the warship when the others approached, having overheard Jing Yuan's words. They exchanged knowing smiles. If they were to venture out as sea rangers, it would only be Cang Ze, Jing Yuan, and Baiheng who would be suitable, as the rest were not quite capable. "Woohoo, are you all seated?" Baiheng, lost in his own world, was oblivious to the fact that some were not in their seats. He then spun the steering wheel in a full 360 degrees. The others gasped. Baiheng. Medical supplies. At that moment, Baiheng, hands pressed together, was apologizing to the 5 others as the warship engaged its autopilot. When Baiheng had spun the ship around, the unprepared crew found themselves tumbling from the floor to the ceiling and then back down again. Unlike the lounge, the cockpit's design meant they were susceptible to the ship's rotations. "Hey, little Cang Ze, let me help you clean up," Baiheng said, pulling out a wet wipe to dab at Cang Ze's face. When the sudden weightlessness had flung him against the ceiling, his face had left an imprint on Jing Yuan's boot. Cang Ze, arms crossed, accepted Baiheng's help without protest. Jing Yuan, being heavier, was the first to hit the ceiling, landing right beside Cang Ze before crashing onto Jing Yuan's boots. Jingliu and Yingxing could only facepalm, as everyone had been caught off guard. Even the most skilled fighters were disoriented in such a state of confusion and weightlessness. "All right, Baiheng, if you want to play like this again, let us wait until we've all recovered first," Cang Ze remarked, not blaming Baiheng. What else could they do but indulge her? "I'll go prepare some food for you," he added before departing, as there was plenty of food in the cave, and he needed to decide what to cook. Jing Yuan then pulled out the intel received from Yushua Xianzu, examining the projected map to gauge their approximate location. There were numerous star systems in that vicinity, and searching for them would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, there remained hope. The Jowie were known to roam, and they could use the biological lock on the warship to capture one and have it guide them. After their meal, everyone gathered in the lounge to relax. "Hey, Jing Yuan, do you think those Jowie, being space pirates and mercenaries, might suddenly run into us?" Baiheng asked, lounging in the relaxation area, boredom evident in his voice. "It's likely, considering our warship bears no insignia of the Xianzu Alliance. They are reportedly searching for a planet to revive their homeland." Xiong, Jing Yuan pondered aloud, analyzing the information at hand. The Jowie were recorded as the oldest enemies of the Xianzu Alliance, their animosity dating back to the ancient era before the Xianzu's maiden voyage. This was their chance to flex their muscles. Should they dare to ally with the Xianzu, they would face dire consequences, even at the cost of significant casualties among the Yunqi. Nonetheless, the High Command of the Xianzu Alliance had decided to initially intimidate the Jowie with the name of Yunshang Lu Xiao, a title cast out by the Xianzu. Their stance was clear. "If you choose not to ally, we may spare you for now, but should you cross us in the future, we will retaliate. We should first ascertain the location of the Jowie and select a planet to land on. Even with the biological detection function activated, we must descend before we can proceed. I believe those Jowie won't be wandering aimlessly in the cosmos," Yingxing suggested, pointing out that aimless flying would lead to missed opportunities. Even interstellar pirates would need to land on a planet to raid, as encountering a traveling ship in the vastness of space was a rare occurrence. A single jump could put them out of reach. Yes, upon reaching the destination, we should utilize the warship's scanning system to ensure we do not overlook anything, Jing Yuan concluded, deciding they would scan upon arrival to evaluate whether a planet was worth raiding. Meanwhile, Cang Ze had gone to wash dishes, and the others continued their discussions, knowing that there was no point in rushing unless Yushua Xianzu could instantly pinpoint the Jowie's whereabouts. Thus, the days drifted by, and after several days, the group found themselves playing Di Yuan Xiongyu in the cockpit. Jing Yuan picked a card and then played a 2 of circles. "You know, what we lack is the spatial activities of Luofu. General Teng Xiao has prepared quite a lot for us," Baiheng exclaimed, munching on the sweet treats Cang Ze had made while chatting with the others. Yingxing fidgeted and then shook his head slightly, playing a 3 of the same suit. Feng smiled faintly and then pulled out a sticker, placing it on Yingxing's face. Yingxing, Cang Ze observed, sitting in the cockpit without touching the controls, as he didn't know how. His mentor, Jingliu, sat beside him, enjoying the view of the universe together. "Look, there are people constructing something in space," Cang Ze exclaimed, taking Jingliu's hand and leading her closer to observe. Jingliu's ears flushed slightly as she held onto Cang Ze's hand. The others, hearing Cang Ze's observation, rose to take a look, still adorned with stickers from their unfinished game. Yingxing, with the most stickers adorning his face, gazed at the construction and commented, "That must be the territory of the so-called Genius Club." Jing Yuan, sporting 5 stickers, chimed in, revealing the name that had eluded Yingxing. Feng stroked his chin, lifting a sticker slightly as he mused, "Genius Club 83, Lady Haida." "Genius Club?" Cang Ze turned to Jing Yuan, who was still decorated with stickers. Jing Yuan was well aware of Cang Ze's implication. He knew that in Cang Ze's eyes, he was clever, yet he felt he could not compare to those true geniuses. "Cang Ze, you know my Jing Yuan can hardly refute anything. If I were to claim I'm more than a genius, Cang Ze would certainly counter, asserting I am indeed quite intelligent." The others understood that Cang Ze had always regarded Jing Yuan as a genius. In Cang Ze's perspective, no concept of the Haida or the Genius Club could overshadow Jing Yuan. As among the 6, Cang Ze had the lowest scores in cultural exams. "We still have plenty of time. Should we linger for a day?" Baiheng proposed, interested in making contact with the geniuses, wondering if it might expedite their search for the Jowie. Jing Yuan considered this and agreed, contemplating the possibility of engaging with Lady Haida, believing the Xianzu would be more than willing to offer her some compensation. "All right, Baiheng, you take the helm, and let us approach that space station," he instructed. "Yay!" The towering Haida on the space station noticed a warship drawing near. Today marked the completion of the protective net installation, and she pondered which faction this warship belonged to. The reason Lady Haida could discern the ship as a warship at a glance was due to her genius intellect, as well as the fact that the ship's design closely resembled that of a war vessel. She simply observed the warship as it glided closer without intervening, seemingly recognizing the presence of the Xianzu's representatives, particularly a curious white-haired child peering through the glass. As the warship descended, the company's personnel quickly surrounded it. They had just finished installing the protective net when visitors arrived, presumed to be foes, and the company's warship encircled Jing Yuan and his companions. The moment Jing Yuan and the others disembarked from the warship, the company's personnel grew anxious. "Yinshang Lu Xiao? Are they here to seize the geniuses?" "Stand down. They're guests," Haida commanded, stepping forward and locking her gaze on the group, including herself, while the other 5 seemed quite relaxed. Haida chuckled softly, noting that, in the vast universe, individual strength sometimes could not safeguard everyone. The company's personnel hesitated, reluctant to withdraw, yet the higher-ups ordered them to proceed with their tasks, instructing Haida to report to the company. "Lady Haida, we hail from Xian's Luofu. We chanced upon this space station and wish to take a look. If we have offended in any way, we will take our leave," Jing Yuan stated, bowing slightly. He instantly recognized the prominent figure of Haida from the forum. Haida nodded slightly, and only then did he perceive the uniqueness of Cang Ze at close range. She swiftly approached, lifting her hat slightly. "You are quite intriguing. Would you be interested in staying at the space station?" Jingliu felt a surge of anxiety. Why were people always trying to lure Cang Ze? "Madam Haida, Cang Ze is the sword master of Luofu, and I am his mentor." Haida glanced at the white-haired woman, who resembled a protective hen guarding her chicks. They bore such a striking resemblance that surely this white-haired sprite could not be his mother. "Never mind, he can stay and assist me with experiments. When the Xianzhou needs him, I will send him over." Haida continued to fixate on Cang Ze. His fate was one of destruction, yet it seemed other forces were at play, intertwined with memory and hunting. "I apologize, madam, but I have no intention of remaining here." Cang Ze felt a bit awkward under her scrutiny. His mentor exuded an aura of chill. "That's fine. I was merely curious," Haida remarked indifferently, unconcerned with whether he stayed or not, perhaps losing interest if she studied him herself. "You may explore," she concluded before departing, leaving the others exchanging glances, clearly finding the genius to be an unusual character. Chapter 64. 4. The group began to wander around the space station, during which Jing Yuan did not forget to inquire about the divination results from the young Xianzhou. Over the past few days, the young Xianzhou had been quite busy as they needed to provide real-time information to Jing Yuan and his companions while also calculating their route. Haida's space station was filled with advanced technology, even more so than the military ship they had boarded. Transparent glass, softly glowing blue light strips. Walls and floors made of composite materials that were fire-resistant, high-temperature resistant, cold-resistant, and burial-resistant. The space station exuded a faint fragrance that relaxed the body and mind. Haida sat in her office, observing Cang Ze through the surveillance monitors. This man was peculiar, with multiple destinies entangled. That he was still alive was nothing short of a miracle. The energy from multiple destinies could repel each other, leading to chaos or even self-destruction. When he looked at her, it was as if he regarded her as an ordinary person. The tall, white-haired man and others exhibited a vague curiosity towards her, except for the white-haired, red-eyed woman, who was likely the sword master of the Xianzhou's wuxia feiguang mirror flow. Initially curious, she later turned cautious. As a genius, once her curiosity was piqued, she truly wished to uncover the truth. If not, she would acquiesce to some minor requests. With so many talented individuals present, she preferred not to study Cang Ze in front of company. Acting on impulse, she followed their trajectory and found 6 onlookers in the main control cabin. Red pants, white hair. Jing Yuan was startled, turning to see Madame Haida, who had dubbed him Red Pants White Hair, and proceeded to introduce the others. Madame Haida, I am Jing Yuan, currently a Cloud Cavalry Commander. This is Luofu, Longzu, and Dan Feng. This is Xianzhou Bei Yingxing. This is Pilot Baiheng. This is my mentor, Sword Master Jingliu. And this is Cang Ze, also a Sword Master. Cang Ze's title as Sword Master had already been established during the Battle of Hulei. There was no need for any duels to prove it. Jingliu had acknowledged him as the Sword Master. So how could the others dispute it? If they were unconvinced, they could challenge the War Master of Beauty. You didn't come merely to visit, did you? Speak, as long as you allow me to study Cang Ze. You may set the terms. This declaration incited the ire of the others. What did she mean by study Cang Ze? How did she intend to conduct her research? Slicing him? Madame Haida, how do you intend to study him? Cang Ze is the sword master personally appointed by the Marshal of Xianzhou, Jing Yuan responded, retracting his playful demeanor and adopting a serious expression befitting a future general. Haida did not grasp the implication of Jing Yuan's words and continued, I find him quite intriguing. I merely wish to conduct a simple study to examine the power within his body. Rest assured, I am aware of the 6 heroes promoted by Xianzhou. Jing Yuan could not make a decision regarding Cang Ze and turned to him. Without a hint of hesitation, Cang Ze replied, I can agree, but Madame Haida needs to assist us in locating the Zhao Ija. Zhao Ija? What do you need that for? Are you planning to wage war against them? Haida was aware of the enmity between Xianzhou and the Zhao Ija, but the 6 of them had ventured out alone from Xianzhou, piloting only a small military ship. Were they merely fodder for the Zhao Ija army? Currently, there were not many people at Haida Space Station, just some staff installing protective nets, so their conversation went undisturbed. All right, that sounds simple. Haida discerned that Jing Yuan was reluctant to disclose more, likely due to some mission, which did not pique her interest. Cang Ze, come with me. I will pinpoint the Zhao Ija's location after my research. Without waiting for Cang Ze to respond, Haida turned and walked away. Cang Ze promptly followed, noting that the floor of the Haida Space Station was remarkably resilient, showing no signs of damage from a sudden descent. Jingliu intended to follow, but was stopped by Dan Feng. Jingliu, do not worry about Cang Ze. If there were real danger, I do not believe that a bare-handed intellectual could harm him. Furthermore, while the materials of the space station are sturdy, they cannot withstand a few of Cang Ze's strikes. Cang Ze followed Haida into a spacious laboratory filled with numerous portraits, including one of Haida herself. Cang Ze gazed at the portrait, seemingly from her childhood, which bore little resemblance to her current self. Yet, it must be said that Haida was quite adorable as a child. Oh, was so captivating. How does she compare to your mentor? Haida teased, having clarified the identities of the 6 individuals. Jingliu was his mentor, not his mother. However, the resemblance between the two was striking. I have never seen my mentor as a child, but I imagine she must have been very cute. Cang Ze remained an admirer of Jingliu, yet did not contest Haida's remark on her cuteness. Haida was not offended. It seemed he truly held his mentor in high regard. And do all Xianzhou people engage in such playful banter? Please have a seat. Cang Ze settled onto a chair, resembling an operating table. Haida did not use any restraints or locks, and he felt no fear. Subsequently, Haida appeared to tap a few buttons on a deep blue screen, and a robotic arm gently approached, resting on his chest, emitting a yellow glow. Do not be anxious. This is merely to examine your bodily data. Naturally, I will keep it confidential, as Jing Yuan has mentioned you are the sword master personally appointed by the Xianzhou marshal. Haida sat beside him, teasing the white-haired youth while reviewing his bodily data. Indeed, multiple destinies were intertwined, but the path of destruction dominated, without consuming other destinies. Haida furrowed her brow. Had the cosmic rules shifted? As she scrutinized Cang Ze's data, she noted his physical strength was monstrous, along with attributes of abundance, hunting, memory, and destruction. How many star gods have you encountered? Cang Ze pondered for a moment, recalling Cyber Qin Shi Huang, Guang Yi, a few athletic types, and a plethora of masks. If counted within a single day, it should be 4. In a single day? And 4. Haida was astonished. She had only encountered the knowledge sovereign. Who were they? Cyber Qin, memory, destruction, Emperor Bao's fate, and joy. After hearing this, Haida glanced at the data. That doesn't add up. You do not possess a joy destiny. You should have been shot away by Emperor Bao's fate. Cang Ze scratched his head, uncertain whether he had indeed encountered Emperor Bao's fate, if he had seen the arrows. That should count as an encounter. Haida fell silent, reflecting on the events of the past when the hunting star god randomly shot arrows. It turned out to be protective. Your fracture must be a boon from abundance. Something must have transpired in your past. Abundance exists at your core, while destruction is a path you have willingly embarked upon. For Xianzhou to keep you, they must have made a significant decision. Haida no longer felt the need for further experimentation. A mere glance was sufficient. If she truly wished to understand Cang Ze's situation, a dedicated experiment would be necessary, which Xianzhou would undoubtedly prohibit, and furthermore, they were out on a mission with limited time. Is there anything else you require from me? Cang Ze inquired, as the robotic arm retracted, standing up to face Haida. She was indeed striking, her violet eyes transitioning into a soft brown-purple gradient, exuding confidence, though slightly flat-chested. Nevertheless, as a genius, she should be able to manage it. There is no need for that. I will send the positioning of Zhao Yizha to Jing Yuan later. Please visit the space station whenever you have time. Haida is currently employing her own methods to determine the whereabouts of Zhao Yizha. At this moment, she is clicking away under the bewildered gaze of Cang Ze. Chapter 65. Barbecue at the space station. Cang Ze exited the laboratory, and it was already afternoon in the universe. Haida had also deduced the current gathering place of Zhao Yizha. It cannot be said that it is a matter of Xianzhou cuisine. It merely indicates a different approach, as Haida calculated it using her own equipment. Truly, the esteemed Haida is deserving of her reputation as a genius. Upon receiving Haida's location, Jing Yuan commended her, and ever since Cang Ze emerged safely from the laboratory, they had lowered their guard. Others began to acknowledge her as a genuine prodigy. Haida evidently relished the praise and seemed to adopt a slightly haughty demeanor. Merely a few tricks. Thank you, Miss Haida. We shall stay the night and set off tomorrow. Jing Yuan performed a complete fist salute to express his admiration for Haida. No one inquired about the results of Haida's experiment. They would leave that explanation to Cang Ze upon returning to the warship. Feel free to make yourselves at home. You need not concern yourselves with the faces of the company's personnel. This is my territory. Should you require supplies, they are available here. After Haida concluded, she turned to leave, pondering whether she should begin preparing for Cang Ze's experiment. Meeting 4 star gods within a single day must be a remarkable feat to warrant such treatment. Let us first replenish our credit points. The general has already prepared them for us. Whatever rare items we wish to acquire should be sufficient. The military merits of the 6 individuals could purchase a small planet, so there was no need to worry about finances. Even if they fell short, they could simply send the bill to Xianzhou. Once the procurement was completed, they returned to the warship. Cang Ze had purchased ingredients, while Jing Yuan acquired some practical items, including a stylish outfit from Yingxing for Cang Ze. Baiheng bought several toys, while Yingxing found little of interest, as Yingxing lacked particularly rare metals and only purchased some local specialty beverages. Feng also found little to entice him, as the tea was inferior to that of Xianzhou. Jingliu was similarly unenthusiastic, as Xianzhou offered everything one could desire. Cang Ze managed to procure some unfamiliar meat, which he first fried. The aroma was delightful, and after marinating and coating it in flour, he fried it again. The scent intensified, and upon tasting, he found it quite delectable, perfect for a snack for Sister Baiheng later. The warship docked at Haida's space station platform, spacious enough to accommodate a battleship. As personnel from the company gradually departed, the area became quite serene. After a while, it felt almost deserted, with only a few research staff and Haida remaining, rendering the space station akin to a desolate zone, illuminated solely by the starry sky and the lights of the station. The meat Cang Ze purchased was ideal for grilling and frying. Bored of remaining on the warship, they disembarked and began grilling skewers on the platform. With a leisurely day ahead, they could head straight to Zhao Yi's lair tomorrow. As of now, Xianzhou Yi had not reported any contact between the Huike tribe and Zhao Yi, so there was ample time. Cang Ze and Jing Yuan were leisurely grilling, noting that it was only a little past 4 in the afternoon. Yingxing took out the newly purchased alcohol, making use of it. Baiheng, Yingxing, and the others merely sat on stools, chatting while awaiting the culinary offerings from the 2 chefs. Haida, observing the 2 white-haired individuals on the monitor, was at a loss for words. Why were they wearing black headscarves and pink foxhead aprons? Purple would have sufficed. The pink foxhead apron had been bought by Baiheng long ago, intended for herself and Jingliu, but given their lackluster culinary skills, it was bestowed upon Jing Yuan and Cang Ze instead. Cang Ze felt a bit embarrassed, as grilling skewers at someone else's doorstep seemed a tad inappropriate. However, Jing Yuan reassured him that Ms. Haida had invited them to feel at home. Cang Ze remarked, "Jing Yuan, you really are attentive to details. Should we extend an invitation to Haida? After all, this is a form of visiting. Not inviting the host seems a bit remiss." Cang Ze maintained his stance, advocating for reciprocity in etiquette. "That makes sense. Why don't you send a message? After all, Ms. Haida specifically added you." Subsequently, Cang Ze took out his phone and sent a message to Haida. "Ms. Haida, we are barbecuing on the platform. Would you care to join us? My culinary skills are quite commendable." A moment later, he received a swift response. Haida replied simply, and Cang Ze, undeterred, retrieved Haida's chair and utensils and returned to grilling. Haida strolled over, this time without her pointed hat, dressed in seemingly more casual attire, though she still wore her stockings and boots. Baiheng proactively pulled out a chair for Haida, indicating for her to take a seat. Haida sat beside Baiheng and Cang Ze, who explained the situation when he brought out the chair. "I didn't expect you to possess such refined tastes." After taking her seat, Baiheng even filled a glass for her, relishing the leisurely moments. "Ms. Haida, one must seize the day, although I cannot fathom what geniuses like you engage in. Prolonged experimentation surely takes a toll on both body and mind. Much like Yingxing, who confines herself to the arms manufacturing bureau day in and day out, emerging only to devour 3 bowls of rice." Upon hearing Baiheng's words, Yingxing instinctively tightened her toes, driven by the enticing aroma of Cang Ze's cooking. Having fasted for a day and night, the scent of Cang Ze's cuisine prompted her to indulge in several bowls. "Hee, Sister Baiheng, isn't Yingxing crafting weapons for you? She is dedicating herself wholly to your curved bow." Cang Ze divided the meat skewers into 5 portions, placing 1 in front of Haida, while the remaining 4 were within easy reach. "I know," Yingxing, Baiheng teased, and Yingxing fell for it. "Do try Ms. Haida, though it is merely ordinary ingredients. With care, it shall be delectable." After speaking, Cang Ze returned to grilling. Though Haida was indeed a genius, must she wait to partake in her first skewer until after she had prepared herself? "You may eat. Why do you all stare at me?" Unfazed, Haida inhaled the mouth-watering aroma and took a bite. "Delightful. This is Zhanglixing pork, rich yet not greasy, the flavors of the meat and spices harmonizing beautifully. Delicious. I will allow you access to my refrigerator." Haida's praise, though simple, carried the weight of a genius's endorsement, signifying it was indeed remarkable. "Of course, ever since we tasted the meals prepared by Cang Ze, we have lost interest in dining out." Once Haida began to eat, the others followed suit. Cang Ze and Jing Yuan ensured that the skewers had minimal stick ends, allowing for easy consumption. Cang Ze grilled exclusively for Haida, preparing both grilled fish and squid, which she thoroughly enjoyed. Each piece was divided into manageable portions, enabling her to eat without effort. The others used chopsticks, as was customary in Xianzhou. "Who needs forks? I can pick up anything with chopsticks, even a hefty bone." After finishing, Cang Ze removed her headscarf but kept the apron on, as she would soon return to heat the skewers. Jing Yuan, regardless of Haida's genius status, simply wished to eat. Having lived with Cang Ze for so long, dining was a significant affair, and she had also prepared a bowl of warm noodles to whet his appetite. Chapter 66. The genius in Cang Ze's heart under Cang Ze's attentive feeding. Haida gradually began to drink, loosening up her demeanor, largely due to the down-to-earth nature of her companions, all brought forth by Cang Ze. You might wonder if the company personnel had remained, would they behave similarly? The answer is assuredly yes. The company personnel would only envy the aromas wafting from their gathering, never daring to mock them. Perhaps a few might, but they would not dare voice their thoughts in the presence of the 6 formidable individuals. Ms. Haida, do you geniuses spend all your time conducting experiments? Baiheng, the most cheerful member of the team, inquired, intrigued by her first encounter with the elite of the Genius Club. Indeed, we study the unknown aspects of the universe according to our own philosophies. Haida held a skewer in her right hand as she responded to the fox girl from the tribe, observing those around her indulging in their food. She too began to partake, finding it quite convenient. Jing Yuan, you mentioned wanting to research something. Could it be that you aspire to be a genius of the Genius Club? Perhaps to orchestrate an unprecedented war to utterly eradicate the bountiful creatures? Cang Ze firmly believed that Jing Yuan was indeed a genius. He had unwavering faith in him. Curiously, Haida glanced at the tall, white-haired figure devouring his meal, then at Cang Ze, who seemed to view Jing Yuan, the acknowledged genius, as superior. Upon hearing the suggestion of annihilating the bountiful creatures, Jing Yuan broke into a sweat, grateful for his friend's confidence. If it were possible, he mused, he would be a hunter's envoy instead of a knowledge envoy. Dan Feng interjected, Cang Ze, we belong to the Xianzhou Alliance. If Jing Yuan were to achieve such a feat, he would only be a hunter's envoy, akin to one of the 7 generals of the Imperial Bow. Oh, Cang Ze inquired, what does a genius look like in your eyes? Haida, intrigued, found Cang Ze to be remarkably different, possessing thoughts unconfined by this world. Jing Yuan, whether leading troops in a battle or tackling crises, would always be the first to devise solutions. That is genius. Yingxing, a craftsman of divine weapons for the Xianzhou, exemplifies genius. Both Yingxing and Jing Yuan shared a moment of joy, knowing they were regarded as geniuses in Cang Ze's eyes, especially in front of the esteemed members of the Genius Club, whose influence surpassed that of Haida. Sister Baiheng, a genius aviator, can traverse any perilous situation. That is genius. Master Jingliu, with unmatched swordsmanship. That is genius. Dan Feng, endowed with the power of the Dragon Sovereign, excels in both medicine and combat. That is genius. The crowd nodded in agreement, affirming the accolades. Cang Ze, you haven't said a word about Ms. Haida. Haven't you noticed her displeased expression? Indeed, Cang Ze replied, after hearing your praises. It is clear they are geniuses in their respective fields. But tell me, how would you describe me? Haida challenged him, not begrudging her position, but feeling slightly overlooked. Despite knowing of their close bond, Cang Ze regarded Haida's smile, sensing a hint of danger, and pondered. Ms. Haida is unparalleled, exceedingly intelligent, and possesses beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall. Upon hearing this, Haida's smile brightened with joy. Well said. You are indeed correct, she declared, feeling elated as she wished to preserve the moment. Cang Ze had discerned Haida's essence from their first encounter, noticing her curiosity upon disembarking the ship, her subsequent departure after his refusal, and her return after completing her experiments, leaving satisfied. After receiving a compliment from Jing Yuan, she basked in the praise, believing that if Cang Ze lauded her, the matter would be settled. While Haida reveled in the attention, Jingliu felt discontent. What benefits have you received from praising this woman? Is Master not as captivating? Cang Ze suddenly sensed a chill at his feet and quickly glanced at Master, who seemed slightly irked. Master, in my eyes, you are graceful as a startled swan and elegant as a swimming dragon. You shine brighter than autumn chrysanthemums and flourish like spring pines. Jing Yuan was taken aback and turned to scrutinize Cang Ze, exclaiming, Who are you? Quickly return the foolish Cang Ze to me. Cang Ze rolled his eyes at Jing Yuan, knowing he had some education in his previous life, but could not recall the entirety of the phrases. Thank you, little Cang Ze, Baiheng said, playfully shaking Jingliu's arm. Jingliu remained speechless, realizing that Cang Ze was complimenting her, not the other way around. Yingxing pondered deeply, suddenly astonished. Is this truly Cang Ze? I even agree with Jing Yuan. It seems he has been possessed. Yingxing, Dan Feng, and Jing Yuan were not envious. They would not compare themselves to the two women. Just moments ago, Cang Ze had referred to them as geniuses in his heart, and that alone sufficed for their satisfaction. Haida felt somewhat overshadowed and fixated on Cang Ze, suggesting, Why not use the Xianzhou style to praise me as well? Pure water brings forth the lotus, unadorned by artifice, Cang Ze remarked, recognizing her desire. Ms. Haida, you resemble a freshly bloomed lotus in crystal-clear water, pure and vibrant, without a trace of artificial embellishment. Jing Yuan explained the meaning of this statement to Haida, who appeared to grasp the essence of Xianzhou culture. He understood that she could translate it, but she needed time to contemplate. Cang Ze's words captivated Haida, combining simplicity with an appreciation of Xianzhou culture. Jingliu and Baiheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ms. Haida was extraordinarily beautiful, albeit a bit fierce. But was that not the essence of Cang Ze's praise for her natural beauty? Indeed, this genius is as such, Haida proclaimed, standing with hands on her hips, determined to treat Cang Ze as a distinguished guest, akin to the geniuses. She promptly sat down, having been elevated by Cang Ze's compliments, nearly revealing her true nature. The group laughed silently, raising their cups to drink. The next day, Haida bid farewell to the 6 warriors of Yunshang as they departed. Standing on the space station platform, she watched the rapidly vanishing warship, hoping that Cang Ze might return to the space station one day. Cang Ze had prepared many delectable dishes for her, which she had saved, and she began to appreciate his culinary skills, finding them to align perfectly with her tastes. When we meet again, she pondered, never mind. I should first study Cang Ze's abilities. If trouble arises in the future, I might be able to save him. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan incessantly lamented aboard the warship. Who are you? Quickly return the Cang Ze who mixed spaghetti with concrete to me. Chapter 67. Observing the 3 reflections. Wow, is this truly the star system we inhabit? Baiheng exclaimed, glancing at the warship's projected map, densely populated with red icons representing the creatures. Jing Yuan's smile faded. They had ventured deep into enemy territory. He had reported to the Xianzhou that they had discovered the stronghold of the Wingmakers. Should they dare to attack, war would be imminent. The others stood ready, with Yingxing directly controlling the warship's weapons, prepared to retaliate at the slightest hint of danger. I think we should come up with a code signal. It would be useful if the situation turns dire, Yingxing suggested, believing that the group ought to establish a signal instead of resorting to cries of attack. Run. Retreat. They were all too obvious. Jing Yuan recalled that he and Cang Ze had a signal, albeit rather complex, and proposed a simpler one. Observing the 3 reflections, Feng proposed, leaving Cang Ze momentarily dumbfounded. Was that not from the Annihilation? Did Xianzhou also have it? The command is absolute, Yingxing chimed in, leaving Cang Ze utterly bewildered. Was that not from the Zhuan? Had he traversed time again? Borrowing from the city, Jing Yuan concluded with the last phrase. Cang Ze approached Jing Yuan, shaking him to inquire, are you all time travelers? Why did I not encounter these phrases while studying in Xianzhou? Jing Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What was wrong with Cang Ze? Did he disagree with the code? No worries, this code is excellent, Cang Ze conceded, realizing his intellect could not keep pace with theirs. Jing Yuan clarified the content of the code for Cang Ze. In a rapidly changing battlefield, one must remain steadfast. Commands are like mountains and must be followed absolutely. Even in dire straits, one must vow to fight to the death. Jing Yuan sensed that Cang Ze had not comprehended the situation. After a brief discussion among the group, they addressed Cang Ze, reminding him that they would support him during their recitation. Cang Ze appeared somewhat disheartened. Hey, little Cang Ze, do not lose heart. You excel in certain aspects. Baiheng encouraged, reaching up to pat Cang Ze on the head. The aspects she referred to likely pertained to his ability to charm young ladies. The warship gradually approached the planet with the highest concentration of red dots. Its shape had deviated from the usual spherical form, resembling branches, suggesting it was modeled after the abundant Jiamu. The Jiaoyi, having previously faced devastation at the hands of the Obliteration Legion, now possessed significantly diminished technology. Upon landing on the Jiaoyi's planet, they encountered no immediate threats. Have you not noticed? Or is it? Cang Ze gripped the hilt of his sword, remaining vigilant. The Jiaoyi, having once battled against the ancient nation's celestial vessels, still posed a potential danger. Someone has spotted us, Feng remarked, glancing at a small black dot in the sky, likely a Jiaoyi. Oh, rather than fleeing, it approaches us? Jing Yuan teased, observing the enlarging black dot above. This was a phrase Cang Ze often used during their training sessions, particularly when he found himself on the receiving end of Cang Ze's prowess. As the Jiaoyi drew closer, its wings began to flutter, and upon recognition, it broke into a sweat. By the heavens, The 6 heroes of Yuntai have penetrated our lair. What are those patrolling doing? The Jiaoyi had heard of the renowned 6 heroes of Yuntai, who had shattered the Battle King's head and captured him alive. Their diminutive stature could not withstand such confrontation. The Jiaoyi attempted to flee, but was ensnared by a torrent of water conjured by Dan Feng. Cang Ze observed the Jiaoyi. Despite kneeling, towered over them. They possessed wings and avian features, such as claws and slender shins. What do you celestial vessels intend to do? We, the Jiaoyi, have not transgressed against you for centuries. The Jiaoyi felt increasingly uneasy under their scrutinizing gaze. Take us to your Yu Huang. We require negotiations. The Jiaoyi panicked, realizing he was merely a Tizong, incapable of making such decisions. The hierarchy among the Jiaoyi was as follows: Yu Huang, Weitian, warriors; Tizong, scholars; Huzhong, servants; and Xianzizhong, laborers. Cang Ze remained silent, merely gesturing with his sword, which instantly cleaved a distant boulder in two. All right, I shall guide you there, the Jiaoyi acquiesced, recognizing his earlier oversight in failing to identify Lord Heidao and Yu. This Jiaoyi, displaying wisdom in the face of adversity, led the group to the Yu Huang's palace. Surrounding Jiaoyi rushed to inform the Yu Huang and the Wei Tian that the celestial vessels had arrived. Upon receiving the news, the Yu Huang also broke into a sweat. Could this celestial vessel be preparing for war? I am aware of their tendencies. If they engage, it will be an annihilation. The Yu Huang found himself in a quandary. They had yet to strike, but seemed intent on negotiations. However, in the eyes of the celestial vessels, they were merely remnants of abundance, leaving one to ponder what could possibly be negotiated. Jing Yuan and his companions were ushered into the grand hall, where they beheld the Yu Huang seated upon the throne. The attendees paid little heed to the Yu Huang's demeanor, for they were all sworn adversaries. What brings the celestial vessels here? Although we are foes, we have not encroached upon your territory in recent centuries, the Yu Huang stated, indicating that they had not caused trouble and merely wished to peacefully develop. The notion of infringing upon the celestial vessels could be addressed at a later time. Yu Huang, what is your perspective on the Huiyu tribe? Jing Yuan inquired, a smile gracing his face. The Yu Huang scrutinized the white-haired youth, finding his smile somewhat unsettling. The Huiyu tribe? What? Are the celestial vessels planning to eradicate them? The Yu Huang rose, his previous composure faltering as perspiration continued to bead on his brow. The Yu Huang's position was not one easily occupied. What did this tall, white-haired individual intend by mentioning the Huiyu tribe? After a moment of contemplation, he wondered if the Jiaoyi feared their alliance. One tribe in the sky and another on the ground. If that were the case, the celestial vessels would suffer significant losses. The Yu Huang concluded that his thoughts were indeed correct, but he could not openly convey this. It would be a provocation against the celestial vessels, who were known for their fervent beliefs in hunting. One moment of provocation could lead to the celestial vessels launching an attack. It seems you have grasped the situation well. This spares us the need for further discourse. Jing Yuan remarked, taken aback by the Yu Huang's restraint. This was tantamount to insult, and had they arrived with a mission of assassination, Cang Ze and his master could have easily reduced the Yu Huang to mere pulp from this distance. A loud knock echoed through the palace doors. The Yu Huang was perplexed. Could it be the Huiyu tribe? Oh no, not them. The Yu Huang did not even consider who might be arriving. Jing Yuan resumed his harmless demeanor, exuding an aura of innocence. Enter. The Yu Huang, resigned, anticipated that the Huiyu tribe had indeed arrived. As the doors swung open, Cang Ze and Jingliu turned to see a towering centaur clad in exoskeleton stride into the hall. Cang Ze had locked onto the Huiyu envoy the moment the door opened. The envoy of the Huiyu tribe, also sweating profusely, advanced acutely aware of the murderous intent directed at him. However, with a mission at hand, he accepted the risk. Should the Jiaoyi and Huiyu tribes unite, they could surely deliver a significant blow to one of the celestial vessels. Ignoring the celestial vessels present, the Huiyu envoy acknowledged the 6 heroes of Yuntai, feeling his demise was imminent. Damn it! The celestial vessels have gone too far. Is no one going to intervene? Your Highness Yu Huang, I am the envoy of the Huiyu tribe, here to propose an alliance with the Jiaoyi, the envoy stated, mustering his courage as he felt the intensity of the murderous aura intensify. The Yu Huang's lips curled in irritation. You should have arrived sooner. Well, Huiyu envoy, how fortuitous that you have come. The Jiaoyi Yu Huang has just received a mandate from the celestial vessels, Jing Yuan remarked, still smiling, leaving the Huiyu envoy astonished. but inciting the Yu Huang's fury. He dared to claim that he had received the command from Xianzhou. This nearly provoked the Yu Huang into declaring war on the spot. But he restrained himself, knowing that now was not the time for conflict. The Zhao Ija were technologically inferior, significantly lagging behind. It was futile to engage in such a battle. The emissary from the Hui Kwa clan looked up at the Yu Huang, whose fury was about to erupt, and decided to stoke the flames of his anger. Yu Huang, must we endure such humiliation from Xianzhou? Are we to remain silent in the face of such insults? We, the Hui Kwa clan, are willing to join forces with the Zhao Ija to combat Xianzhou. The Yu Huang chuckled, a cold, mocking laughter echoing in his heart, and then posed a lethal question. Can your clan leader withstand the strikes of Heidao and you and Wu Xiaofeiguang? The Hu Leijian show has turned to glass. One wrong move, and it shatters. Are your clan leaders stronger than Hu Lei? The emissary from the Hui Kwa clan fell silent. The Yu Huang continued his assault. Where shall we wage war? Who will lead the charge? Look at our Zhao Ija soldiers. Do their armors rival those of Xianzhou? If you seek death, can you not do it without dragging us along? Even if we form an alliance, what good will it do? Can we withstand the onslaught of arrows from the Xianzhou hunters? With each word, the Yu Huang's agitation grew, and so did his despair. Xianzhou was indeed formidable. The emissary from the Hui Kwa clan surrendered entirely. It was evident that the Zhao Ija were only keen on developing their own strength. While the crisis facing the Hui Kwa clan was insurmountable, the emissary wished to say more, but was interrupted by the Yu Huang. Get lost, the Yu Huang commanded, ordering his attendants to escort the emissary from the Hui Kwa clan away. Even if the Zhao Ija were to retaliate against the Xianzhou alliance, now was not the time, especially since the malice of Heidao and Yu was directly aimed at them. En alliance? What nonsense! If I even utter the word alliance, he might turn me into mincemeat. You have witnessed the sincerity of the Zhao Ija. The Yu Huang was about to finish his statement, but he awaited the reaction of the white-haired envoy. The Yu Huang understood the gravity of the situation. The Xianzhou side was already aware. He hoped that when Xianzhou moved against the Hui Kwa clan, they would not encounter the Zhao Ija. After that, everyone departed the Grand Hall, making their way to their warships. The Yu Huang, watching the 6 retreating figures, was consumed by rage, unable to contain himself any longer. He began to smash objects in the hall, terrifying the maidens who had never witnessed such fury from him before. Such brazen arrogance! How dare they? What gives the Xianzhou alliance the right? Cursed! Cursed! Those accursed followers of the demon Bao. The Yu Huang vented his emotions wildly within the palace. The others understood the depth of his fury, but it was not their concern. They recalled how, during the war against Luofu, the Zhao Ija had driven the Qiong to attack the alliance, nearly overwhelming Luofu. A few returned to their warships, and Baiheng piloted their vessel out of Zhao Ija territory. Their warship faced no opposition. After all, the followers of the demon Bao adhered to the principle of exacting vengeance on those far away. Jing Yuan then entered the conference room to report to General Teng Xiao, who subsequently informed the marshal. Next came the matter of Yao Qing. The Xianzhou was bound to achieve a great victory, and Luofu needed to recuperate. Upon receiving Jing Yuan's report, General Teng Xiao burst into laughter in the general's mansion. While the surrounding guards of the Cloud Riders were aware that Lord Lu Shang had accomplished his mission, General Teng Xiao, still chuckling, proceeded toward the conference room to immediately report to the marshal, followed by a high-level meeting of Xianzhou officials. Everyone recognized that Jing Yuan and his team had successfully completed their mission, delivering a resounding slap to the Yu Huang of the Zhao Ija, serving as a consolation for the fallen Cloud Riders. The Zhao Ija would inevitably face retribution from Xianzhou. The situation reported by Jing Yuan indicated that the Zhao Ija were currently in no position to wage war against Xianzhou due to their technological shortcomings, which relieved the generals. Ultimately, the task of dealing with the Hui Kwa clan fell to Yao Qing, who had been eagerly awaiting this opportunity. A decisive victory was imperative. Luofu had enjoyed its reputation for too long. It was time for Yao Qing to shine. Teng Xiao did not seek to claim all the credit. He could easily continue to send Luofu troops to confront the Hui Kwa clan. However, out of consideration, he acknowledged that Yao Qing was the spearhead of Xianzhou, and since Lu Shang had already taken the lead, the remainder was entrusted to Yao Qing. Upon receiving General Teng Xiao's message, Jing Yuan and the others felt relieved. The general did not summon the six back immediately, but instead told them they could enjoy themselves for a while, as long as they did not encounter Yao Qing. After all, if Yi were to cross paths with them, she would surely stop them and lead them in a battle. Dan Feng, on the other hand, was indifferent. The current Dragon Master dared not engage in banter with him, and daily reports were meticulously submitted to him. Jing Yuan was equally unconcerned. He had long desired to explore Luofu, and now was a perfect opportunity. Baiheng was the happiest, as she was a true traveler, and this time, she was accompanied by Jing Lu and others. Chapter 69. Ruan Mei. The itinerary was determined by Baiheng, who had the final say on which planet they would visit. After all, the others had little to contribute, and Cang Ze could not help but think that this was akin to exploration. However, they were merely enjoying themselves, which had nothing to do with actual exploration. Ultimately, Baiheng selected a dark blue planet, Haida Space Station. Haida examined the blood sample in her hand, a remnant of Cang Ze's experimental material for her research. Lacking expertise in biology, she invited Ruan Mei, the 81st seat of the Genius Club. I did not expect Lady Haida to invite me. Is there a dilemma? Upon her arrival, Ruan Mei seemed to absorb all the color from the laboratory, leaving only her presence, still radiating warmth. Her long, dark hair was casually tied up, secured by a silver hairpin as delicate as a thread, adorned with tiny glass beads that jingled softly as she moved. She wore a moon-white short coat, the fabric subtly patterned with faint plum branch motifs, visible only when light grazed it. Her bare feet rested in semi-transparent soft-soled shoes, which were made of living gel. As she walked, they released a faint scent of plum blossoms that dissipated after 10 breaths, both disinfecting and fragrant. Haida glanced at this woman, thinking herself more beautiful, for she was unparalleled in wisdom and grace, the illustrious Lady Haida. I have a friend whose body embodies 4 intertwining destinies, with destruction as the foremost, abundance as the foundation, and hunting and memory as the auxiliaries. Here is his blood. Haida knew Ruan Mei would be intrigued. She was a genius in this field and could surely decipher Cang Ze's condition. Ruan Mei was indeed fascinated, stepping forward to take the blood sample. Just by looking at it, she discerned its abnormality. It bore the characteristics of the Xianzhou people, albeit with some peculiarities. Interesting. Then I shall study it, Ruan Mei declared, disregarding Haida entirely. Even in the Haida space station, once her experimental curiosity was piqued, she would ignore anyone else unless they were a machine head standing nearby. Haida noted that the blood sample she had provided was not exhaustive. She too needed to conduct her own research. Subsequently, she exited the laboratory and entered another, striving to derive a different answer. For surely 2 geniuses could not be stymied by Cang Ze. Cang Ze and his companions began to wander this planet, which, while offering some unique apparel, otherwise closely resembled their company's establishments, clearly dominated by corporate presence. Boring. I thought this would be a special planet, but it's just filled with corporate facilities. Baiheng's enthusiasm waned, giving her the urge to intervene and correct the situation. They did not even purchase any local specialties. Everything was tailored to corporate standards, completely devoid of uniqueness. Let us head back. This star system is too close to Luofu, and the surroundings are likely filled with corporate products, Yingxing suggested, indifferent, as the 4 men were merely enjoying a leisurely stroll. General Teng Xiao had instructed them to spend some time outside, but 2 planets were sufficient. It was not an invitation to become nameless explorers neglecting their homes. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was time to return to Luofu. They had come to this nearby star region to respond swiftly to General Teng Xiao's orders. More than 10 days later, Ruan Mei examined the 4 sets of destiny data in her hand. The blood could only provide data. So to simulate the friend described by Haida, she directly created a small life form. After injecting her friend's blood, a life force instantaneously expanded, transforming into a tree that devoured the original essence entirely. Ruan Mei observed the tree with indifference. It appeared unsatiated, attempting to consume her as well. With a mere wave of her hand, she froze the tree in place. The intelligence gathered indicated that her friend was a Xianzhou person, albeit with a constitution unlike that of a typical Xianzhou individual. The bounty of abundance had nearly reached the level of a messenger. Yet it seemed this power did not originate from him. Ruan Mei was suddenly at a loss for words. Why couldn't the Haida provide her friends information? What was the purpose of such secrecy? She subsequently contacted Haida, urging her to reveal the truth. Upon arrival, Haida gazed at the tree within the laboratory, speculating that its abundant power likely stemmed from the blood of Cang Ze, as her analysis diverged from Ruan Mei's biological perspective. To her astonishment, Haida realized that her friend was indeed a Xianzhou individual, possibly one of the recently renowned 6 heroes of the clouds. Ruan Mei smiled at Haida, pondering what was there to hide about the 6 heroes of the clouds. They were merely a group of formidable warriors fighting for Xianzhou, while she sought to unravel the mysteries of life itself. Haida crossed her arms, observing Ruan Mei with a hint of concern. She feared Cang Ze might come into contact with Ruan Mei, as she would not hesitate to conduct experiments on him, even if he possessed a more potent bounty of abundance. Nevertheless, she had already acknowledged him, and her only wish was to prevent Cang Ze from harm. If the other 5 heroes discovered this, Luofu could very well intervene. Indeed, his name was Cang Ze, known as the Black Blade of the 6 heroes of the clouds. The only source of information she had was from his own words, and now, any inquiry would be stymied by Xianzhou's restrictions. Haida candidly noted that she was aware of the arm guard on Cang Ze's left arm, crafted by Yingxing. Utilizing the power of fate conversion combined with the bounty of abundance infused by the undying dragonborn, preventing the golden fissures from spreading to his heart. She conveyed all this to Ruan Mei. The golden cracks would likely proliferate only when fed by the power of fate, and indeed, the arm guard served as a remedy. After all, they could not gamble on what might transpire if the fissures reached the heart. However, she speculated that it could lead to a fall into a demonic state. Considering that the bounty of abundance did not seem to be his own, Haida furrowed her brow, pondering the implications of the bounty of abundance not being intrinsic to Cang Ze. As a Xianzhou individual, he had been born with the bounty of abundance. Could he have received a blessing later in life? This seemed implausible, as he had never encountered the god of abundance. In a single day, he had met 4 star gods: destruction, joy, memory, and hunt, yet he had not seen the god of abundance. Thus, the notion of a latter blessing could be dismissed. Ruan Mei nearly choked on her coffee, contemplating the improbability of encountering 4 star gods in a single day. She considered that Haida would not lie. I have concluded that he has been infected. His power is at the level of the bounty of abundance. Ruan Mei remained unperturbed, continuing to analyze her findings with a calm demeanor. Haida quickly grasped the implication. If it were an infection, it made sense. The fissures were unconscious yet susceptible to power erosion. Cang Ze had mentioned that he had carried the fissures since childhood, likely due to a less robust constitution that couldn't contain them. As he matured, refraining from using the power of fate prevented further growth. It seems you have discerned the truth. What have you discovered regarding his 4 paths of fate? Ruan Mei knew that Haida would approach the matter from a different angle. For every genius is a dangerous entity marked by profound knowledge. He was extraordinary, so much so that the universe could not confine him. Yet fate appeared to seal his destiny within this realm. I am not a fictional historian, and I cannot verify this aspect. From genetic analysis, he is undoubtedly a Xianzhou person, Haida reflected, contemplating how to articulate the manifestation of the power of fate within him. The 4 powers of fate appeared remarkably stable, akin to having 4 batteries installed. Haida's analogy was both delightful and comprehensible. But what if someone forcefully dismantled them and installed the power of destruction instead? Would he not become the Lord of Annihilation? Ruan Mei jested lightly, only to realize the gravity of her words. Haida was equally taken aback. Such a scenario was plausible, though a messenger could not achieve this. Yet he had been subjected to a glimpse from Nanak. The two exchanged a knowing glance, sensing that something significant lay ahead. Chapter 70 Me, the Lord of Annihilation. Haida, inspired by Ruan Mei's jest, turned her focus to calculations. Cang Ze had already met the conditions to become the Lord of Annihilation. Nanak could indeed intervene once more to refine Cang Ze into the Lord of Annihilation. After all, they must not forget how the star Howl came to be. She had initially been an infinite matriarch of the harmonious world, later refined into the Lord of Annihilation by Nanak's hand, ultimately falling into darkness as one of Nanak's most frequently utilized generals. Ruan Mei stood beside Haida, observing her calculations as she used known variables to assess unknown probabilities incorporating Cang Ze as a conditional factor. Yuan Mei furrowed her brow, watching Haida reveal results that approached near certainty. Unyielding, Haida attempted to alter the conditions, integrating variables such as intelligence and cooperation, yet the outcome remained destruction. She removed the destruction variable and recalculated, but the result showed that even without it, Nanak would emerge to consume Cang Ze. Yuan Mei observed Haida's various calculations, sensing her growing anxiety. Indeed, if Cang Ze were to become the Lord of Annihilation, the balance of this universe would be irrevocably shattered. What if we were to eliminate Cang Ze? Yuan Mei suggested softly, leaving Haida momentarily speechless as she gritted her teeth and input the data. The outcome still leaned towards annihilation. Nanak would save him, leading him entirely towards destruction. With the other 5 heroes involved in the calculations, Cang Ze would feel abandoned and cease to resist, allowing destruction to reshape him. Yuan Mei had no ties to Cang Ze and felt no compulsion to consider his fate. If they united the forces of Xianzhou and the geniuses, could they not extinguish him? Could he truly fragment the universe? Haida pondered, realizing that such a test was extreme and contradicted Cang Ze's character. Having interacted with him, she recognized that the other 5 heroes were of utmost importance to him. Even after a single day's acquaintance, he had gone to great lengths to prepare exquisite meals for her, demonstrating a meticulousness that surpassed even his own creations. Haida added the condition of willpower to Cang Ze's parameters. Yuan Mei questioned whether Mir could indeed resist the transformative force of destruction. The result remained annihilation. Yet this time it was distinct. The progress perpetually stalled at the halfway mark. Soon, the machine began to emit smoke, and Yuan Mei swiftly extinguished the small fire. The ability of the calculations to overheat Haida's machine was intriguing. It suggested that Cang Ze's annihilation could not be computed, and that the stalling progress indicated an eternal inability to fully succumb to destruction. However, he would still inevitably become destruction. Haida was unconcerned about the machine or the subsequent servers. This was the limit of her calculations. Otherwise, she too would risk burning out like the device. Haida, this is merely your data simulation. Ultimately, reality prevails. Yuan Mei did not offer comfort, refraining from stating that these data were ultimately fictitious. They were merely calculating probabilities. And clearly, the majority of outcomes leaned towards total annihilation. Haida promptly retrieved her phone and dialed Cang Ze. Indeed, Yuan Mei was correct. This was merely data, and ultimately, reality would dictate the outcome. She wished to cease her calculations. As a genius, she sought to conquer this conundrum. At Luofu Xianzhou, the 6 individuals were enjoying dinner when Cang Ze's phone began to vibrate. "It's Miss Haida," Cang Ze noted as he glanced at the caller ID before answering, needing no pretense before his companions. Activating the speakerphone, he inquired first, "Miss Haida, how may I assist you?" "Cang Ze, you have returned to Luofu, correct? Is there anyone around you?" "Yes, we 6 are having dinner together." "What's the matter?" Cang Ze was perplexed as to why there was anything that couldn't be discussed. "Well, I just wanted to inform you that, based on our experimental hypotheses," Haida divulged her findings alongside Yuan Mei's results, leaving the 6 stunned. "What?" "Cang Ze was once blessed by a certain bountiful envoy, and ultimately, he is destined to become the Lord of Annihilation." Jingliu suddenly rose, summoning her fragmented sword, pointing it at Cang Ze's phone. Whenever matters concerning Cang Ze arose, she instinctively shielded him. "Ms. Haida, I hold you in high regard as a genius. Yet Cang Ze is a native of Xianzhou Luofu. He has only ventured beyond Luofu for battles throughout his life. He is merely a victim of fate. How could he possibly become the Lord of Annihilation in the end? Such notions are merely your calculations, devoid of substance, especially since the Xianzhou alliance possesses the Yuqia divination." Feng, having listened to Haida's explanation, began to ponder. The envoy's blessing? Infection? Was it related to that minor chaos of demonic shadows? Jing Yuan too found Haida's claims unbelievable. It was utterly absurd. If one were to suggest that Cang Ze might become a bountiful envoy, he could entertain that, but the notion of him becoming the Lord of Annihilation? That merely signifies embarking on a path of destruction, which is inconsequential. Yingxing noticed Feng's contemplation. He too recalled that minor chaos of demonic shadows, from which Cang Ze was born during his mother-esque state of demonic possession. "Ms. Haida, why must Cang Ze lean towards destruction? You have not elucidated this point. Moreover, We have always been at odds with the bountiful citizens. We have yet to encounter the forces of annihilation. Baiheng expressed her doubts, believing that while Cang Ze could indeed become a bountiful envoy, he could never become the Lord of Annihilation. Haida, hearing the questions from Jingliu and Baiheng, remained unperturbed. She had long discerned that Jingliu was someone who cared deeply for Cang Ze. I suspect that Cang Ze harbors a secret from his childhood. As soon as Haida confirmed the events of Cang Ze's early years, she could deduce the origin of the Golden Fisher. Cang Ze fell silent. Did he have a secret concerning an egg from his childhood? Eating moldy buns, perhaps? Or was it related to his identity as a time traveler? In my capacity as the Dragon Sovereign, I demanded information about Cang Ze from General Teng Xiao. Dan Feng interjected, explaining to everyone. Had he not done so, they would have had to approach the general, ultimately revealing to him that Cang Ze was destined to become the Lord of Annihilation, which would spell disaster. Regardless of the circumstances, Xianzhou would undoubtedly seek to control or eliminate Cang Ze immediately. This was not the outcome Dan Feng wished to see. So he had no choice but to fully cooperate with the members of the Genius Club to resolve the matter. Cang Ze, your mother is named Yunmi, and your father is named Songhai. During the chaos of demonic shadows, your mother fell into a state of demonic possession while pregnant with you. Yet through the power of maternal love, she ultimately gave birth to you. Dan Feng concluded, closing his eyes, for he had already witnessed the tears welling up in Cang Ze's eyes. Yingxing continued, through our investigations, it was revealed that the chaos of demonic shadows was instigated by someone, and subsequently, it was discovered that the merchant ships trading with Luofu were infused with bountiful power. General Teng Xiao also requested divination from the Yuchia Xianzhou, but yielded no results. This aligned perfectly. Cang Ze's mother was first infected and subsequently transmitted that to the unborn Cang Ze. Thus his powers stem from a certain bountiful envoy. Upon hearing about Cang Ze's childhood, Haida also witnessed a mother's determination, but was still left with a question. From where does Cang Ze's inclination towards destruction originate? Chapter 71. The Divination of Yuchia. After listening to the explanations, Jingliu stepped forward to embrace Cang Ze, who had succumbed to the darkness within. As Jingliu gazed at Cang Ze, his eyes devoid of focus and brilliance, she gently caressed his cheek. Unaware of Cang Ze's struggles, she resolved to remain by his side. Jing Yuan felt guilt wash over him. Ever since becoming a Xiaowei, he had secretly investigated Cang Ze's life in the orphanage, but shortly after the capture of Taitu, the orphanage had closed down. Those individuals were now scattered, their whereabouts unknown. After his release from prison, Taitu and his gang had gotten into a dispute, which led to a fatal incident and his eventual execution. Cang Ze bore no resentment towards Dan Feng or Yingxing for their silence. During their drinking session on the rooftop, he had sensed that they were undoubtedly investigating him. Their inquiries were ultimately for his own benefit, aimed at healing his golden fisher. Cang Ze, from where does your inclination towards destruction arise? Haida continued her probing, determined to understand what aspect of Cang Ze's essence had drawn the attention of the Lord of Annihilation, Nanak. Me? What inclination towards destruction? I am a citizen of Xianzhou, traversing the path of annihilation while embodying the essence of a hunter. Cang Ze paused, offering a smile towards his phone, responding to Haida's inquiry with an air of naturalness. Yet, those present detected a disquieting note in Cang Ze's smile. Haida, on the other end, unable to perceive the nuances through the phone, impulsively pressed on with a question. Cang Ze, would you ever harm your companions? Impossible. Cang Ze replied, without a moment's hesitation. A response he did not need to contemplate. Jing Yuan and the others firmly believed that Cang Ze would never harm himself. Their trust in him was unwavering. Ruanmei nodded at Haida, affirming that this was not merely an emotional response, but rather a reaction from the mind's immediate processing. I suggest you visit the space station. Both I and Ruanmei, the 81st member of the Genius Club, will be present to conduct an experiment to see if we can prevent certain occurrences. Haida proposed that Cang Ze come to the space station, confident that two geniuses and two wise envoys could surely manage to contain Cang Ze. However, Cang Ze declined the invitation, prompting Haida to chuckle, knowing he would eventually come. On the Xianzhou Yuchia, a diviner hurriedly submitted a divination report to Tai Bu, who upon reading it, was rendered speechless, casting a bewildered gaze at the diviner. As if to say, are you jesting with me? Cang Ze is the Lord of Annihilation. Are you perhaps a minion of the Dark Moon? Lord Taibu. Initially, I too was skeptical, but after divining for Lord Dark Moon, the results have been consistent. My colleagues have found the same. The diviner exclaimed breathlessly. Preferring to believe that Lord Dark Moon was the bountiful envoy rather than the Lord of Annihilation, Taibu furrowed his brow, then approached the divination platform to conduct a reading on Cang Ze, activating the entire array to perform a comprehensive divination. This cannot be right. It must be that I was distracted. I shall try again. Beads of sweat formed on Taibu's forehead as he repeated the divination, each result confirming that Cang Ze was to become the future Lord of Annihilation. This revelation sent chills down his spine. Was someone tampering with the divination? No matter how he approached the reading, the outcome remained unchanged. Taibu immediately sought out General Yuk to report this matter, and upon seeing over 30 divination documents laid before him, the general began to treat the issue with the seriousness it warranted. General, it seems that someone has interfered with the divination platform. Please order other Xianzhou diviners to conduct their readings as well. The general nodded in agreement, first reporting to the marshal, then notifying the other generals of the Xianzhou to have their diviners perform readings immediately. However, he refrained from informing General Teng Xiao, fearing an overly intense reaction. General Yuan Yue scrutinized the divination report in her hands, her fingers tightening around the document. She could not fathom why Cang Ze was deemed the future Lord of Annihilation. It was as if every divination from the other Xianzhou had been poisoned with the same conclusion. The marshal also regarded the situation as absurd, yet when multiple divination reports from the other Xianzhou yielded identical results, she began to take it seriously. The marshal confirmed that all the diviners across the various Xianzhou were functioning normally, and all presented a unified outcome. Compassion does not govern the military, the marshal reminded herself, suppressing any softness in her heart. She proceeded to call a meeting among the generals, summoning Teng Xiao as well. Teng Xiao, assuming they were preparing for another expedition, entered the projection conference room with a light-hearted demeanor, greeting each general. However, he soon noticed the grave expressions on their faces, including that of the marshal, and promptly subdued his smile, awaiting her address. In the shadowed presence of the marshal, despite her image being projected, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire conference room. Teng Xiao, has Cang Ze exhibited any abnormalities of late? Teng Xiao pondered for a moment, recalling that the young man had been somewhat melancholic recently. Inquiries directed at Jingliu and others yielded no concerns, but upon further investigation, he learned that it was likely due to Cang Ze's newfound awareness of his parents' circumstances. Marshal, Cang Ze has recently learned about his parents' circumstances, leaving him somewhat despondent. Nevertheless, he continues his training with Jing Yuan as usual. General Teng Xiao fully trusts the words spoken about the marshal. Yet he cannot fathom how Cang Ze could be the future Lord of Annihilation. How could someone so bountiful be associated with destruction? Could it be due to the last glance of Annihilation over Nanak? That seems implausible. Cang Ze is merely embarking on his destined path. The marshal remains silent, as do the other generals, which leaves Teng Xiao perplexed. Cang Ze seems to have no issues. He still goes to buy groceries and trains as scheduled, and he often enjoys the meals prepared by Cang Ze himself. A document suddenly crashes onto General Teng Xiao's table, containing only a single line. Cang Ze is the future Lord of Annihilation. This incites Teng Xiao's fury. Nonsense. This cannot be true. He hurls the document away, unable to tear the data file apart, and then points accusingly at General Yu Qie. Is it that you all cannot stand to see Cang Ze thrive? Must you resort to slander? Do you think I would believe such fabrications? General Yu Qie closes his eyes. Go ahead and insult me. I too believe Cang Ze is not the Lord of Annihilation, but my singular opinion cannot sway the other generals or the marshal. Yueyu, why are you silent? Do you also believe this? Teng Xiao then turns to General Yaoqing Xianzhou. General Yaoqing speaks up. Teng Xiao, I do not believe it either. But aside from the Taibu of Luofu, all the Taibu from other Xianzhou have foretold the same outcome. Regardless of the diviners, each has predicted the same 10 words. Initially, we suspected an invasion of the Taibu, but checks and tests confirmed that the divination platform remains intact. After saying this, General Yueyu closes her eyes, indicating her stance. Despite her admiration for Cang Ze, she will not shield him in such matters. Should he truly become the Lord of Annihilation, it could signify a perilous fate for the star deities. Teng Xiao abruptly ends the projection and immediately contacts the Taibu of Luofu, demanding they perform 100 calculations regarding Cang Ze's future before returning to the meeting. The others understand Teng Xiao's intent. They await in silence. The Taibu of Luofu is busier than ever, having never seen Teng Xiao this enraged. Eventually, they learn that the 10 words have been inscribed on their divination platform, leading the Taibu to suspect a malfunction, only to discover there is none, yet every calculation yields the same result. After a long wait, the Taibu of Luofu shakily presents the results to the general. Teng Xiao merely glances at it, nearly succumbing to fury. In the conference room, Teng Xiao's face darkens as he grips the report from the Taibu with whitened knuckles, still in disbelief. He mutters in a voice strained with suppressed anger. "You truly did not err in your calculations?" The Taibu responds respectfully. "General, the Taibu has confirmed there are no issues, and Yunqi and Danding also assisted in the verification. There has been no foreign invasion. Everything is normal, yet the results remain unchanged." "Leave," Teng Xiao commands, as silence envelopes the room once more. The marshal, too, does not believe it. Yet if the entire Xianzhou alliance reaches this conclusion, it may indeed mean Cang Ze will become the Lord of Annihilation. General Huaiyan stands to speak. "Gentlemen, this is a future event that certainly leads to Cang Ze's descent into destruction." Teng Xiao glares at Huaiyan. "You old rascal. Consider this a debt I owe you. The only thing that could concern Cang Ze is the other 5 Xiong. Should we not consider stopping Cang Ze from participating in the war? Would that not avert some calamity?" At this moment, Feng Hu proposes, "The bond among Yunlu is deep. Should one of them fall, it may drive Cang Ze to madness and destruction." "No, stopping Cang Ze would only breed resentment towards the Xianzhou if any of the 5 Xiong perish." General Yuyu immediately counters, identifying the flaw in this solution. "Actually, there are 2 potential methods. The first is to eliminate Cang Ze now, but the other 5 Xiong would surely go mad. Whoever suggests this would be directly opposing Luofu. Although Luofu would never wage war on its own, such a proposal would dishearten everyone, making it utterly unacceptable. The second option is exile, not imprisonment, as Cang Ze has committed no crime. Although the divination indicates a threat, Yunqi and Luofu, along with the 5 Xiong, would not accept anything less than a proposal to exile Cang Ze under some pretext, allowing him to distance himself from the Xianzhou, which the other 5 Xiong would understand. Exile it is, the marshal decisively states. If even one divination yielded a different outcome, he would prefer Cang Ze to remain in Luofu, allowing him to enjoy life. Yet now, with the entire Xianzhou alliance echoing those 10 words, he, as the marshal, cannot abandon others for a singular genius. Sighing, General Yu notes, "This exile is akin to a self-inflicted wound for the Xianzhou people. However, the critical matter remains that Yunlu will either become Yunwu or cease to exist. It depends on the pretext Teng Xiao uses for the exile." Teng Xiao is reluctant to agree with the marshal's suggestion, but, as a general of Luofu, he grits his teeth and concedes that if Cang Ze truly becomes the Lord of Annihilation, it would occur elsewhere, bearing no relation to the Xianzhou. "What if I pass the title of general to Cang Ze?" Teng Xiao still harbors a glimmer of hope, attempting to ascertain if this route is feasible. Bestowing the title upon the next generation would lead to his own demise, as the title is a shackle. Once one becomes a general, there is no escape. Teng Xiao. He possesses 4 potential destinies, with destruction being the most prominent. The marshal does not finish his thought, but Teng Xiao understands. If he can grant Cang Ze the title of deity, then destruction could similarly be bestowed. Should the star deity, Nanak, intervene personally, he could even strip you of your divine status. Teng Xiao falls silent, cognizant that the meeting has concluded. In frustration, he slaps himself, cursing, lamenting why he did not realize this sooner. The other generals remain quiet. None mock Teng Xiao. Had Cang Ze been within their Xianzhou, they would face the same predicament. Teng Xiao turns and departs, offering no farewell to the marshal or the other generals, walking away in solitude. Upon returning to his seat, Teng Xiao feels a dark aura beginning to envelop him. He genuinely cannot believe it, does not wish to confront the one who serves him meals, Cang Ze. Meanwhile, Cang Ze continues his training and cooking, maintaining his routine. As a transmigrator, he possesses a greater capacity for acceptance than others and does not allow the prospect of becoming a villain to dampen his spirits. His earlier gloom stemmed from thoughts of his parents, who should have continued living happily with him, but the enigmatic, bountiful envoy shattered that idyllic existence. He is furious and seeks vengeance for both his parents and himself. The mirror flow and others accompany Cang Ze daily, and even Jing Yuan, who understands Cang Ze best, notices that he seems to have recovered. However, Jing Yuan remains vigilant, insisting on sleeping beside Cang Ze. Yet, Cang Ze's demeanor appears genuinely improved, gradually alleviating worries. Yingxing and Feng even concoct an emotional machine, attempting to thoroughly assess Cang Ze's feelings, discovering that he is as normal as ever. Upon learning how to operate the machine, Cang Ze chuckles and teases the two. Are you both like Ding Dang Cat? How can you create everything? Feng and Yingxing are bewildered. What is Ding Dang Cat? Cang Ze explains. It is a childhood fantasy, envisioning a blue cat that can produce magical items. Hey, little Cang Ze, let's have hot pot tonight. At this moment, Baiheng and Cang Ze are shopping for groceries, their group of 6 having been idle for too long. Yingxing is busy forging weapons. Feng is occupied with clan meetings. And Baiheng enjoys shopping, often dragging Mirror Flow, Cang Ze, and Jing Yuan along for leisure. In the tranquil realm of Luofu, Jing Yuan recently obtained his weapon, known as Mengshin, from Yingxing. Upon acquisition, he was eager to engage in a duel with Cang Ze. Cang Ze recognized the weapon's formidable nature and ultimately discovered that it was forged from the remnants of the luminous arrows left behind by the Imperator's bow after extinguishing the stars. With this weapon, Jing Yuan's prowess has indeed been markedly enhanced, granting him access to more potent abilities. As Baiheng and Cang Ze returned home from grocery shopping, they noticed General Teng Xiao seemingly in a standoff with their master, alongside Jing Yuan. Confused, Baiheng inquired, "What is happening?" Cang Ze set down the groceries, intrigued by the atmosphere. What has transpired? Why does Jing Yuan wear such a somber expression? Teng Xiao, breaking the tension with a hearty laugh, jovially asked, Little Cang Ze, what delicacies do you have planned today? I find myself quite hungry." Cang Ze smiled slightly, sensing that something significant was unfolding. "We are having hot pot today. General, do stay for a bite, as I have prepared plenty." With that, Cang Ze began to arrange the ingredients. Jingliu and Jing Yuan observed Cang Ze, a wave of sorrow swelling within them. Prior to their outing, General Teng Xiao had messaged Jingliu, stating he needed to speak with her and Jing Yuan, which led to Baiheng and Cang Ze's grocery expedition. During their absence, Teng Xiao divulged the matter of the meeting, prompting Jingliu to nearly rush to Taibu Sea in a fit of rage. When Teng Xiao revealed that several other celestial vessels faced the same fate, they calmed, realizing it mirrored the dire predictions of Lady Heita. General Teng Xiao sought to confer with Jing Yuan and Jingliu, disclosing that the celestial vessel planned to exile Cang Ze and needed a justification for such an act. Chapter 73. The Exile of Cang Ze. General Teng Xiao had no intention of concealing the truth, but rather aimed to discuss the matter openly with the 6 individuals present. The marshal's sentiment was clear. If Cang Ze posed no threat, he could be welcomed back later. The exile was merely a precaution to safeguard the celestial vessel, akin to granting Cang Ze a holiday to roam freely, with Wu Xiao ensuring his protection. Jingliu and Jing Yuan were not lacking in understanding. They grasped the general's intent. However, the uncertainty of when Cang Ze would return loomed large. Feng and Yingxing also received word of the urgent meeting scheduled for that evening, prompting their hurried return home before dusk. By the time they arrived, Cang Ze had prepared the hot pot, and as it began to simmer, Feng and Yingxing took their seats, acutely aware of the heavy atmosphere. "General, is something amiss? Are we preparing for battle?" Yingxing sipped his drink, attempting to alleviate the tension surrounding the table. "Why is everyone so taciturn?" General Teng Xiao, cutting through the ambiguity, stated directly, "I am here to inform you that Cang Ze is to be exiled by the celestial vessel." The room fell silent. Shock etched on their faces. Feng, Yingxing, and Baiheng gasped in disbelief. Feng scrutinized the general, as if attempting to penetrate his thoughts, while Yingxing stood, demanding why. What has happened at Cang Ze? Acknowledging their reactions, Teng Xiao recounted the events leading to this decision. The gravity of the situation struck them like a thunderclap. How could this be happening? "General, is there truly no other option for little Cang Ze?" Baiheng's eyes brimmed with tears. She could not bear the thought of Cang Ze wandering alone in exile. "If it must be so, then I shall accompany him. It is the only course of action." Teng Xiao replied, "He is entangled with 4 fates. Even if I were to bequeath my rank to Cang Ze, I could not ensure his safety. The paths of destruction or other fates could be forced upon him. I once regarded Cang Ze as the favored child of the star deities. Yet the severity of the matter has become apparent. As he dined, General Teng Xiao reassured them, having exhausted his anger, calmly contemplating Cang Ze's future. He concluded that should their divinations fail, Cang Ze would not become the Lord of Annihilation, and he would personally seek retribution. I advise against following Cang Ze. This is a military command. Accompanying him could lead to dire consequences, Teng Xiao warned, casting a stern gaze at Yingxing, who seemed resolute in his decision. Yingxing clenched his fists, fully aware of the ramifications. Should they join Cang Ze, they would not only defy the celestial vessel, but also solidify the charges against him, complicating any future attempts to clear his name. Do not worry, Yingxing. The marshal and general have merely granted me an extended respite. Cang Ze reassured them with a light-hearted chuckle. It seems I shall be heading to Heita, but I will keep in touch. Cang Ze had come to terms with his situation. He could no longer remain in Luofu. The exile was, in essence, the celestial vessel granting him a holiday. Nothing more daunting. He could always retreat to Heita and enjoy a peaceful existence, with Yingxing and the others visiting when possible. General Teng Xiao was surprised by their connection to the talented club. You need not fret for me. You should envy my circumstances, Cang Ze remarked, eliciting puzzled glances from the others. I will be aiding her at Heita with research, perhaps even embarking on adventures across the cosmos. As he elaborated, Baiheng and Jing Yuan felt a twinge of envy, and the collective sorrow began to dissipate. Indeed, Cang Ze was merely going on a journey. Despite the charges against him, General Teng Xiao would not impose severe penalties, and he would eventually return. General, if urgent matters arise, may I return? Teng Xiao considered the question, believing it feasible, provided he remained discreet. However, he could not make a definitive decision without consulting the marshal first. After a moment, he received a reply. In the capacity of Lu Xiao, you may return if a celestial vessel is in peril. Laughter erupted as they celebrated the marshal's approval. Could you relay the marshal's exact words to Cang Ze? Baiheng, overwhelmed with emotion, wiped her tears on Cang Ze's sleeve. Cang Ze gently patted Baiheng's head, assuring her, do not worry, Baiheng. I, Cang Ze, am a person of my word. Although Yingxing and Dan Feng still viewed the situation as unjust towards Cang Ze, the prospect of him thriving at Heita under the care of that genius provided some solace. General, what charges are being leveled against Cang Ze? Jing Yuan suppressed his sadness. After all, they could still communicate via video calls. Cang Ze was merely seeking treatment at Heita, which would not affect his bonds with the others. Remember the battle against the giant infant? You allowed numerous fertile beasts to escape. We can attribute those to Cang Ze. With General Yao Qing's endorsement, should a significant crisis arise in future battles, Cang Ze can aid us, thereby absolving him of any wrongdoing. General Teng Xiao continued to eat and drink, appearing relaxed as he elaborated on the plan. Many of the Yao Qing Cloud Riders and Luofu Cloud Riders witnessed that confrontation. They have all pledged their support. I have already contacted the Third Side military and Yao Qing to ensure secrecy, awaiting Cang Ze's return. Rest assured, as long as Cang Ze does not succumb to destruction, he can later take on a role as a general in Yao Qing. The others exchanged glances, bemused by the idea of a concrete figure serving as a general, which would inadvertently compel General Yu Yu to continue his position. Though the group gradually found some comfort in the situation, their reluctance to part with Cang Ze remained palpable. The celestial vessel's decision stemmed from the ominous predictions of the diviners, which could not be concealed. Unless the diviners were eliminated immediately, the truth would inevitably surface. Furthermore, Cang Ze's prominence among the Lu Xiao made his continued presence in the celestial vessel untenable. Should he remain, it would be apparent that he was destined to become the Lord of Annihilation, leading to a political dilemma for the celestial vessel. Cang Ze dispatched a message to Heita, announcing his intention to travel to the space station and inquiring whether she required any gifts from the celestial vessel. Jingliu, in silence, continued to serve him food, her reluctance evident, fearful of what Heita might do to Cang Ze. Upon receiving the message, Heita smiled knowingly. She had anticipated the celestial vessel's decision to exile him, as her calculations had foretold. The diviners only needed to cast their predictions upon Cang Ze to uncover the truth. Regarding the previous failure to calculate, it was simply because no one had considered this aspect. You'd agree, right? The machine, Haida, gazes into the cosmos. Such matters cannot be overlooked by memory. A theoretically absolute ruler of annihilation will emerge, a variable drawn from the topic of its own power source. Subsequently, Haida responded to Cang Ze, suggesting he decide what gifts to bring, and added that he should arrive early. Chapter 74. The Sinner Cang Ze. Dan Feng and the others had not slept, remaining by Cang Ze's side as they drank. The general had already departed, needing to address Cang Ze's transgressions. Even Baiheng, who had indulged too much in drink, was struggling to stay awake, seemingly caught between the realms of consciousness and slumber. The group refrained from discussing the aftermath of Cang Ze's departure, instead reminiscing about past events while seated on the floor. Ha ha ha. Yingxing, you may not know this, but the reason Dan Feng doesn't tea fish is because he's in the Air Force. Cang Ze nearly laughed to tears, patting Yingxing on the shoulder as he recounted Dan Feng's fishing exploits. I knew it. He didn't tea fish last time. How enlightening. Yingxing was so amused that he pounded the floor, clearly unable to contain his laughter. Dan Feng crossed his arms, his lips twitching as his past in the Air Force was brought up by Jing Yuan and Cang Ze. Lord Longzuan can also be in the Air Force? Baiheng's fox ears perked up, shaking off her drowsiness to join in the laughter. Jingliu remained beside Cang Ze, smiling at the unfolding scene, while Jing Yuan made room for himself to sit alongside Dan Feng. You all don't know, Cang Ze was quite popular with the boys during his childhood, and it remained so in the military, Jing Yuan remarked, retrieving a photo he had risked his safety to capture of Cang Ze. The group leaned in to see an adorable little girl. Cang Ze's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Cough, cough, Jing Yuan stood, mimicking a charming boy who had invited him to dinner after school, flipping his bangs and resting one hand on the threshold. Miss Cang Ze, would you care to dine with me? Yingxing and Baiheng were unable to stop laughing. He. Dan Feng also found this amusing. Is that so? It seemed he had quite the story to tell about Cang Ze's previous cross-dressing escapades. Cang Ze frantically searched his memory for Jing Yuan's embarrassing moments, but found none. Only his own. Furthermore, when we first joined the military, as males, we were assuredly placed in male barracks. Yet there were still those who dared to question Cang Ze. Jing Yuan launched into an exaggerated imitation of a soldier from the Cloud Rider Brigade, stepping forward shyly and saying, Miss Cang Ze, Yingxing lay on the floor, while Baiheng leaned against him, clearly revitalized from her earlier fatigue. Jing Yuan and Cang Ze attempted to shoot daggers at Jing Yuan with their eyes, yet Jing Yuan was undeterred, for he was a knight of the Cloud Riders. He then pulled out a photo of Cang Ze in a costume. Wow, is this little Cang Ze? Jing Yuan nodded, indeed. This is the first love-hate tale of him and his master. Ha ha ha. Jingliu shot a warning glance at Jing Yuan, thinking to herself, once Cang Ze departs, I'll make you regret this. It's truly identical, Yingxing mused, noting how Cang Ze still bore a resemblance to Jingliu when dressed up, though his height could not be replicated. Yingxing, you were the same when you held Cang Ze, Jingliu interjected, recalling when Yingxing embraced Cang Ze while he was cosplaying as Baiheng. Yingxing began to scratch the floor in embarrassment over this incident. Oh, is there more to this story? Dan Feng inquired, now intrigued. This prompted Jing Yuan to laugh so hard he pounded the floor again. Ha ha ha. Yingxing didn't realize that was Cang Ze. Seeing Cang Ze's near tearful expression, Yingxing became flustered. Did I bully Baiheng? Jing Yuan could hardly contain his laughter at the thought of that scene. Jingliu also chuckled, having not anticipated that Yingxing would miss Cang Ze's identity. Given his significant stature, even seated, it should have been apparent. Yingxing was now digging into the floor with his toes, visibly flustered from the embarrassment brought on by the alcohol. Baiheng covered her mouth, chuckling but still wanting to show some consideration for Yingxing, as he had been concerned for her, though Dan Feng remained with his arms crossed. He was now pinching his own arms to stifle his laughter, newfound knowledge of the situation weighing on him. Jing Yuan. Cang Ze suddenly lunged at Jing Yuan, tackling him to the ground. And soon everyone joined in the playful chaos. Days later, Cang Ze had completed his gift shopping for Haida and packed his belongings, while the Third Side Army awaited him. The Cloud Riders expressed their regret, as the general had informed them that some had served alongside Cang Ze, making parting even more difficult. Go ahead and put them on. Cang Ze extended his hands, signaling for them to cuff him. The sharp click of the handcuffs resonated through the air. Jing Yuan and the others could not help but feel anger at this sight, yet felt powerless. From this day forth, the Cloud Riders would become the Five Riders, Yet they all knew in their hearts that they would forever remain part of the Six Riders. General Teng Xiao did not publicly humiliate Cang Ze, taking him directly to the general's residence to declare, "Sinner Cang Ze, you have allowed vile beings to escape, betrayed the marshal, and let down the Xianzhou. Henceforth, Cang Ze is to be removed from the ranks of the Cloud Riders, forever banished from Xianzhou." Even after rehearsing this countless times, General Teng Xiao faltered at the final phrase. Genuinely sorrowful, Baiheng clutched Yingxing's arm tightly, while the others silently observed as Cang Ze boarded the military vessel. Whoa, little Cang Ze is really leaving. Baiheng cried, her tears streaming onto Yingxing's arm. It's all right, Baiheng. Jing Yuan lifted his phone, indicating that she could call Cang Ze. Baiheng took out her phone and dialed Cang Ze. Upon connection, Cang Ze's voice rang through. Sister Baiheng, I am doing well. The Third Side Army is escorting me, and they are aware of the situation. Whoa, little Cang Ze, please take care of yourself, and don't let Haida deceive you. We will visit you at the space station when we have the chance. Okay, Sister Baiheng, I will jump to hyperspace soon. I have to hang up now. As the video call ended, everyone gazed at the distant military vessel, which had already jumped to hyperspace and vanished, leaving a void in their hearts. Wah, little Jing Yuan. You'll have to take over the cooking from now on, Baiheng remarked, prompting the others to look at Jing Yuan, as he was now the only one left who had inherited Cang Ze's skills. Jing Yuan. The Xianzhou military vessel arrived swiftly, reaching the Haida space station in just over 10 days. The Third Side Army hurried along, fearing that Haidao and Anyue would be mistreated. Haida and Ruanmei awaited the arrival of the experiment, teasing Cang Ze as they greeted him, while Ruanmei quietly scrutinized him. Isn't this the sinner exiled by Xianzhou? Let me see. The one who let vile beings escape? Huh. Xianzhou truly has a knack for making excuses, Haida remarked, observing Cang Ze as he disembarked from the military vessel. Huh. It seems Miss Haida is not afraid of me, the ruler of Annihilation, Cang Ze retorted playfully. Oof. You are not yet, so come back when you are, Haida replied confidently, undeterred even by the presence of the ruler of Annihilation. This must be Miss Ruanmei. It is a pleasure to meet you. Cang Ze politely bowed to Ruanmei. No need for such formalities. I assume Mr. Cang Ze will first report to your companions. Ruanmei spoke with a cool tone, though her voice was melodious. Cang Ze, feeling embarrassed, retrieved his buzzing phone to see Jing Yuan's desperate message. Cang Ze, quickly send me your recipes. Everyone is starving. Chapter 75, Haida Space Station. Cang Ze spent quite some time stabilizing the situation with Jing Yuan. Since his departure, Jing Yuan had taken over Cang Ze's position. But Jing Yuan only knew how to grill, leaving Baiheng starving. The five of them went out to eat, but the food seemed lacking in flavor. Jingliu urged Jing Yuan to recall what Cang Ze had taught him. Otherwise, she would have to help him refine his swordsmanship. Wow, is this you as a child? Cang Ze gently pinched the face of the small Heita, finding its texture remarkably lifelike. Heita swiftly swatted Cang Ze's hand away, exclaiming, of course, it's adorable. Go on, compliment it. Indeed, it is charming, with fragrant skin and a complexion that rivals the beauty of the realm. Cang Ze unabashedly acknowledged the act of imitation, standing firm in his choices. That's right. Heita beamed, deciding to reward Cang Ze with a delightful meal later that evening. Sitting nearby, Ruanmei observed the playful interaction between the two. It was clear to her that without a sumptuous feast, Heita would not conduct any experiments. However, she was indifferent. Since the destined outcome was already known, the next step involved unraveling the genius's conundrum. Does Mr. Cang Ze prefer coffee or tea? Ruanmei glanced at Cang Ze, assuming someone of his stature would favor tea. Ahem, tea, Cang Ze nearly replied. I usually enjoy fresh juice at home. After seeing off the small Heita joined Cang Ze at the table, inquiring, Cang Ze, aside from assisting with experiments, do you have other plans? Why not just stay at the space station? With your abilities, you could easily safeguard this place alone. Heita sent an invitation to Cang Ze. I accept, but I anticipate they will come to visit me at the space station in the future. Cang Ze responded to the offer. Heita nodded, pleased with their arrangement. All right, at Heita Space Station, you may play however you wish. Ahem, this genius is feeling hungry and desires that delectable dish from last time, Heita admitted, slightly embarrassed in front of Ruanmei. The jelly from their previous encounter had been exquisite, and she longed for more. Cang Ze chuckled and then made his way to the kitchen, which had been specially constructed for him by Heita. It was equipped with everything imaginable, including many unfamiliar gadgets. Ruan Mei chuckled softly, surprised to discover this side of Heita. They shared common interests, and with Cang Ze's involvement, Heita had taken the initiative for them to come together. He makes delicious food, and you should try it too. Cang Ze familiarized himself with the high-tech kitchen, marveling at the features like a microwave that accelerated time, capable of cooking for 30 minutes in just one. This is absurd, Cang Ze mused. If an oven operates at 60 degrees per minute, this one must reach 1,800 degrees in a minute. No wonder Heita had created a plethora of blackened dishes last time, even carbonizing some and questioning why they had turned out that way despite following the instructions. Cang Ze gathered the peculiar equipment together, intending to replace them with standard devices. He then began preparing desserts, crafting a few small cakes and soft jellies, intending to make a chibi version of Heita and a plum blossom for Ruan Mei. Why is this taking so long? Hey, does he kit? Having already consumed 2 cups of coffee. Where is that white-haired fellow? Just as she wondered, Cang Ze emerged with a tray, placing the plum blossom cake and jelly before Ruan Mei, while presenting the chibi Heita cake and jelly to Heita, keeping a regular-shaped dessert for himself. Heita gazed at her miniature likeness, momentarily hesitant to indulge, while Ruan Mei admired the perfect plum blossom shape, a wave of compulsiveness washing over her. They exchanged curious glances at Cang Ze, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Heita, opting for out of sight, swiftly devoured her miniature figure. This one has a refreshing mint flavor. Delicious. Ruan Mei too sampled a petal, savoring the hint of rose, finding it quite delightful. She attempted to deduce the ingredients from her tasting experience. Meanwhile, Cang Ze, engrossed in his phone, nibbled on the desserts while responding to several messages. Jing Yuan was dragged into training by Master Jingliu for not preparing dinner properly. Ha ha ha, Jing Yuan. I've taught you well. The master has been keeping a watchful eye. Ah, by the way, Miss Heita, please replace the cooking utensils with standard ones. I genuinely cannot utilize your high-tech gadgets. After a while, Cang Ze remembered the C4-like devices. Are they not practical? I tinkered with those out of boredom. They are functional. But as an ordinary person, I find them unusable. Please switch to regular ones. Cang Ze sighed, realizing it was Heita's handiwork, explaining the C4, like nature. Oh no, those are far more potent than C4. Delicious. You may prepare it yourself, just leave those gadgets with you. I've granted you maximum authority, and the researchers will cooperate with you. Heita merely wished to quietly enjoy her pastries. How, Keisha? Silence. In the meantime, Jing Yuan was diligently studying the recipe sent by Cang Ze while cooking, determined to avoid being pulled into training by the master. He followed the methods precisely, yet the flavors always fell slightly short of Cang Ze's. Though it sufficed for now, he feared a sudden call to training. Cang Ze, are you asleep? I'm still awake. Jing Yuan lamented, missing the days when Cang Ze was around. The following day, Cang Ze officially became the chef for Heita and Ruan Mei, both of whom were fervent experimenters, and they often conducted their experiments separately. Soon, messages flooded in. Cang Ze sent various pastries, desserts, and beverages while running up and down the space station. Hey, do you have any idea how vast your space station is? Cang Ze leaned against the laboratory door, balancing a plate of her favorite cake, hoping to convey the extent of his efforts. Heita accepted the small cake, mistaking Cang Ze's inquiry for a literal question about its size, and earnestly recounted the space station's dimensions and total area. Cang Ze, exasperated, covered his head, resigning himself to the brilliance of genius. Perhaps he would have the small Heita deliver pastries in the future. Heita sat in the laboratory, eyes glued to the data on the screen while munching on cake. A gift for you, a specialty from Xianzhou. Cang Ze presented a wrapped item, having prepared one for Ruan Mei as well. Heita, sawadink hajake, gazed at the gift Cang Ze unveiled. 2 pieces of deep purple traditional female attire and a silver hairpin, complemented by high-heeled shoes characteristic of Xianzhou. Not bad, Heita remarked, appreciating the clothing's alignment with her aesthetic. Would you try it on? Heita nodded, taking the garments and summoning a mirror with a wave of her hand. No worries. I can manage. It's merely magic after all. I am a warrior. Cang Ze, watching Heita vanish, comforted himself with the notion of possessing unique powers, refusing to feel envy. Before long, Heita emerged dressed in the traditional attire, having donned the high heels. A delightful thought of her charm flooded Cang Ze's mind. She seemed to embody the essence of celestial beauty. Help me tie my hair up, I cannot manage this style unique to Xianzhou. Heita turned her back to Cang Ze, allowing him to style her hair. Having tied hair for both his master and Yingxing, he opted for a style that suited Heita best. Ms. Heita is truly a vision of beauty, Cang Ze mused, gazing at the refined hairstyle he had crafted. She is indeed unparalleled, a rare gem in this world. Humph. Indeed, someone like me is only seen in mirrors. Where else could one find another? Heita admired her reflection, contemplating a competition in style with Ruanmei. Cannot find one? What about the two-sided mirror? You. Chapter 76. Yingxing's heart the hairpin, though technically belonging to me, is of little use. Initially, out of sheer boredom, I asked Yingxing to craft a piece of jewelry for each person according to my whims. Thus, Yingxing and Cang Ze remained at the Gongzhou Sea for several days, but meals were prepared as usual for both Yingxing and I needed sustenance. The jewelry was a gift from Yingxing and Cang Ze to Jing Yuan and the others. Cang Ze received a pair of rings, one black and one white, identical in design. Jing Yuan also received a ring, albeit a unique one. Yingxing fashioned a hairpin for herself, while Baiheng received a bracelet. Dan Feng was gifted a ring as well. The surplus hairpins were crafted by Yingxing as practice, and I must say, her skill is remarkable. She achieved perfection on her first attempt. I believed Cang Ze could also style his hair like mine, yet he preferred a high ponytail. I did not press the matter, knowing it could be gifted later. Heita observed the black and gold hairpin, glancing at Ruanmei, finding the combination mismatched. However, Ruanmei was unconcerned. She casually took the pin, and after a brief examination, recognized the craftsmanship behind it. She chose not to ask Cang Ze to style her hair, but deftly tied it up herself, then gazed at the outfit Cang Ze had prepared, which was also black and gold. Heita handed her a mirror, allowing Ruanmei to change her clothes. Moments later, she emerged, adorned in the black and gold attire that elevated her aura, making her appear almost regal. The fabric seemed to shimmer and blend with her smile, captivating those who beheld her. Cang Ze averted his gaze, while Heita dismissed Cang Ze's actions. However, the genius Ruanmei understood what Cang Ze was trying to evade. Heita pondered what she could say. Could she remark on the transformation of Ruanmei's demeanor? She considered herself a fairy, and thus, did that not make Ruanmei a queen? Cang Ze nodded in acknowledgement. Though he had initially responded immediately, he concealed it well, merely nodding as a form of acknowledgement. Heita, arms crossed, observed the duo, noting their color coordination seemed somewhat harmonious, both clad in black and gold. Heita, it is not as you presume, Ruanmei clarified with a smile, explaining that she did not perceive this as a couple's outfit, as the patterns and styles of their garments were distinctly different. Cang Ze's attire exuded a chivalrous spirit, while hers conveyed elegance and poise, suggesting that this was indeed how Cang Ze perceived her. Well, it is what it is. Cang Ze, I am still hungry. Cang Ze, with a hint of resignation, looked at Ruanmei, who nodded in agreement. He proceeded to the kitchen, as if crossing that threshold would transform him in a Heita or Ruanmei's KitchenAid. Damn it, I am a sword master. Heita and Ruanmei took their seats, and Ruanmei initiated a discussion about the experiment's progress. Heita, based on your insights, can the intelligence achieve battery installation? Heita gazed at Ruanmei in silence, knowing Cang Ze's capabilities. After all, General Teng Xiao had reached out to her. Are you relying on the machine head that struggles to comprehend how the starship flies? Ruanmei, Cang Ze, who was oblivious to such matters, thought that if the main control panel of battleship could be likened to spaghetti, then surely it could mix concrete number 42. Do you truly believe that the learned one would regard him? If the machine head dares to look at him, I shall devour this cup immediately. Heita seemed certain the machine head would never regard him. Ruanmei felt a laugh bubbling up. She had only recently discovered Cang Ze's peculiarities. Mixing concrete with spaghetti? I thought Cang Ze was a culinary genius. I assumed his intelligence would match. Just then, Cang Ze, who was making dessert, sneezed and mused. They must be thinking of me. Forget about the battery issue. General Teng Xiao has sent me all of Cang Ze's intel, and I will forward it to you shortly. Currently, neither Xuanlia nor Feng Rao can be utilized. Cang Ze's power seems inclined toward destruction, unless the star god intervenes personally. Ruanmei nodded, recognizing that their experimental progress was stalled at this juncture. Neither of them possessed the ability to refine Cang Ze. The path of destruction seemed like a rapid charging cable. continuously supplying Cang Ze, while other paths appeared as mere ordinary charging lines, unable to compete with the path of destruction. They were contemplating how to disconnect this destructive charging line, grappling with the challenge of vying for humanity, both against Nanak and the divine. This is the first time encountering such a topic directly tied to the star god. Heita mused, resting her chin in her hand while sipping the milk tea Cang Ze had prepared, a flavor called Heita Bobo with a hint of taro. Doesn't tea this suggest we are at odds with destruction? Currently, it is unclear why Cang Ze leans toward annihilation, but we are pressed for time. Ruan Mei elegantly sipped her coffee, contemplating that if Cang Ze were to become the Lord of Annihilation, certain factions would surely be unsettled. Cang Ze was already formidable, and now as the Lord of Annihilation, he must be subdued swiftly. At that moment, Cang Ze approached with a tray, this time offering Heita a fruit drink, strawberry-flavored. As he had taken on the role of caretaker, Heita momentarily cast aside her worries and began to eat. Given the circumstances, it was best to focus on the meal. Ruan Mei echoed this sentiment. Although time was limited, they would not rush unnecessarily. For the moment Cang Ze transformed into the Lord of Annihilation, neither would be surprised. Cang Ze watched the two indulge in their meal while he reclined on the sofa, lifting his phone to respond to his master's message. Jingliu, have you been diligent in your training? Heita hasn't subjected you to any peculiar experiments. Has she? Cang Ze replied, rest assured, Master, Heita has only conducted some checks on me. My training has not faltered, and the space station has provided a suitable venue. That's good. Well, I want to linger. Jing Yuan and I are sparring. Baiheng heart emoji, Cang Ze replied with an Yingxing heart emoji. Jingliu smiled upon seeing Cang Ze's response featuring the Yingxing heart emoji. Each of them had their unique emojis, and the heart emoji was exclusive to Baiheng and Yingxing. Jing Yuan observed as master, sword in one hand and phone in the other, grinning foolishly, suspecting it was due to Cang Ze's message. Master, surely you can't be this frightening. Jing Yuan was utterly taken aback by Jingliu's sudden outburst, nearly giving him a fright. Cang Ze chuckled while clutching his phone, and Heita cast a disapproving glance his way, knowing the cause of his mirth was undoubtedly that white-haired girl. Ruan Mei and Heita finished their meal and returned to the laboratory, while Cang Ze remained sprawled on the sofa, responding to messages from Yingxing and others. Chapter 77. The fearful Cang Ze. Time pushes us apart, like two marbles rolling into different dusks, unable to touch one another. We can still hear the crisp sound from years past echoing brightly within our hearts. Days pass for Cang Ze in the space station, the only downside being the absence of day and night cycles. Outside lies the starry cosmos, while the station remains brilliantly illuminated. Were it not for the reminders of time, Cang Ze would truly lose track of when to sleep. Ruan Mei, is it necessary for you to venture in such a gloomy place? Cang Ze observed Ruan Mei, still clad in her black and gold attire, as she approached the shadows, nearly blending into them. The esteemed sword master of Luofu. Does the black blade of Yun Shang Lu Xiao fear the dark? Ruan Mei teased, noticing he even drew his blade. Cang Ze gazed into the pitch-black depths of the lower station, feeling an unsettling fear of ghosts. It was not that he feared, but rather, he believed there were indeed spirits in this world. Cang Ze swallowed nervously. You are a researcher of life. You wouldn't conjure such monsters lurking in the shadows to snatch their prey, would you? Ruan Mei recognized Cang Ze's genuine apprehension and decided to tease him further. A splendid idea. I shall consider it. Cang Ze retorted, you think ist. The space station would not withstand my blade. Otherwise, I would owe Heita a significant debt. He followed Ruan Mei in her laboratory. Oh, the lights. We are saved. As long as we remain in the light. The monsters want to approach us. Cang Ze surveyed the spacious laboratory, resembling a grand plaza, surrounded by cultivation chambers and flourishing greenery. However, what were those insects doing within the glass tubes? Ruan Mei couldn't possibly be researching insect breeding. That would be disastrous. That is indeed a breeding insect. Ruan Mei reminded Cang Ze that he was not mistaken. Oh no, Ruan Mei, this is not a subject for research. You might become the enemy of the universe. Rest assured, I have it well under control, Ruan Mei asserted, indicating that even if she wished to become an enemy of the cosmos, she must first conduct her research. Cang Ze closely followed Ruan Mei, fearing that she might suddenly vanish, which would undoubtedly cause him to scream. Why are the lights off in the tunnel? Are you trying to save electricity for the Heita? He truly wanted to criticize Ruanmei. Just look at the laboratory in Heita. Though it may not be particularly bright, it is still tolerable. In stark contrast, Ruanmei's surroundings were pitch black and eerily silent, to the point where one could hear their own heartbeat. What a cosmic horror film this was. Ruanmei did not walk quickly. She, too, was curious about how her sudden disappearance would frighten Cang Ze. However, she refrained from attempting it, for he truly might draw his weapon and, in a single stroke, sever the lower levels of the space station, which would not be amusing at all. The two arrived at a laboratory. It was not as spacious as the previous one, but there was a workbench. Lie down and expose your upper body. All right, Cang Ze replied as he removed his shirt and unwrapped the bandages, then lay down. Wow, it's icy cold. When I cut, you must infuse the destruction aura into it. Ruanmei then produced an instrument resembling a scalpel, connected to a tube. She gently sliced off a small piece of golden fissure, cutting deeply enough that Cang Ze's blood splattered out, but the airflow from the tube pushed it back. She then took the fragment to the instrument for examination and subsequently fed it to the insects. They both observed the breeding larvae. After consuming the fragment, they rapidly grew in size. Cang Ze instinctively shielded Ruanmei, but she stopped him. Are you surprised? Is your strength that formidable? Ruanmei questioned. The larvae continued to swell, their bodies suddenly spreading golden cracks, followed by signs of charring and carbonization. Ruanmei glanced at the data panel. That golden fissure belonged to the rich flesh, and even the combination of breeding and abundance could not withstand Cang Ze's destruction. Ruanmei fixed her gaze on Cang Ze. Where does your aura of destruction originate? You do not appear destructive at all. Why are you staring at me like that? Cang Ze scratched his face. Are you unaware of how you look at me? Where does your anger stem from? Cang Ze, would you care to share? Ruanmei leaned against the workbench where Cang Ze lay, as they were alone, and she sought to draw out his thoughts. Cang Ze pondered for a moment. My anger? What anger? Right now, aside from missing my master and the others, I have no anger at all. A hearty meal, and I'm content. I truly have no anger. Can't you two see that by observing me every day? Ruanmei propped herself up on the bench, looking up at Cang Ze. His expression bore no deceit. Had she misjudged him? What made him so special that he garnered such attention from destruction? Cang Ze's dossier had been sent to her by Heita. His uniqueness lay in the fact that his mother was infected by the rich flesh and subsequently gave birth to him. But that alone should not pique destruction's curiosity. It should intrigue the rich flesh instead. Ruanmei tilted her head slightly, her gesture somewhat endearing, causing Cang Ze to divert his gaze. What does your destruction look like? Ruanmei continued to pose this rather elementary question. The desire to shatter a vase is also a form of destruction. There are myriad reasons for embarking on the path of fate, yet this inquiry was indeed rather simplistic for her. My destruction? Cang Ze hesitated, wondering if he should repeat the melodramatic words he had once spoken to Igor. Suppressing his embarrassment, he looked into Ruanmei's eyes and earnestly declared, from the ashes of wild flames, I am the new sprout. If destruction burns me once, then I shall rise anew upon its scorched earth. One day, this tender shoot, once consumed by destruction, will break through the soil to form a forest, extinguishing the very flames that once engulfed me. Ruanmei nodded gently. This too could be considered a form of embarking on the path of destruction, a rebellious form of it. Well, data does not lie. You should return now, Ruanmei urged, but Cang Ze did not leave. She turned to glance at him, blinking her eyes. Could you turn on the lights outside? Ultimately, Ruanmei escorted him to the elevator. As the elevator ascended, Cang Ze kept bowing to Ruanmei. Although she smiled at him, internally, she was at a loss for words. Cang Ze exited the lower level and returned to the upper level. The light here is as warm as the sun, soothing my heart. Cang Ze drew his weapon in the ascending elevator, fearing a ghost might emerge from the walls. Heita observed Cang Ze, who spread his arms to embrace the sunlight at the elevator's entrance, speechless. The scene in the elevator was quite amusing. Cang Ze, holding a knife, scanned the surroundings as if fearing something. Ruanmei's laboratory in the lower level was indeed dark, likely to her liking, but Cang Ze, was it really necessary? Is that Heita? Do you need something? Cang Ze saw Heita wearing the clothes he had gifted her, arms crossed, looking at him with an expression of disbelief. Luofu Jian's master fears the dark and ghosts. That's an intriguing piece of information. I shall bake a little cake right now. Heita smiled and nodded, clearly adept at handling situations. Chapter 78. The Mirage of Ji-Du Heita. I suddenly feel that my life lacks any meaning. Heita turned her head to glance at Cang Ze, who lay on the sofa with a fisheye mask. Just as a small Heita approached, brandishing a purple hammer. Murderous intent? Cang Ze barely lifted the mask when he was met with a hammer swinging toward him. Bang! Little Heita, you little rascal. Cang Ze caught it with one hand, mocking the slightly blushing small Heita. Humph! Little Heita huffed and walked away. Her failed ambush, leaving her with thoughts of revenge. Ruame, what do you think is the meaning of life? Let's throw ourselves into the embrace of Heita Shui. This statement startled both of them. What was wrong with Cang Ze? They were aware of the monikers Cang Ze used for the star gods. Memories of Cyberqin Shi Huang, Sun Lu, and Di Gong Si Ming. And the void referred to as Heita Shui, while destruction was likened to the athletic student with dark skin. Moreover, it was surprising that Cang Ze, a being from Xianzhou, would jest about the relationship between Sun Lu and rich flesh, suggesting that such love-hate dynamics were indeed a form of love. Hey, Gangsha. Heita Shui would not pay you any mind, Ruanmei teased, adding, the void would not bother with anyone. Ruanmei accepted the title of Heita Shui as Cang Ze's reference to the void, but she found it difficult to empathize with the titles of Cyberqin, Shi Huang, and the athletic student. Buzzing, Cang Ze quickly retrieved his phone. It was undoubtedly a message from Jing Yuan and the others. Upon reading the content, Cang Ze instantly sat up. The rich flesh envoy had suddenly led an army to besiege the UK, Xianzhou, and they possessed a living celestial body. The Mirage of Ji-Du Heita. I need your help to reach the UK, Xianzhou now. Seeing Cang Ze's urgency, Heita immediately instructed a small Heita to prepare the Heita warship, then inquired, what is going on? The rich flesh envoy has attacked the UK, Xianzhou, with a living celestial body. Heita and Ruan may exchange glances. Realizing the envoy was indeed capable of causing chaos for the Xianzhou, the last living celestial body, the Shiji Luofu, had sunk an entire Xianzhou. Do not panic. The small Heita has already gone to prepare the warship. I will accompany you, Heita declared, arms crossed. A mere living celestial body? I shall bring my weapon and send that troublesome celestial body to the heavens with a single blast. Over these past days, having been nurtured by Cang Ze, Heita had come to regard him as part of her Heita space station. A person with high combat prowess who could also cook was indeed a rare find. Well, I will join you as well. I wish to see that living celestial body, Ruanmei added, as the experiment required Cang Ze, and he could not afford to encounter any mishaps. Following this, the three made their way to the Heita warship, which boasted a strikingly cool design. Truly befitting Heita's selection. The cockpit was already manned by small Heita figures, but they were not the ones Cang Ze had previously pinched. Cang Ze sought Heita's assistance to establish a projection call to connect with the Xianzhou side. The warships employed a myriad of communication methods. Yet Heita found himself disinclined to learn them. With a resigned sigh, Heita of the Day Talent Club sent a signal to the Xianzhou. Hello, I am General Ting Xiao. Is that you, Cang Ze? The figure of Ting Xiao appeared somewhat indistinct, likely due to the ongoing battle affecting the transmission. General, it is I. I will arrive shortly. Cang Ze's heart raced with anxiety for the safety of the 5 comrades. Cang Ze, Jing Yuan and the others have already infiltrated enemy lines and require your support. The signal stabilized on Ting Xiao's end, who subsequently transmitted a real-time battlefield map to Cang Ze's warship. A massive red dot marked the map, surrounded by a multitude of other red dots, among which 5 green dots flickered faintly. Understood, General. Ting Xiao ended the communication, as he had more ground to cover. Heita, can you accelerate? White-haired, I am already at maximum speed. Little Heita, at the helm, explained to Cang Ze that any further acceleration would risk the warship's integrity. Cang Ze had summoned his blade and stood at the hatch, eyes closed in anticipation. Ruanmei and Heita refrained from disturbing him, recognizing Cang Ze's fury. Jing Yuan, what now? The numbers are escalating. If that living planet approaches, both the Yuchia Xianzhou and we shall be consumed. Yingxing fought valiantly, eliminating foes one by one. Should the bounteous minions breach their defenses, the consequences would be dire. The 5 were encircled, yet held their ground, as the Yunqi surged forth, while the bounteous minions and the living planet remained at bay. The warships and weaponry aboard the Yuchia Xianzhou unleashed a relentless barrage upon the Mirage, attacking without respite, ensuring it could not advance. Little Cang Ze, hurry! Baiheng strained, her fingers nearly breaking from pulling the bowstring. With a swift motion, Jingliu dispatched a foe preparing to ambush Baiheng, reminding her not to lose focus as he commenced a widespread assault. Feng coordinated with Jingliu, harvesting the minions while safeguarding Jing Yuan and the others, longing for Cang Ze's presence. One careless moment saw Feng struck by an arrow from afar. Gritting his teeth, he extracted it and briefly tended to his wound before rejoining the fray. Waves of Yunqi, Jimin, and Hurin surged into battle, the corpses accumulating like a towering mountain. The aerial warriors fell one by one. Should they falter, they would be left to implore the Emperor Bao for salvation, for the Yuchia would be utterly annihilated. Jing Yuan, we can wait no longer. Cang Ze has arrived. Let him handle the aftermath. Yingxing was nearing exhaustion, necessitating immediate action from Jing Yuan. Although Cang Ze's assistance would mitigate casualties, they could not afford to delay. He is here. A clear voice resonated, prompting Yingxing's reflexive acknowledgement that it was Jingliu's voice. The ring had alerted him to Cang Ze's arrival. Aboard the Haida warship, Haida observed Cang Ze poised at the hatch, his aura of destruction intensifying, suffusing the vessel with an ethereal glow of blades. White-haired, prepare, little Haida commanded as the warship surged into battle. Below, the Yunqi and bounteous minions gazed at this vessel, which was neither Xianzhou nor of the bounteous folk. With a resounding clatter, the warship's hatch opened, and Haida and Ruanmei instinctively steadied themselves. Cang Ze stepped forth, and in that moment, the sky ignited with a dark radiance. I knew it, Haida exclaimed, gazing at the vast gash at the warship's hatch. She prepared to signal little Haida to retreat, avoiding the artillery of the Yuchia Xianzhou, for they were unleashing star-level firepower. Had it not been for the living planet's regenerative abilities, they would have been reduced to ashes. The Yunqi raised their heads, some exclaiming that Cang Ze was no villain. Their morale surged, and they retaliated fiercely against the bounteous minions. Cang Ze descended like a dark star, unleashing a colossal blade strike upon landing. From the mapping perspective, there were no red dots surrounding Cang Ze. Master, Cang Ze charged toward the five, obliterating any bounteous minions that obstructed his path. The moment he unleashed his full firepower, he stood before them. Here he comes, Jing Yuan smiled, glancing toward Cang Ze. Cang Ze nodded, then turned to Yingxing, saying, Yingxing, you and Baiheng must evacuate the battlefield. All right, Jing Yuan will brief Cang Ze on the plan. Yingxing maneuvered deftly to their side, embracing Baiheng as they boarded the machine to return and add firepower to the Yuchia Xianzhou. Chapter 79. Master, have you not always desired to sever the stars? Upon Cang Ze's arrival, Jingliu felt emboldened, as if he could indeed cleave the demon star, feeling himself return to his former glory. Ignoring his injuries, Yingxing guided Baiheng to the largest annihilation ship of the Yuchia Xianzhou. Yingxing, you are? The commander recognized the renowned 100 craftsmen of the Yunshang 6. Listen to me. I require a pause in your main cannon's fire. That is impossible. Any lapse in fire will allow the demon star to advance. Taking a deep breath, Yingxing, unlike the Xianzhou's kin, was not of such robust constitution, and he and Baiheng dashed to the command center of the annihilation ship. Cang Ze has arrived. He can hold back the demon star. I need to add something to the main cannon. The commander immediately contacted the marshal, and a projection soon appeared. Yingxing, is this Jing Yuan's strategy? Can Cang Ze truly restrain the demon star? Yes, Marshal. If Cang Ze is here, this is the optimum plan. He can hold the demon star at bay. The marshal regarded Yingxing with a profound gaze, confidence in Cang Ze evident upon his face. What is the rationale? His blade wounds can inhibit the regeneration of the bounteous minions, granting him the time to deliver a decisive strike. Yingxing articulated a pivotal component of Jing Yuan's strategy, highlighting Cang Ze's unique prowess. Ideally, Cang Ze could cleave the demon star in twain. What role do you play in this plan? The marshal inquired, aware of Cang Ze's distinctive swordsmanship, having sought the Moon Emperor's teachings on such techniques, albeit their complexity. A fragment of the Emperor Bao's light arrow, Yingxing revealed a small shard emanating a soft white glow, a gift from his master, who had hoped he would forge a fine sword. After all, the Black Blade and you had garnered notable fame, and he wished his disciple could craft a sword worthy of contention. The marshal nodded, as the shard was incorporated into the main cannon, capable of stifling or obliterating the bounteous growth. On the battlefield, Jing Yuan bellowed to Cang Ze, "Cang Ze, gather your strength." Cang Ze immediately embraced the moment, channeling his power, while Jing Yuan and Dan Feng shielded him. As he relentlessly summoned the force of destruction, his body gradually lowered, right hand gripping the hilt of his blade. Cang Ze recalled Wanmei's experimental results. His destructive energy could curtail bounteous growth, and his death-bestowing sword aura could also restrain. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Had he not arrived, Jing Yuan and the others might have perished. Just that singular thought rendered his fury uncontainable. At that moment, Cang Ze appeared to be wildly connecting to Nanyu's Wi-Fi, now in the phase of entering the password. Once connected, a whirlwind of black energy surged around him, and countless blades of light sliced through the air, effortlessly cleaving through anything in their path. Jing Yuan instinctively distanced himself from Cang Ze. What was happening? Yet, Jing Yuan assumed it was merely Cang Ze entering a heightened state and continued to fend off the advancing bounteous minions. The culmination of his power erupted with a resounding whoosh, silencing the battlefield. A transparent black blade of light sliced through the demon star. In an instant, a gash appeared on the demon star, a strike of planetary caliber. As the Yunqi witnessed the demon star nearly cleaved in two. At that moment, the Jidu Shan Hui writhed in agony, unable to heal from the wound, as the sword aura seemed to burrow deeper within. Before the little demon could contemplate his situation, a blue-white laser shot forth, instantly piercing through a quarter of its body. Just as I thought, Haida gazed at the distant demon star disappearing into the upper right corner, observing Cang Ze's relentless strikes. She noted that he nearly cleaved the Jidu Mirage in two with a single blow, and she too had contributed to the fray. That wasn't me, Yingxing shouted into the microphone, urging Jing Yuan not to mistake his launch for hers. Jing Yuan watched the enormous demon star slowly regaining its composure, understanding that this was not the result of Yingxing's actions. Have we inadvertently hindered our progress? Wanmei remarked, standing beside Haida, her eyes fixed on the recovering Jidu Mirage. Haida remained silent, uncertain of any plans. Above the demon star, Tang Xiao observed as the flesh beneath him vanished in an instant, relieved that his aim had gone awry. He was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Shuhua, and that shot had nearly spelled doom for him and his allies. As Shuhua sensed the demon star, he discovered a wound that could not heal, piquing his curiosity about who had inflicted it. The aura of the newcomer on the battlefield felt oddly familiar. While Ting Xiao coordinated with other generals to vanquish Shuhua, he berated Yingxing over the radio. Yingxing, am better, or I might be the one to suffer your folly. Meanwhile, Yingxing, innocently assembling fragments, felt unjustly accused, although Baiheng, assisting him with the equipment, could only offer a helpless smile, knowing that the laser beam must have originated from Lady Haida. The six of them were all aware of Tang Xiao's tirade against Yingxing, yet no one dared to speak up. Cang Ze was furiously harvesting the remnants, feeling utterly helpless in Haida's space station, where he had no one to spar with. His focus remained on the battlefield, erasing the plentiful remnants with the precision of an eraser. How much longer, Yingxing? Jing Yuan called out, noticing the demon star beginning to stir. Cang Ze's voice crackled through the intercom. Do you need me to strike again? No. We are almost ready, Yingxing replied, having completed his assembly and preparing to launch a massive rocket at the Jidu Mirage. With a decisive click, he loaded the colossal ammunition into the main cannon and proceeded to the cockpit to aim at the Jidu Mirage. Jingliu, Cang Ze, warm up first. Yingxing understood the signal between Cang Ze and Jingliu. Warming up meant generating sword energy. Cang Ze and Jingliu ceased their harvesting, exchanging glances across the battlefield. Jingliu stepped forward, transforming into a streak of ice-blue light racing towards Cang Ze, who mirrored his motion, effortlessly slicing through the remnants in their path. The clash of blades echoed across the battlefield, a sound that unsettled all present. The two adeptly separated, gearing up for another strike. What is happening? Why are the master and disciple clashing? Haida observed the two streaks of light collide and then part, only to charge at each other once more. Wanmei remained silent, suspecting the technique might be one explained in Xianzhou. The second collision transformed the atmosphere, a colossal tempest swirling with thunder and lightning, scattering the remnants into the sky, rendering them as mere flesh. Under Jing Yuan's command, The Cloud Riders began to retreat. Those caught in the winds would be beyond salvation. With the third clash, the earth split like a spider's web. This spectacle sent shivers down the spines of Yu Qiao, Taibu, and the others, who began to comprehend how thunder could shatter glass. The fourth collision left everyone on the battlefield with the ominous feeling that death was imminent. The Yu Qiao Xianzhou began to tremble. Let us hope Jidu, Mirage survives, and not Yu Qiao. Taibu quipped, quickly covering his mouth. The fifth and sixth collisions escalated in power, shaking the very ground beneath them. Teng Xiao, retreat immediately. Jing Yuan ordered the generals atop Jidu Mirage to fall back to Yu Qiao Xianzhou. Haida stood, transfixed, captivated by the display, feeling an urge to learn. Cang Ze, Jingliu can no longer hold on. She must swing her sword. Cang Ze echoed her sentiment, and in an instant, they transformed their final collision into sword energy. A blinding flash surged across the Jidu Mirage. Shuhua, let us play again next time. Teng Xiao commanded as he maneuvered the deity away from the apex of Jidu Mirage. Shuhua, witnessing the incoming sword energy, swiftly divided the Jidu Mirage into four, only to be engulfed by a massive blue light. Dazed, he mistook it for an attack from a demon bow and fled the Jidu Mirage, escaping just in time. The blue light consumed the Jidu Mirage, leaving behind mere remnants. Chapter 80. Cang Ze's irretrievable fate. With the victory achieved, the Jidu Mirage lay in ruins, shattered by Yingxing's colossal rocket, a triumph born of collective effort, where every participant emerged as a hero. Cang Ze continued to assist Jing Yuan and others in clearing the remnants, many of which had fled at the moment Yingxing fired a shot. Lady Haida, the situation appears dire, Wan Mei observed, glancing at the monitoring board depicting Cang Ze, which displayed the consumption of his fate power by the devouring path. Haida frowned at the data, a custom monitoring device designed for Cang Ze's condition, which was now indicating alarming readings. Though victorious, the genius duo faced troubles. Haida began operating her ship's computer to calculate Cang Ze's remaining time, yet the data remained elusive. She had anticipated that the devouring path's consumption of the hunter would yield some insights into Cang Ze's time left, but to no avail. Let us find him, she declared, leading Xiao, Haida, and Wan Mei off the ship. Cang Ze, you have landed yourself in trouble. My personal chef must not come to harm. At that moment, Cang Ze gathered with Jingliu and others, indifferent to the battle reports, trusting General Teng Xiao to handle them. Hey, little Cang Ze, with such a grand achievement, surely you can return now? Baiheng circled around Cang Ze, playfully observing if he had gained weight. We'll personally speak to the marshal. If that fails, I will follow Cang Ze wherever he goes. Ha ha ha. Yingxing patted Cang Ze's shoulder, reflecting on the time apart that had turned his hair gray. Dan Feng crossed his arms, watching Cang Ze and Yingxing, knowing he, as Longzuan, could not leave Luofu. The vast star sea was irrelevant to him. Jingliu held Cang Ze's hand, reluctant to let him depart again, while Jing Yuan, feeling helpless, yielded space to his master. Jing Yuan, have you mastered all the dishes I taught you? Don't you dare slack off, Cang Ze teased, hands clasped behind his head. Jing Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment. Cang Ze had a knack for bringing up awkward topics. Yet he was preparing to persuade the general to join him in negotiating with the marshal. Cang Ze, you cannot remain in the Xianzhou. You must come with me. A voice shattered the gathering's atmosphere. The group turned to see Haida, accompanied by Xiao, Haida, and a lady, presumably the genius Cang Ze had mentioned. Jing Yuan stepped forward, concerned about a potential clash between his master and this genius. Lady Haida, what has transpired? Cang Ze, check your internal hunter path. Can you still sense it? Haida, adorned in the ancient attire gifted by Cang Ze, exuded an ethereal presence, arms crossed. Cang Ze concentrated, breaking into a cold sweat, and stammered, It's gone. What happened? Was it earlier? Jingliu watched Cang Ze with concern, fearing he might become the destructive monarch. You are mistaken. It was not during your combined effort. When you and I unleashed our powers, the hunter path was intact, even when you unleashed the sword energy. However, after the demon star was obliterated, the hunter path was consumed. Haida revealed the gravity of the situation to the group. Little Cang Ze, what shall we do? Baiheng clung to Cang Ze's arm, desperate to prevent him from becoming an adversary, pondering their future. Jing Yuan, Yingxing, and the others felt utterly helpless, unsure of how to proceed. Yet, a thought flashed through Dan Feng's mind. Could immortality suppress destruction? If so, could he succeed? Jingliu, who knew only of swords, recognized that Cang Ze's departure with Haida was the most favorable outcome, yet she still refused to release his hand, determined to hold on and prevent him from succumbing to annihilation. Cang Ze gradually regained his composure, gently feeling the delicate hand of his master. Do not worry, master. Even if I were to become the Great Lord, I would never harm you, nor would I ever bring harm to Xianzhou. Upon hearing these words, Jingliu's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, while Baiheng had already succumbed to her emotions, wiping her tears as she lamented. Wu, we have clearly triumphed, yet. Wu, let us depart, Cang Ze. Haida interrupted their nostalgic exchange, needing to hasten Cang Ze's return for a thorough examination. For although Xianzhou boasted advanced technology, it lacked specialized expertise. Cang Ze nodded and then addressed the crowd. Please trust me. Even if I were to become the Lord of Annihilation, I would not forget our promise. Jing Yuan stepped forward to embrace Cang Ze, saying, We believe in you, Cang Ze. Take care of yourself, giving his close friend a reassuring pat on the back. Cang Ze felt a surge of emotion, wishing he could shed tears as he beheld Yingxing's head of white hair, pondering when they might reunite. As Cang Ze departed, the crowd watched him leave with Haida, while Baiheng shook Jingliu's arm. Jingliu, why have you not expressed your feelings? Are you not afraid that Haida will snatch her away? She is wearing the attire gifted by Cang Ze. And what about that Wanmei? Jingliu's face flushed with embarrassment. She longed to clarify, believing there would be future opportunities. The others, witnessing Jingliu's expression, could not help but chuckle. While Jing Yuan had long since surrendered to the situation, as long as Cang Ze was safe, that was what mattered. At that moment, General Teng Xiao approached with laughter. Where's Cang Ze? The crowd fell silent. General Teng Xiao, perplexed, was soon enlightened by Jing Yuan regarding Cang Ze's predicament. A sense of despair washed over him as he realized that he had just retracted Cang Ze's request from the marshal, only to find that his fate of annihilation had been claimed by the Xuanlie. Teng Xiao was at a loss for words. What is happening with this child? Imperial Bao, can you lend assistance? This is such a promising candidate for the Xuanlie. With a grim expression, General Teng Xiao rushed back to report the situation to the marshal. Meanwhile, the small Haida had already piloted the Haida warship away from Yuhua Xianzhou. The marshal, upon hearing Teng Xiao's report, fell into silence, yearning to inquire with the Imperial Bao if assistance could be rendered. She then instructed Yuhua Taibu to continue divining Cang Ze's fate, but the outcome remained unchanged. Let us wage war against that despicable group of annihilation. First, we shall deal with that troublesome Xing Xiao. Teng Xiao could no longer contain his frustration. He wondered if that foolish annihilation could simply perish. The other generals remained silent, recognizing that Xianzhou was currently unable to engage in continuous warfare against the bountiful people and the forces of annihilation. It would take centuries to regain strength. By then, Cang Ze would likely have become the Lord of Annihilation. The marshal could only allow Cang Ze to remain outside, whether he became the Lord of Annihilation or the Envoy of Abundance. As long as he could maintain his sense of self and return safely to Xianzhou, the marshal would permit it. The entire Xianzhou bore witness to his merits. Even if he were to become the Lord of Annihilation, esteemed scholars would surely advocate for him. At that moment, the fleeing Shuhua suddenly realized that the light arrow was not from the Xuanlie. Once again, they had suffered defeat, unable to comprehend how mundane weaponry could hinder the restoration of divine power. That small figure in black and white hair seemed to be connected to him. He needed to regroup his forces for a surprise attack on Luofu, both to seize the Jinmu and to uncover the true identity of that small figure and why the blessings upon him were intertwined with his own. Chapter 81. Little Blackie Teng Xiao led Jingliu and the others back to Luofu, wary of Shuhua potentially launching a covert attack. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan remained at Yuhua Xianzhou to assist in managing the battlefield before returning. Cang Ze had already returned to the space station with Haida, who hurriedly pulled him into the laboratory. Take off your clothes and lie down. Cang Ze began to remove his upper garments as Haida and Wanmei commenced their experiments. They extracted Cang Ze's annihilation power and channeled it into the apparatus, which contained Cang Ze's flesh and blood for monitoring his vital signs. Wanmei was observing the infinite replication of life through Cang Ze's blood and flesh. Yet all that emerged was death upon birth. Had it not been for Cang Ze infusing the apparatus with power, they would not have been able to conduct experiments. Annihilation and rebirth were eternally intertwined with Cang Ze. Even Wanmei, a genius in the realm of life, found herself at a loss regarding Cang Ze's condition as progress stagnated. It seemed he bore an air of mysticism. Haida was wholly immersed in the experiment, making marginally more progress than Wanmei, yet it was hardly significant. She could not fathom why annihilation would consume the Xuanlia. During the eruption of power, it had not collapsed, yet afterward it did. Haida suddenly entertained a bizarre notion. Was she playing a game, heading toward an inevitable demise? Had Cang Ze met the conditions, thus revealing the conclusion? What a joke. By the way, ladies, may I take a nap? Cang Ze had been gazing at the ceiling for quite some time, afraid to move lest he provoke the two geniuses. What do you mean nap? When I was your age, I never napped. Haida did not turn to look at the nearly dozing Cang Ze. Instead, she demanded he open his eyes. Well, if I must be consumed, I shall enter the earth alongside Yingxing. Cang Ze was indifferent, thinking that if it came to it, he could end his own life. He feared that the self he would become after ascending to the position of the Lord of Annihilation would not be himself. Haida turned around, glaring at Cang Ze, yet appeared more like a playful pout. You, the genius, have exerted all this effort in the experiment to save you, and you're already giving up? Haida pointed her small finger at that troublesome individual. If it weren't for your culinary skills, I wouldn't bother saving you. Cang Ze grasped Haida's hand and, gazing at the two, spoke softly. Haida, Wanmei, you are my friends. I do not wish to harm you. If it is unavoidable, then do not hesitate to end my life. You may even place me within the body of the great commander. He chuckled. I have heard that the interior of the great commander resembles a meat grinder. Haida calmly withdrew her hand, crossing her arms in a haughty manner. I am Haida, a genius. If I cannot save you, then what kind of genius am I? I might as well join the club of fools. Haida, the genius club. How could you possibly not be able to save him? After saying this, Haida turned back to continue her silent work on the experiment, analyzing and interpreting Cang Ze's condition. Wanmei glanced at Cang Ze and then resumed cooperating with Haida's experiment, softly suggesting, if you wish to sleep, do so for a while. Cang Ze fell asleep instantly, utterly exhausted. Upon hearing the faint sound of snoring behind her, Haida's forehead bore a large character. This guy. Lady Haida, are you concerned for Cang Ze? It was understandable, as she had never permitted Cang Ze to be away from her side for 3 hours. Wanmei teased Haida while observing the instrument panel. Since Cang Ze had arrived at the Haida space station, Haida seemed to have brightened considerably. Originally perceived as an aloof genius, she revealed a different side. Haida let out a soft hum, contemplating her own age. Although she was older than Cang Ze, the path to genius was a solitary one, devoid of understanding from others. While Cang Ze might be a fool, a concrete number 42, he did not care for his genius status and was willing to accompany her, to flatter her, and to prepare delicious food for her. Days felt like watered-down orange soda, the sweetness diluted by time. Since returning to the space station, Haida had not stepped out of the laboratory. Every time Cang Ze brought her dessert, she ignored it, as if she had entered a trance. Cang Ze took away the small cake he had brought in the morning and placed a new one down. He wished to offer some words of encouragement to Haida, but found himself unable to voice them. She, like Jing Yuan and the others, cared deeply for herself. Wanmei observed Cang Ze carrying the cake he had brought earlier, yet again. She chose not to acknowledge him, aware that Haida had intertwined her fate with Cang Ze's. Cang Ze, do not lose heart. Please trust Lady Haida. Wanmei did not elaborate further, merely observing the direction of Haida's research, noting that Haida had already altered her approach. All they could do was wait and see. Wanmei wore a green ruchuan, also a gift from Cang Ze. She adored this style and had received several pieces, with her hairpin still the same black and gold. I trust her, and it seems I will be working for Haida for a lifetime. Cang Ze reclined on the sofa, contemplating that if Haida could resolve her peculiar ailments, he would consider it a fair trade. Wanmei rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Cang Ze, and with a gentle smile remarked, you could also work for me. I can help you settle your debts with Haida. Cang Ze glanced at her, nearly losing his composure, for Wanmei's dress had a rather low neckline. You jest, Wanmei. You've already aided me, and I shall not forget it. Call upon me whenever you need assistance. Cang Ze closed his eyes, mentally reciting the Qingxin mantra, and found calmness at the thought of Jing Yuan. Wanmei shifted closer to Cang Ze, enjoying teasing him due to his candid nature and remarkable composure. As Cang Ze caught a whiff of her scent, He almost faltered. Big brother, please don't toy with me. I am just an ordinary man. Ruan Mei observed Cang Ze, lost in thought, deliberately ignoring her, and stifled a laugh, finding him quite amusing. Clearing his throat, Cang Ze quickly stood up. I shall check on Xiao Haizi. He intended to see the girl piloting the Haida warship, who referred to herself as by Mao while he called her Xiao Haizi. Upon reaching the warship, he found Xiao Haida with her hands on her hips, visibly irritated. My apologies, Cang Ze acknowledged, aware that he had caused a large hole at the hatch. What brings you here, Xiao Haida? She asked, glancing at him with annoyance. Do you realize how troublesome it is to fix this? Cang Ze produced a small cake from behind his back, having saved it for himself. I brought you some treats. Xiao Haida's eyes lit up at the cake, and she coldly remarked, at least you have a conscience, before snatching it and pulling Cang Ze into the warship. Can you really eat this? Cang Ze inquired as he sat beside her, twirling her hair between his fingers, marveling at its realistic texture. The white hair of No. 42 concrete transforms into energy once ingested, Xiao Haida replied, smirking. You don't understand, do you? She did not swat away Cang Ze's hand, allowing him to play with her hair. After all, if Da Haida remained silent, what could Xiao Haida possibly say? Cang Ze was at a loss for words. His title had spread among the high ranks of Luofu, and even the Haidas at the space station were aware of it. I want to eat more, he stated as he noticed cream on the corner of Xiao Haida's mouth, which made her look adorably charming. Afterward, they proceeded to the warship's kitchen, where Xiao Haida stood beside him, observing him as he prepared small cakes and jellies. She diligently noted every step as Cang Ze explained the process to her. Chapter 82. Where is Cang Ze? Cang Ze made numerous desserts for Xiao Haida, witnessing her joy upon receiving the delicacies, which reminded him of Jie Baiheng, who also had a sweet tooth. Why is it that when I follow your steps precisely, I cannot replicate the flavor? Xiao Haida questioned, unable to comprehend the disparity despite adhering to Cang Ze's instructions. Perhaps it is love. I infused it with affection, Cang Ze mused, unaware of why she was unable to achieve the same results. Is love necessary for cooking? She tilted her head in confusion. Cang Ze leaned back in his chair, gently patting her head. You are still young. You do not understand. This is an adult matter. Annoyed, Xiao Haida swatted away Cang Ze's hand. I will eat all the desserts here, leaving none for you, she declared. Just then, Cang Ze's phone buzzed with a video from his master. Hey there, little Cang Ze. Care for a drink? Jie Baiheng's face appeared on the screen. Cang Ze noticed they were drinking, and a sigh escaped him. He longed to join them. Next time, perhaps. I shall have to miss this one, he replied with a resigned smile. You are shamelessly tempting me. Cang Ze, if you do not return soon, I may just wither away. Yingxing teased, holding a cup and smiling at him, though her jest bore a hint of truth. Cang Ze noticed the white strands in Yingxing's hair, and his heart skipped a beat. Yingxing, do not speak such words, Jie Bai scolded, hands on her hips, pointing at the blabbering Yingxing. Feng crossed his arms, glancing between Yingxing and Cang Ze. Rest assured, I can inquire with Haida about the technology for rejuvenation. After all, we too wish to see what you looked like as a child. When Jing Yuan and I first met you, you were quite aloof, he chuckled. Cang Ze turned his gaze to Xiao Haida, knowing that Haida possessed the means for rejuvenation and being willing to offer anything to procure it for Yingxing. Although Yingxing was surprised, she still declined Cang Ze's offer. Oh, such talk is inappropriate. Yingxing, that is technology, not abundance, Jie Bai explained after taking a sip of her drink. Madame Haida would surely disdain employing the power of abundance for immortality. Yingxing expressed her delight, but doubted the affordability of such technology, not wishing for Cang Ze to bear any cost, especially since Jingliu had been waiting for him. Cang Ze, how is your condition? Jingliu inquired, concerned for him. Delicious food, 2 bowls of rice, and delightful desserts after. My training has not faltered. The experimental progress is swift. I shall be well soon, Cang Ze fibbed, uncertain of his actual progress, wishing to alleviate their worries. You're still a bowl behind me. Cang Ze, you need to improve, Jing Yuan remarked as he approached Cang Ze. Xiao Haida rested her chin on her hand, sipping Haida bubble tea, bemused by Cang Ze's animated gestures. She could not comprehend why he was so cheerful in the Haida space station with Madame Haida, Ruan Mei, and the little Haidas around him. Fear not, little Cang Ze. Once the war concludes, we shall come seek you, Feng assured, eager to witness the rejuvenation technology, willing to trade anything, as he possessed many treasures. His mention of war was prompted by Luofu detecting an approaching alliance of abundant entities, likely targeting Luofu. Curse those entities for returning time and again. It is truly vexing. Yingxing lamented, exasperated that the Yu-Chua defense had barely concluded when a new threat loomed. Upon hearing this, Cang Ze thought he could join them. I will be present. It seems I must make a grand entrance as a hero once again. The others chuckled, agreeing with him. Cang Ze, you must switch up your entrance this time. It cannot always be the same. Cang Ze continued his routine of delivering cakes to the Haida daily, while he persistently participated in experiments, often escaping to the warship to interact with Xiao Haida under Ruan Mei's playful jesting. Xiao Haida, do you think you would miss me after I am gone? Cang Ze asked, sitting cross-legged in the cockpit, gazing through the glass at the starry sky while Xiao Haida nestled in his embrace. He pinched her cheek, only to have her swat away his mischievous hand. Haida will not allow you to die. Hence, you shall not perish, Xiao Haida declared confidently. Cang Ze had been awaiting news from Jing Yuan, as Luofu had mentioned impending conflict, and he had requested daily updates, but today seemed unusually delayed. He pulled out his phone, attempting to contact Yingxing, but received no reply. He then reached out to Don Feng, but to no avail. This left Cang Ze feeling restless. Were they in signal jamming zone? Xiao Haida noticed the plethora of unread messages on his phone and watched him anxiously. Cang Ze called General Ting Xiao, but the call went unanswered. In his arms, Xiao Haida sensed Cang Ze's growing anxiety, yet she was unable to voice it. Madame Haida had commanded that Cang Ze remain. Xiao Haida, could you take me to Luofu? Cang Ze calmly squeezed her cheek, his heart beginning to race as an inexplicable sensation stirred within him, as though something were beckoning him. I refuse. I am bound by Madame Haida's orders. Xiao Haida crossed her arms defiantly, unwilling to disobey the command. Xiao Haida, I too possess the highest authority over the Haida space station. Please take me there, or I shall resort to abducting a scientist to guide me. With your presence, I am reassured in my venture. Cang Ze, feeling an inexplicable call within, wasted no time and embraced her, guiding her to the pilot's seat and securing her safety belt. Xiao Haida commenced the operation of the Haida warship, dispatching a message to the Haida via the Haida system, informing her of our journey to Luofu, hoping she would receive it. Cang Ze sent a message to Ruan Mei, requesting her to notify Haida of his return to Luofu when she had the chance. In Luofu, the immortal vessel, Jingliu, Dan Feng, Yingxing, and General Teng Xiao were valiantly resisting the onslaught of the Feng Rao Ling Shi, Shuhu. Meanwhile, Jing Yuan's forces engaged the armies of the Feng Rao Ji Wu. Damn it, this bastard cannot be killed. General Teng Xiao cursed the Feng Rao Ling Shi, noting his infinite stamina, though his destructive power was not as formidable as his own. Jingliu faced a relentless onslaught as countless branches proliferated endlessly. Severing one merely prompted immediate regrowth. The once mighty giant infant was reduced to insignificance in this confrontation. Yingxing commanded a colossal automaton to fend off the creeping vines. Feeling his strength waning and unable to join the fray directly, relying solely on his cunning, he sensed he might perish on this battlefield, burdened by unfinished business. Dan Feng unleashed torrents of water upon Shu Hu, while the whole Ming clan members fell one after another beneath the relentless vines, absorbed by Shu Hu. At this juncture, Haida completed her experiment, holding a miniature sphere with great delight. This sphere would serve as a battery, embedded within Cang Ze to facilitate the devouring of fate. She pondered the absence of Cang Ze that afternoon and decided not to dwell on it, reasoning that the cake for midday would not spoil, and began to indulge in it. As she exited the laboratory, she encountered Ruan Mei waiting at the door. Where's Cang Ze? I have successfully solved a challenging problem for him, Haida proclaimed with pride, a smile gracing her lips. Ah, Haida, Cang Ze has gone to Luofu. My scans indicate 2 sources of Ling Shi power aboard the Luofu Xianzhou. It appears the Feng Rao Ling Shi Shu who has invaded Luofu. The sound of a plate crashing to the ground marked the gravity of the situation. Chapter 83. The chaos of Shu Hu as Xiao Haida entered the boundaries of Luofu. Communication with the Haida was abruptly severed. Unbeknownst to the two aboard the warship, the onboard map detected a unit labeled as a Ling Shi. Xiao Haida maneuvered the warship closer to the battlefield, where both she and Cang Ze beheld a colossal golden tree, its trunk and branches adorned with myriad faces, each capable of opening and closing, breathing, and writhing like living organs. Shu Hu took notice of the ship, unleashing a barrage of branches toward the He Ta warship. Cang Ze, you are no match for him. We must consult He Ta and request her to arrive with the Ultra Annihilation star weapon, Xiao He Ta urged, her anxiety palpable. From the archives, she learned of the Feng Rao Ling Shi Shu Hu, immortal and indestructible. Unlike the previous Hule, this was a Ling Shi. Cang Ze could not contend against it. A massive vine pierced the He Ta warship, prompting Cang Ze to swing his blade in defense of Xiao He Ta. It was too late. He swiftly severed the thick branch. With his left arm, he cradled Xiao He Ta, securing her against his waist. The warship was ensnared by the branches, compressing the vessel structure. Cang Ze cleaved a gaping hole and leaped out with Xiao He Ta. In midair, Cang Ze locked eyes with Shu Hu, an inexplicable connection igniting within him. It reminded him of what He Ta had previously mentioned. His mother had been infected by the Feng Rao Ling Shi, and he had inherited that affliction. A wave of destruction surged from the depths of his being and from the shadows of his heart. A figure with black hair and red eyes, resembling Cang Ze, smiled knowingly. Cang Ze, are you finally awakening? Shu Hu regarded Cang Ze with astonishment, never anticipating that the spores he had carelessly dispersed would yield such a remarkable surprise. A survivor so potent. He unleashed a multitude of immense branches, intent on ensnaring Cang Ze. Cang Ze, facing the oncoming branches, struck fiercely, but in the air, he became a target, with one branch piercing his chest. Cang Ze, release me. I will hinder you. Xiao He Ta implored, attempting to extricate herself from his embrace, as that branch clearly aimed for her. Cang Ze shielded her, yet pierced his chest. Gangsha. Jingliu and the others spotted him and rushed toward him. Shu Hu's power was limitless. The massive branches flung Cang Ze aside, leaving Xiao He Ta to fall to the ground. Cang Ze had protected her well, releasing her only when she was close to the ground. As Xiao He Ta rose, she saw a branch poised to impale her. She was indifferent to her own fate, but Cang Ze would not allow it. Countless blades of light flew forth, shattering the branch. Xiao He Ta, quickly find a safe place, Cang Ze urged, positioning himself before her, insisting she flee. It was his presence that had endangered her. Cang Ze never regarded Xiao He Ta as merely a puppet. Each one was a life in his eyes. Besides, they often sought him for cakes, establishing a bond of familiarity. Yet Xiao He Ta, witnessing Cang Ze defending her from attacks, wished to convey that she was merely a puppet, and her demise would be inconsequential. No, you are Xiao He Ze. You're my friend. Hurry and leave. Cang Ze insisted, valiantly resisting Xiao Hu's onslaught. Feeling the mounting pressure, Xiao He Ta cast a final, poignant glance at Cang Ze, silently pleading for his safety. Subsequently, she retreated to a distant part of the battlefield, needing to contact He Ta at once and assemble a communicator from the available materials. Shu Hu observed Cang Ze's compassion with growing admiration. He was indeed the most devoted follower of Feng Rao. He aimed to eliminate the rebellious Yao Gong followers, leaving only Cang Ze behind. Master, he is formidable. Cang Ze felt his blade tremble slightly in his grip. Shu Hu's branches were as unyielding as steel, with tremendous force behind them. Jingliu nodded, noting her own deteriorating condition. General Tang Xiao had already been locked in combat with Shu Hu for an extended period, his stamina waning. They had attempted to notify Cang Ze before Shu Hu's arrival, but the signals were blocked by the Feng Rao Ji Wu. Cang Ze's arrival seemed to be a blessing for Luofu, yet he could not contend with a Ling Shi. Master, you should rest a moment, Cang Ze urged. Joining the fray, he noticed the injuries on his master and insisted that Jing Lu take a respite. But Shu Hu would grant no mercy. His boundless power was ready to dismantle this bothersome automaton. Gangsha, first protect Yingxing. Dan Feng shouted from above as several enormous branches hurtled toward the automaton. Yingxing activated the automaton's protective shield, skillfully dissipating much of the impact. He then sidestepped the oncoming branch. Wow, Yingxing, you're impressive. Gangsha tished, severing the remaining branches. Observing this, Shu Hu smirked as the sides of the branches began to reveal sharp spikes, launching toward Yingxing. The automaton could not evade this. Cang Ze leaped forward, unleashing a whirlwind of blade energy to shatter the wooden spikes. Suddenly, the automaton's feet were ensnared by branches. Yingxing, caught off guard, found his feet crushed into scrap metal. The branches swiftly spread across the automaton, intent on delivering a chilling fate to Yingxing. With precision, Cang Ze controlled his force, cleaving a gap in the automaton and yanking Yingxing to safety. "Are you all right, Yingxing?" Gasping for breath, Yingxing replied, "I was almost a goner. But as long as you're here, I'll be fine." In the distance, Shu Hu's withered visage bore a slight grin, plotting to capture Cang Ze, seeking to exploit his vulnerabilities. A wooden spike pierced through the ground, penetrating Cang Ze. Yingxing, his pupils narrowing, gazed at Cang Ze, who stood before him, clutching the tip of the spike that had impaled him, desperately trying to prevent it from advancing further. Just as Yingxing was about to summon his sword, more spikes erupted, piercing through Cang Ze, with one even impaling his heart and another through his neck. Frozen in shock, Yingxing watched as Cang Ze's pupils began to fade, leaving him at a loss for what to do. A blue sword aura swept past Cang Ze, severing the spikes. Coughing, Cang Ze felt as if something had been thrust into him at that moment, and he quickly tore open his clothing, revealing golden cracks that were rapidly spreading towards his heart. Feng, witnessing Cang Ze's impalement, had lost all reason, transforming into a dragon and engaging in a reckless melee. Yingxing supported Cang Ze, noticing that the golden cracks were nearing his heart, which had previously been a significant distance away. Now, Yingxing felt utterly powerless. "I must first awaken Feng," Cang Ze thought, feeling as though he was on the verge of becoming someone else. Yet his greatest concern was Feng's safety. At that moment, Jingliu rushed in, the sword aura belonging to her, and she too saw Cang Ze's condition, nearly succumbing to the influence of the Moi. Cang Ze seemed incapable of thought. His gaze was vacant, struggling to focus on his master who was speaking, but he could not hear her words clearly. "Cang Ze, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Jingliu kept speaking to Cang Ze, but he merely stared blankly at her, his eyes reflecting despair as she noticed the golden cracks. Cang Ze, like a soulless puppet, approached and embraced Jingliu, which brought her a flicker of joy. Was Cang Ze regaining consciousness? Suddenly, Cang Ze leaned in to kiss her, and Jingliu sensed a shift, attempting to push him away. Yingxing, observing Cang Ze's condition, stepped forward to pull him away. "Cang Ze, no, don't." Jingliu felt Cang Ze's life force rapidly diminishing as he was transferring his vitality to her. Yingxing grasped Cang Ze's shoulders, realizing that the golden cracks had spread to his face, and his heart was undoubtedly affected, leaving Cang Ze on the brink of becoming a mere shell. Suddenly, Cang Ze grasped Yingxing's arm, startling him. "Cang Ze, stop. You will die. I do not need your life." Yingxing felt Cang Ze transferring his life force, an overwhelming strength, rendering him unable to break free. "No, Cang Ze, don't leave me," Jingliu pleaded, unable to resist Cang Ze any longer, tears streaming down her face. Cang Ze released his grip, mechanically uttering, "Master, is it wrong?" Jingliu and Yingxing were engulfed in despair, feeling the absence of life within Cang Ze, who seemed to have become a corpse. Chapter 84. I am Cang Ze. The will of Shu was spread like a nebula, perceiving the creation he had just transformed. Energy circuits flowed within Cang Ze's body, outlining bizarre patterns that intertwined thorns and life, symbolizing abundant power. An almost ecstatic emotion surged within Shuhua's inhuman consciousness, perfection beyond measure. This body, infused with exceptional swordsmanship, resilient will, and the deep-seated fears and obsessions he had awakened, would undoubtedly become the sharpest and most powerful weapon under his command. With it, the destruction of the stubborn barriers of the Xianzhou alliance and trampling the so-called immortality and hunting order would no longer be an unattainable dream. He envisioned himself wielding the blade named Cang Ze, effortlessly overturning the chessboard against Xianzhou, allowing the blessings of abundance to spread like wildfire across the starry sea. Meanwhile, light years away at the Haida space station, the bustling platform seemed to have been silenced. Haida, walking alongside Ruanmei, abruptly halted, frozen in place. Her typically impatient or inquisitive expression was replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. "Haida?" Ruanmei softly inquired, sensing the turmoil in her friend's aura. Just moments ago, Haida had been efficiently coordinating the defense fleet surrounding the Azure Star, seemingly preparing for an unexpected crisis, but in the next instant, all actions came to a standstill. Haida remained silent, her pupils trembling violently as she stared at the holographic panel that had materialized in her view, visible only to her. The data representing Cang Ze's vital signs, heartbeat, brainwave activity, energy spectrum, plummeted at an unprecedented speed, ultimately settling into a cold, flat, motionless line. Observing this, Ruan Mei stepped forward, her gaze sweeping across the alarming data. After a brief silence, she let out an almost inaudible sigh, tinged with sorrow for the unpredictability of life and understanding of her friend's current emotions. The life signal has vanished. Haida's voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable. Amidst the smoke of battle and amidst the corpses strewn across the charred ground, Jingliu knelt, cradling the lifeless Cang Ze in her arms. Cang Ze's iconic white hair lay limply, stained with dirt and blood, his once clear eyes closed, his expression serene as if merely asleep, yet he could never be awakened again. No, no, Jingliu's voice shattered, trembling with heart-wrenching anguish as she shook Cang Ze, as if that alone could rouse him from eternal slumber. Yingxing, tell me, how can I return life to him? Please, tell me. Her heart felt as if it were being sliced repeatedly by the sharpest blade, reduced to nothing but powder. An overwhelming sorrow surged like a black tide, crashing against her fragile mental barriers, while the curse known as Mai, lying deep within the bloodline of the Xianzhou people, stirred with her emotional unraveling, but was fiercely suppressed by Cang Ze's vitality. Yingxing stood silently beside her, the genius of the crafting division, renowned for forging countless divine weapons, now feeling an unprecedented sense of impotence. Clenching his fists until the knuckles turned white, nails digging into his palms, he felt a minute sting that paled in comparison to the anguish within his heart. He gazed at Cang Ze, his voice low and raspy. He used the power of abundance. It does not only grant life, but can also distort it. At this moment, this power became the cruelest irony. No, don't leave me. Cang Ze, please don't leave me. Jingliu pressed her cheek against Cang Ze's cold forehead, her scorching tears cascading down, soaking his hair. Her world crumbled inch by inch with the fading of life in her grasp. Endless darkness enveloped the last echoes of her consciousness. Here, there was no light, no sound, no warmth, only a void of deathly silence. Cang Ze's consciousness floated within it. He looked down, unable to see his body, and glanced around, perceiving no boundaries. Is this the world after death? He pondered silently, wondering if it was hell or heaven. Perhaps, for one like him, burdened with the gift of abundance, yet ultimately resisting it, neither would welcome him. Fragments of his last memories surged into his mind, his master Jingliu, her eyes faintly reflecting the crimson of Mai. The fleeting life of Yingxing, though resolute, was destined to be short-lived. Thus, he made his choice. He would transfer the immense life force that Shuhua had forcibly injected into him, along with the little vitality he had left, to them. At least, this would temporarily suppress his master's Mai and prolong Yingxing's life. He departed, but perhaps the five of them, Jingliu, Yingxing, Feng, Jing Yuan, and Baiheng, could continue to accompany each other, traversing a longer path together. This is also good. He wandered aimlessly through the darkness of consciousness, unaware of how long had passed when a vague figure appeared ahead. As the figure drew closer, it became increasingly discernible. The same visage, the same form, yet the hair was as dark as ink, and the eyes burned with a crimson intensity. Was that another version of myself? You've come, the figure with black hair, Cang Ze remarked, a sinister smile curving his lips, exuding an unmistakable aura of malevolence and peculiarity, as if he had been awaiting this moment for an eternity. The white-haired Cang Ze instinctively reached for his blade, his hand moving toward his waist, only to grasp at empty air. He suppressed the chilling apprehension that surged within him, compelling himself to maintain composure as he inquired in a low voice, "Who are you?" "I am Cang Ze," the black-haired Cang Ze replied, his grin widening, his scarlet pupils studying the other with keen interest, relishing the uncertainty that enveloped him. "Ah, right, this fellow seems to harbor a lingering fear of ghosts. How amusing. Even he is frightened of himself." "What do you mean?" The voice of the white-haired Cang Ze took on an angry edge. "What do you mean you are Cang Ze? Who am I then?" The black-haired Cang Ze advanced step by step, his stride leisurely yet laced with a mocking sense of pressure, coming to a halt before the white-haired Cang Ze. He chuckled lightly, the sound chilling to the bone. "What I mean is, I am you, the part of you that you refuse to confront, the aspect you desperately wish to bury. The black-haired Cang Ze articulated each word with precision, unveiling the scars that time had sealed, yet never truly healed. I know everything about you. I am aware of your origins from another world, a misplaced traveler. I understand the suffering you have endured, the humiliation, the fears, the days spent scavenging alongside refuse and rodents in the darkest, dampest alleys of the Xingcha Sea. I have lived through it all. The white-haired Cang Ze instinctively recoiled, each step retreating into the void, sending tremors through his very soul. Meanwhile, the black-haired Cang Ze shadowed him, closing in relentlessly. What are you afraid of? I'm not a ghost. The black-haired Cang Ze extended a hand, his icy fingers lifting Cang Ze's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. Do you think that by suppressing those past events, you can render them non-existent? Look at how perfect you appear when you are with them. Always gentle, always understanding, never erring. What truly terrifies you? Is it the fear that if you reveal your authentic self, showcasing your vulnerabilities and imperfections, they will discard you like refuse? The pupils of the white-haired Cang Ze constricted suddenly, his eyes trembling with intensity. You truly are. Did Sister Baiheng make you dress as a woman? No matter how reluctant you may feel, you never refuse. Is it because you fear that opposition would hurt that lively fox spirit, jeopardizing that rare closeness? You harbor feelings for your master, Jingliu, emotions that transcend the boundaries of mentor and mentee. Yet dare you voice it? You cannot. You fear that if you confess, she will regard you with disdain, deeming you a wayward disciple, a tarnish to propriety. Thus, you are compelled to stifle those feelings deep within, masquerading as a respectful and obedient disciple, silently remaining by her side, even when you vaguely sense her affections. You dare not take a step forward. You are afraid. Jing Yuan, that seemingly indolent yet perceptive individual, has cared for you for so many years. You have laid your heart bare before him, completely unguarded. Is it genuine trust? Or is it an underlying fear that if you withhold anything, he will deem you worthless, unworthy of his concern? You always cling to Yingxing, requesting him to forge weapons for you first. Is it pure admiration for his craft, or an incessant test to see if this brilliant artisan grows weary of your troublesome presence? And then there is Dan Feng, the esteemed Longzuan of the Jiming clan. You assist him with the mundane tasks he finds bothersome, even going so far as to arrange his dishes. Is it true consideration, or a fear that any misstep on your part may tarnish his majestic robes, that you dread catching even the slightest hint of disapproval in his eyes? Each word from the black-haired Cang Ze struck like a poisoned dagger, piercing the softest, most unapproachable corners of the white-haired Cang Ze's soul. With each utterance, the pallor of the white-haired Cang Ze deepened, and the despair in his eyes intensified. Finally, the black-haired Cang Ze seized Cang Ze's shoulders with astonishing strength, his crimson gaze locking onto the latter's unfocused stare, his voice echoing like a final verdict. Cease the pretense. No matter how high you climb, how great your power becomes, or how much love you garner from others, deep within your heart, you will always remain that trembling little beggar, curled up in the dark alleys of the Xingcha Sea, ignored by the world. Silence. The white-haired Cang Ze erupted with an unprecedented force, shoving the black-haired Cang Ze away. A profound sense of grief and shame surged within him, compelling him to flee this place, to escape the self that had been so thoroughly stripped bare. Ah, will you only run? The black-haired Cang Ze's mocking laughter echoed behind him. Just like this time, controlled by the fleeting shadows, succumbing to despair, feeling your own impotence and insignificance, and thus nobly choosing sacrifice, giving your life for others, leaving a shattered battlefield in your wake. Is this your solution? To simply walk away? The white-haired Cang Ze's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Why had he stopped? The black-haired Cang Ze's figure appeared before him once more, blocking his path, the eerie smile stretching almost to his ears. It is discontent, is it not? Discontent to let it all end like this. Discontent to leave the mess for those you care about. Discontent to conclude your story in such a controlled manner. Then let me assist you. In the realm of battle, Jingliu had succumbed entirely to a frenzied state of slaughter. The immense vitality bestowed upon her by Cang Ze not only temporarily suppressed the encroachment of the Moen body, but also propelled her power to unprecedented heights. The sword in her hand had transformed from a mere weapon into a tempest of annihilation, unleashing countless sharp, unmatched sword energies like a chaotic galaxy, mercilessly cascading toward Shua. This violent torrent of sword energy even jolted Danfeng, who had succumbed to exhaustion and fainted nearby, back to consciousness. What was happening? Danfeng's eyes fluttered open, immediately grasping the almost spatially rending sword intent and the unstable aura emanating from Jingliu, mingled with life and destruction. Then he learned from Yingxing of Cang Ze's demise. For the first time, the perpetually placid countenance of the Longzuan of Jiming bore cracks. A cold fury intertwined with profound sorrow, causing the swirling clouds of Yun around him to boil violently, emitting a sound akin to weeping. The strings of reason, at that moment, were stretched to their utmost limit. Yingxing could no longer participate in the fray, cradling Cang Ze's increasingly frigid body amidst the chaos, his gaze hollow. It was as if all the external turmoil, the clamor of battle, the roars, the explosive energies, had become irrelevant to him. His world had been reduced to the familiar visage in his arms, now devoid of color. The small black tower knelt silently beside Cang Ze, extending its icy fingers to gently grasp his lifeless hand, which had fallen weakly. As a doll, she possessed no warm heart, nor tear ducts, by all accounts. She should lack the capacity for tears. Yet, why did her vision blur so? An indescribable stream of data, named sorrow, surged with unprecedented force, washing over her core processing unit. Just then, the lifeless body in her embrace suddenly opened its eyes. What eyes they were! No longer the clarity or gentleness of yore, but akin to the hellish fires ignited in the depths of the abyss, filled with the most unadulterated, violent crimson. The grotesque fissures belonging to the Mo-in body rapidly spread from his left cheek, as if alive. Yingxing was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, his heart jolting with shock. The elation that had just begun to rise froze instantly into a deeper chill upon meeting those blood-red orbs. "Cang Ze?" he called tentatively. However, Cang Ze offered no response. He stood rigidly, akin to a marionette, mechanically rising to remove the black blade, and Yu and his arm guards discarding them to the ground. Then, he advanced step by step, unwaveringly, towards the distant figure of Shua, who was entangled in battle with Jingliu, Danfeng, and General Teng Xiao. "Cang Ze, wake up!" Yingxing realized that something was amiss and struggled to intervene. But as he moved, the charred ground beneath him suddenly cracked open. A hand, entirely composed of dense shadows, cold and sticky, shot out and firmly grasped his ankle. No matter how Yingxing struggled, that shadowy hand remained immovable, as if rooted deep within the earth. Beside him, the petite Haida was similarly ensnared by another shadowy hand. She gazed at Cang Ze's figure, which seemed to experience a slight detachment from the realm of reality, as her core processor rapidly churned, arriving at a startling conclusion. Is this the power of memory? Interfering with reality, creating barriers? What if Cang Ze's memory were to be completely erased or distorted? At the center of the battlefield, Shua also took notice of this uninvited guest. He wielded countless terrifying branches entwined with the remnants of the Jiming clan and the Yunqi army, temporarily driving back the frenzied Jingliu, while controlling the chaotic Danfeng and the blood-soaked, nearly exhausted General Teng Xiao. The gazes of the three converged upon that staggering yet determined figure. "Cang Ze?" Danfeng exclaimed, recognizing at a glance that Cang Ze's current state was utterly abnormal, clearly bearing the marks of having succumbed to the shadows of darkness, yet emanating an aura of strangeness that even he could not comprehend. Jingliu attempted to rush forward, but was violently repelled by a massive branch conjured by Shua. He would not allow anyone to disturb his nearly completed masterpiece. Yes, just like that. "Cang Ze, come to me." The multitude of faces upon Shuhua's form spoke in unison, emitting a chilling cacophony of laughter. "Become the mightiest blade of abundance. Together, we shall bestow a new order upon this starry sea." Ha 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 ha! The branches on Shuhua trembled violently with the laughter, the corpses strung upon them swaying like wind chimes, showering the area with a torrential rain of blood. At last, Cang Ze arrived before Shua, lifting his head, his blood-red eyes locking onto the imposing figure of the divine emissary of abundance. Then, a smile emerged upon his face, eerily mirroring that of the dark-haired Cang Ze from his inner world, a smile both strange and maddened. With a swift motion of his right hand, a thick, ink-like darkness, seemingly capable of devouring all light, rapidly coalesced, forming an ethereal energy blade that radiated ominous vibrations. Since it was you who led me into this abyss of darkness, let you personally experience what Cang Ze's dark form truly embodies. Ha 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 ha. From his throat erupted a sound utterly unlike that of a human. A harsh laughter akin to the grinding of countless shards of glass. Shu Hua joined in the mad laughter, believing it to be a signal of submission and acknowledgement. However, in the next moment, swoosh, without any forewarning, and without the visibility of a blade trajectory, Shu Hua's colossal form, woven from innumerable branches and faces, was instantaneously severed by an invisible force, splitting into countless writhing chunks of flesh and splintered wood. The laughter abruptly ceased. The flesh and wood writhed frantically, attempting to reassemble. Yet, before it could regain its form, a second wave, a third wave of countless invisible strikes surged forth. The flesh was sliced into even smaller fragments, which shavings scattered, and Shu Hua was left with no opportunity to scream, perpetually trapped in a state of relentless dismemberment, unable to coalesce. Cang Ze stood there, seemingly flailing his arms without purpose. Yet every strike distorted the very fabric of space, creating invisible currents that tore asunder. This furious onslaught not only kept Shu Hua in a perpetual state of disarray, but also summoned dreadful shockwaves that swept away the approaching Jingliu, Feng, Xiao, and even the distant Yingxing and Haida, much like autumn leaves caught in a gale. Yingxing, what has happened to him? Jingliu steadied herself. Her voice as frigid as 1,000-year-old ice, casting a gaze filled with suspicion towards Yingxing, wondering if this genius of the Gongzhou division had done something to Cang Ze's corpse. It was not him. Haida interjected immediately, her voice calm, yet undeniably assertive. Before Cang Ze awakened, we sensed a fleeting presence of the power of memory. Subsequently, he appeared as he is now, and the original Cang Ze's life signal has indeed vanished. Feng fell silent, observing the distant figure that madly wielded the black blade, an embodiment of calamity, with a resolute light flickering in his dragon-like eyes. A dangerous thought, deemed taboo by the Jiming clan, burgeoned within him. Perhaps only that method could shatter this bizarre state and summon the true Cang Ze back from the abyss. General Xiao was also swept back by the sudden force of energy, propping himself up with his nearly broken spear and spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Cursing, what the hell? What is wrong with that brat Cang Ze? How could he have fallen into the shadows of darkness so easily? He had been locked in a fierce battle with Shu Hua at the front lines, entirely oblivious to the changes occurring behind him, only to turn around and find an enemy combatant in the form of a dark shadow warrior, even more troublesome than Shu Hua. How could they continue this fight? Meanwhile, Shu Hua, continuously fragmented, finally gathered enough strength to unleash a roar that reverberated through the heavens, infused with humiliation and rage. He forcibly summoned the power of abundance, instantaneously reconstituting his vast form amidst the intervals of Cang Ze's strikes. How dare you? Shu Hua's fury knew no bounds. He could neither comprehend nor accept it. An entity that had utterly succumbed to the shadows of darkness should have been entirely under his control, becoming his most loyal puppet. Why? Why could he still resist? Why did he possess such terrifying power? A colossal arm, entangled with innumerable branches, surged towards Cang Ze with a might to crush mountains. Bang! Half of Cang Ze's body shattered upon impact. Yet, in the very next instant, as flesh and blood splattered, his form flickered like a faulty signal, and the destroyed portion miraculously restored itself, as if the prior attack had merely been an illusion. In his left hand, a pitch-black energy blade also coalesced. Armed with dual blades, Cang Ze tilted his head, presenting that spine-chilling, eerie smile to the enraged Shu Hua. The next moment, the two figures collided once more with tremendous force. This battle was far more terrifying and frenzied than any before. The ebony blades became tangible, slashing through the earth and leaving bottomless ravines. The winds born from the conflict tore apart the clouds, altering the very color of the sky. The clash of weapons against branches mingled with Shu Hua's roars and Cang Ze's inhuman laughter, as if aiming to evaporate this entire sea. General Xiao and Jingliu attempted to intervene multiple times, but found no opportunity to do so. The clash between the two had formed a separate, destructive realm, where any external approach would be mercilessly shredded by the omnipresent black blades. And unnoticed by all, amidst the tumult of energy swirling in the high skies of the battlefield. A moon, exuding an ominous black glow at its edges, silently emerged, coldly gazing down upon this ultimate struggle between the divine emissary and the shadows, creation and destruction. Chapter 85, The Black Moon. Jing Yuan stood firm on the chaotic front lines of the battlefield, his pupils sharp as an eagle's, scanning the distant horizon. He knew Cang Ze was there at the very core, the most perilous point of the conflict. However, the energy fluctuations emanating from that direction had already transcended the realm of reason, chaotic and violent, tinged with a familiar sensation that made his heart race. Ultimately, it succumbed to an unsettling silence, only to be replaced by a more grand and soul-chilling sense of oppression. His heart was aflame with anxiety, yet as a Yunshi Xiaowei, he could not abandon his post. He was compelled to remain here, leading his loyal soldiers to withstand the onslaught of the prosperous army, which surged forth like a relentless tide, thereby securing this critical defense line. Jing Yuan, I have just recalled something of utmost importance. It must be addressed immediately. Baiheng's voice, laced with rare urgency and determination, interrupted his thoughts. Jing Yuan turned to find Baiheng's usually bright smile replaced by an expression of unwavering resolve. He presumed she had received a distress signal from General Teng Xiao or had devised a brilliant strategy to turn the tide of battle, and thus nodded, "Be careful." Without further ado, Baiheng leapt onto a high-speed starship, its engines roaring to life, transforming into a streak of light that vanished in an instant at the battlefield's edge. Rather than heading to the main battlefield, she relied on her memory to precisely locate the warship they had collectively used years ago. Activating the ship, it ascended, engines straining under overload. The vessel, akin to a falcon breaking free from its cage, shattered the gravitational confines of Luofu, Xianzhou, plunging into the vast and merciless cosmos. "Target, Zhu Ming Xianzhou," she urged, gripping the controls tightly, her knuckles whitening from the strain, pushing the ship's jump engine to its limits. She executed leap after leap into hyperspace, disregarding the toll it took on both the ship and herself. A resolute fire burned in her eyes. This time, she would surely bring victory to you. At the edge of the main battlefield, General Teng Xiao's hair billowed in the wind, his immense deity-like form towering above, driving a golden blade imbued with divine light deep into the ground, erecting a formidable barrier to shield Jingliu, Feng, and the unconscious Xiao Haida from the terrifying shockwaves emanating from the heart of the battlefield, capable of tearing through metal. The golden deity quivered slightly amidst the storm, its radiant light swirling, evidently bearing immense pressure. "Is there any way to awaken him?" Teng Xiao's voice distorted in the tempest, his gaze fixed on the distant figure enveloped in darkness, embodying calamity, his heart racing with urgency. The power of Cang Ze was spiraling out of control. If this continued unchecked, the consequences would be dire. A heavy silence enveloped them. Jingliu bit her lip, blood seeping from between her teeth. Feng's dragon-like eyes narrowed, as the swirling water of Yun's song attempted to advance, only to be shattered upon contact with the invisible force field. If they cannot even approach, how could they hope to awaken him? In the cosmos, a swiftly moving spaceship raced ahead. Ruan Mei gazed at the rapidly fluctuating data on her console, spiraling toward complete chaos, her brows furrowing, voice tinged with an almost imperceptible gravity. "Haida, the situation is exceedingly grim. The path to annihilation is fully eroding. Cang Ze is on the brink of being engulfed." Haida stood motionless, her exquisite features betraying no emotion, yet her tightly clenched fists revealed the turmoil within. The power of abundance had been consumed and assimilated. Now even the last remnants of memory were on the verge of succumbing. If memories were entirely obliterated, then Cang Ze would cease to exist as Cang Ze. He would become wholly subjugated beneath the Lord of Annihilation Nanak, a mere harbinger of the end, a cold and absolute monarch of destruction. Within the inner world of Cang Ze, amidst the eternal darkness, "It seems the best I can do for you is this." The black-haired Cang Ze caressed the cheek of the white-haired Cang Ze, suppressing emotions long held within, the persona born from this conflict. The cyber Qin Shi Huang had come for him. He had always existed, accompanying the white-haired Cang Ze in growth, sharing laughter with friends, greedily absorbing warmth during moments of happiness. At this moment, the two Cang Zes began to merge slowly and irreversibly. The white-haired Cang Ze's hair was now a blend of black and white, mirroring his soul's conflicting struggles to plunge into destruction. It seems this is my fate. The white-haired Cang Ze gazed at the black-haired self, now becoming transparent and dissipating, feeling no fear, only profound sorrow and acceptance. He understood that the black-haired Cang Ze was his other self, shielding him from pain, assisting him in becoming better in the eyes of friends. Cang Ze and he were inseparable. Both were Cang Ze. I have issued the final command for our bodies. The black-haired Cang Ze smiled, the expression no longer twisted, but imbued with a tranquility that followed the completion of a mission. We shall uphold our promise to them until the very last moment. The two voices overlapped at this instant, as if they were one. In the realm of reality, a cataclysm unfolded. A moon, black as ink, emanating an ominous, dark light from its edges, rose in the starry sea without warning. Its radiance did not illuminate, but rather consumed. Darkness spread like a tide, swiftly engulfing one star system after another. At the headquarters of the Interstellar Peace Company, the massive ships of the Xianzhou Alliance found themselves shrouded in the shadow of this black moon, covering nearly all civilizations within the material universe. A black-skinned, white-haired athlete glanced toward Luofu, casting a gaze of destruction. The marshal of the Xianzhou Alliance felt the terrifying will that shook the stellar orbits, his face paling in horror. The company headquarters descended into chaos, all observational equipment trained on the incomprehensible black moon, attempting to decipher its composition and purpose, only to receive a cacophony of meaningless data. On board the Luofu Xianzhou, Tang Xiao, Jingliu, Dan Feng, and all who retained consciousness froze at that moment. It was not that they lacked the will to move. Rather, an absolute suppression stemming from the instinct of life, faced with a higher dimensional existence, rendered them utterly immobile. The star god was no mere illusion. His presence had truly descended upon them. Damn it, I'm still too late. On board the rapidly advancing Haida spaceship, she gazed at the monitor, displaying data streams completely tainted by the essence of annihilation, her fists slamming into the console. She had ultimately failed to arrive in time. The entire world seemed to have sunk into a lightless abyss. Only that black moon hung ominously above all living beings, visible to all, regardless of their position or whether they looked up, radiating a presence of black light. Jing Yuan felt a chill surge from his spine to the crown of his head, every hair on his body standing on end. He struggled to lift his head, gazing at the black moon that had supplanted the sun, a terrifying thought uncontrollably emerging. Cang Ze, have you ultimately become the Lord of Annihilation? At that moment, Baiheng, racing back to Luofu, caught sight of the black moon through the porthole. Tears blurred her vision, yet her hands remained steady on the controls. Her right hand clutched a black sun, seemingly capable of devouring all light, perpetually spinning. Little Cang Ze, do not fear. Sister is coming to take you home. Across Luofu and the wider expanse of the starry realms, all beings succumbed momentarily to the oppressive force of the black moon. Some lesser entities of prosperity attempted to struggle, yet their efforts amounted to naught. A mere twitch of a limb was met with countless invisible yet razor-sharp blades of darkness that appeared out of nowhere, swiftly cleaving them into their most basic particles, leaving not even a trace of dust, as if they had never existed. The Yunqi army and the prosperous beings found themselves in a peculiar stalemate, neither daring to make a move. Even Jing Yuan and his companions held their breath under the absolute threat of death. The moon commander of Yaoqing Xianzhou clung to the command platform, fighting against the urge to collapse. Her gaze trembled as she beheld the black moon penetrating all barriers, directly imprinting itself into the minds of every individual. Below, the Yunqi soldiers trembled, gripped by a fear that surged from the depths of their souls. However, they soon discovered that as long as they remained still, the deadly glimmer of the blade seemed to spare them. On the battlefield, where Jing Yuan was positioned, a psychologically shattered Yunqi soldier succumbed to overwhelming terror, emitting a heart-wrenching scream as he abandoned his weapon and fled in a frenzy. Jing Yuan's heart tightened, fearing he would witness the gruesome fate of the man being shredded. Yet, nothing transpired. The soldier ran far away, as if the Heiyue had spared him. Subsequently, some bounteous beings attempted to move, but their fate was no different from before as they turned to ashes. The gaze of the destruction star god, Nanak, did not linger for long. That suffocating divine pressure receded like a tide. Yet, Everyone aboard the Luofu understood one undeniable truth. A new, formidable destruction sovereign had been born in Luofu, belonging to the destruction star god. Jingliu and the others looked on in terror towards the center of the battlefield. There stood Cang Ze, his hair transformed into an inky black, his eyes pure and devoid of emotion, a brilliant crimson. His body was flawless. The cracks brought forth by previous bounteous powers had vanished, as if he were a masterpiece sculpted by the very will of destruction. The being closest to him, Shuhua, was on the brink of insanity. Just moments ago, driven by extreme fear, he attempted to restore the half of his body that had been severed, only for the formless blade of darkness to descend once more, not only shattering his efforts, but also imparting the dreadful sensation of a force clinging to his wound, utterly severing his connection with the path of bounty, turning recovery into a mere fantasy. He could muster no courage to even attempt to restore his form, paralyzed as if under the gaze of a venomous serpent. Not only the Xianzhou and the bounteous folk, but even the Antimatter Legion ravaging other star domains felt the impact. The light of Heiyue equally enveloped them. The destruction sovereigns, Xing Xiao and Huanlong, also sensed the indiscriminate threat of death, refraining from any rash actions. A colossal doomsday beast, perhaps due to its lack of intelligence or instinctual drive, slightly flapped its bony wings. In that instant, without process or shadow, its massive form vanished like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser, leaving behind not even the slightest trace of breakthrough materials. For the first time, the beautiful visage of Huanlong, constructed of energy, reflected an emotion known as fear. She dared not even shift her gaze. Another sovereign, Feng, attempted to resist, but realized that the dark blade acted directly upon existence itself, disregarding space and defenses. Feng promptly abandoned resistance, standing still in trepidation. This was indeed a grave situation, thought the destruction sovereign, feeling a sense of helplessness. The new colleague had made quite the entrance, demonstrating their power to all the predecessors. He observed the mortals, compelled by fear to kneel before him, while he himself could only maintain his current stance, aware that even the slightest movement could provoke annihilation that ignored all rules. Meanwhile, in an indescribable dimension, the jovial star god, Aha, seemed to encounter a setback, erupting in an enigmatic laugh. Ah ha ha ha! Little Cang Ze has become the destruction sovereign. How terrifying. Ah, what a disgrace. I couldn't even outpace that dark-skinned, athletic youth. Ah! On the Luofu Xianzhou, General Teng Xiao tentatively moved a finger, finding no anomaly. He immediately contacted Jing Yuan through encrypted communication. Jing Yuan, we can move now. What about the bounty beings on your end? On the other end, Jing Yuan's voice was low and hoarse, imbued with indescribable complexity. General, they dare not move. He paused, articulating the painful speculation that pierced everyone's hearts. Cang Ze remembers our promise. Therefore, Heiyue will not harm us. General Teng Xiao fell silent. Hack eyes, you little rascal. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions, and commanded in a deep voice. All forces heed my command. Counterattack. Jingliu recklessly charged toward the still figure, calling out his name. Yet, no matter how she ran, the distance between her and Cang Ze seemed to stretch infinitely, forever beyond her reach. An inch felt like a mile. Cang Ze's lifeless crimson eyes slowly turned, scanning Jingliu, Yingxing, Feng, and the recently awakened, bewildered Zai. His gaze bore no trace of emotion, akin to observing unfamiliar stones. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, tilting his head slightly to gaze at the starry sky. Sister Baiheng, he spoke with a dry, fragmented voice, laboriously forcing out the words. He felt a familiar aura approaching with resolute speed, carrying a dangerously potent force capable of utterly terminating his current state. Following that final command within him and the deeply ingrained promise, he disregarded all others, slowly, step by step, advancing toward the petrified Shuhua. On Shuhua's myriad faces, an expression of profound terror emerged simultaneously. He fervently prayed, attempting to connect with the elusive bounteous star god, the apothecary, beseeching for salvation. Yet in despair, he realized that his connection to destiny had been irrevocably severed by that omnipresent blade of darkness. He fell into despair, yearning to flee, to plead for mercy, but found himself unable. Cang Ze's cold, lifeless aura clamped down upon him like the mightiest of shackles, pinning him in place, his very thoughts nearing freezing. Cang Ze stepped upon Shu Hua's vast form, composed of countless branches and flesh, as if traversing level ground. He extended his arms, tilting his head skyward, gazing at the Hua-shrouded sky, expending his final consciousness to utter those two weighty words, promise. Jingliu, Yingxing, and Feng were left bewildered, yet a surge of intense unease gripped their hearts. Just then, a familiar warship, akin to a blazing meteor, tore through the atmosphere, recklessly plunging into the chaotic battlefield. Feng and Yingxing instantly recognized it as the warship they had once shared. Baiheng, no! Yingxing let out a heart-wrenching roar, recklessly sprinting toward the direction of the falling starship. Feng let out a long cry, summoning the waters around him to transform into a colossal water dragon in an attempt to intercept. Yet it was too late. The starship's hatch opened at the last moment, and a white silhouette leaped forth like a bird with broken wings. Baiheng gazed downward at the black-haired youth standing upon the massive form, arms outstretched as if awaiting an embrace. Tears finally streamed down her eyes, yet her lips curled into an exquisitely tender yet resolute smile. Little Cang Ze, do not fear. Her voice pierced through the barriers of space, resonating clearly across the silent battlefield. Sister has come to accompany you. Cang Ze steadily caught the descending Baiheng. She tightly embraced Cang Ze's neck with her left hand while raising her right high. The black sun she had meticulously carried, now erupting with an all-consuming light and heat, unleashed its power. A transparent, spherical energy shield materialized instantly, enveloping Cang Ze, Baiheng, and Shu Hua beneath them entirely. In the next moment, the interior of the shield filled with an absolute darkness from which not even light could escape. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling energy shockwave, nor even a whisper sound. Only a suffocating void of silence remained. Clatter. The fragmented sword in Jingliu's grasp fell limply to the ground. She stared blankly at the all-consuming dark sphere, the aura of the demon Yin within her roiling violently. Yet a more powerful, gentler force, akin to the sturdiest of ropes, bound the impending chaos, forcibly suppressing it. That was the power from Cang Ze. The black moon, amidst the vast cosmos, vanished as abruptly and silently as it had appeared. The terrifying gloom that had shrouded the hearts of all living beings suddenly dissipated, as if the universe had been reborn. The surviving, bountiful people, after a brief stupor, retreated in a panicked rush like a receding tide. Yet, Jing Yuan remained rooted in place, gazing up at the sky now revealed, devoid of any elation from surviving the catastrophe. A chilling question gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. Why had the black moon disappeared? Chapter 86. Divine Punishment at the Edge of the Universe. Far from the sea of stars and the light of civilization lay the realm of destruction, the lair of the Antimatter Legion. Suspended in the void was a massive platform constructed of dark metal and enigmatic energy, its design fierce and frigid, reflecting its owner's pure aesthetic of annihilation. At the center of the platform stood a solitary figure, clad in immaculate white robes, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding an ethereal quality that seemed out of place in this violent star domain. However, a circle of bizarre structures hovered before her, resembling a data halo, and the immense pressure radiating from her caused the very fabric of space to warp, revealing her fearsome identity, the Lord of Annihilation, Xingxiao. At this moment, her eyes, obscured by the halo, quietly observed the figure before her, firmly bound by countless golden chains that emerged from the void. This was the newly appointed Lord of Annihilation, and you, or rather, the entity once known as Cang Ze. The scene was nothing short of harrowing. Chains shimmering with punitive light pierced through his body like living serpents, mercilessly impaling him. A thick chain stabbed through his back and emerged from his chest, forming a cold cross that immobilized his upper body. A similarly thick golden chain penetrated his thigh, robbing him of the ability to stand. Most horrifyingly, a chain even pierced his neck, rendering him incapable of even the slightest motion of lowering his head. He was suspended in mid-air, like a shattered puppet undergoing divine retribution. Upon the chains flowed power that did not belong to Cang Ze himself, a direct will from the god of annihilation, Nanak, who was revered here as the creator of oblivion. These chains were not merely for binding. They continuously forced pure annihilation energy into him, cleansing and transforming every inch of his flesh and soul. This was both punishment and a coercive gift. Is this the punishment from the creator of Oblivion? Xingxiao's voice, ethereal and devoid of fluctuation, resonated in the silence, as if questioning or conversing with herself, for she felt an unsettling familiarity with Yu's condition. She was acutely aware that this newly minted colleague could have, by leveraging the anchor point established by that bizarre black moon, instantaneously obliterated all life in Luofu and beyond, fulfilling a grand finale aligned with the aesthetics of destruction. Yet, at the critical moment, he had let go. This betrayal had summoned the creator of Oblivion's direct intervention and retribution. Cang Ze, pierced by the chains, hung his head, his inky black hair obscuring most of his face. He felt no physical pain. The cleansing of annihilation energy had long since numbed his nerves. All senses, touch, smell, taste, faded away from him. His world was reduced to an infinite darkness and the ceaseless war within. His consciousness struggled like a leaf battling a storm of destruction, desperately clinging to the last vestiges of clarity. He could not abandon the obsession sustaining his waning will. The promise made to himself and to them: if I were to disappear completely, Nanak would never spare them. Jing Yuan, Master Xingdanfeng by Hongjie. Thus he must resist. Even if his soul were torn apart, even if his consciousness were obliterated, he would defend this final line. Xingxiao glided forward, her toes barely touching the cold platform. She extended her hand, using her icy fingertips to lift Cang Ze's chin, compelling him to raise his face. What met her gaze was a pallid, lifeless visage. His once blazing crimson eyes were now hollow and devoid of spirit. Only thick, ink-like blood, laced with golden threads, continuously oozed from the corners of his eyes, nostrils, and mouth trickling down. The wound on his neck, pierced by the chains, continued to seep black golden blood, staining his clothes and flesh in a wretched manner. Xingxiao tilted her head, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes behind the halo. Why had the creator of Oblivion sent this failed specimen to her? Was it merely for her to witness? Her gaze dropped, noticing the ring adorning Cang Ze's left hand. It was simple in design, yet entirely incongruent with his current identity as the Lord of Annihilation. She reached out, wishing to touch the ring and uncover its secrets. Just as her fingertip was about to make contact with the ring, roar! The previously lifeless Cang Ze suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar. His eyes ignited with a terrifying crimson glow, and his chain-impaled body unleashed an incredible force, thrashing wildly as waves of annihilation energy slashed toward Xingxiao. The posture was evidently one of intent to tear her apart. Xingxiao's figure floated back like a wraith, effortlessly evading this futile counterattack. She regarded those eyes filled with primal ferocity and brutality, a faint, yet significant smile gracing her lips. Very well then. She withdrew her hand, her voice still ethereal. For it seemed that this encounter was not entirely devoid of interest. At least, it would occupy a lengthy span of time. Deep within Cang Ze's consciousness, in a cage darker than the edge of the universe, Baiheng suddenly opened her eyes. Where is this? She looked around in confusion, surrounded by pure, impenetrable darkness, with no sense of up, down, left, or right, nor any passage of time. Was this hell, or the afterlife? She struggled to rise, but sensed no presence of her body, as if she were merely a drifting consciousness. Her gaze turned, suddenly fixating on a figure in the distance. In the midst of that endless darkness, a silhouette was bound by thicker chains of darkness, imprisoned. The chains writhed as if alive, siphoning the life force from that figure. A piercing sense of familiarity caused Baiheng's heart to constrict. She rushed forward, desperate to approach. Bang! An invisible, incredibly resilient wall blocked her path. No matter how she collided or pounded against it, she could not break through even a fraction. Cang Ze! She finally discerned that the imprisoned figure was indeed Cang Ze. Yet his current state was even more tragic than on the battlefield. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, his hands, feet, chest, and neck pierced by an unseen force, resembling a shattered marionette, lifelessly suspended in the darkness. Cang Ze, wake up! Look at me! It's Baiheng! Baiheng cried out hoarsely, desperately pounding on the barrier, her tears blurring her vision, even though she did not comprehend why her consciousness could still weep. Answer me. I beg you, answer me. On the celestial vessel of Luofu, the post-cataclysm battlefield lay in ruins, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder and sorrow. Jing Yuan stood rooted in place, as if his feet had taken root. His pupils had lost their former brilliance, leaving only a hollow, ashen void. A diminutive black tower puppet silently approached him, cradling in its hands the black blade known as an Yu and a familiar pair of bracers. Left behind by him, the voice of the small black tower was calm, yet tinged with an almost imperceptible heaviness. Jing Yuan's gaze gradually focused on the two items. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and it took all his strength to accept them. The coldness of the objects betrayed the absence of any warmth from their master. He clutched the black blade and bracers tightly to his chest, as if attempting to meld them into his very bones and blood. In the next moment, the resilient facade that had been held together with sheer determination finally shattered. The young Yunshi Xiaowei could no longer contain the sorrow that welled up within him, akin to a child who has lost the most cherished possession, weeping inconsolably on the battlefield that had claimed his dearest friend. His cries were hoarse and filled with despair, reverberating through the still air, evoking empathy in all who heard. Xiao Haida observed him quietly for a moment before silently turning away, making her way towards the recently arrived Haida Nushi. She lifted her gaze towards the one who had brought her into existence. A layer of frost seemed to cloak the exquisite features of Haida. As she gazed up at the sky that had returned to normalcy, yet appeared to have permanently lost a hint of its brilliance, remaining speechless. Ruan Mei stood beside her, gently closing her eyes, her long lashes quivering slightly, as if also suppressing a turbulent emotion. Chapter 87. The Chaos of the Moonlit Feast. Meanwhile, Dan Feng approached the wreckage of the starship belonging to Baiheng, which had plummeted to the ground. He had hoped to uncover the flight records to discern Baiheng's final actions and thoughts. However, within the shattered cabin, the first thing he discovered were several strands of white hair stained with blood, along with some dark red spots of congealed blood. As he gazed upon these remnants, a wild and audacious thought slithered into his mind like a venomous serpent, taking root and blossoming rapidly. He meticulously collected the blood and hair, cradling them as if they were the most fragile treasures of the world, his eyes glistening with a nearly obsessive fervor. At the same time, Yingxing numbly maneuvered the engineering automaton, clearing away the towering debris scattered across the battlefield. Suddenly, a faint alert sounded from one of the automaton sensors. Yingxing directed the automaton to sift through the charred earth and uncovered a piece of dark brown bark that still exhibited a slight writhing motion, emanating an ominous vitality. It was the remnant flesh of a fleeting existence. A surging fury instantaneously engulfed Yingxing. This was the very thing, this damned manifestation of abundance. It had brought about the demise of Cang Ze. It had driven Baiheng to despair. You must perish, he roared, commanding the automaton to raise its heavy mechanical arm and strike down upon the bark with wild abandon. With each blow, the ground was battered into deep craters, sparks flying. Yet, despite being deformed, the bark continued to squirm defiantly, exuding a nauseating vitality, as if mocking his impotent rage. At that moment, Dan Feng arrived behind him, placing a hand on the arm, controlling the automaton. Yingxing whipped around, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a cornered beast, glaring fiercely at Dan Feng. Dan Feng met his gaze unwaveringly, confronting the pain and fury reflected in Yingxing's eyes, inhaling deeply as if steeling himself for a decisive moment. He spoke in a hoarse yet resolute voice. Is there any chance we could find Cang Ze's flesh, even if only a trace? Yingxing stared at him as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. He curled his lips into a dry smile. Flesh? Huh. There's only this knife and this bracer. Nothing else remains. Nothing at all. His voice quivered with a sob. He desperately rummaged through his tattered, filthy garments. When Cang Ze had shielded him from the wooden spikes, blood had indeed splattered upon him, but that trace had long been obliterated, covered, and erased without a trace in the subsequent tempest, dust storms, and relentless battles. For a fleeting moment, the light in Dan Feng's eyes dimmed. But as his gaze returned to the writhing remnant of flesh, the fervent flame of obsession blazed even more fiercely. He suddenly grasped Yingxing's shoulders with a force that caused pain. Yingxing, listen. Dan Feng's voice carried an air of desperate finality. I can bring Baiheng back to this world. Yingxing's eyes widened in shock, pupils constricting as he nearly erupted in a tirade. Bring back to this world? What a joke. That black sun that devoured everything eradicated beings like Shuhua and Cang Ze completely. How could Baiheng possibly? Yet, Dan Feng swiftly produced the sealed container containing Baiheng's blood and hair he had collected. The vivid red and white struck Yingxing's heart like a heavy hammer. The blood vessels in his eyes intensified, and he seized Dan Feng's collar, nearly lifting him off the ground, his voice trembling with extreme rage and disbelief. Do you have any idea what the consequences of this will be? Dun Feng, look around you. Look at all this. If this fails, what will happen to Jingliu? Dan Feng allowed himself to be grasped, his gaze unwavering, growing even more resolute, even tinged with a hint of martyr-like fervor. I understand the consequences. All blame rests solely upon me, Dan Feng. But I can do this. I must do this. Yingxing fixed his gaze upon him, observing the undeniable madness and determination in the eyes of his former friend. His fingers, gripping Dan Feng's collar, turned pale from the strain, yet amid the fierce internal struggle, he gradually, hesitantly loosened his grip. Yingxing wavered. The longing for Baiheng, the anguish of loss, and the unwillingness to accept the current state gnawed at his sanity like a multitude of ants. He did not wish to lose her either. Seeing Yingxing's hesitation, Dan Feng promptly pressed on with a final glimmer of hope in his voice. Is there truly nothing at all of Cang Ze's? Yingxing painfully shut his eyes, shaking his head, pointing at his soiled clothing. There are only these haphazard bloodstains, any blood but his. He had once delved deeply into the study of Cang Ze's blood, which contained extraordinary power, but at this moment he could not find even a single sample. Dan Feng inhaled deeply, arriving at a resolution. We will go to Lin Yuanjing. He glanced at the deformed yet unyielding remnant of flesh. Take it with us. Yingxing silently bent down, picking up the piece of fleeting flesh that symbolized calamity and ill omen, as if retrieving a bomb poised to detonate. He hoarsely added, his remaining sanity issuing a final warning. I will only give you 1 hour. Analyze this piece of flesh swiftly, and if it proves fruitless, cease immediately. Within the Danding Sea, Jingliu was undergoing treatment. The external injuries inflicted upon her had largely healed under the life force bestowed by Cang Ze. Yet the wounds within her heart would never mend. Unconsciously, she repeatedly caressed the ring adorning her right hand, the cold touch sustaining a fragment of awareness. He is still alive. A powerful, unfounded yet unwavering belief resonated within her heart. I can feel that Cang Ze is certainly still alive. He must be somewhere, waiting for me to find him. This thought sustained her, preventing her from completely collapsing under the relentless blows. At that moment, a thunderous roar, akin to rolling thunder, echoed from afar, followed by a slight tremor beneath her feet. Jingliu furrowed her brow and looked up, a sense of foreboding flooding her mind. Has there been another invasion? She sprang to her feet, disregarding the healer's protests, determined to leave the healing chamber. Upon stepping outside, she encountered a frantic soldier, panic etched across his face, rushing towards her. Commander Jianshou. The soldier collapsed to the ground, his voice laden with grief. Please, you must hurry to Lin Yuanjing for support. General, the general has fallen in battle. What? Jingliu's pupils contracted suddenly, as if struck by lightning. General Teng Xiao has perished? In Lin Yuanjing? A multitude of terrifying thoughts flashed through her mind. The most plausible being that the remnants of flesh from Shuhua had infiltrated the sacred ground of the Chiming clan, sowing chaos. Without a moment's hesitation, Jingliu transformed into a fierce beam of swordlight, racing towards Lin Yuanjing at the utmost speed. When she arrived at the shores of Lin Yuanjing, beneath the colossal statue of the dragon sovereign, she lifted her gaze towards the waters that had once been the sacred domain of the Chiming clan. The sight before her froze her in place, her mind blank. A previously unseen, fearsome giant dragon was thrashing wildly in the water, attacking everything in its vicinity. Its body was massive and twisted, with shattered scales emanating an aura of chaos and ill omen. The Yunqi army's formation crumbled before it, and the Chiming warriors suffered grievous losses. The most tormenting revelation for Jingliu was the fleeting familiarity she discerned in the frenzied and tormented gaze of that monstrous dragon, a trace that unmistakably belonged to Baiheng. An uncontrollable fury surged within her, mingled with a chilling intent to kill. Her eyes swept across the battlefield, landing on Yingxing, who knelt by the shore, his gaze hollow and despairing as he looked up at the dragon. She spotted Dan Feng, lying amidst the rubble, breath weak and seemingly gravely injured, and further still, the lifeless body of General Teng Xiao. Yingxing. Jinglu's voice trembled with overwhelming rage as she rushed to him. Seizing his collar, her icy eyes ablaze with fury. Is this your doing? Tell me, what on earth is happening? It seemed as though Yingxing did not hear her questions. His gaze remained fixed on the dragon, filled with a profound silence and self-mockery. He had completely succumbed to despair. While examining the fleeting flesh of that abomination, he had been inadvertently tainted by its maddening, abundant power. At this moment, he could distinctly feel himself transforming into that which he loathed the most, an abominable creature responsible for the demise of Cang Ze and Baiheng. It was he who had become contaminated by the vile blood that led to their deaths. It was he who had tacitly approved, even participated in, Dan Feng's deranged scheme. He despised Dan Feng, but even more so, he loathed his own impotence as he slid step by step toward the abyss. Observing his spiritless visage, akin to a walking corpse, Jinglu glanced at the struggling Dan Feng in the distance and at the holy ground ravaged by the dragon. An overwhelming wave of sorrow and anger nearly engulfed her. She could no longer afford to hesitate. With each passing second, the dragon seemed to reveal Baiheng's agonizing struggle. The intensity of her pain and helplessness drove her to tear off a corner of her garment and resolutely cover her eyes. If she could not bear to look, then she need not witness it at all. Relying on her senses and the instincts of a swordswoman, she took a deep breath, an aura of frost enveloping her as she conjured a chilling blade. In the next instant, Luofu's sword, blindfolded, charged unwaveringly toward the terrifying dragon that had once been her comrade. Black Tower Space Station. When the news of Cang Ze's confirmed death reached the network, all the Black Tower puppets scattered throughout the space station momentarily froze, caught in a brief stasis. The figure of the silver-haired individual, who always wore a gentle smile and delighted in amusing them with various novelties, who would bring them delightful little cakes, would never appear again. A sense of indescribable, sorrowful data flow silently permeated the core of all the little black towers. Only one little black tower, the one that Cang Ze had gently pinched on the cheek and interacted with the most after the brief stasis, abruptly turned and hurriedly made its way to the private laboratory of the Black Tower Lady. Utilizing its access, it opened the lab door, its gaze locking onto the intricate machinery in the center of the room, designed specifically to monitor Cang Ze's life status and consciousness activity. The machine's screen remained illuminated, displaying the faint curves of life waves and consciousness signals. Though nearly imperceptible, they continued to pulse intermittently with tenacity. He is still alive. The little black tower wasted no time and immediately contacted the Black Tower Lady, prioritizing the highest urgency through the internal network. On the spacecraft, the Black Tower received this urgent message from the space station. She quickly skimmed through the content, and an expression of disbelief illuminated her previously frostbitten and gloomy face. Quickly, she sprang from her seat, her voice slightly elevated with excitement. Adjust the course immediately. Maximum power jump. We must return to the space station at the fastest speed. Beside her, Wan Mei was startled by her reaction and cast a questioning glance. What happened? What is going on? The Black Tower turned, her eyes shimmering with hope, and spoke each word carefully. The monitoring device for Cang Ze is still operational. He is still alive. Chapter 88. Not quite as before. Days are like the last orange-flavored lollipop at dusk, sweetened halfway before the sunset takes it away, leaving a bittersweet tang. I smile as I press my lips together, realizing that the time that cannot be returned is where the best flavors secretly linger on the tip of my tongue. On the immortal vessel Luofu, in the back garden of the Shun Sum Mansion, the afternoon sun filtered through the sparse bamboo leaves, casting mottled shadows. On a stone table, a pot of freshly brewed fragrant tea wafted steam, exuding an aura of tranquility and peace. Jing Yuan lazily reclined against the chair's back, his golden eyes, often squinting with habitual mirth, rested on the pink-haired girl across from him. Fu Qing, he began slowly, his tone devoid of urgency. Has there been any new news from the Taibu division lately? Fu Xian set down her teacup, her delicate face etched with helplessness, even tinged with a barely perceptible grievance. General, she sighed, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. the Taibu division has been working day and night, employing every means possible to divine that one name you requested. At this rate, you might as well take over as the head of the Taibu division, and I shall take your position as general. How does that sound? She half-seriously, half-jokingly complained, truly exasperated by this divine strategist's relentless nature. Jing Yuan chuckled noncommittally. Lifting his teacup for a sip, his gaze still fixed on Fu Xian, clearly waiting for the answer he had inquired about countless times. Seeing this, Fu Xian had no choice but to reiterate the anticipated outcome. Alas, it remains the same. The divination results consistently yield those 3 words that cannot be calculated. A fleeting shadow of disappointment flickered rapidly across Jing Yuan's eyes, as swift as a mere illusion cast by the sunlight. His smile remained unchanged, skillfully concealing the momentary surge of loss. For centuries, the answer had never altered, yet he had never given up. Fu Xian observed his demeanor, curiosity ultimately eclipsing her exasperation, and she could not help but ask, "General, who exactly is this Cang Ze? Why is it that you have the Taibu division exerting all its efforts, even escalating matters to the marshal, mobilizing the resources of UK Xianzhou for divination? What is even more perplexing is that the marshal actually consented." Her gaze inadvertently drifted to the long, pitch-black blade that Jing Yuan always carried at his waist, and a bold, perhaps absurd conjecture slipped from her lips. "He can't possibly be your illegitimate son, can he?" Puffed. Cool. Jing Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, his jovial sound resonating through the tranquil garden. However, the laughter did not linger for long. Abruptly cut off as if severed by an invisible hand, he instinctively raised his hand to gently caress the scabbard of the black blade at his waist. The chilling sensation on his fingertips instantly pulling his thoughts back to a blood-soaked afternoon hundreds of years ago, during the turmoil of the Drinking Moon Rebellion. With Dan Feng's judgment, Jingliu had taken the half-demonized Yingxing, now a blade, and he himself had shouldered the burden left by General Teng Xiao, ascending to the position of General of Luofu. Everything unfolded as if it were a jest from Cang Ze years ago. "Jing Yuan, you lad. Your attire is unmistakably that of a general." What once was a jest now lingered as an ominous prophecy. A long sigh escaped Jing Yuan's lips, and he repressed all visible emotions, donning once more the inscrutable mask of a smile. "It's nothing, merely old matters. Fu Qing, you may go ahead with your tasks. Shortly, I must instruct Yingxing on his training." As he watched Fu Xian depart with a hint of confusion, Jing Yuan's smile gradually faded, eventually transforming into profound loneliness and fatigue. Alone in the garden, the sun remained warm, yet it seemed incapable of penetrating the depths of his heart. A withered yellow leaf spiraled down from the branches, landing gently in his palm. He gazed at the lifeless leaf, whispering softly, filled with endless melancholy, "I wish to buy osmanthus flowers to accompany my wine," the voice fading to silence. Indeed, it is unlike the carefree days of youth. The memories of the past, those moments spent with my master, Jingliu, alongside Cang Ze, Yingxing, Dan Feng, and Baiheng indulging in wine and song, wielding swords to vanquish demons, are ultimately gone and irretrievable. The dedicated training ground of the general's residence has been preserved in its entirety, housing countless memories. Here, he and his master, Jingliu, once drenched in sweat, diligently honed their sword skills. Here, he and his good brother, Cang Ze, engaged in friendly sparring, where the glint of blades intertwined. The air seems to still carry the remnants of past battles, and the vague marks on the walls appear to narrate stories of yesteryears. For this reason, Jing Yuan brought his promising junior, Yingxing, to this very place, hoping he could imbibe some of its spirit and vigor. General, the young Yingxing, holding his beloved sword, gazed at the approaching Jing Yuan and finally mustered the courage to voice a long-held question. "Why must you insist that I practice swordsmanship in addition to the sword techniques you teach me? This blade technique is truly too difficult to master." He is intelligent, making rapid progress in the way of the sword, adept at wielding multiple flying swords, and believes his skills to be commendable. He simply cannot fathom why he should be distracted by learning this seemingly cumbersome technique. Jing Yuan stepped into the arena, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and smiled, saying, "Teaching you the blade is not to have you forsake the sword, but rather to draw upon diverse skills, enhancing your combat techniques and understanding of weaponry." By learning broadly, one can travel further. Yingxing scratched his head, still bearing an air of reluctance. He felt his flying sword techniques had reached their zenith, sufficient to handle any situation. Recognizing his thoughts, Jing Yuan remained silent, slowly drawing the black blade, and that he wore at his waist. As the blade emerged from its sheath, it reflected no light, as if it could consume even the radiance around it. Shall we give it a try? Jing Yuan's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable challenge. Come on, General. Yingxing felt invigorated, eager to prove that exquisite swordsmanship far surpassed the seemingly straightforward techniques of the blade. With a thought, several lightweight flying swords sprang to life, dashing towards Jing Yuan from various angles, glinting like cold light. Clang! Clang! A series of sharp, rapid metallic clashes erupted almost simultaneously. Jing Yuan did not even shift his stance. With a mere flick of his wrist, the heavy black blade in his hand seemed to lose its weight, transforming into a black barrier that accurately deflected all incoming flying swords, moving so swiftly that it left only afterimages in its wake. Yingxing was utterly astonished. Without time to ponder, he lunged forward with his long sword, attempting to regain his footing through close combat. However, he quickly grasped the meaning of an impenetrable defense. Holding the blade with one hand, Jing Yuan maintained that inscrutable smile, his arms sweeping as the blade's momentum surged like an unending tide. Each strike faster and heavier than the last, pouring down upon him. Yingxing could only struggle to parry, feeling his arms ache with each collision, as if he were not resisting a blade, but contending against a relentless hammer weighing thousands of pounds. His once proud agility appeared clumsy before the seemingly simple might of his opponent's technique. He attempted to retreat, to create distance and regroup, but Jing Yuan's movements were ghostly, following him like a shadow, enveloping him in a shroud of black blade light, leaving him no opportunity to catch his breath. Finally, under a powerful downward slash, Yingxing's exceptional long sword emitted a mournful cry under the strain, shattering into pieces. Not only did the sword break, but so did Yingxing's heart, once brimming with confidence, as well as Jing Yuan's wallet, which seemed to echo with silent lament. Yingxing. Jing Yuan sheathed his blade and stood calmly. I did not employ any power beyond your capacity. I merely used the most fundamental and simple techniques of this blade art. What did you perceive? Yingxing, somewhat dazed, rose to his feet, gazing at the scattered fragments, recalling the suffocating pressure he had just experienced, and nodded earnestly. I felt each strike was heavier and faster than the last, as if there was no end, instilling a sense of despair. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. Jing Yuan approached and gently patted his shoulder. This blade technique, apart from its creator and the renowned General Yao Qing of the Xianzhou Alliance, who glimpsed its essence, has yet to be truly mastered by anyone else. What you experienced was merely the foundation of the foundation. He led the dejected Yingxing to the resting area at the edge of the training ground. General, Yingxing's curiosity was piqued once more, and he could not resist asking, what would it be like if this blade technique were mastered to its highest realm? In Yingxing's mind, if the foundation was already so formidable, the pinnacle must be capable of cleaving the very stars. Jing Yuan's gaze drifted into the distance, as if transcending time and space, witnessing a certain figure. You have also fought in battles. You should know how resilient those abundant abominations are. Hard to annihilate with ordinary means. Yingxing nodded in deep agreement, recalling the countless times he had been troubled by how to completely eradicate those creatures with astonishing regenerative abilities on the battlefield. If this blade technique were to reach its zenith, Jing Yuan's voice held a distant resonance. Its imbued essence of death could fundamentally sever the thread of life, rendering the regenerative prowess that those abundant abominations take pride in entirely ineffective. Yingxing gasped at these words. To sever the regeneration of the abundant abominations? This is practically a weapon of mass destruction against the flourishing populace. The former master of this blade, Jing Yuan, gently caressed the black blade, and resting on his knee, his tone laden with complex emotions. If he were to exert himself fully, he could, in an instant, reduce countless abominations to dust, or cleave the very orbits of the stars. Yingxing was utterly astonished, his mouth agape, and after a moment of stunned silence, he stammered, "Is it really that powerful? Why, then, is there no mention of him in the annals of the Xianzhou's history?" Jing Yuan's expression momentarily faltered, then shifted into a barely perceptible sigh. He smiled faintly, offering no explanation. The fact that Cang Ze ultimately became the Dark Moon of Annihilation is one of the highest secrets of the Xianzhou alliance, known only to the generals of the past and the revered Long Zun. The soldiers of the third side who participated in that battle have long since passed away, their knowledge buried in the stars over the centuries of change and brutal warfare. The situation on the Yaoqing side is no different. History, at times, chooses to remain silent. General Yingxing's attention was quickly drawn back to the mysterious black blade, his face alight with longing. May I take a closer look at this sword? He had long been curious about the general's ever-present, striking black blade, its pure black hue and sleek lines complementing the wrist guard on the general's left hand. Of course, Jing Yuan readily drew in Yu and handed it over. Yingxing hurriedly reached out to grasp it, but the moment it touched his hands, his expression changed drastically, his arms sinking heavily. The blade was far heavier than he had anticipated. Jing Yuan, quick-witted, gently supported it to prevent it from crashing to the ground. Yingxing struggled to hold the blade with both hands, carefully tracing its surface, feeling the icy coolness and a unique matte texture. Black, long, straight. These were Yingxing's most immediate impressions of the sword. How magnificent! Yingxing's eyes sparkled, as if he beheld the world's greatest treasure. I've made up my mind. I want my future sword to be forged in this color. Jing Yuan's smile froze momentarily, as if he could already hear the anguished cry of his wallet. He discreetly retracted the black blade, returning it to its sheath, silently lamenting. Forgive me, good brother, but it seems I must now resort to that little treasure you left behind. Chapter 89. Seize the illness and take his life. In the vast and frigid universe, a uniquely shaped spacecraft silently glided through the void. Within the cabin, the atmosphere was oppressively stifling. Ren, or rather the former Yingxing, was intently fixated on the elegant black cat, the Fate's helmsman, Elio, perched upon the sofa. His gaze no longer reflected the madness and chaos of his usual demeanor, but instead was imbued with an extreme sense of danger and fury. The malevolent energy radiating from him rendered the silver wolf, standing nearby, too fearful to even breathe. It was the first time she had witnessed Rung display such pure, almost tangible intent to kill. Aliu Ren's voice was hoarse, akin to the rasping of sandpaper. Each word forced through clenched